Alrighty. Hey Black Rose, what's up? Where's the game? Let's open the game. There it is. Okay, so voice losing time. That's what it is. That's what we're at. Now I've got to remember which one is the right one. I think it's this one. Oh, I don't know what the question was. It's got to be this one, but I don't know what the question was. I guess kicking them out of my room is just going to be the bad thing. Oops. Guess I should have saved it a little bit before that. It's nothing. I quickly step in front of them, trying to hide the stuff behind my back. Shizune takes a step back, looking suspicious, but it's an expression not without concern. I hope if I avoid it, she'll understand. I don't want her to keep prodding me about it. Really? What are you hiding, Hee-chan? Nothing. Is that so? I realise I can't squirm my way out of this. They're nosy by nature, and hiding it is just going to pique their curiosity more. Yeah, okay, it's something, but I don't want to talk about it, okay? Not yet. Can we just put this aside for now? As Misha translates, Shizune stares at me hard with eyes focused. Note she's clearly looking off in the distance, not focused at all. Analytical as ever, peering at me curiously over the rims of her glasses. Her fingers press against each other, thoughtfully, as if she's weighing the value of pursuing this further than necessary against the insult of disrespecting my wish. Her expression finally melts into a slight smile and she signs something to Misha. Okay, then we'll wait and become better and better friends, and one day when you feel like it, you can tell us about it. Both of them smile wildly at me, and I feel shocked and a little stupid about being like this. They are not stupid, and probably can at least halfway guess what's going on with me, and such simple, kind words. I feel relieved, and they don't even think any worse of me, even if I'm like this. Even if I'm not like the rest here, even if I can't be at ease about it. Seems that behind the obnoxious, mischievous acts, both of these girls are really kind and good people. That's what I think. Thanks. So you want me to help you out today, right? Since I'm one of you now? Yep. After class? No, now! Now? What about class? You're going to skip again? It's for the common good, so we sacrifice our maths lesson, and maybe the social studies too. Well, I guess I'm fine with that. Awesome, Hee-chan! You said it, okay? Remember, I'm fine with helping out. That's what you said, right? Yeah. A tone. I suddenly regret saying it. Okay, are you ready to go then? We can go to the office together. No, you're probably going to make me carry all your stuff for you or something. Don't be silly, Hee-chan. We've never walked to school together, Hee-chan. I just wanted to ask why we would. Then it dawned on me. Both of them consider me their friend, like Misha said before. And they want to become better friends with me, even. It's weird. I never really thought about them that way. Or any of the people I've met so far this week. Is it really so easy? Just like that? Okay, let's go then. Shizune grins craftily and puts her hands behind her back. Ha, that's great, Hee-chan. Okay, but first, you had a really great idea. Shi-chan likes it a lot. So, it's time for a game. Oh no. Shi-chan is holding a 1,000-yen note in one hand, Hee-chan. If you guess which one it is, you can have it. If you don't, you're carrying all our books to school. Right, Shi-chan? Cuts out. Shizune exchange nods. Okay, Hee-chan, get ready. Carrying 3 bags instead of 1. I think about the day that's ahead of me. Of us. I can see students walking back and forth throughout the courtyard, probably in preparation of their own projects. The festival's practically... Oh, right, the festival, yeah. Shit, it's been so long, I forgot. That means there are only 2 possible reasons that my help is required. Either there's only a small amount of work left, or they just want a helping hand to wrap up the mundane final checks they're obligated to do. Yes, Hee-chan did decide to join the student council. Oh, there's a ton of work left, and Shizune is putting on a calm face as the torrent of built-up procrastinated work threatens to kill us. Kill us? Yep, it does say. I did read that, right? Once inside the office, I look around and see that it's deserted. Guess that means there isn't a lot of work left, huh? Since there's no one here at all. It's always like this, Hee-chan. This confirms what I've thought before, but I've never actually been able to confirm definitively. Shizune and Misha are the student council. The whole student council. Damn, so it's true. Student council really is only you two. Shizune looks as if she's stuck, wondering whether to be ashamed or explode with anger. Misha is equally divided between laughing and trying to stop her. Well then, Hee-chan, you'll be happy to know that since it's just the three of us, we have a lot to do. A lot. That does not make me happy. But it seems to make Shizune very happy. Wahaha! Just kidding! Well, it turns out to be sorting and double-checking the considerable amount of paperwork necessary at events such as the school festival to get done. Bureaucracy is a mind-boggling thing, but we managed to finish it just when the lunch bell rings. Okay, now that we're done, we can relax a little, but not too much. We have lots more to do in the afternoon. It's actually not that much work, Hee-chan, so we can afford a little lunch first. Ha ha ha! Two of them produce a small array of plastic containers, seemingly out of thin air. It's chicken cutlet with tomatoes and soybean sprouts. Doesn't it sound delicious, Hee-chan? It was just made this morning, and it's still warm. Wow. I'm legit impressed. I've never seen food like... The plastic containers, I guess they can keep a little bit of heat, but not normally. Take one of the containers and open it. It looks nice. It certainly smells good. Now that I'm really hungry, adds to that even more. Wow, this is great. Where did you get this? That isn't important, Hee-chan. There was supposed to be a store selling lunchboxes, but the girl who was to run it suddenly said she couldn't do it, Hee-chan said. What a waste! What all the work to trick Hee-chan into making this? Hey, what the hell? So, Hee-chan wanted to see if she could do it, then decided not to, right, Hee-chan? Shizune sulks angrily, shooting Misha a displeased look. I don't think I was supposed to hear that story. Is this your test food? I'm eating it too, Hee-chan! And Shi-chan is too! That doesn't answer the question. Nevertheless, I split a pair of chopsticks Shizune offers me, pick up a piece of cutlet and pop it to my mouth. You know, chopsticks are really hard to split in half, I found out. I didn't know you had to split them in half, I thought they just came as two sticks. But, having since tried them, they are really hard to separate. Maybe I'm just pathetic. Surprisingly good. I didn't expect Shizune to be such a good cook. Shizune puts her chopsticks down to sign curtly towards Misha, gulps down her cutlet with noticeable difficulty in order to speak for her. Hee-chan, don't talk with food in your mouth! Not like I enjoy doing it. Anyway, I'm motherly to show that kind of concern. You can't even eat right, Hee-chan! That's all it is! It's a stalemate. I can't eat in order to talk to Shizune, who can't eat in order to chastise me for eating the wrong way. Misha caught in between the two is in the same situation. Looks like the most disheartened by how this is going. Either way, our food was getting cold by the second, and I wasn't piping hot to start with. Wherever this was going, it dies down pretty fast once we all realise and we eat. Oh yeah, no, it's awful, man. After a while, the bell rings, but Misha makes no attempt to tell Shizune, so I'm sure they're planning to skip class and spend the rest of the day here again. Hee-chan, do you have any plans for the festival? No, not really. After all, I've only been here a week. What could I set up in that time? Wahaha! Hee-chan, you helped us out so much. Don't sell yourself short. Okay. We're serious. Okay. Two of them seem to get indignant over the strangest things. You're going though, right, Hee-chan? You should at least see what we've accomplished. Everyone should be able to look at what they've done, so they can fully understand the work. That's my belief. You're no exception. Hee-chan, you should definitely go. If you don't have anything planned, then maybe we can go together. Do you need a hand? If there's anything you need help with, I'm fine sticking around. How much more at ease than I did earlier. My previous concerns and fears long gone. I've forgotten about this morning's trouble entirely now, having fun with Shizune like this. Having fun with Shizune. It seems like an unfamiliar concept to think of, but looking back on it, I've really enjoyed the moments I've spent with Shizune and Misha these past few days, in spite of everything. If we might be going together, then maybe I can afford to stick around a little longer. I guess it beats class. Oh yeah, definitely. Chopsticks are just the worst. The worst. I don't know how people can eat with them. I mean, I guess I could get used to it, but they still suck. Really, Hee-chan? Okay, we can consider this you repaying us for the free lunch. Great! This is great! Really, really great! Shi-chan was hoping to bring this up again later anyway. That's not a free lunch at all. Normally I'd be angry, or at least slightly unsettled by my mood has improved from earlier, so I'll let it slide. Everything now turns out to consist mostly of stamping forms and making what seems like 10,000 copies apiece of 50 different budget reports. It's not hard, but very boring, and according to Misha, the simplest of the tasks they deal with. I feel myself getting more and more tired, and with that less eager to return to class. This is especially bad because the more time I spend out of class, the harder it seems to get up and go back. These two, they're a terrible influence, terrible role models. Not that it bothers me all that much, and I'm sure no one looks up to them, just the principle of the thing. Done. Ah, that was fast. I'll be finished before the period's over, I think. No, Hee-chan, everything is done. You're done too. That doesn't make any sense. Are you telling me this is all arbitrary and you've been keeping me here for the hell of it? No! But we have kept you long enough. You should go back to class, Yi-chan. You can still make it for most of this period. What about you? Of course we're coming too. Of course, we'll be right behind you. Reassured, I start heading back to class, but period is almost halfway over, so I start thinking it would be pointless halfway there and pass the difference between this class and the next, drinking juice in the hallway. Keep an eye on the door of the students' cancer room, but it doesn't open. What's taking them so long? Are they busy wrapping up my share of the work? Well, it shouldn't take so long unless there's more and they just wanted me to leave. The more I think about it, likelier it seems. Shizune is, well, not an idiot, but clearly she's unable to just come out with things. Maybe it's because she can't talk, so it's harder for her. She has Misha, but all in all, as easy as they make it look. There's still a difference between casual speech and sign language. I contemplate going back there to check on them, but the bell rings and I have to go to class. They join me a few minutes later, and the thoughts I had in my mind slip away before the routine of school life. By the time I remember school is over for the day, I'm too tired to do anything but go home, do my homework, and then go to sleep. Hooray! Oh, we're still on neutral route, it seems. I thought we'd started the Shizune plot by now. Well, I guess we had, you know what I mean. The scene 2 or whatever. Oh boy. At 5 minutes past 8, an unbelievably loud banging jolts me awake. It's coming from outside my door. Quickly, I open the door, see Shizune and Misha standing side by side before me. Both of them look a little worn out, although it's more noticeable on Misha. Which one have you knocked? I ask, echoing the question that must be on the mind of everyone in the entire building. Ah, that's not important, Hee-chan. She quickly dismisses it without even batting an eye. Oh, you're still in your pyjamas, Hee-chan. So you don't wake up at 8? I notice her hair is wet. Her curls are barely holding their shape. No, I thought I'd sleep in a bit later since it's the weekend and all, and I've been seriously sleep deprived this week. Wonder if she missed the poison in my words. Then it's a good thing we came to wake you up. God damn it. Anyway, Hee-chan, I guess you'd like to know why we're here, wouldn't you? Not hard to guess, but I wish she wouldn't say the words she's going to say next. Would you like to skip class and go somewhere nice with us? Come again? Would you like to skip class and do something fun? I'm certain they'd force me to help them again with some slave work. Seriously? Misha grins and nods enthusiastically. I like this new approach they're taking, although I'm somewhat surprised that they would suggest skipping class even if we only have half a day since it's Saturday. Aren't you too worried about constantly missing class? Well, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Hee-chan, this school's pretty much at a standstill whenever time rolls around. It's a Saturday too. Don't you want to do something fun? I'm amazed by how little they seem to care. Not that we're pressuring you to give us company, but we thought you might like to hang out. So, would you like to join us? Come on, you'll have a lot more fun than just sitting here with your head on your desk. Guess I won't be missing anything important, nor will I be missed. Alright then, I don't think I'll be missing much. What do you have in mind? My eyes narrow with suspicion as a thought crosses my mind. Wait, this isn't just some trick to get me to do some more student council stuff, right? No, of course not. And that's a really mean thing to assume like that, Hee-chan. And besides, you're in the student council now, remember? If we wanted you to do something for us, we wouldn't have to trick you. Kind of coercion. It's new to me. Only 2 pretty girls could pull it off. I allow myself to relax a little. Maybe I'm being too paranoid. Seems like they may just really want to hang out. Nevertheless, no tricks. No tricks? Stop being so paranoid. Well, if you say so. Suddenly I realise I'm still wearing pyjamas. Wonder if you'd let me dress up first. Eh? Why, Hee-chan? You look just fine. Still prefer to wear something else. Close the door before she gets the chance to reply and quickly pull on my uniform. Stepping back to the hallway, I see Shizune Misha engaged in an animated discussion. Wonder if people discussing inside ever accidentally poke each other in the eyes. What a weird fall. While I'm contemplating this, Shizune taps on the shoulder impatiently. So, we're planning on slipping into town. Remember the tea shop we were at on Wednesday? Tea shop? You don't remember? Oh, you mean the cafe? Tea shop! It's called the Shanghai. China is the birthplace of tea, don't you know? Go on, Hee-chan. I'll even treat you today. Ah, not me, I mean Shi-chan. Ah. I don't know. It's nice, it's really relaxing. It's like half cafe, half restaurant. Half sophisticated, half library. What? That's a lot of halves. We should have noticed that. So, come on. It's not often we have this much free time. If you're busy, though, you don't have to. It's not like your presence is absolutely required. Never seen more weakly disguised reverse psychology in my life. Feel kind of tired today. And with teachers in my classes might want to know where I am. Maybe. On the other hand, I haven't really been into town at all since I've gotten here, so there's a good reason to head there. So I could use something to eat. Shizune's treat, even better. I'm totally broke. Alright, let's go. Lead the way. Great! We make it to a tea shop with a 15-minute walk. Seems that we're the only customers around. Is it always as quiet in the mornings? By that I mean, is it always empty? No, this is kind of weird. Hey, this isn't a bad thing though, right? You're right. We take our seats at a large square wooden table, and it hits me that I don't know what this place serves. I just went with what Yuko recommended last time. Hey, is there a menu or something? Nope. That was a strange amount of zest. So, Hee-chan, have you decided what you're going to order? Look around the store, I can't see anything resembling a menu. I can. It's right there. It's right here. This white... Is he blind? It's right here. Like on the thing with the salt and pepper and the mustard. It's right here. You can't have a menu in the picture and say you can't see a menu. That's stupid. I understand. What's up with this place? What gives? Is this some kind of secret shop? Do you normally only enter here with a secret handshake? Some kind of wink and a nod? Do you need someone to vouch for you? A blood oath? Damn it. It was nothing like this last time. I don't know. The last time I think I got coffee. What do they serve here? Tea! Ah, well that's... Not just tea, right? Not only tea? There's other stuff too, right? Clearly? Clearly? Like what? There's no menus here. Where are the menus? They're playing another joke on me. There's no way out of this. All I can do is brace myself for the inevitable oncoming burn. I almost want to walk out the store, but I'm already sitting down. It would be improper to leave now. The unspoken rule of polite social contact blocked my exit like a wall of fire. So I play it safe. I'll order what they order, if it's acceptably manly enough. Why don't you two order before me? Ladies first. Well played, Yi-chan, but we already ordered. How's that possible? When? How? From who? We're regulars. We come here so often we don't have to do that anymore. Well, I guess you had enough. We're sitting on the menus, of course. Look around the other tables. There's no menus on any of them. That means they must keep them in a big stack near the door or something. What a thing to sit on. And what speed to grab them so quickly. Well, whatever. Can I have one then? You can take one if you want. But you're not the kind of person who would do something that... lascivious. Is that right? I'll tell them that I'd just like some coffee and put my head down on the cool tabletop. Coffee? That's a very high-class establishment. You're going to order coffee? I can tell they're messing with me again. In that case, I'll have whatever you're having. Shi-chan is drinking a special tea that's only grown in remote areas of India. Tea is handmade by a tribe of tea makers who have passed the methods down their family for generations. They must wade through alligator-infested waters to obtain the leaves once a year. On each trip, some do not make it back alive. Can't drink that. I feel too guilty. Then I'll have what you're having. I don't know what I'm drinking. Ow. Fine. Then I want the tea that people died for. No, never mind. I'll have coffee. It's a very high-class establishment, then it should have very high-class coffee, right? No one died for it, right? Perfect answer. There's no way they can stand against it. Shizune shrugs as if to say, well played. They still didn't answer my second question. Misha calls for Yuko, brings over our drinks, and a single incredibly tiny yellow cake with a little black plastic fork stuck on it for each of us. I eat my cake in one bite, amazed by how it's probably the least filling thing I've ever eaten. Yi-chan, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Misha takes a gulp of her tea, something sounding suspiciously high class, even though it looks like ordinary tea. She drinks with incredibly reckless, considering how hot it is, the exact opposite of Shizune or Lily. Plans? That sounds ominous. Plans? Yes, I'm incredibly busy tomorrow. In fact, I have so much to do that I will not have any free time at all. That's right, none whatsoever. And everything I have to do is extremely important. Very, very important. Misha giggles, clearly not buying it, and then signs still back to Shizune, who nods slowly and deliberately while looking very unamused. Suddenly she leans forward, staring analytically at my face like a human lie detector, waiting for the smallest tell to give me away. After at least a minute of this, she sits back down in her seat and takes a sip of tea. Okay, Hee-chan, if you're that busy, we don't have anything to do tomorrow, so we thought maybe you'd want to hang out with us at the festival. You're new here anyway, right? So we thought you should show you around and have some fun together, but if you're that busy, we understand. Oh well. Both of them shrug together in perfect sync as they rehearsed it. Ha 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 ha! Hee-chan, you're so paranoid! And you'll never beat me anyway, so why bother getting worked up about it? Ah, wow, Shi-chan! Beat you? What are you talking about? Is she talking about the coercion? I never realised it was just a game to her. I thought it was the only... I thought I was the only one who saw it as a competition. You know, eh? Do you, Hee-chan? Because I don't. You can't outwit me. Well, Hee-chan, not me. What? What are you talking about, Shi-chan? Shizune smiling craftily, daring me to enter this battle of wills and wits with her. When he pushed to the edge of despair, a man has no choice but to sink or grasp at the fleeting wisps of hope, fight with all his power against the inevitabilities of his fate, and struggle against the impossible. For even if he fails, at least he failed knowing that he dared greatly. Or something like that. Well, we'll see about that. Don't underestimate me. You know what? Talking with Shizune is reminding me a lot of the anime that I started watching yesterday, whose name I cannot remember at all. But it's basically this guy and a girl, and the girl's constantly tricking him and one-upping him in every single situation, and his whole thing is that he's, I'm going to trick her, I'm going to one-up her, and he never does. It's pretty funny. That's what this is. Don't you have to follow through to make good on that then, He-chan? Well, I could get lucky. Don't count out that possibility. You won't. I will. Wait. Let's make a wager on it then. I don't care about competition. That's a blatant lie. Wait, what exactly do you mean? It's okay if you don't know. Neither do I. So it's settled then. Alright. What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Now that's all left is the stakes. What the winner wins, or more interestingly, what the loser loses. Hey, it's a very dangerous game I'm playing. Shizune herself is a very dangerous girl. She can only think in terms of winning and losing. She views every time like that I talk with her some kind of battle of wills. I don't think I could take it. That kind of thing drives people insane. She's too Machiavellian. Before this, I'd assumed she was just kind of stoic. Nevertheless, I'm interested. In hindsight, I realised that I just challenged her to what is essentially a duel without any rules that won't end until one of us... What? Oh, are we playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 now? Sweet. Guess that's it. That's so vague. What are the conditions for winning or losing? First person to feel stupid loses? I don't know, I've never had to think of anything like this before. Never? Never. So you've never gambled, He-chan? Surprised you two have. Oh, come on. It's just for fun anyway, between friends. It's about causing humiliation, suffering, and absolute despair. Isn't that the point? Fucking hell. You guys are great. Oh, laughing when I'm doing Misha's voice really hurts. Like. How about this, He-chan? If you lose, you have to go to school one day without any pants on. Are you insane? Well, in comparison to what I was afraid she would say, it's pretty mild. Can't we just bet money like normal people? It's not like you could match my wager if we did. Now it's your turn, but nothing perverted, understand? You just... I think I need more time. You're gonna have me constantly on edge for weeks. Okay, come on, you should both hurry up. Your drinks are getting cold. Looking down the rest of my coffee as Shizune does the same, staring at me with a fierce look of competition in her eyes. Seems like a waste for her to be gulping down something that someone may have died for to her to enjoy. He-chan, are you sure you don't want to hang out tomorrow? A lot of people are looking forward to it. You don't want to miss out. Mumble unintelligibly at her. I don't really understand. It's time to think. Shizune's drink is smaller, but I can consume mine faster. Shizune finishes her drink first. She might skip out on paying, leave me to pick up the tab, even though she said the drinks were on her. Because I have no money on me, I'd be humiliated, and therefore this could be considered a loss. If I finish first, the loss of chivalry would make me look like a jerk, as I would need to run out of this tea house, leaving her to pay for everything. That could also be considered a loss. She would use that. In the event of the draw, she may attempt to run out of the door, and I'll probably do the same. This might lead to a collision at the door, which would be humiliating, but not overly so, and Misha would be left to pick up the tab. This is really childish. I'm a little disappointed in Shizune, and myself. Well, He-chan, it'd be really nice if we could celebrate how we all put everything together for the festival by taking a look at our handiwork. Misha seems oblivious to the fact that an epic battle of wills is raging right in front of her, and nods slowly and down the last of my coffee. While I'm finished enjoying my drink, I guess it's time for me to leave. I'm going to leave now, calmly. You too, Shi-chan? Why are you two acting so weird? Quickly walk out the door and Shizune follows. Misha's going to have to foot the bill. Sorry, Misha. Catching up to me, Shizune quickly pushes her glasses up and presses a note into my hand. If you lose, you have to come hang out with us tomorrow. So you think you can win today? That's kind of cocky, Shizune. I forgot for a second that she can't hear me. I nod. Right now, she seems much cuter than she usually is, smiling softly with a hint of confidence coming through. Shizune looks energetic and carefree. Sorry. Although it could just be the caffeine. She winks and extends her hands for a handshake. What if there's a buzzer in there and she plans to shock me? That doesn't seem like something she would do, so I accept. With a squeeze, she pushes another note to my hand. I momentarily think that it's a buzzer and wonder if the shock could kill me. Shizune smirks and runs off. You probably don't know how to get back to school from here. There'll be work waiting for you when you do. See you then. Crush the note in my fist dramatically, but no one is there to see it, and that makes me sad. I wonder if it's too late to go back to the shop and ask Misha for directions. But then again, I gave her a hard time for not knowing the way here, so I can't allow her to score off me for not knowing the way back. If I ask her, Shizune could see that as a victory. No, it's not necessary. The school is on top of a damn hill. How hard could it be to find? Maybe slightly directionally challenged, but I'm sure that even I can do this. About an hour and a half later, I walked a long paved path leading from the gates to the main building. I had to fight the final boss, obviously, so that's why it took me so long. Aha! Just the person we're waiting for. So you made it here eventually, Hee-chan. Good. Now it's time for work, work, work. Shizune had laid an ambush for me in the main lobby of the ground floor as I walked straight into it. Should have just circled around the school like I'd originally planned, but I thought that was overreacting and being silly. Misha was waving a thick stack of printouts in my general direction, taunting me. We sort of need your help. Sort of? We need your help. You will help us. Misha speaks her usual playful, carefree manner, and even so I can hear Shizune's unnerving, hard severity behind it. Sounds like an order. Really? Is it? It is? Ah, sorry, Hee-chan. I guess it is. Ha ha ha. She doesn't sound very sorry at all. I thought we had almost everything done by now. Turns out we have all these signs to attach to backing boards. More hands make light work. And everyone wins. Ha ha ha. This is your duty, after all, as a member of the Student Council, which you are part of. As a member of the Student Council. Ha ha ha. It's a simple task, so getting it out of the way now will be good. It's not that much work. It's a small thing, really. And we really appreciate your help. Really, really appreciate it. Besides, it's time to pay us back for treating you so nicely. So the tea shop was a trap after all, you two-timing scoundrels. Don't say that. It was completely unrelated. We wanted to celebrate you joining the council. Why did she bring that up then? But... No buts. You're coming with us. I didn't even get to finish my sentence. They grabbed me by the arms and tried to pull me towards their office. Misha laughed so giddily as she and Shizune exchanged sly looks behind my back. I don't think you have a choice in this, Hee-chan. There are two of us, so don't even try to get away now. Don't take us lightly. Hee-chan, it's your duty to help us anyway, as a member of the Student Council. Alright, how could I forget? Seriously, aren't there any other people who can help you? Like who, Hee-chan? You were fine with helping us yesterday. Yesterday is not today. Anyone who isn't me. Why don't you have anyone else in the council? That's what we'd like to know. Misha's laughter explodes through the hall. She doesn't notice the grimace on my face at all. That's right, it's just the two of them, isn't it? Alright, okay, I'll help you. Misha runs her tongue over her teeth, looking quite pleased. That's my Hee-chan. I knew we could trust you. So predictable. So predictable. Hee-chan is Hanzo, confirmed. Wait, no, I'm Hee-chan. Misha is Hanzo. My bad. When we get to the student council room, my jaw drops. The number of signs, backing boards, and signposts is insane. They're stacked all over the place, like building materials at a construction site. Something I let Misha know right off the bat. There's so many signposts here, you could probably build a second wall around school with them. Mishanzo. Really? Well, there are a lot of them, so maybe. No? How do you know that, Chi-chan? Really? Don't tell me she actually considered it. Shune hesitates and pushes the glass up a bit as Misha lets out a very uneasy sounding laugh. So she has considered it. That's irrelevant, Hee-chan. Can you get on with making these signs, please? Alright. That's all I lied to, though. I thought you said it wouldn't be that much work. Well, Chi-chan means it wouldn't be that much work for us. Someone has to supervise you while you do this, you know. Make sure you're doing it right. And those people would be us. So what are you two going to do? Watch you. No, that was just a joke, Hee-chan. We'll help out too, of course. Student council is really supposed to have a lot more people. It's just a bad year. Fewer people than usual, even though we already didn't have many the year before. And then there's just a lot more work than before too. Besides, Shi-chan likes working with you, and so do I. We've accomplished a lot more than we normally could, you know. I can accept that. Lately they've been looking a little fatigued every time I see them. Student council is apparently a 24-hour-a-day thing, from what I've heard, and there's just the two of them. Well, I guess make it free. They must work almost non-stop. Wonder how much time they spend working in this room when I don't see them. I've even glimpsed Misha taking naps sometimes without Shizune by her side. By herself, Shizune has to be working 60-hour weeks doing her student council duties on top of regular classes. 2 hours pass and I reach for a tack, only to find the box is empty. Shizune grabs it before I can even say anything. She smiles, tossing it expertly into a trash can along with another empty box of tacks. So you're out too, Yi-chan? Don't worry, Shi-chan says she'll get some more. Ha ha ha. We went for a box too, but me and Shi-chan decided to wait until you needed a new box before getting a new one. Oh, well, that strikes me as odd. Wait, we both ran out of tacks just now? What a weird coincidence, huh? Ah, well, actually, Hee-chan, we ran out 20 minutes ago. There was only one spare box of tacks, the one we gave to you. You were flying through those pretty quickly, so we thought we should wait until you both had no more tacks before getting more. And Shi-chan could go get a fresh box of tacks for all of us at the same time, you know, for efficiency. No, you could have literally gone and got them while I was doing nothing, while I was working. Shane nods, preparing to step out the door. Wait a second, so what did you do for the past 20 minutes? Haha, nothing of course. What could we do? We had no taxi, Chan. Shizune Misha exchanged knowing glances before giving me a perfectly synchronized and incredibly exaggerated simultaneous shrug. You see, so he decided to take a break. Clever. Oh, we know it was clever. Whose idea was it? The both of us, of course, of course. Haha, well, Hee-chan, it was Shi-chan's idea. Turn immediately to Shizune, who gives me a curt wave and surprisingly cheery smile before vanishing quickly out the door. Well then, why didn't you just say you wanted to take a break? I used to think that Shizune and Misha are polar opposites. Misha always seems so energetic and playful, like any other girl. Shizune, on the other hand, always seemed distant, aggressively manipulative and vaguely scary, but distant. There were times when I thought that she had no sense of humour. As cute as she was, I'd almost never seen her smile, not to mention all the other things. That analytical stare, the permanently stoic expression, even her penmanship, so mechanically precise that everything she writes looks typed. But Shizune and Misha really aren't different as I thought. A little surprised. Why? Shizune, I didn't know that she liked to joke around like that. What I meant to say is I didn't know she could act so girlish. It's actually pretty cute. You'd be surprised, Hee-chan. Well, I didn't know you and her were so close either the first time I saw you. Always been curious about how these two met. You two go back far or something? Childhood friends? Next door neighbours? Aha! Sorry, Hee-chan, not anything like that, even if it would be cuter that way. When I came to this school, they just placed me next to Shi-chan. She looked like a very serious person. And I thought, I'm going to be spending the rest of the year next to this person, maybe. So it'd be nice if we could be friends, but I wonder if she'll like me. And I learned that she was deaf. You know, Hee-chan, the first time I thought she was just ignoring me. But luckily, I know a little sign language and we became friends. Well, no, Misha learned how to sign, but I guess that's something for another time. Now I guess we're always together. It's nice. I've always wanted someone to listen to me, and I think Shi-chan likes having someone to talk to. So everyone wins. That's nice. That's it. You look disappointed, Hee-chan. What were you expecting? Ha ha ha. You know, Hee-chan, I don't think that me and Shi-chan thanked you properly. For what? Joining the student council. You've been a real help to us, Hee-chan. I think we'll get a lot more sleep now. I'm glad I could help. It helps a young woman sleep at night. That's an interesting thing to say, Hee-chan. Shi-chan really appreciates you helping us out too. At that moment, Shizune steps back into the room, looking slightly annoyed and sipping half-handedly from a juice box. She throws 2 boxes of tacks on the floor with a wry smile. Now, Shi-chan! Misha opens her mouth to speak, but then quickly closes it as Shizune crumples her juice box with a crunch like the sound of breaking bones. You can tell that each harsh, quaking hand gesture is most likely an epithet. What's she saying? It was just very hard to get these. I guess that's an understatement, Shi-chan. Shizune calms down a bit, straightens her glasses, and lightly brushes her bangs with one finger. It really wasn't that big of a deal in retrospect. That's forward-thinking of you. Alright then, I guess the two of us should get back to work, Hee-chan. Sure, why not? Time we're done with the signs, it's already getting dark out. I didn't expect something like this to take so long, but then again, if it were that easy, I doubt Shizune Misha would have asked for her help. Shizune falls into a nearby chair, cracking her knuckles systematically and letting out a muted yawn. That's all for today, I guess. That's a good thing, Shi-chan. I'm very tired too. That's a long than unexpected. You agree? Haha, we didn't expect it to take so long either. Not as planned. I'm so hungry. I just realised I haven't eaten all day. I think about it. I've eaten nothing since I woke up this morning, but right now I'm almost too tired to think about food. And they already stopped serving dinner. This can't be happening. Hee-chan, can you think of a way we could obtain food? obtain food. I don't like her tone of voice. Why not order out? Oh, that's right. I guess I could do that. Order out? From where? From town, of course. I know they deliver to school. Well, what are you going to get? Maybe some Chinese food. As long as you're going to, can I get in on it? I'm also pretty hungry. Ha ha ha! Ichan, you should have said so in the first place. What's that? It's your treat. That's great, that's great. Ha ha ha! That's true. It wasn't for you. We would be here so late, Chi-chan. Misha quickly out a menu from a drawer behind her and begins to enter the number slowly and carefully as if she's used to messing it up. What do you want, Chi-chan? Well, I guess I'll just have some dumplings. Raise my hand in a gesture of thanks to Shizune. Responds with a very faint, split-second smile. Ha ha ha! Ichan, Shi-chan is paying for everything tonight, so it's on her, so you can afford to splurge a little. Some shrimp fried rice too, then. Alright. And you, Shi-chan? Chinese omelette? Okay, then. Hey, Misha, does that really mean omelette? Can I see that again? Sure, haha, like this. This is what you ordered, dumplings. Shrimp fried rice. I'm going to get soup and a stir-fry. You say that like this. And here's how much it cost. 3,685 yen. Wahaha. Well, I don't know how many situations I need to remember such an exact number. Hahaha. Okay, I'm going to order now. Unless I want something else. No objections? Alright then. Shizune impatiently twirls a pair of chopsticks between her fingers to wait for the food to arrive. Hey, where'd you get those? This isn't the first time we've ordered out, Ichan. They always give us a ton of chopsticks for some reason, even when we tell them we're only 2 people. And you two have accumulated a lot of them from a lot of long nights eating takeout in the office? That's exactly it! Ha ha ha! I'm overstating it. Ah, that's right, Hi-chan. Hey, Hi-chan, do you know that once we've collected 100 pairs of chopsticks from ordering out, we'll be able to take over the universe? I used to think that too when I was little. Hi-chan, you're going to break them down in the middle? I could never do it right, so I just found a little pile of chopsticks. Shi-chan saved up and practiced on at least 20 of them. She was really mad about that. Oh, laugh. Shizune turns bright red with indignation. I didn't know that she had such a childish side. When the food arrives, I dig in heartily, drinking one of the tiny cans of soda Shizune bought from us from one of the vending machines in the hall. Thanking them both for the food, I head back to the dorms, ready to turn in for the night. The dorms are eerily quiet, except for the sound of portable TVs and radios murmuring unintelligibly behind thin walls. It's quiet here at night, very peaceful. I can hear the crickets chirping outside my window and see actual stars when I look up. Tired, I try to fall asleep as quick as I can, only feeling slightly robbed of my Saturday. Oh yeah, I guess the second act doesn't start until the festival ends, does it? Next day I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine since it's Sunday and there are no classes. Not just Sunday though, but the festival as well. From a window I can already see some of the people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates with people with craving low quality food. Throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend the day. There'll be a few exams in the coming weeks, but I don't consider them as ominous as others, so I'm not worried about them as I probably should be. No urgent obligations regarding education, I should feel free to spend the day at the festival as I like. Finish my morning routine, I exit the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing the door, I decide to see what Kenji's up to today out of impulse. I'm curious if he has any plans since everyone's doing something. Then again, I can picture him having to build a soundproof shelter in his room. Must be some. Oh, I've actually we've done this, but I can like skip this, right? Oh no. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks. Who is it? I'm supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing. I was just going to ask what you're going to do today. After school's out though already. Oh, where? Why? Oh, I'm still doing fucking Misha's voice. I'm sorry. What? What? Is it today special? What are they? Who are they? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside and people selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. It's the festival. You know that, right? Oh shit, that's today? Ah, damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fortunates yet. This is bad. It's going to be a very bad day. Good you told me, man. It's going to be a bad day. Why? Oh man, they're going to be everywhere. People outside my window, socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's going to be loud as hell. Damn, and I was going to go out today. Now it's ruined. Everything's ruined. It's awful. It sucks. What the hell? It really sucks. Can I go anywhere now? There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's mazily freaking out. I can't believe it. This is what today was. Damn, I couldn't even prepare for it. Couldn't even brace myself, and now it's here and I can't do anything. Should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know, but I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today? Weather's even good. Yesterday was pretty windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not, though, so there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check out the festival out. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hand. Ah, no, I can't do it. They'll leave me alive out there, I know it. Must be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face. Relatively straight. What are you going to do? We should hang out here. You can help me with my fort. We might make it if we work together. I'm gonna hang out with the student council since I lost a bet. I realised that we didn't agree on when and where. I'll just wait for them rather than risk us missing each other in chaos outside. Must be busy running around organising things anyway. When did he lose the bet? Oh, I guess because he took an hour and a half to get to the school. It's funny. I would have assumed the price for losing to Shizune in a stupid game would be a lot more severe. It's just pretense of spending time with her. In that case, I guess she just wants me to have fun. Even though she can't just come out and make her intentions clear, they may be good intentions after all, and I think I'm starting to like her more. I could skip going, but it'd be a waste. I want to go too. I mean, you know, it does seem pretty exciting. If anything, I'll be interested. The student council? What? That's still around? It's like 2 dudes. They're both girls. Really? Are they cute? Damn, no, wait. Are they cute? No, it doesn't matter. I heard the student council president is insane. That whoever is never talks and only gives orders for flunkies. Shit, they're the same in every school. Sounds like a cold-hearted bitch. Bitches everywhere. It's 2 girls. They outnumber you 2 against 1. That's a dangerous situation, dude. Who knows what can happen? Damn, student council is just 2 women. They hold so much power. They must be stopped. I can see them plotting their way to push their feminist agenda. I can't trust an administration like that. It's not cool. Not cool. Damn, shit, damn. Fingers the scarf nervously, faster and faster, like he's trying to start a fire. As long as he calmed down, as the panic attack finishes, rushing through his course. I'm gonna have to find some place to hide, a safe haven, and knock the lights out myself, so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival. Okay. Later, dude. Door slowly closes with a low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said, but what I'd like to do is Shizune Misha, deciding it'd be best extra prepared, dug back in my room and stuck my wallet with money. I wonder if they have that game where you try to catch goldfish on a paper net. Seems way easier than they make it look. And again, if I were to catch a goldfish, I'd have no real reason to keep it. What am I going to do with a fish in my tiny room? Cook it? I could give it to Shizune Misha, but that might be overstepping my bounds. It's a real problem. Both of them are cute, but I don't think I have any chance of either of them. Regardless, I mull over the thought of doing it. Imagine how they might react if I were to give them a gift tonight, like a fish or a doll. Misha would probably laugh like she always does. Shizune might slap it out of my hands. Maybe it isn't such a good idea after all. Okay, I think I'm set. A good while later, I decided this could be another psych-out test devised by Shizune. Even if it isn't, I start getting kind of late. So I resolved to just go out and search for them, even though I don't know where I could look. They might be really hard to find today. As soon as I step outside, I almost bump into Shizune. Hi, Shizune. Where's Misha? Try to sign as best I can, but really I'm just making stuff up. I've got to ask Misha to teach me some of this. Yeah. Misha pops up from behind Shizune, grinning wildly. We just came to make sure you're coming along with us to the festival. Don't renege. I don't know what that is. Oh, your promise? Promise? I don't think I promised anything. Stop trying to get out of it. Go on, Hee-chan, it'll be fun. You need this anyway, or you'll become a no-good person. You don't want to become one of those people who just stays in their dorm room all day being paranoid, do you? I found myself staring over her shoulder at the door to Kenji's room right across from mine. Maybe you didn't hear that, but I think Misha wants the opposite. No, of course not. I was just playing around a little. And I was about to leave anyway. You two didn't have to come here. Really? Haha, Hee-chan was worried about you, trying to get out of it somehow. We need you, Hee-chan. Huh? I think my heart just skipped a beat. I don't have the aim to knock the dolls off the pedestals in that one game. Hee-chan refuses to throw things. Oh. Shizune stares at me, immediately noticing my disappointment. She uncrosses her arms and adjusts her glasses. What did you think we meant? I refuse to throw anything. Why, Hee-chan? That is weird. Well, anyway, Hee-chan, you've thrown a ball before, right? Right? So you have to come with us. Amazed by their logic. I don't even know if they're joking or if they're not. Heh, I feel offended. I didn't know you guys were joking. I just realised. Misha said she's got terrible aim. Like every Hanzo main. Oh! Wait, I had to burn on myself. Hang on a minute. I'm joking, right? This is what it is, Hee-chan. And what it is what it is what it is. Well, that's reassuring. Come on, let's go. The deaf band is starting up outside your window. Misha grabs me by the hand and tries to pull me out the door. It's clear that she isn't trying at all. Shizune looks at both of us, blushing slightly and fiddling with her glasses impatiently. I'm not used to this kind of casual contact, but I have nothing against it. How could I object? It's still light outside, but the sun is getting ready to set behind the trees. Looks like half the school is out here, and I can even see some faculty members standing off to the side, helping themselves to some punch. About to empty the entire bowl to the dismay of the girl working the stall. There are some fortune tellers chatting idly with their friends, while others have already started slinging horoscopes at anyone who walks in range. I think that's kind of tactical or too aggressive, but it shows that they're into it. It's refreshing to see, and I don't know if I'll be able to get used to it. Well, we should get something to eat. Are you hungry, Hee-chan? Can't think of it, I haven't eaten all day. I really want to eat fried noodles. Hearing this again, I still have no... Wait, really? How is this the worst route? I'm not even up to chapter 2 and I'm already... Yeah, it's way better than Emmy's. What the fuck? This is great. Maybe people say it's the worst route because they just don't like Shizune, which is sort of fair. I'm not a massive fan of Shizune as a character. I don't like Emmy either, but... Like, Misha's here. She's great. How could you not like this route? That's okay. There are other fried foods. Are there any foods that aren't fried? Candy. Junk food is the essence of celebration. Wahaha. Come on. I mean, wait. Come on. I mean, Shizune will treat you to one thing. One? Just one. Just so you can build up energy for your throwing arm. Ah, but it doesn't look like the booths are done setting up yet. So you might not be able to get what you want. Take a look around, surprised by the number of stalls. It's unbelievable. The festival seems larger than the one you might see in actual towns. As well, Misha said, it seems like half the schools are already celebrating. The air is humming with the excited chattering of at least half the student body. I can smell food cooking, and it's only making me hungry by the second. Come on, Hee-chan. Food is already disappearing fast. If you want takoyaki, we need to move on. I could go for some takoyaki. Come on then, let's eat that. Alright, I haven't had takoyaki in forever. I'm game. That was the pun that I used for Yuko's card for her Dolce. Shizune takes off before Misha can sign it back to her, briskly walking towards the takoyaki stand. As Misha and I try to catch up. Misha laughs, she skips towards Shizune, who asks for 3 orders of takoyaki by holding up 3 fingers. Never noticed before, but for someone who is so obsessed with high-class tea, I feel weird that Shizune is also into fast food. I take a hot plate of takoyaki she hands me, and I wonder if I should dig in. It looks extremely hot. I see the smoke coming off it, and the oil bubbling on the surface. Shizune and Misha both look at me as if waiting for me to eat before they can begin. Can't back down, so I spare one of the tiny plastic forks jauntily sticking up from the corner of the plate. However, before I can even put it in my mouth, Shizune and Misha begin eating eagerly. Shizune taking quick but delicate bites out of the takoyaki, while Misha eats with relish like a small child. Guess at the end of the day, both of them are just kids like any other students here. Kinda nice. I don't think I had a chance like this in a long time, just hang out with people and enjoy their company. Even before coming here, I've been going for a very busy year. So busy I hadn't even realised what I'd been missing out until now. Here, I feel at peace. It's a soothing atmosphere. I didn't know these kind of festivals still existed. Hee-chan, aren't you going to eat your food? No, I'm going to eat it. I hope you aren't chickening out because it's too hot. That's not it. Even their teasing is beginning to become endearing. I eat quickly before my food can get cold, something with a dimly lit paper lantern glowing warmly against the sunset makes a beautiful sight. Before I can finish my last bite of takoyaki, Shizune steps in front of me, standing perfectly straight with her arms rigged behind her back. I can see she's trying her best to look as serious as possible, but even she can't hide her good mood, as there is a slight smile on her face. Haha, come on Hee-chan, let's go play some games. Are they even done setting up? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Go on, Hee-chan, before it gets too crowded. Misha puts her hand on my shoulder and laughs very loudly. Come on, come on. The prizes look really great this year, really, really. Wouldn't you like to win some prizes for 2 cute girls like us? Misha flashes her best cute look, which is admittedly pretty cute. I look at Shizune, expecting her to do the same. She just looks at me like I'm insane. Misha, stop doing that. Wait, I'm Misha. Hee-chan, hurry up! You've been holding that piece of takoyaki like 1,000 years. I like to savour everything I eat, even this. Without warning, Shizune picks takoyaki from my hand and plops it into her mouth with a smile. It happened so fast there was no way I could have stopped her. Before I can even fully process what has happened, Misha bursts into laughter and Shizune smiles at me. Probably the closest I've ever seen to her come to laughing. Well, that takes care of that. Shizune grabs my right arm, Misha grabs my left. You're coming with us. There's a lot to do tonight. You should try harder to enjoy it. Running through an already sizable crowd of people, we play game after game, from ring toss to whack-a-mole to games I've never even heard of. We rarely win, but it's fun nonetheless. Hey, do they have that goldfish scooping game here? Of course! I didn't know you liked that game, Hee-chan. Well, I've always wanted to try it. It doesn't seem too hard. Are you sure about that, Hee-chan? Okay, we'll see. Should be around here somewhere. But, where are you going to keep the fish? Do you have a bowl for it? Well, no. Maybe he'll eat it. Alright, Hee-chan. If we win any fish, we'll give them to you. Oh, really? Another game? Fine then. Shizune pushes me excitedly towards the booth, trying to hide the enthusiasm in her eyes. Fortunately, the 2 of them fail to catch a single fish. I don't do any better. Can't help but laugh immediately afterwards as they start tugging me towards a particularly large, colourful store that I helped build. I remember this one. It's been a real pain in the ass to make. So yeah, in this one we helped build it, but we painted the banner on this one last time. The booth runner, an average-looking guy with dyed brown hair, snaps to attention when he sees us walking over. I notice two things. First, it's one of those games where you throw a ball at a pyramid of pink bottles. Try to knock over as many as possible. 4 balls, 50 yen, that's pretty good. Second, there are instructions on how to play in Braille. I almost want to say something and look to see if Shizune Misha see it as well. Either they don't, or they don't find it strange at all.
Hey, it's good to see you, Hakamichi. Thank you so much for your help with the booth. Having fun?
Shizune glances towards Misha, who signs everything into her in a flash. Beams at the operator. Aha! It was nothing. Nothing at all, really. Yeah, this is great. I think the best festival we've ever put together. Shiraki, we'd like to play this game, okay? Of course. It'd be really great if you would just give your cute, hard-working student council representatives a prize for all the hours you put in to make this possible.
No.
If anything, Shiraki has balls. Yeah, balls to throw out the bottles. Hey, I built this store. It was a back-breaking job too. I wasted 2 hours of my life. I think I deserve at least a free round. Arming blind people with balls and telling them how to throw seems dangerous. Yeah, right? And me? And me too. Ah! After some hesitation, he eventually gives in and hands us each 4 balls with a shrug. Oh, ball dies. Barely a second later, Shizune Misha dumped theirs in front of me. What gives? Don't tell me that after making such a big deal out of it, you two aren't going to even play. Not after the way we ganged up on Shirikai.
Yeah.
You stay out of this, please! She turns to me and he's waving hands dismissively. Misha appears tall between translating her and consoling the booth operator. Ha ha ha! He-chan, what's your sense of chivalry? Besides, She-chan, have a policy against throwing balls. Ah, sorry, He-chan. I don't know if my aim is that good either. You must be pretty good at these things, though, right? Shouldn't be a problem for you. Looks simple enough. The bottles aren't even that far away. The only challenge is that these are wiffle balls. Look, it's a wiffle ball. Throw one of the bottles hard and it bounces off, unceremoniously. What the hell?
Oh yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. There's water inside the bottle. Trade secret.
That's not very fair. This must be why 4 balls 50 yen. How devious. Go on, He-chan. You can knock them down. You have 11 more chances. Go. Maybe you should do it. Shizune, do you want to try? Shizune empathetically shakes her head from side to side. I laugh. This is actually pretty fun. Winding up, I throw another ball of the pyramid of bottles and manage to get them to budge just slightly. Both Shizune and Misha are casting longing glances towards a doll shaped like a cat. All in all, they really aren't that different. Sometimes I wonder if Shizune would sound like Misha if she could talk. No, they're not that alike. I throw another ball, realizing it's actually quite simple. If I can hit 2 bottles in the bottom row at the same time, it's an easy win. Already a small crowd is beginning to gather, so the pressure's really on. 9 more shots. Winding up like a baseball pitcher, I throw as hard as I can, and the bottles come tumbling down. That is a horrifying plunge. Wow. That is creepy. Triumphantly, I claim my girlish cat-doll prize, and Misha laughs uproariously as if it was her who won it. Shizune stares at me with her usual blank expression. It's clear she wants the doll too. He-chan, congratulations! What are you going to do with that doll? No right answer. I have to tread carefully. I do not know. Well, I'll take it if you don't want it. Unless you want to keep it yourself, He-chan. I didn't know you liked dolls. How delicate. I don't. I have no use for this. Lies and slander. I am a very big fan of plushes, thank you very much. Can I have it then? Their eyes are drilling into my soul. This is a decision I don't want to make. I turn back to the booth. Hey, you have more than one of this doll?
Actually, yeah, just one more.
Okay, set everything up again. I want to try for that one too. Still have 8 tries. Since the game's set up again, I throw as hard as I can, but miss. Haha! Try to win another one. Taking the easy way out, He-chan. If it's that easy, you could try it. No thanks. Say, He-chan, you need to put the doll down while you throw the balls? No. There's only one more left. You better get it. If you fail, I'll kill you. What a clever way to duck out of giving me the doll, though. And by me, I mean me. Just kidding. See, Misha didn't mean any harm from it. She seems to enjoy a joke, smiling at it. She looks a little depressed afterwards. I decided to hand her the doll, at least while I'm trying to win the other one. Kind of hard to aim holding a giant cat. Thank you, He-chan. She-chan seems really happy, He-chan. You're going to win one for me too, right? That's what I'm trying to do, isn't it? Throw again, but my aim is way off this time. My arm feels kind of heavy as well, so blood isn't flowing to it properly. I just got myself mentally thinking this is pathetic. I could get tired from something like that. I realised maybe it's because of my heart. If it is, I don't know what to think. It's depressing that even something as small as this could it's small enough. It's depressing that even something as small as this is enough to make me realise my mortality. I guess there won't ever be a time when I'll be able to forget about it. Even today, when I thought I'd be able to just enjoy myself, this beautiful night, this peaceful place, can't escape the reason why I'm here. I felt so at peace in my life, in this place like no one else I've ever been. It's hard now to keep from thinking the unthinkable. I may have just been sent here to die. These past few days have been some of the best of my life. First time in a long time I've ever felt truly alive. But in the end, I'm someone who finds himself reminded every time he climbs too many stairs or throws a ball too hard that he could die at any second. I'll always be limited by this. I feel depressed by that, and angry as well. In the end, I care about my life, and I enjoy it. Now it's more transient than ever before. I wonder if that will finally do me in. Could be anything. If I'm this weak and pathetic, bad fall, punch to the chest, stray baseball. Now I've lost my will to keep playing this game, but I keep playing anyway. Suddenly I feel a split-second sensation of pain in my chest. It comes and goes instantaneously. It's enough to make me stumble just a bit. Shizune jumps back, startled. She comes closer, staring at me with concern. Misha puts a hand on my shoulder. Hey, Hee-chan, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I don't even feel too good right now. I think I'm sick. I don't think I can go on. Misha frowns. Don't strain yourself. If you're that sick, you'll just make yourself sicker. Look, the festival's just getting started. We've been playing games for a while. We can take a little break if you're tired. Good idea, Shi-chan. I'm feeling a little tired too. I think we're all a little worn out running over the school, Hee-chan. No, don't seem to notice anything unusual. That's good. Just take the balls with us, I guess. Walk through the sea of people with Misha cheerfully pointing out the face of everyone she knows. She only holds a stuffed cat in her arms, cradling it absent-mindedly. Seems like they're having fun. Suddenly I feel a pang of guilt. With my poor health, we all have to stop. Hee-chan, we're feeling kind of hungry. How about you? I'm not as hungry as I could be, but I don't want something to eat. That's good enough, Hee-chan. What should we get to eat? Doesn't really matter to me. Buzz buzz. That's ominous. Ah, how about sandwiches then? We'll need something to drink too. Misha will get everything. What? She looked at me and smiled. I realised she might be trying to cheer me up with a joke. Oh well. Hee-chan, getting kind of crowded. Might be able to eat it. It's getting kind of loud too. Maybe we should go eat up on the roof. It's fine with me. That'll be a nice view. Okay then. Guess I should get the food and drinks now. I'll see you two then. She gives a clumsy wave and runs off. Before I didn't notice how the paper lanterns look illuminating in the dark night. Now I'm able to see it. It's a really amazing sight. Fireflies float overhead, soft glow making it look as if it's snowing. Lights in the night sky. This type of thing will be impossible to see in the city. Whoa! She tugs on my sleeve impatiently and crosses her arms, frowning as if to show displeasure from getting distracted. You know I don't know how to read sign language. Come to think of it, isn't it kind of stupid for me to have said that to a deaf person? She wouldn't have heard it. I shrug, hoping to show that I don't understand. She shakes her head and dismisses it with a wave of her hand. Maybe I should get around to asking Misha for some lessons on sign language. Climbing up to the roof, I found myself in awe again at the sheer size of the school. I'm hoping that there isn't any crazy feminists, anti-feminists up here planning to push me off the roof and get me drunk. The ground is so expansive I can't believe I hadn't realised it before. As I walk across the roof, treading behind Shizune, I can't help but be taken in by the stars shining in the sky. Shizune and I sit down on the bench. Seems like she's in a good mood, and she smiles softly while the breeze blows through her hair. I look down at the festival, which looks like a sea of glowing amber lanterns and waving paper fans teeming with people, some of them festively dressed in yukata. In fact, most of the girls seem to be wearing yukata. I wonder why Shizune Misha didn't dress up today. That's funny, because literally none of the other characters in this game did that. Two of them would look nice in yukata. But if you think about what types they would wear, Shizune would likely go with something traditional, however Misha a bit harder to place. Misha arrives, panting as she runs towards us, trying to keep the food in her arms from falling. Setting everything on the ground, she let herself drop backwards. Ha ha ha! That took a while. Come on, you two didn't tell me what you wanted, so I got some rice punch, some sandwiches, and some candy too. A little bit of everything. That's great. Let's dig in. Misha takes a bite out of a small triangular sandwich. So, Hee-chan, what do you think of the festival? It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Stars are nice tonight. Couldn't it be a more perfect day? Sound of people talking below us like faint music alongside the chirping of crickets in the distance. Take a sip from the can of punch and look over at Misha, who looks as if she's sleeping comfortably with her back stretched out, half full, can of apple juice balanced on her stomach. Shizune sits with her legs drawn close to her, rocking back and forth slowly like an impatient child as she stares up at the night. Two of them are so cute, but look around and see many students holding hands with their girlfriends or their boyfriends. Not too far from us on this roof, a couple gazing at the sky or down at the lights of the festival, holding each other's hand. Part of me wants that. Looking at Shizune and Misha, I wonder if maybe I should ask one of them out someday. I wonder if it'd be worth the risk. Golden hands moving across the face of the delicate watch on Shizune's wrist to catch my eye. And I see that it's getting kind of late. The festivities are still going strong. Shizune is still holding the stuffed cat I won by the paw. She notices me looking at it. Finally, she offers it to me, a smile wanting to ask her what I would do with it, but she wouldn't be able to understand me. I shake my head and try my best to tell her to keep it, hoping she'll understand. As I look out towards the school, I can see before me so many people, all of which are happy and cheerful. Watching them makes me feel content. It really was something. Today was worth it. She still can't shake the feeling of guilt and melancholy from earlier. They keep hanging on to me. I can't let them go. Shizune signed something to me, and I can't understand her. No matter what I say, she won't be able to hear me. I can't understand you, Shizune. Well, whatever. I wonder if we both consider ourselves at fault for this. Anyway, I'm sorry for not being able to understand. You know, I'm almost glad that you tried to coerce me into coming here. If I attempt to date you, though, I might have to think more about that side of you. No, actually, I'm glad. Today was nice. You'd be cuter if you smiled more. You have a nice smile. Frustrated, she stands up, arms behind her back, looking authoritative and confident against the backdrop of the stars. Suddenly, Shizune throws her arms out towards the open sky, seeming to hold it between her hands, as if she's telling me to look at everything in front of me. Whoa. That was a weird jump. School, bathed with the festival's glow, lit up with the colourful yukata, the roof illuminated by fireflies, the sky so vast that it imposes the feeling of awe onto you. What does she want? So it dawns on me with time. The beautiful scene before me is proof that there are things wonderful enough that spoiling them without a bad mood would be unforgivable. I can feel the weight of Shizune's personality pressing the point further. Thanks, I guess. Look away, but then Shizune grabs me by the shoulder, her watch brushing against my cheek. With her left hand, she points up at the sky. A faint pop of fireworks begins to go off in the sky, each one spreading a shower of bright colour that slowly fade into the darkness. Can't even recall the last time I saw fireworks at all. Yeah, man. Can't even remember. Much less display this large. Not to mention, it seems that they are being launched in the school. It's almost impossible to believe. The lights in the sky mingle with a second salvo from the town below. They seem timid to complement each other like two parts of a duet. They continue for 15 more minutes and then stop. Shizune realizes her hand is still on my shoulder and withdraws it carefully, looking a little uncomfortable. Regaining her composure, she grins with her hands on her hips and chest thrust in front of her. It's these moments that she seems most like a regular teenage girl, energetic, happy, and carefree. I eat thoughtfully of Shizune. Two of us looking out at the gradually filling crowds below in silence. She sits leaning forward slightly, her chin resting softly in her hand, as a contented look on her face which is a hint of wistfulness. All the while, still gently holding on to the stuffed cat's paw. I start feeling tired and I tell her that I'll see her and Misha tomorrow, not even realizing that she can't hear me, and start walking back to the dorms. I feel warm and alive, even in this chilly night air. The image of Shizune standing forcefully before the stars themselves, denying my self-pity, does not leave my mind easily. If it only takes a moment for there to be love, I think I may be falling in love with her. Just a little bit. And that'll be the start of Chapter 2. The animation. Okay, Misha's laughing animation is adorable. Oh no. Oh no. No. Why? Oh, that's heartbreaking. Poor Misha. Oh no. That's actually heartbreaking. Okay, I like that picture though. Ah, poor Misha. Next morning, I recall what a perfect night last night was. So much so that I can't stop thinking about it. It's probably not the most appropriate time to reminisce since I have the test first period. It's unfair. How can they do this? They held a festival and the culmination of what would be at least a few weeks' worth of work on a Sunday, and follow up with exams starting the very next morning. It's got to be some kind of sick joke. I'm too worried about it, but I wonder if they really could have held off for at least another week. Well, at least the weather this morning is nice enough so I can study outside before class. Oh, excuse loud opening noise. It's not more refreshing out here than it would be in the classroom. Not to mention with how quiet it is, I'm starting to think that everyone else will be sleeping in pretty late today. Yeah, in theory. It's not be too loud. Put down the notes I'm reviewing for a second and stare at the school grounds, still lit up with festival stalls. I got to say that when my old home I used to live in, we had a really nice garden actually, and as long as back when we used to have good neighbours behind us, it was actually quite good to like do work and stuff out there. I used to go sit out there all the time, do whatever. Like my friends would come over and we'd have like a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament or whatever, and we'd just sit in the fucking garden. It was pretty great. I used to love sitting outside. I haven't really done it since being here because our garden's shit and I'm like going out in this town. I miss the outdoors, is what I'm trying to say. Put down notes I'm reviewing for a second and stare out the school grounds, still lit up with festival stalls. Look at them now in the daytime without paper lanterns or crowds of people to draw my attention away from them. I noticed something peculiar. A lot of the stalls that Shizune Misha and I visited last night also happened to be the ones that we worked on. That's cute. Did Shizune come up with this? Had to be intentional, especially knowing her. Did she hope that I would catch on and see the fruits of our labour? I feel steps, crunching the grass behind me, and turn around. I feel slightly paranoid, but I find Shizune standing over an innocuous look on her face. Ah, that's the good thing about having a garden with fences on all sides. That the wind doesn't go into it. That's why it was so great. You know, you can't like play in a park or whatever, it doesn't work. But when you've got fences on all sides and the wind doesn't reach into your garden, pretty good. It's only bad because we live in Britain and it rains all the time. So it will suddenly start raining out of nowhere and be like, oh shit. Good morning. I'm going to keep forgetting she can't hear me. Probably because I've gotten so used to Misha translating for both of us. I've actually run into many situations where I was forced to acknowledge Shizune's deafness. The problem that could stem from it. I guess there was the first. I'll give a wave anyway. Please, I can do at least this much. I'm not even going to pretend for a minute that I hold up a conversation with her, considering my ignorance of sign language. Would it be rude just to go back to my notes? No, you know what else I could do. Where's Misha? Not just because I can't understand you. You two are always together anyway, so I'm just not used to seeing you apart. I know it's silly, but for some reason talking to her makes me feel less awkward. Surprisingly, she doesn't get mad at all. She starts signing, but it's different than usual. Shizune's hands move more slowly and the gestures are simpler. I realise this isn't sign language still, but she's still attempting to communicate with me. Just the sign language equivalent of breaking it down into layman's terms. I'm terrified that if I attempt to gesticulate back, I just look like a total dumbass. Look at Shizune's face tells me that she's trying to start thinking. She's starting to think that trying to have any kind of back and forth like this is not exactly the best way to accomplish things. There has to be a better way. Writing on a pad? Well, I do have paper and a pencil. What else, though? Cell phones? I don't really have much use for mine here, so I barely carry around. I don't know if Shizune even has one. Takes the initiative. I have a finger to ask for a pause before pulling out a pen and pad from her bag and writing a single word on it. Hello. Stare blankly at her and receive a similar but somehow more intimidating stare in response. She nudges the pad in my direction forcefully, clearly wanting me to reply. Good morning. Shizune beams with a disproportionate amount of happiness. She starts twirling her pen triumphantly as she thinks about where to go from here. Oh, come on, it's not like we just invented fire. She pushed up her glass curtly as if she'd heard me, and then starts writing at a furious pace. Use the notepad. Right. Confused, am I supposed to take it from her and write okay now? Just about the furthest thing I could imagine for a smooth, flowing conversation. Makes you envy the ease of Misha to be able to communicate with Shizune. Are you studying for the test? For sure I can get away with answering a simple yes or no question like this with nods. You are here very early. Most people sleep in late after the festival. That means you are abnormal. Is that so? You're here too. Oh yeah, that's not bad though. I remember what I'd noticed earlier and added. Yes, it was fun. No, today I built a lot of the stools we went to. Maybe that's why they were so familiar. Was this another game? Take a head from side to side indignantly. No tricks. Thought that because you had made those stools, they were the most important ones. We had to visit them because everyone should be able to appreciate the fruits of their labour. I wanted you to be able to see that and enjoy what you had done. Sort of touched. Still, I have to wonder why she would go out of her way. Asking much my response. Because you were depressed? I want to say that I was depressed for days, but stop. It's true. I was moping quite a bit. And not being too subtle about half the time either. It's possible she knew. Was everything she did just to cheer me up then? Thanks. I would before I catch myself. Shizune doesn't seem to care. Right down instead, and she nods once, as if unused to it. The silence between us grows more vast for each passing second. There's nothing I can do to break it. Having to write everything down on paper kind of destroys any hope of trying to be casual. Good luck on the exam. Shizune pushes the pad right in front of my eyes, breaking my concentration, taking the initiative again, as always. She walks into the school building, and I can't help feeling a little sad. It felt like the longest 20 minutes of my life, and it's all because it's so alien to me having a face-to-face conversation with someone by passing notes to each other. And I can't help coming up blank most of the time. I just want to learn sign language. It's easier said than done. Though in a school like Yamaku, they might very well have sign language classes. In that case, there would be a little reason not to pursue this. The only person I can think of to ask at the moment is Misha. How badly do I want to know this? There's two options. Wait until after class or go look for her now. I guess I'll go now, but I'm not certain where she is. My best bet would be to start searching for her in the girls' dorm, though. After all, if she wasn't with Shizune, that's probably the only place she would be. A guy casually prowling around the girls' dorm early in the morning is unacceptable, but asking Misha about sign language class in front of Shizune would be unthinkable. She has to come to school sometime. After all, we're in the same class, so she too has to take this test. If I wait here, I'll be sure to see her sooner or later. Just hope she doesn't walk past me when I flip through my notes. Turned out to be a long wait. The students file into the school, and if Misha's going to be late. Eventually I catch sight of her. She bounces across the grounds, hits me that I have to be blind to miss her with her incredibly distinctive hair. Hi, Hee-chan. Good morning. Morning. I have a lot of time left before class, so I'll cut direct to the chase. Hey, can I ask you a question? A question? Okay, Hee-chan. Sure. I have time, but only because I'm late. What does that mean? I should have woken up earlier, but I was so tired. If I had, I would have a study. But since I didn't, it won't hurt. What is it, Hee-chan? Well, are there sign language classes here, right? Yep, they're electives. Why do you want to know, Hee-chan? The reason that question briefly makes me panic. No reason. Sounds interesting, but I guess it's too late to sign up now, right? Not easy being too subtle here, but Misha never seems to pick up on things like that, so I'm probably being more cautious than is necessary. Well, Hee-chan, there are fewer and fewer students taking sign language every year, so if you want to, sure they'll let you in. Are you thinking of learning sign language, Hee-chan? Yeah. Sign up. If you learn sign language, Hee-chan, that would make Shi-chan really happy. If you want, we can go to the teacher's office after school. They'll probably let you in. That'd be great. I tell Shizune I want to learn it, though. Why not? It can be a surprise. Besides, it'll look bad if you tell her this morning and then I find out in the afternoon that I can't take the class. You're right, Hee-chan. Still, this will be hard. It's such good news. I'm in the student council, so I might as well try learning it. Even if it's just the basics, it'll be a step up from nothing. Besides, Shizune and I can't keep relaying everything through you as if you were a phone or something, right? Why did my phone buzz when I said that? Why did it buzz with the same message that I already had? It was ominous the first time, but now it's super ominous. Alright, Hee-chan. A ring signal start first period. Can't conversation short. I guess I'll ask the teacher after class, though. The reaction was a little strange, but I forget about it as the day goes on. It's funny you put that up because the message that I'm getting is telling me that someone just called deleted has followed me. That's what the message is. So yes. What are you doing, Monica? Stop it. Bell rings and the teacher at the front of the room gestures the class are over for the day. We're getting into class surprisingly easy. It's only been a few days and I'm still not used to the experience. Actual signing is easy to pick up than I expected, but most of the classmates are hard of hearing. On top of that, teacher favours immersion. I haven't heard her speak since I asked if I could take the class. It's an alien concept and really unnerving. The moment I step out of the classroom, I hear a familiar laugh explode through the air, a short distance to my left. Hi, Hee-chan! Misha's not in my sign language class. It's the first time I've seen her in this context, so I don't know whether or not being in my class is good or bad. Yes. Been more interesting with her, innit? But the potential for awkward situations increased drastically. Hi. It's a surprise to see you here, Hee-chan. Oh, that's right. You're taking sign language, aren't you? Right. What do you think of it so far, Hee-chan? It's not easy to learn a new language, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Despite how different it is from other languages, it's still easier than English. Oh, yeah, man. I'm really bad at English. Oh, such a tough language. Oh. I don't know if I'll ever be able to speak English, honestly. It's just so tough. Oh, well. Ah, really, Hee-chan? I agree. I was just joking with you, apparently totally serious. I know Misha can effortlessly translate things to me, or simultaneously having a conversation with Shizune in a different language like she does. Till now, taking it for granted how amazing it is. Someone bumps into my shoulder and apologised. I'm kind of crowded here, what with it being the end of the day and all. We should talk somewhere else instead of the hallway. Let's go to the roof or something. Okay. So I had to continue talking on the way, surprisingly quiet enough to carry on a conversation while doing so. Still taking me some time to get used to having to look at the teacher constantly. I guess I took all those years of simply listening to the lectures while I doodled for granted. Makes taking notes a lot more difficult too. And the introductory class is small. I'm already behind. Guess I have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, this is much better. Turn around to look back at Misha and see her staring at me with hands on her hips and cheeks puffed outwards. Hee-chan, you're behind. That's not good at all. So the class a week later than everyone else. It's not that bad. Okay, Hee-chan, let's review what you learned then. I'll tutor you, okay? It's the first time I've heard I'll tutor you used outside of dirty movies. I'm not nearly as turned on as I have expected. I don't know if I need a tutor yet. It's more disappointed than usual. Makes me feel awkward to see her making that kind of face. I want to be a sign language teacher, Hee-chan, but it'd be really great if I could try tutoring someone first. Even if it's for a little while, the experience would be valuable. Ah, well, yeah, that's true. I didn't know you wanted to be a sign language teacher. I don't believe she's intentionally trying to make me feel guilty because she's very good at it. Anatomy teacher. Still, it makes sense. She's very good at sign language already from what I've seen, and certainly has the voice for dealing with the hearing impaired. I never saw her as a teaching type, though. Ah, it's the reason why I want to go to this school, Yi-chan. It's also really expensive to attend here, you know, because I want to be a sign language teacher. I have reduced tuition fees. If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I'd be able to keep going here. I see, it's not that I think you'd be bad at tutoring, it's just I don't know if I need to just yet. You're right, Yi-chan, you're smart. Well, no, that just makes me sound arrogant. Alright, please tutor me. Ah, really? Okay. Yay, thanks, Yi-chan. I'll do my best. Let's start right now. Too soon. I miss Yi-chan. Didn't you just see her this morning? But it's hard to talk to her in class, Yi-chan. There's no student council today either. Well, I've been exams all week. Kind of mad if there was still student council. I'll be glad when they're all over. When it's back, you're not going to skip out, right, Yi-chan? Of course, I'm in it after all. Don't worry, I'm not going to just suddenly stop showing up. Promise is a promise. You should pause for a second, not look very convinced. Shi-chan takes the student council very seriously, Yi-chan. Now that you've joined, she works harder than ever before since she wants to make a good impression. Maybe the nurse would be more. Some other people joined first. They stopped coming soon after. Shi-chan tried to get more people interested in student council but wasn't successful. Even when someone would join, they'd just stop coming eventually. They'd make excuses and just put it off more and more until they stopped coming altogether. However, I believe that you really mean it, Yi-chan. When I stay focused on her hands, tilting and moving almost at their own free will, softly signing everything she's saying to herself as she speaks. When you said you would join, she was really happy. Shi-chan thinks you're interesting, Yi-chan. An uninteresting person wouldn't have the drive needed to join. Even if they do, a person that isn't interesting will quit soon after. That's what Shi-chan said. So, it's my duty to make sure you keep going. That why you want to tutor me? Kind of sneaky. Really, Yi-chan? It's the first time anyone said that about me. Wahaha! No chance I would avoid student council work now. Thinking back over the past few days, I started to realise that the only reason I joined in the first place is because Shizune and her competitiveness and force of will of enduring. I can't tell Misha that, though. Okay, Yi-chan, let's review what you learned in class today. I don't even know what I learned in class today. Alright, Yi-chan. Okay, let's start with the basics then. I'll just teach you everything from the beginning. You're kidding, right? Huh? You're serious? That's like days of lessons and we're not even learning on the same level. It's like riding a bike, Yi-chan. You never forget the basics. Wahaha! I don't know how to ride a bike, though. Oh, I love you, Misha. You're the best. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's great. Right. I want to be a teacher one day. So, of course I know what I'm doing. Okay. We're starting. I'm just trying very hard. It could be bad. But, well, learning a language is vastly different from teaching it. First step is usually the hardest part. Honestly, I couldn't do any better. Still. Sign language was formally introduced in the 18th century by a Frenchman named, whose name I can't pronounce, and he started the first public school for the deaf in 1755. But the unwritten history of sign language is said to... I don't really know where to start, sorry. Well, what better place to start than the history of sign language, right? Right? No, wait, maybe the alphabet. Okay, the alphabet it is then. Okay, Chan, it's pretty basic stuff, although some people think that this is all of signing and forget that there are kinds of specific gestures and words. Although you can't really get anywhere else without the basics. This is A. Do you see it? Now you try it. I don't know this, though. Humor, anyway. Ah, that's it. Yeah. Now this is B, and this is C. Each makes one symbol with each hand about specifying which is which. And now, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, and Z. Yeah, this is bad. I think Shizune wants to do some student council work today anyway. We could go. Of course not, he can. Come on, do it again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Your turn. So there's really no student council work that he's doing or anything like that. What are you talking about, He-chan? Come on, sign! V, W, X, Y, Z. Oh, yeah. You typed it wrong, but yeah. Like this? No, like this! Like... this! Uh-huh. Oh, Shi-chan was here. This would be so much easier with her. Haha, that's how you sign language is taught most of the time anyway, with 2 instructors. Did you know that, He-chan? No. My brain ran through what this would be like if Shizune were here. He-chan, are you paying attention? Yeah. Shi-chan says that sign language is very different from any other, because you have to think about everything before you say it. That means every word has more weight, He-chan. Every single one is more important than normal. So, pay attention, please. She continues her basic rundown of the basics of sign language, and she starts talking about stuff and I start to recognise. In the end, I'm impressed. Took a bit of stumbling together, but as a teacher, she's pretty good when she's serious. After a while, I start to notice that it's getting late. I thank Misha, bid her goodbye, and go back to my dorm. I learned a lot today. Just awake by a fungus banging sound coming from my door. My first thought is, it could be Shizune. After all, only a deaf person or a jackass would not act loudly this hour. Who is it? Of course, if it is Shizune, she'll be able to hear that or answer it. No price, can't please. I haven't seen Shizune in a while. Over the door, I find Kenji standing out in the hallway, his eyes nervously darting from side to side. Oh, it's you. Yeah, it's me. What kind of reaction is that? Well, I'm able to give you a more personalised response if you hadn't answered when I asked who it was. Kenji frowned and pushed up his glasses exactly like Shizune. Why are you making that weird face? When I was able to see what face I'm making now, I wasn't able to see the millions of other times I reacted to something weird he said or done. I don't want to pursue this, but I'm too tired to actually do it. Shizune pushed her glasses up just like that. You know, the student council president, just a little weird. What the hell? What do you mean there's this girl who does the same thing? You mean she touched her glasses? I do that. That's my thing. Who is this bitch? Why are bitches all up my business, stealing what I do? His character flips from anger, fear, and a blink of an eye. We actually have an emote of someone who pushes up his glasses. That's the pro strat emote. You trying to replace me? Pod people? No, wait, that's an exact copy. Pod woman? That's like my two greatest fears combined. It is. I believe he has a point. Hey, you going to town today? Maybe later. Okay, awesome. I have some stuff I want you to pick up for me at the post office. Some delicate and secret stuff. Speaks in whispers as if talking about his mail, even in a normal tone of voice, would jeopardize it. You can have your mail sent directly here, you know. No, you can't. You can't have your mail sent to the school, and then the student council picks it up, and then they give it to you. That's not the same as the mail appearing in your hands. I don't trust the student council, man. Many dudes don't get their mail here, you know. Why is there no route for Podwoman Kenji? There is, that's all we're doing. They probably steal it all. They think that's just because it's sent to them. They didn't license to steal. I just can't see them now. Elbow deep in mail, fast grabbing all the free swag they can get their hold on. Sickening. Where can I find this mailman who can conjure mail out of thin air into your hands? I don't know. Bet the student council killed him to preserve their monopoly on all the students' shit. Doesn't work that way. Is that what you wanted though? Fine, I can pick up your mail for you, but eventually I'm going to collect on all these favours. You already owe me some money. Thanks for reminding me. I'll pay you back after I get my package. Yeah, my bad. Can't really pay you until then. Still broke. And I'm basically doing it for money, like a job. Why do you need the package first? Is there money in the package? Shizune's angry or fluster face would make a great emote. Would it? I mean, I don't really like Shizune. I'd sooner make an emote of any other character, like, well, not any other character, any other story route characters that aren't Emmy. Or Misha. Misha emote. Could do, we'll see. If I had a Misha emote, it would literally just be wah ha 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 ha. That would be the emote. Just dumbfounded. Why can't you get it? Because I'm going to remodel my room today into a war room. As the day goes by, I realise more and more how dangerous feminism is. It really is everywhere, like, even in places like Iran. You can't tell how far up it goes. When the war begins, if we haven't transcended the concept of nations to fight our genders, it'll be chaos. Shizune makes an emote out of any other character. Huh? Okay. No one will know. Wait, no one will know who will take what side, and war against feminism would just mean World War III, but the end of all life on Earth as we know it. If we lose, our supply of Japanese women will be raped and enslaved by a bunch of sociopathic lesbian supremacists. Wow. Meanwhile, a handful of men that didn't die in the war will be castrated and forced to repair toilets and build massive monuments commemorating the feminist victory. Shizune. I'm sure there's a joke in there that I'm just not getting. That's crazy. You're crazy. I think you're overthinking this. As the day goes by, I realize more and more that you are not balling. We've only talked like 4 times. Oh, sorry. Yeah, whatever. I'll get your package. Awesome. Close the door and jump right back into bed. The second my head hits the pillow, a painfully loud ringing assaults my ears, and I realize it's my clock. Alarm going off means right now is the time I'm supposed to wake up in the first place. On weekdays, at least. I pick it up and throw it without looking. It gets wedged between the bed and the wall. The noise not stopping. In fact, it seems to grow louder. By the time I try to pry it out, I know it's not going to be able to go back to sleep. The only thing I think of is now we're going to the town and picking up Kenji's stupid package, but it's too early for that. After showering, I take my medication. I'm very hungry today since I went without dinner yesterday. Before that, I had just a very light lunch. I eat the pills, jumping down them like a leg on lamb. They're unbelievably bitter and disgusting. You're not meant to chew pills, you're meant to swallow them. Well, good medication tastes bad or something like that. I'm still hungry and there's still a lot of time to kill, so I decided to go to town and find somewhere to have breakfast. I remember the last time I ate out. Besides, the weather's nice, so why not? Walking to town is longer than I remember, possibly because it's been a while and probably because I rarely come here alone. Barely any cars on the road because it's so early in the morning, making it unusually quiet. First thing I do is start looking for a place to eat. Immediately I think of Shanghai, but I want something more substantial than sandwiches or a cake. Since it's so early though, I decided to get Kenji's package first. Picking up at the post office doesn't take very long, but the moment I see it, I'm enraged about what a pain in the ass it would be to carry this thing all the way back to the school. This box is huge. You need 2 hands to hold it. Insultingly, it's not even very heavy. I was thinking of wandering around for a little while, but this thing in tow, it's going to be a real problem. I guess the Shanghai is my only option now. Everything else is closed, and the ones that aren't all have about the same menu. In fact, it makes me want to throw some more business Yuko's way. Before I can even open the door to enter, someone taps me on the shoulder from behind. Turn around and see Shizune there. Instinctively, I look for Misha, but she doesn't seem to be here. Good morning. So the sign language class is already starting to pay off. Turned to sign it right back, but then she might know I know more than I actually do. Now I just give her a wave and open the door. She's probably here for a morning tea and didn't come here just to greet me. Turns out I'm right. Shizune follows me inside the tea house. Still ghost down in there. Not exactly peak hours, but every other cafe I've passed had at least a few customers. Actually, the Shanghai has been fairly empty every time I pass. How does this place stay in business? Hello, thank you for choosing to patronize our establishment. Yuko bows with the force of a falling axe, and her head collides with the box in my hand, launching it towards the floor. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Please forgive me. It's okay, you don't have to do that. Hello, thanks for choosing our shop thing since we know you. But it's part of my job. You're here early. What can I get you? I just want some coffee for now. What does Shizune want? Tell Misha there's no way to tell her, only way to ask. I haven't even learned about that yet. She's here, so I'm pretty sure that she wants something too. I don't really know what Shizune wants. Does she have a usual? Wait, she might want something else though. How do you bring us a menu just in case? Look around for one, but I can't see anything that looks even remotely like a menu. Menus? I'll look for one right now. Huh? There are menus, they're just rare. It's only a restaurant menu, not a collector's edition. Weird. Is that what Shizune is saying? No, she can't hear you. It's weird for a cafe to make you have to go out of your way to look for a menu. Weird? Yes, you're right. It's so illogical. There's so many things, like, why is it called the Shanghai? It's a Western-style tea house, but the name is Chinese. And the architectural old-fashioned, but my uniform is so modern and sophisticated. She looks like she's about to pass out. If she doesn't, she'll probably fall over and make a mess of everything. I can't work here anymore. What a bad place for a circular train of logic to end up. No, come on. That kind of stuff is what sets this place apart. There's a lot of cafes around here, you know? It's charming, really. Please don't quit. Business is good here, isn't it? Not really. See, I think this is a good job for you. Suits you. You shouldn't quit. Never had to defuse this kind of crisis before. Eventually I managed to calm her down and convince her that I'm sure Shizune just wants what she usually orders here. Yuko walks away to get our drinks, and by then Shizune has already picked up a table. I admit, I added an up in there. She just picked up a table. She went full Hulk. She's like, I'm fed up of waiting. I'm just picking up a table. No other customers, and Yuko isn't the most talkative person, so it's very quiet. It doesn't really bother me, but I wish there was some way I could communicate. So few moments of them are alone. Shizune and Misha are almost always together, to the point where sometimes it seems like they are one. It's funny because almost every scene with Shizune since Act 2 started has been her on her own. Now it's just me and her, and I'm unable to understand her. I have understand me. It's terrible. You don't have your little notepad today? No, it's a weekend and all, but it's not like you to be unprepared. Well, that's fine. I don't really like using it anyway. Still, it will come in handy now. Shizune starts signing a short burst, punctuated by her stopping to take a sip of tea. Strange how she doesn't make the slightest attempt to change how she normally acts. Talking to her for the most part because I'm not used to long silences. Not used to long silences? Mate, we've done Rin's route, and we've done, I've forgotten her name. My mind has just gone blank. What is her name? Lee, help me out. What's her name? Whatever she's called. We've done her route as well. You're super used to long silences is what I'm getting at. Yeah, it seems like Misha joined the student council because of you. It makes 2 of us, you know. I'm only there because you forced me into it. Well, not already forced, I guess. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have joined. You just got back from fixing food. What's, Hanako? Hanako. That's alright, I remembered. It took me a second, but a good minute or so. I was just sitting there and I couldn't remember her name, and it was really awkward. Sounds slightly romantic. I'm also blushing a little. I felt like such an idiot. No, I still don't know why you joined. Should have been the first thing I asked in retrospect, but I'm really curious. I have to remember to ask Misha sometime. nice to talk to you, even if you can't understand me. I wonder if it's the same for you. That'd be really great. I don't think sign language will ever be as natural for me as Misha makes it look, but it's going to be a step up from using pen and paper, right? We both finished with our drinks, and for a while Shizune's eyes fall upon the box sitting in its chair by my side. I'm picking up for someone. It's not mine. She pulls it close to her, intending to open it. My heart almost leaps out my throat. I quickly try to put it back, wrapping my legs around the leg of the chair. The hell, don't open it. You can't just open other people's mails. That's not legit. No. Once she gets going, there's almost no stopping her. I saw with excitement she looked ready to fight me over the stupid package, and I realised how fast this turns to a game of tug-of-war. I'm almost out of my seat now, waving my arms like an air traffic controller before she finally settles down. Shizune pouts, not pleased with having her curiosity checked, and gets up to leave. It's our time too. I guess we've been here a while, protectively pick up the box before standing up myself. Suddenly, she tenses her fingers excitedly and pulls out a marker from her pocket and starts writing on Kenji's box. Hey, what are you doing? This isn't mine. Hey! Can't even see her blocking my vision. Fine, at least don't put it down first. I have to read whatever she's writing anyway. I'll help you carry it. Doesn't seem like she's finished though. Shizune draws a fierce line afterwards to signify that it's a catch. But it's a game. The person to stumble loses and the loser has to carry it the rest of the way by themselves. That's stupid. There's a 50% chance I'll end up carrying myself anyway. Actually, I feel pretty stupid myself right now. I just forget she can't hear me and stop talking and shake my head. Can't understand her at all, but she's come across very forcefully. It's clear that she thinks it's a great idea. Well, if she drops the box or something, she'll have to carry it. That would make things a lot easier with me, obviously. On to 50-50 then. They're probably higher than they would be for any other plan of hers. Alright, I'll take it. She wants to fucking carry the box, you idiot. Think about it, I'm not sure how I should do this. Then Shizune grabs hold of the end of the box and lifts it up. Set the side she isn't holding. Is this even right? Very uncomfortable to walk like this. I went to the cafe and found myself hoping that the streets are devoid of people. He seems confused as to what we're doing, and I imagine it only gets worse as more people see us. Shizune doesn't seem bothered at all while walking, and her arm at this unnatural angle. She just grins confidently and periodically makes some kind of weird gesture. People staring at us as time passes, and the usual morning crowd begins to fill the streets. It feels silly, but I'm sure that if I give up, Shizune will take it as a sign of surrender. Can't allow that, because I think I'm doing well so far. Initially, I just write Shizune's little hand signals off as preemptive gloating. I catch on quickly that she's actually signaling where she wants to go. Her real endgame is probably just having an excuse to stand close to you. Possible. It dawns on me that this isn't a competition. This is much of a challenge, first of all, and second, it's really more of an exercise of teamwork. Just as Shizune has made it a punishment for failing instead of a reward for doing well. Her fingers touch under the box. Shizune moves her hand away, almost dropping her side of the box in the process. Well, that's game over for her. She doesn't look very happy. Does she think I did it on purpose to make her lose? If she does, she isn't making a big deal out of it. All's fair in love and war. I feel like I should take it from her and carry it myself, but she pushed me away when I try. She glares at me as if to help me off, but she can't. The box in her hands, she basically gaggled? Oh, gagged. Sad expression flickers across her face for a second, maybe on realising that and having to acknowledge that there is some limitation she has to deal with after all. However, she is still as prideful as ever, even when it is to her detriment. She would not accept allowing me to help her skip out on the consequences of a bet. Anything is fair during the game, but the results have to be honoured to the letter, huh? Shizune is an interesting type of person. March back to the dorms, uneventful. Shizune passed the trip by shifting the box around occasionally like a giant Rubik's Cube. It's like another game she has invented to amuse herself. Can't be good for whatever's inside, but I don't care enough to stop her. Maybe this is how she deals with things, by making everything into a game. It's hard to say for sure though. Seems futile to try and psychoanalyze Shizune. The short time we've known each other, I've been surprised on a fair number of occasions. Notice Shizune shivering, the wind's picking up and the school's pretty high up. Makes sense it should be cold. I gave her my jacket though, would she reject it? Take off my jacket and drape it across her shoulders before she has a chance to protest. Shoulders are slim and delicate, so much so that I want to let my hands linger on them. Shizune flinches as my fingers brush against her, understandably surprised. Sorry. Her fingers dance lightly over the surface of the box, and I think taking it from her, but I doubt she would let me. Shizune makes a quick gesture with her hands, best she can, pausing a bit afterwards if wanting to say more. Sure that what she means is thank you. I'm glad I was able to catch it. And then they never explain what happened to the box. Right. I'm gonna BRB real quick. Under the low. Where's my BRB screen? There it is. Alright. Back in a moment. never mind. I guess I won't BRB, even though I did BRB. But I will BRB again. Where were we? Sign language teacher says I'm pretty good. It's hard to think about it too much, but the truth is I'm poring over it so much lately that it's hard not to keep coming back to it at least a couple times a day. I guess I'm picking up faster than expected, but it's still not enough. Understand it's just fine, understanding is simple. Well, I'll have to put it to my mind to read it, but it's easy enough when I do. Signing itself is doable, it just needs a little more practice. However, trying to do both at the same time, even half the speed Misha does it, it's impossible. What I'm at now is good for my level, but in order to reach a point where I'll be able to really converse with Shizune, I'll need more work. I'm doing my best to get to that point, one step at a time by doing as much studying I can squeeze in during lunch. Look up from introductions to Japanese Sign Language, check Shizune and Misha around. Of course, since it's taking up my lunch hour, I've already had to avoid them for a few days now. What's more is I'll have to continue doing so if I want to keep Shizune from finding out. I back to the corner, scanning the area every 10 minutes. I feel like some kind of criminal trying to evade capture. Every chance I get, Misha asks me why I want to hide the fact I'm learning sign language from Shizune. Looking back at it, there really wasn't any reason, but now I think I know. If I want Shizune to be able to treat me as a true equal, sign language is an important step towards that goal. If I want to be able to treat Shizune as an equal, sign language is an important step towards that goal. Another important step is to make sure she doesn't know, so that when we're able to finally speak on equal terms, I'll be fully ready, able to do it right, not like some oh my god, dilettante. I don't know what that means. Anything less, I think, would be insulting. She would see it the same way. So to me, this is the only option, especially now that I've decided to be so resolute with it. Shizune has a huge aura. It's very easy to see her coming, or even sense her coming. Mostly because Misha's hair lights up and he crouches in like a beacon, and you can hear her laughing from a mile away. Although even if Misha weren't with her, it'd be the same. Her directness and efficiency are core parts of her, so it's no surprise that they come across in the way she walks as well. Due to all these factors, I'm able to put away all my things on my best casual face long before they see me and head my way. Aye. Student Council. Student Council! Student Council was the first thing I asked to learn. Seemed like it would come in handy. Yeah, I've been dodging for a while now, huh? Yep. Shizune sits down in front of me, to my right, and Misha to my left. It was a mistake putting myself in the corner, and now I'm well cornered. In the end, I'm dragged off to the student council room, but I don't mind. I'm starting to miss them a bit anyway. In some ways it makes it easier. Satisfied with having caught me, Shizune doesn't ask me where I've been all this time. Once I stand before the door, I wonder what I could be so important that they're eager to pull me back in. Games. There are more games out than books. This at last explains why every time I come here, there are stacks of books piled on every table and occasionally part of the floor. They need the room to put all these games somewhere. Ha ha ha. It's boring playing against each other so much, Ichan. It's your turn, okay? Okay, that's settled then. I didn't even say anything. Ichan, this is one of the last days we're able to take it easy like this for a while, so it's especially important that we make the most of it, don't you think? Tanabata will be coming up soon. We'll have to put in a lot of work for that too. So, for now, play with us. Not to think of it as true. I didn't even notice because being so wrapped up in wanting to learn sign language, right on the heels of one festival, a bigger one appears. I wonder if Shizune will try and rope in a couple new members to help with that one as well. Alright. Haha, hey! Ichan agrees. Let's celebrate. I know, we should play a game. Let's play a game to celebrate, Ichan. I don't know, that kind of thing usually ends badly for me. Ichan is worried about the stakes. Misha makes a very disappointed face. It's hard to tell if she's mocking me since her expressions are so exaggerated by default. She's an all-out kind of girl. Tell my head to Shizune. Now this person, she definitely is mocking me. Hey, stop that. But yes, I'll play with you if you tell me what's at stake first. Oh, very Japanese, putting the consequences above everything else. Ichan, have you ever heard of the expression missing the forest for the trees? No, that's a lie, but I have my pride, which is currently feeling wounded. Okay, I'll play, but I want to pick the game. Misha nods. Additionally, I pick the punishment if you lose. Shizune makes an X with her arms. It even means denied or that she's about to use a special attack. Ah, now who's afraid of consequences? How vengeful, still thinking so spitefully about a playful joke. If something bit you, you would probably bite back. Shizune signs a word that I don't quite catch. Ichan's so vengeful. Even though it was just a playful little joke, if an armadillo bit you, probably would bite back. Armadillo? It's foolish to bite an armadillo back, Ichan. Ichan would do it anyway, you see. Ha ha ha. I see. Shizune adjusts her glass with a small flourish of her hands. Ichan, we didn't have anything planned at all if you were to win or lose. Just assume there'd be something like that. I wonder why. Me too. But oh well, there isn't. Doesn't that change your mind, Ichan? Well, yes. Misha windmills her arms at high speed to show her joy. Weird habit. This is the kind of thing you could only see in the student council room, occupied by only 3 people. Anywhere else, she would end up smacking someone in the face. Yay! Let's start right now. Not just yet. Okay. However, we have to be able to play. We have to all be able to play. That's my condition. Unlike games where one person is clearly the ace player right off the bat, games where only 2 people can play, so one of us has to sit back. This is something all 3 of us can equally play. Checkers? As she says it, Misha takes out a bag of checkers and places them on the table. Only 2 people can play that, I told you. Okay. Ichan, how about Monopoly? A Monopoly box slowly edges towards me, and I take it out of Misha's hands and put it under my chair. I don't like games that revolve around luck of the draw. They're too much about chance, not about skill. Also, stop jumping the gun with these games. Luck is a kind of skill, you know. No, it's not. Can be if you're consistently lucky, right? Oh my god. Once at that point, it's something else entirely. Baccarat? Marbles? Life? Snakes and ladders? Roulette? Blackjack? Paper football? Trivial Pursuit? Misha begins excitedly naming a bunch of games as if she were reading from a list. Each suggestion in a new box board pieces appear around her. It's our catalogue of games ranging from children's fare to serious, polished-looking gambling instruments. Very out of place in this humble room. Freeway chess? Is that even possible? Let's try. Yes, let's try, definitely. I pull a chessboard from behind them and flourish like 2 junior magicians. Well, magic does require some deft sleight of hand, and they've got that in spades. Not surprised. Nevertheless, it's still somehow unsettling. Stop doing that. Excuse me. A very timid voice manages to make me look up. Hey, Hanako. I lost my ID card. Someone told me I could find out where to get a new one here. If I'm interrupting something, I can come back later. Hanako's eyes drift across the room, taking the landscape of piled up record books, haphazardly scattered chairs, and overturned board games. Summoned by chess, yes. Guess it isn't exactly the image of an organised, tightly run student council like ours. Should be giving off. Hello. Anything I can think of to break the ice. Fortunately, just seems to startle her further. My ID card, You're in our class, aren't you, right? So, don't be so timid, okay? Come on. Yep, even though we're seniors, it's not like we'll bite. Not us seniors, we're in the same class. Still, I'm grateful for them stepping in. What did you want? An ID card, right? Right? Yes. Her eyes slide away from Misha. Being shy, it's no wonder she's not the best at keeping eye contact. Follow where she's looking and notice her gaze stop on the chessboard on the table. Hanako's eyes widen just for a moment. Shizune notices as well. Do you like chess? You like chess, don't you? Yes, you definitely do. Do you want to play? Hesitation. She might take a break for it. If you used to get involved with this, I won't end well. To my amazement, Hanako seems to be considering the idea very seriously. She touches the tips of her fingers together, pensively, mulling the thought over. That level of consideration is more than less confirmation. We're having a lunch break, so you'll have to wait anyway. Why not play with us in the meantime? Come on, it'll be fun. Really fun. You like chess, don't you? I can tell it's really, really obvious, so please, will you? Okay. Oh my god, we're going to have Hanako. Yes. Let's go. Waha! Yay! Success! Okay, that's great. Chessboard is set up. So even in a non-Hanako route, we still get Hanako, because Hanako's best girl. Opening move is important. However, Shizune doesn't seem to care. Hanako ponders her move carefully, sliding pieces forward just a little bit and pulling them back with uncertainty, second-guessing herself over and over again. She really is into this game. You can't call her a casual player, definitely an enthusiast. Shizune can't take her lightly. No matter what she does, Hanako has an appropriate response. Yet there's something wrong about the pacing of this game. Shizune moves too quickly. Not even too quickly, but with a logical speed. It's like she isn't even thinking about what she'll do next. If Shizune is the realm of her supercomputers, or she isn't taking this game very seriously. Maybe Hanako isn't just very good. Shizune forces an exchange of pawns. Hanako takes increasing amount of time as the game goes on, and hasn't been able to go that long. Suddenly, it all becomes clear. Shizune has a lot more time to think about her next move, because Hanako takes forever to move a piece. Despite that, it's an interesting game. Black Knight to f6. Bishop to d3. Since they're both playing seriously, no one's toying with the other. There's no clear dominant player, at least for now. Maybe this is helped by the fact that they aren't very close to each other from what I can see. Shizune is a mysterious opponent to Hanako, and Hanako is an enigma to Shizune. Hanako's furrowed brow shows that she's into the game. She wants to win, and Shizune always wants to win. The lack of familiarity, a little depressing, but it gives life to the game, allowing them to see each other as good competition. Maybe they might even end up being friends over it, or at the very least, rivals in chess. It's an optimistic thought. Although remembering playing Risk against Shizune, she doesn't want to just crush people for the fun of it. The game continues. Shizune plays 12 more moves in 4 minutes. What a scary opponent. But Hanako holds her own even though her king is being chased around the board a bit. Pawn to h6, white knight to e6. The end is near. The game ends. That was a really good game. Thanks. It was really close. I thought I would lose. You're very skilled. Magnanimous in victory, and extending a hand to the defeat. Maybe it's because Hanako has taken her defeat so well. This is a fun game, but it took so long. Almost the whole period. Chess is too formulaic, especially at this level. How about some advanced rules? What? Advanced? Yeah, like speed chess or chess without additional pieces. Or maybe we can pair up and play tag team chess with 1 or 2 boards of your choice. Come on. It'll be fun, really. Regular chess is too slow and methodical, it's boring. I want to play chess that rewards quick thinking and daring. Any of these comparing chess is like comparing checkers or tic-tac-toe to shogi, right? Wahaha! Even laser chess might be more exciting. Pick something, pick! Strip chess. Like a deer in the headlights, many emotions spring up in me, watching Hanako's mind reel in front of the chessboard. She's about to faint. The dominant one is in amusement, but I'll move a little closer in case she might topple over. Oh. Board is set up again, but this time it's not even close. Hanako can't even make a move out of fear, her hand colliding with Shizune's. She's all over the board. It's an onslaught. Anyway, Hanako wants to put a piece, Shizune's already there. It's the fastest game I've seen in my life. Let's change the rules and play again! Best out of 6! Like Kasparov or Deep Blue! Hanako excuses herself and flees from the room. Huh? Wait! She didn't want to know where she could get a new ID. Excuse me? Hello? Come back, please! Wait! Strangely, the farther Misha goes away, the louder the sound of her voice seems to grow. I couldn't catch her. She pats her on the shoulder reassuringly. There. Be pretty cheerful to someone who needs a pat on the shoulder. Ha! Ichan, do you hate games where luck is involved? Question I know, but it feels an important one. If it wasn't, why would Shizune be looking at me, watching for my reaction? Even as I glance in her direction, she tries to pretend she isn't doing so, putting on a casual air by spinning a chess piece in her finger. I don't like games that roll around luck of the draw, right? That was you, Ichan. Yeah, rolling around luck isn't the same as just having luck involved, though. I don't hate games just for having an element of luck. Most games have an element of luck to them. That's what keeps them interesting. I think a game where you know from the beginning how far you can go is boring. Then it's not a game, is it? It's just going through the motions. For a game where you have little to no control, I don't think I could get into something like that. Is this me talking about Doki Doki now, or what are we doing? I see. That girl isn't very good at chess. That's not very nice. Chess is a formulaic game, so it's a game that isn't suited for her. There was nothing formulaic about her. Someone who plays chess like that, looking only at the next piece, playing so shallow, can't be called a serious chess player. Anyone who loves chess to the point where their eyes sparkle like that when they see a chessboard would be that kind of person who would study the game. If you study it casually, you can learn to see at least 2 moves ahead, even against pros. Why would someone who loves the game so much, with that enthusiasm, know so little about it? Even then, someone with just a passing interest in it. And puts down a piece in her hand as a rook. Her feelings are real, but her feelings for the game aren't real. Do you understand, Hee-chan? There's no luck in chess. It's very important to realise that. Luck in games is good because it gives everyone a chance. There's enough to matter, not so much the skill that's penalised. Chess is boring because it's not a game to me. It seems like a formula. Hanako isn't the kind of person who would love something like that either. If you value something, you fight. Struggle is proof of preciousness? I think so, at least. Or you can see it immediately, since it's so precious that it stops your thinking. The first is passionate love, the second is gentle love. I tried to fight her, chasing around her king, and tried to bait her. I didn't succeed, though, because she stuck to only what would work. The trickiest moments were when she moved the fastest. That means she knew exactly how to deal with those situations. That means someone taught her. Do you understand, Hee-chan? Not really. If you love chess that much, but you can't give it your all, it's because you love the memories attached to it, not the game. It's too precious to her to see it as a tool for true competition. Due to that, you can't become friends over it. Not without words. Well, your way of making friends isn't the kind of way that works on everyone, Shizune. I can confirm you can definitely make friends with Hanako with chess. I know that for a fact. This is sort of weird, like metagaming here. It's basically telling you how Hanako's route's gonna go. It's sort of odd. Her face is one of sadness, at least as far as I can tell, but the words are very sad. Yeah, let's play a game. Well, the board is still here. The bell rings and cuts me off. Things return to normal. Well, I transferred at a pretty unusual time, and hardly say that a normal first few weeks here, I guess. It's more like things have calmed down and reached a normality. I've been here longer than I thought. It's hard not to think about the stuff I've missed in the school before my arrival, or things that might have happened in my old school since I've been gone. Where do these feelings come from, since I didn't leave much behind? I have a lot more here than I'd like. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't even bother with someone like student council, Shizune Misha. I'd be hard pressed to care about anything if the school was how I imagine it would be. So even this feeling of daily routine makes me glad in a way. I dread the amount of work that's going to hit me in the student council after school. I have to want to consider stepping out of my duties just this once, and it's nice to feel like there's something I can do. Shino drops a stack of attendance sheets next to me. Thanks again for helping out. Thanks again, Yi-chan. Sure is a lot of work though. I used to keep out of sign language class again, but now I'm at a level where I can understand most of Shizune and Misha's conversations about each other, so I'm not too bothered by it. Shino still doesn't know that though. I'm determined to keep things that way until I'm very sure of my skill. I'm just a little childish of me. Town of Ashford in less than 5 days, so they're only going to start building the stalls tomorrow. Yi-chan, you might have to help out with building stalls again starting tomorrow. Why? What was the point of taking them apart then? It took days, didn't it? Yep, that's right, even though Yi-chan wasn't there for it. I would have helped out if you asked. Wouldn't have made much sense to bore you with clean-up duty after you enjoyed the festival so much. Would have made sense to bore you with clean-up duty right after the festival. Would have ruined the fun. Besides, ha! Yi-chan's lazy anyway. You would have to try run away again. Shi-chan doesn't like playing Foxhound. That stings. I cover the mouth of her hand and start shaking. It takes me a second to realise she's laughing, mostly because she's doing it so completely soundlessly. It's a little strange to see, but more or less the same good-spirited kind as Misha's without being eardrum piercing. That's a good question though, Yi-chan. Huh? Stalls. The storage issue. The school doesn't have anywhere to store that many stalls, since each one is pretty large. We won't pay for outside storage either, so this is what they decided on. It's inefficient but cheaper. Because the school doesn't have anywhere to store them, mainly stalls. That many stalls, Shi-chan. Oh, yeah. Right, they do, but they don't want to pay. Sorry, Shi-chan. Let's go to the previous generation. Leadership decided that outside storage costs had risen too much. The student council before us was too weak-willed to tell them that it's stupid to have to build or disassemble 60 stalls twice every year. Okay. Yi-chan, let's eat something. Feels like we've been working all day. We have. Now that I think about it, I'm hungry. Would have lunch, but it was really crowded today for some reason, so I decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Ha! Looks like that today because I had some especially interesting things for sale on the side. What? No, don't tell me. Guess it doesn't matter since I won't be able to eat them anyway. She looks oddly pleased with herself. I wonder what the context would be. Prepared ahead of time for this. Being with self-satisfaction, she produces a wide assortment of food from her bag. You immediately see that 90% of it or more was taken from the lunchroom. There's a lot as well. Isn't there a limit on how much a person can buy? That means these gains are definitely ill-gotten. Veal cutlet bread is always sold out in the first minute of lunch. I'm impressed you managed to obtain one. Thank you. I reach for it quickly, but Shuna immediately makes a grab for it as well. Her hand goes slack for a second when it touches mine. She immediately pushes forth with redoubled effort, blazing competitive spirit flashing dangerously in her eyes. Her fingers pry at mine, searching for an opening. I don't budge an inch, prepared to fight for this bread of my life. I might never have another chance to eat this. I am fully aware that if we continue like this, we could crush the bread, greatly reducing its edibility. Misha, tell her that unless she lets go, the bread is going to be crushed. Why can't you do it yourself? I'm startled she can so nonchalantly let that slip that I could communicate with Shizune just fine if I wanted to. I almost consider the possibility it was just intentional. Distracted, just tear the wrap off a juice box straw. Isn't it obvious? I can't let go of the bread. I can't tell Shi-chan that. She puts her palms up to the sky and shrugs a wild grin on her face. Why not? Because you have a stake in this, so I can't trust you. Shi-chan wants to reply, she has to let go of the bread, and then you win. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's what you want, Yi-chan. It wouldn't be fair, so I'm going to be neutral, like Switzerland. Switzerland? Do you know about Switzerland? Of course I do. It's neutral. They're neutral. Shino stares at me cockily, tip of her tongue sticking out slightly between her teeth as she continues to tug firmly at the veal cutlet bread between us. Suddenly she lets go and holds her hands up, palms facing outwards. Universal gesture of peace. Seems like a poor way to sell this, doesn't it? We might crush the bread. She glares, and her passive expression quickly plummets into disapproving grimace. Yi-chan, drop the bread! We are negotiating now! Drop the bread reluctantly. Misha's hands dart from side to side, fingers drumming across the table as it makes her way over. Aha! Don't mind me! I don't even really like veal. I'll just take the sandwich right here, and something to drink too. Picking them up cautiously, she immediately retreats. She has the right idea. Just pick something out. There are a lot of delicious things here. Chicken katsudon bread is also a popular seller, ranking high in taste and demand. I've already eaten one before. So immature, Sao. It's going to be a problem if you pick something else. The chicken katsudon bread is delicious. You're so immature, Yi-chan. Why don't you pick the chicken katsudon bread instead? It's delicious. I've already eaten that. Hee-chan, why are you so obsessed with eating the veal cutlet bread? Specifically. It's hard to get it normally. Rare things are more delicious. You're acting like a child. You're acting like a kid, Hee-chan. Why don't you eat the chicken bread? That's not important. Turning bright red, she smiles cunningly and continues. There's no reasoning with you, so it looks like there's only one way to settle this. We're going to play for it. That doesn't matter. We'll play for it instead. Somebody expected this to be a logical conclusion. Shizune has been studying for a long time, pretty much continuously up until now. Well, finals over, I guess the surplus end just goes somewhere. Play what? The oldest game known to man, upon which the fate of the nation has been known to rest. Rock, paper, scissors. We'll play rock, paper, scissors. Really? That sounds so serious, Hee-chan. There's no humour in her expression. She is dead set on this. Okay. She draws her hand back and I mirror her. Go. We both put our draw. I had thought I had the perfect plan. Rock is unbeatable. Shizune frowns, deeply upset by this unexpected turn of events. Not as planned. Again. 2 papers. Damn. Again. We both throw out 2 rocks again, but a third hand among us is representing scissors. This looks like fun. Can I play? It's a duel, Chi-chan. Dueling conduct? You're right, I guess. I really don't know. The faster she signs, the harder it is to follow. In fact, it looks like even Misha is having trouble keeping up. What's she talking about? One more time. One more time. You can tell how much of a filter Misha is. Oh, yeah. I'm really liking that, actually. It's quite interesting. We try again. Every time Shizune demands a rematch, eventually skipping that step altogether, throwing rock, paper, or scissors out with increasing reckless abandon. Even playing competitively completely random, we continue to tie. It's a mathematical long shot. Misha hovers above us, watching it all and laughing each time we draw. After 16 rounds, Shizune pushes her chair away from the table and stands up. Enough of this, Hee-chan. I see what I've been doing wrong. This will be all over the next round, so brace yourself, okay? I have studied your thought process, and I see how you play. I'm anticipating your next move and will combat it expertly. This is news to me. I can't remember what we were doing this over. Shizune grins confidently and looks fearless, daring on her face. Cool eyes flash with pure competitive spirit as she draws her hand back, goading me wordlessly to do the same. Her form is amazing, like a professional bowler or something, just to throw a hand in motion. 2 papers. Shizune's body immediately goes slack as she rubs her temple with a look of exasperation on her face. She has had a sigh so long it sounds like a tire deflating. Feels I've gotten a lot hungrier in the time we've been doing this. We can just split it. Break the bread in half and offer one half to Shizune. She takes it. Thank you. She looks at the bread in her hand, studying it. This feels hollow somehow. Regardless of how she feels, she still eats it. All of a sudden I see Misha observing the scene out the corner of my eye. Hee-chan, that was very romantic, I think. Oh, come on. She laughs and takes a bite of her second sandwich. We've been silent for a while, she and I managing to avoid each other's contacts. And then we go back to work. As I finish up today, usual filing, I think to myself this might be Shizune's way of trying to start the week on a high note. After all, tomorrow's when the real work will begin, with her hands literally full building stalls. She won't be able to talk very much. Likely to be pretty dull and tiring as it was the first time around. I'm appreciative of her effort in that case. It's nice to have days like this where we're enjoying yourself for days ahead. It was her idea as well. Just remember I still have to get rid of Kenji's package. Damn thing's bulky and somehow I've never been able to track him down since I picked it up. Oh wow, so we are coming back to the fucking package. I thought that was just a completely null and void story point. Our student council is drawn today. Walk towards the vending machine, look for something to drink. Part of Shizune Misha. Short trip, even after a few seconds, I start to get the feeling I'm not alone. A pair of hands covers my eyes. Guess who? Shizune. Ah, it's me, Hee-chan. Yeah, I know. Then why did you say it was Hee-chan? It's okay to be wrong sometimes, Hee-chan. You're too proud. Anyway, after student council, you don't usually have any plans, right? You're just going to go straight to your dorm. Where else will I go? Okay, that's great. That's great, Hee-chan. I wanted to talk to you today, so this works out perfectly. 2 high school students alone after class, quiet empty building as the sun dies in the sky romantic amber colour. Cute girl says she wants to talk. What a secretive and appealing situation. My imagination is buzzing. It's likely not going to be anywhere near that exciting as I'm making it out to be, but it's fun to play it up that way. Popping sound of my canned coffee opening destroys any chance of maintaining such a cheesy mood. Sounding louder than I had ever before imaginable, amplified by the context of the situation. I sigh in disappointment and relief. So what is it? Oh, actually, I'm a little behind on some of my classes. If I don't catch up, it could be a problem. I can't put it off any longer. My teachers say that I have to really start taking things seriously, so should I listen especially, because this is the 3rd time. I'm sorry, Hee-chan. Why are you apologising? won't be able to help you or Shi-chan with student council for a few days. It's going to be for 2 or 3 days, really. I'll definitely try to come back as soon as possible, but obviously I'm happy about this. It's supposed to be getting really busy this week too, isn't it? Some unfortunate timing. For a second, I want to ask maybe if Shizune could pull some strings to get around of it. She looks so genuinely apologetic about it that it's pretty dickish of me to say something like that. That is the first time this game has used the word dickish. Good on you, game. Besides, if she says something that can be put off any longer, I'm glad to believe her, considering how surprising serious she can be with student council duties. Yeah, I see. It's okay. You managed to adjust Shizune yourself last year, didn't you? I'm sure I'll be able to as well. Don't worry about it. Really? Thank you, Hee-chan. Really? Yay! I didn't know Hee-chan would take it so well. I thought you'd be worried with how there's going to be so much work with Tanabata coming up and everything. Damn, she knows me oddly well. But Hee-chan is so composed. I'm glad. Yeah, you're sort of right. Thinking about it, it's not that big of a deal. Don't freak out over that. It'll be a little annoying passing the pad back and forth to talk to Shizune, though. Hee-chan, just tell Shizune you can use sign language too. I don't understand why you won't. Not yet. I can understand most things already. I'm gonna be really sure. Actually, I wouldn't mind. Secrecy is killing me too, and it would be nice to be able to talk to her in a real conversation. Don't worry, I'm gonna have to tell her eventually. I want to, actually. I'm trying to think of a good opportunity for it. That won't be a problem, Hee-chan. I know. Well, because I kind of told Shi-chan you could understand her. She was worried about the same thing, that you wouldn't be able to understand each other, so I was worried, but it worked out fine in the end after all. I lose it. Ah! You know how stupid I look now? I sat there for like half the damn day acting like I couldn't read sign language. Are you seriously telling me that she knew the whole time I could? She was probably thinking, this guy's a complete jackass pretending he can't understand me. I'd made a total ass of myself. How could you let me do this? Misha frowns, seeming lost for words of realising I've taken this differently as you might have expected. Doesn't speak again until after seeing that I've calmed down. But Hee-chan, I think it's definitely for the best, she says without batting an eye, having waited patiently for my panic to say it. Careful delivery of her words makes it seem like she sliced out of time between when she dropped the bomb on me and now. Pretty funny in a way. You have such a one-track mind, you know that? Yes! Damage is done. Misha can't believe that things will work out with such unflinching surety. Maybe it's worth giving it a chance. If things don't work out, I'll run as fast as I possibly can and try to make it... And try to make it up to me anyway, just in case. She offers to buy me another drink from the vending machine. Very small token of apology, but I suppose it's the thought that counts, and her thoughts are sincere. Plus a free drink, so I accept. What about my daily fistful of pills with a glass of water? Solid 8 hours of sleep. I don't know what I was so afraid of last night. Two particularly large tablet in half. I continue to rationalise. Why did you chewing you swallow them? You don't chew tablets. She knew I was taking sign language class all day yesterday. I'm going to make a big deal out of it. She might be mute, but that doesn't mean she can't make her feelings known. No, in fact, it seems like she's all the more direct for it. She doesn't beat around the bush or hold back. She always makes herself clear unapologetically. No mistakes. So if she wasn't mad, then it's unlikely she would be at all. On top of that, I didn't do anything wrong anyway. But that fear of mine recedes. I thought of spending a couple of days with Shino without Misha takes its place. I hadn't really thought about it yesterday, but the idea becomes more and more intimidating. It's true I can understand sign language pretty well, but I definitely hesitate to say I can understand it above basic level. If she were to speed up her signing, which she does quite a bit, I don't think I could keep up. Signing too is not my strong suit. Doing both at the same time like Misha can is still a distant dream. Hee-chan! What? Don't forget, you said you'd help out with building stalls today. Behind the school after classes are over, okay? I know. Last time you helped out, Hee-chan, we really appreciated it. This time, it's even more important, so skipping out is unforgivable, okay? Well, that's why that is, but there's no opportunity to. Besides, Misha is behind her class, so it seems like a bad idea to distract her now that I know. I can always ask her at lunch, which is what I end up doing. Because, Hee-chan, a festival that celebrates a town is exactly what it sounds like. It's to celebrate your home and its history. Oh, right. Oh, BRB. Let's chuck that up. Right, back in a sec. It's alright. Oh, okay, right, I'm back for good this time. Oh. Sorry about that. Where were we? Right. Tanabata is different. It's for wishes and lovers. That definitely makes it more important, doesn't it? Yeah, naturally it would be. I like Tanabata. You know what else Tanabata is? Ponytail Day. That was the first day I ever put my hair in a ponytail because it's the first time it was long enough to have one. Back when I was in sixth form. But also, Star Festival. Jirachi is one of my favourite Pokemon, so you know. On Tanabata, you always get lots of cute Jirachi fan art, which is great. It's just a good day. It's just a good day. Is that really what it's for, though? Yeah, it is. Star-Crossed Lovers. The, what are their names? Fuck, I've forgotten their names. I know they're in that one Yu-Gi-Oh archetype that was like meta for a while. Both of them. I can't remember their names. They're like star formations. But there's also like... I used to know the whole story of it, but it's been so long I've forgotten. Oh, fuck it, whatever. Hee-chan, you have no sense of fun. Jirachi could never be ruined for me because he is he's my precious star child. And also, Jirachi was never legal in actual competitive tournaments, only on like Smogon, so... Oh, I know it was. It's not anymore, but... yeah, I mean, you do that shit against like Togekiss as well. I actually use Togekiss, so I mean, I guess I'm just as much to blame. But like, you know, if you play in proper tournaments, like I was gonna say YCS, that's Yu-Gi-Oh. What do they call it? What's the Pokemon competitive thing called? VGCs. There we go. Jirachi's never been legal, so they do occasionally do some where like some of the really powerful legendaries are legal, but even then, Jirachi's still not. Like, you're not allowed to use mythical ones, but you were allowed to use, like, Mewtwo. That was a really weird one once in Ruby and Sapphire? No. What was it? What generation was it? Heart Gold, Soul Silver, maybe? I think it was the Heart Gold, Soul Silver generation, where you were allowed 2 legendaries in your team, and you pick from any of the legendaries except for... I'm guessing it's just because they're like mythical. Because you can't use Fione either, and Fione's garbage. So I'm guessing it's something to do with the mythical thing. Legendaries are like banned on the Uber list normally, except on these other occasions, where it's like every single team had 2 out of 3 of either Groudon, Kyogre, and Mewtwo, and it was or Giratina. It was pretty dumb. That was all you faced. The whole tournament was just Mewtwo, Kyogre, Groudon, Giratina. That's all that was there. I mean, I was doing the same. I had Kyogre and Mewtwo, and then Sam had Giratina and Groudon. So, literally those 4. But, yeah, it was, wasn't that fun, really. It wasn't as fun as it might sound. It was kind of lame, to be honest. She pressed out her cheeks in displeasure before blowing out the air like a deflating balloon. You know what I just realised I forgot to do? Yeah, it did. No, it did. It did. It definitely did, yeah. Yeah. It's so stupid. So we didn't enter that one, I don't think. Did we? I think that was the first one we... no, I think X and Y was the last one we actually entered. I'm trying to think. Was X and Y the last one we entered? I know I haven't done any since Sun and Moon. Or was RS? No, maybe we did do RS. No. Maybe? I'll have to ask Sam. I can't remember. We've been to a few of them, but I can't remember if we did RS or not. I know that wherever the last one we did was the last one I did good in, because I came in the top half of my odd team. That might have been Generation 5. Wow, we haven't played VGC in a long time. Holy shit. Wow, yeah. I think I've done a lot of practice on Smogon on it and stuff, but... You have to appreciate things like that, even if it's just an excuse to eat interesting things and dress up in the end. I'll be disappointed if you don't, okay? Before I can say anything, she turns to the side to inhale a croquet. Croquette. That, as far as I know, croquette and croquet are the same spelling, but I know that was croquette because I like croquettes. They're quite nice. After class, I meet Shizune behind the schoolwork. Seems like she's already set everything up sometime yesterday. Please move a short wave. Now flourish with a hammer already in her hand. Sends her arms towards the store behind her. Some of them are already half completed, others still haphazardly piled board bundled together with string. Time passed, I realised the pills can only do so much. Oh. Right. I still get way more tired than normal. Luckily, Shizune's back is to me. I can afford to take a lot of breaks without having to worry about her worrying why. I stop and think about it. I start to feel pretty guilty for taking advantage of her inability to hear that my hammer stopped banging. Terrible thing to be happy about. Her work ethic is admirable. It's obvious that it bores her, even annoys her. She doesn't slacken her pace. When she gets tired nailing a store together with one arm, she switches to the other. Shizune, I feel like an idiot the second I say her name. I can't tell her what I think. There's a hammer in my hand as well, and in the end I feel like I have to keep up with her. I can't stack off either, especially when it's just the two of us. There's no time to sign, no opportunity, not even for a compliment for a job well done. Even something as casual as that would require me to put the hammer down, get her attention, and then sign it to her. A simple gesture turned into something so needlessly complex, a single footstep taken on a road that's longer than I first imagined. I've known her long enough to know this, and still forget it. The air is filled with rhythmic knocking of nails being driven into wood. It's actually kind of nice after a while. Faster monotony of the task. Try to match my hammering to Shizune, try and alternate to try and form a beat. Of course she doesn't notice. Makes me wonder why the lack of sound makes this work seem more drawn out and boring to her. It's just strange being able to hear the results of her actions, even after she feels the vibration through her fingers. Having no concept of sound, does it bother her at all? Distracted, I don't notice Shizune sneaking up at me until her head pops into view. Taking a break? Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's do that. You can understand sign language. That makes it more convenient for both of us, even though you hid it from me. Why? Why what? Why did you decide to take sign language? Her eyes don't break off from mine, even for a second. If she needs to read my response, her peripheral vision is good enough. Once she has something in her gaze, she doesn't look away. It's strange how piercing her eyes can be, dark as lake as night. Because I wanted to. It seems like it would come in handy. And it did, didn't it? Yes. Sorry, I didn't catch any of that. See, this kind of thing still comes up now. I wish Misha was here. She has work to make up for, doesn't she? That might be partially my fault. Misha doesn't need to supplemental lessons. Her grades aren't the best, but she understands how the decisions she makes affect others. It puts her ahead of many people. Especially certain blondes. She doesn't forget things easily. The sign language is very good. You're learning oddly fast. I've been taking class for a while now, and it's kind of easy to pick up after a while. For immersion or osmosis, that kind of thing. It's not too bad. And if I'm really stuck, Misha's there too. Guess I spoke too soon. I didn't understand any of that. Time to backpedal. Well, yeah, it's actually not that easily. It's actually hard as hell, like trying to pick up broken glass. Because in some ways it's interesting as well. Like an adventure. Well, no. Picking up broken glass is not an adventure. Sure it is. Just as challenging. If you use a dustpan and broom, it's not. I feel frustrated and sad. When I look up, I notice she has a can of soda in her hand. Where'd you get that? I forget to sign it, but she understands anyway, following my eyes and produces another from behind her. She tosses it in my direction. I catch it with both hands. Bought an extra one for you. She pauses to slide her fingernail under the tamper can, pop it open before setting it aside for a moment. If you're going to try and help me so much, then I have to look out for you too. It's only natural. If you're going to learn sign language, well, that's something entirely different. I'm naturally going to be impressed. What separates the two is obligation. I'm very happy. She downs her drink in one go, stretches her arm behind her, and jumps back to her feet. Okay, back to work. And like that, it's over. She didn't return to her work with the same energy as before. Lingering trace of a smile on her face, the only evidence she had taken a break at all. As I do the same, I think that Misha was right in saying everything will work out for the best. Everything so far seems to be going in that direction. Misha swings by as it starts to get darker, looking as tired as I feel, and Shizune decided to stop for today. I happen to pick up broken glass. It's just extending the awful feeling of being clumsy. The only time I've ever broken a glass, well, not a glass. I've broken a glass when I was younger, or whatever. But the last time I can remember breaking glass, I didn't pick up any of the pieces because I was just in shock, and I didn't really do anything until someone came home, and then they were like, "So there's all the glasses here," and I was like, "No, some of it went into my shoulder, but my shoulder had already healed. Still there, as far as I'm aware. Still just." Actually, I'm curious. Do I have a scar from that? I guess I wouldn't be able to tell. My shoulder's all scarred anyway, so whatever. Misha swings by as we start to get to... Oh, I already got that. As we cover, the day's work goes off separate ways. I look how fluidly they talk to each other and how easily they laugh together as they walk to their dorm. Makes me appreciate Misha's skill at sign language more. I wonder if I'll ever reach that level or if I'll even have the time to. Wow, I was literally 2 bits off at the end of that. First thing I do this morning is trip once again over Kenji's package as I get out of bed. I find myself diving headfirst to the floor before I'm even fully awake. I want to smack this thing with the first blunt object I can find. I can go for a home run. I don't have the energy for it. Not early in the morning. Likely damage over inside. That would be me. Turns her way, sails along the smooth floor with little difficulty, and stops for a soft, almost inaudible bump, colliding with Kenji's door immediately. A dozen locks unbolt in succession like a mounting symphony. Who is it? He says as he blindly steps forward into the hallway anyway, somehow stepping over the box in a way that would be uncharacteristically impressively graceful if it weren't for the fact I know it was wholly accident. It's me, I got your mail, you're standing over it. I know, thanks a lot, man. Yeah, whatever. So what's in it? He cringes instantly, turning very defensively and agitated. It's nothing. Come on, tell me, I'm curious. You know, I almost broke my neck falling over it. Before I had to carry that stupidly large box around me, blocking my vision, crossing rows of it in front of me. Maybe you can at least tell me what's inside it in return. He's had it for so long, why did he not try just knocking on his door before this? Secret stuff. Can't tell you, but then it wouldn't be very secret as shit. It's nothing important. If it's nothing important, you can tell me. If it's nothing important, why do you have to know? Why is that wrong? Why do you have to know? Why can't I know? Why are you answering my questions with questions? Why won't you answer my questions first? Why won't you answer my last question? There's our voices are getting higher with each reply. Down the hall, the door pops open. Someone sticks their head out quizzically to see what's going on. Must look like such tools, but I'm the only one out of the two of us, so enough shame to realise it. Fine, you can take it to your grave. I have to get ready for school anyway. Oh shit. The last time someone said take it to their grave, they were talking about a dead person. Oh, snap, son. Damn, no. Why are you so hasty to leave? Stick around a little. You want some coffee? It's been a while. You know, thought you were dead since you were so slow with the package delivery. You're lucky I was willing to do a package delivery in the first place, smartass. Whoa, calm down, man. You're so confrontational. Because of the student council thing? Hey, you're hanging out with them now. You heard it from me when I told you. Really? Yeah, well, whatever, man. Point is, they're terrible. You're the new guy, so of course you wouldn't know. Around here, she's a very divisive figure. Before you came, she tried to institute a badge policy. It's a long story, so maybe you should sit down. I'm down for a chair, but I can't find one. We're in a goddamn hallway. I raise a finger to start thinking that maybe I should tell him that. He's already started talking. Not wanting to waste arm movement, I look at my watch instead. Would have been a real reign of terror if it had happened. Wait, I'm judging her based on something that didn't even happen. Yes, anyway, our idea was like a merit badge, but there would be also a demerit badge. What do those do? I don't know, never happened. Seemed bad though. So when I heard about it, I didn't leave my room for a few weeks. So you heard there would be a massive change and hid in your room just trying to ride out the change. Nah, decided to do something about it. Found the student council office after a while, marched right in, a list of demands, a bunch of people I grabbed in order to make myself look like I had supporters. Wait, so not only did it not happen, but no one even cared. Kenji doesn't hear me, having gotten good momentum going. Wrapped up in the energy of his own ranting, he starts to completely flip out and flail his arms around, appearing wildly, throwing gang signs. I walked up to the desk and said to her, "Hey you, fascist woman, what is this badge idea? How out of touch can you be? Here are your ivory towers, smugly looking down on us, as if we're a bunch of idiots. Who do you think we are? Your level of elitism is terrible. You're probably one of those outrageous rich people who have chauffeurs drive them around in slums, so they can point and laugh. And only drink pricey coffee beans shut out by the last living dinosaur, brewed in a solid gold skull. And how could you? Go open up a history book. Don't you know that the bourgeois are always overthrown by a bloody revolution for shit like this? Stupid. You're an idiot. Sir, sure, the revolutionaries usually end up turning everything into an utter clusterfuck later on, but Maniac is the only kind of person who would create a policy like this. It's like something I would create to make people suffer, only real, and you want to institutionalize it? Where will the disintegration of our rights end? We are people. This is not justice. That's what I said. And then I added a cry of, they can take our things, but they'll never take our freedom! To appear to the masses like in that movie about the life of William Wallace, where they took his things but not his freedom and then killed him. But she just ignored me and didn't even look up from writing a little paper shit. Maybe I overwhelmed her with my logic so badly that she retreated into denial. Maybe she's just an asshole. Either way, she didn't reply and in the future refused to change. On top of it, on the way back I realised I'd lost my student ID somewhere. This is the story of my life. A constant and seemingly futile struggle. Like trying to climb up a brick wall with sponges for hands. Hey, you said nothing changed, but she didn't make everyone wear a bunch of stupid badges, so it did change. Yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe they're not so bad then. I fucking love Kenji, man. He's the best. Guess it counts for something. If I can get Kenji to admit that maybe two women, maybe not so bad after all, I'll take it. Especially if it allows me to slip out of this conversation. I didn't realise how much time had gone by. Try to run through my usual morning routine as quickly as possible. Check my watch again and leave the dorms to see that I'm already late. Fortunately, the rest of the day goes more smoothly, and after class are over, I had to meet with Shizune again. While in the school, I catch her leaning against a completed stand, with part of it still flecked in bits of paper and tape, remnant of signs from the last time it was used. After mildly spinning a nail in her hand, she hasn't noticed me yet. Temptation to sneak up her is unbearable. Years of watching foreign wildlife documentaries to prepare me for this. I'm downwind, conditions are favourable. However, the more I think about it, the more it seems like a bad idea. If I get caught halfway, I'll look like an idiot. If she doesn't know it's me, it could end up with an injury. Either way, I'll look like a little insensitive. So it'd probably be best not to try anything fun, as disappointing as it is. Walk in front of her, startling her a little. I was so surprised. Did I catch you slacking off? No, I was taking a break. Like you even broke a sweat. That's a break there, President. Shizune's eyes dart back and forth momentarily, and I think I managed to fluster her. There's exasperation on her face, a little tension, but well, she can't back down. That'll be unthinkable for her. Fingers dance across each other impatiently. You're acting competitive today. Trying to get my blood boiling? Do you want to make a contest? We'll race to see who can construct on my stalls by sundown. No, I'm teasing you. That's okay. It's not a real student council if you can't tease a student council president. You agree, don't you? That isn't in the student council charter, so it isn't true. There is no charter. At least I don't think there is. The only thing they pledge loyalty here is a stack of takeout menus. Anyway, it's good that you're finally here. Even if you could have been here earlier. Pick up a hammer and we'll resume where we left off. As we work assembling stalls again, I slowly realise it's really much less work than I would expect. In fact, according to Shizune, we should be done by the end of the day with a little luck. Last time I did something like this for them, it took her, Misha and myself almost 4 days to do it. Can't just be my imagination. This doesn't seem like that much work. Because it isn't. Now it leaves me wanting a little more. Knowing that it isn't the best, Shizune puts her hammer down to elaborate. It'd be impossible for two people to do that much work in less than a week. The truth is I don't dismantle half the stalls, I just store them in some place. Actually, more like I hide them in plain sight. She waggles a finger mischievously. That's a secret. It's not proper to reveal the tricks of the trade. You're not a magician. Winking, she takes out 2 plastic containers from her bag and puts them down on a nearby board before raising her hand slightly to say, ta-da! Made lunch today for both of us. You can have this one. Food shifted in my bag and now some of it's mixed together. She has one of the containers open. Looks delicious, but a little simple. Has a pair of chopsticks as if she just remembered to. And eat what looks like some grilled beef. It's very tasty. You don't like your food touching other food? I do not. I'm very picky. Sometimes I mix my food on my own, but not always. And not everything. I don't like it when my food's done for me. What's important is the choice. She points decisively to emphasize it and breaks her chopsticks apart to eat her own meal. As good as you eat, I notice 2 things. First, that almost everything I'm eating besides the rice is fried. Even the vegetables are fried. And there's so much meat. Does she think this kind of stuff all the time? I wonder how she manages to stay thin so despite of it. The second thing I notice is that I can't talk to her while eating. Talking with your mouth full is a little rude anyway, but with her hands holding chopsticks and bowls, communication between us is impossible, just like yesterday. Even though we're spending time together, even though I took the time to learn sign language, it looks like I'm talking to her less. Despite that, it almost feels like I'm understanding her more. Instead of something tapping against one of the stands, look up to see Lily standing off to my side, feeling her way around with a cane. Hi. Now to catch myself before I can say, didn't see you there. Oh, hi, Hisao, is that you? I thought that I smelled something delicious cooking and wondered who it might be. What is she saying? It's hard to move my hands in parallel to saying something completely different to Lily. This has to be why Misha just signs everything all the time. A bit sillier, but it seems like it would simplify things a lot. She tense her fingers delightedly at my translation, as if from hearing a joke. All of this food was cooked hours ago, but for someone as slow as yourself, who can't even turn into a piece of paper without being a week late, I guess your perception of time would have to be a little different. That's not very nice. I ran across Lily's face in response to reply to something she didn't hear. Sorry, I'm having a late lunch here. The student council president cooked everything. Is the student council president here right now? She's right here. I apologize, I didn't notice. Normally her level of presence is much higher. I was not aware the student council serves lunch outdoors. Why wasn't I invited? I think that is good enough to have free time to be able to do things like this, however. What's she saying? I ought to invite you anywhere. You would just show up late. Shizune's words are outside Lily's perception. In fact, it's by the second increasing maddening to her. Translate for me completely, please. What polite phrasing. It's a shame she's essentially asked me to let her fully release the dogs of war. Still can't just do nothing. The thing of being unable to even respond and to be understood is isolating. She would never forgive me. I'll try to soften her words a little. Well, actually, it was all cooked a while ago. Really? That's nice. Turn over here. It's very disrespectful not to look at the person you're speaking to. Isn't that the way a prim and proper lady should conduct herself? Half of what I'm saying is really what Shizune is saying. She doesn't like it when people don't look her direction when she's trying to make a point. She's to the right of my voice. Although in this case, I can understand why Lily wouldn't. It's a very awkward situation. It's daunting being the sole conduit for a dialogue between the two of them. Truthfully, I'd forgotten what happened the last time they butted heads like this. It's clear Shizune remembers, and Lily is being pretty hostile herself in her own way. I'm sorry, such formalities slip my mind completely. I forget the student council president is the type of person who would demand such respect and adherence to the rules at all time. I suppose student government requires you to keep a tight ship, but then again, she certainly has time for her own fun as well, so that must be not completely true. Student council is not a dictatorship, nor a zero-sum game. Shizune points at Lily with her finger out like the barrel of a gun, snaps her fingers explosively, causing her to flinch and become visibly upset. Is that so? Then that makes it more impressive that you have been part of it for so long, playing it as though it were one. I admire the fact that you're so tenacious to manage it all. You must be so responsible as well. Not as much as I would like to be. You can't complain about yourself, though, can you? You're very responsible. Actions like requesting a deadline to be extended and then running all the way to the next deadline. That's a very model of responsibility. Shizune's happy to hear that, but apparently you're pretty responsible yourself, she says. Nice. Does she really? More or less. Lily doesn't seem happy. We're not holding a cookout, we're just taking a little lunch break. We're actually out here building stalls for the festival. You would know since you never go outside. Did you run out of tea? Are you going to town shopping? No, as I said before, I was just passing by. In case you did not hear, I would hate to interrupt the student council president. You're not doing anything now, but you must both be very busy. In any case, Asao, I'm sure the student council president will be able to find or make work for the both of you if she needs to. I'll devour you. Yeah, very busy. Devour is a hard word. I'm pleased that I can read it. This isn't time to celebrate, though. Not over that. Instead, it looks like they might stop squabbling. I'll drink to that. Have a nice day, Asao. Goodbye, student council president. Thanks, you too. Oh, he said you too! No! The thing that I wanted Hanako to say the whole time. I didn't pay attention. No! Damn it. Stay classy. Wow, what a conversation that was. As soon as Lily leaves, she dives into the remains of her lunch as quickly as possible, as if each bite she shovels away is mean to forget any of this ever happened. When she's done, she heads right back to hammering with the same mindset. It's good that she's working off her frustration now, but it doesn't look like she's in any mood to talk anymore. About 2 hours later, she stops having mowed through the rest of her stalls and non-stop in that time. It was hard to approach her, and I think about how easy conversation can die. After it took so long to be able to get her alone and speak to her directly, it almost hurts. The translation was good. Really? First class. She punctuates it with a thumbs up. For your level. There aren't many deaf people in the school, and sign language classes have been on the edge of getting cut for a while now. I'm sure you don't have many classmates, am I right? If you're only learning sign language now, your speed is going to be limited. That's why interest in it wanes, because it takes more effort than normal just to communicate. That's just the same with all languages. In such situation, conversation in sign languages are less than they would inherently be to start with. I don't understand that word. Less what? Spontaneous. Misha's the only person who can really capture it. Yeah, that's definitely true. It has to change for a second. It changes back too quickly to digest, but I get the feeling that this isn't meant to be pursued. What I really want to know about is, why do you and Lily fight so much? Tensing a little and visibly frowning, Shizune tenses her fingers overlays and repeatedly and shuffling the invisible deck of cards. Two fights that you know of aren't worth calling so much. If you had been here last year, you could say that. But it was a rough year. Something about how you tried to institute a badge policy? Haha, surprised? Well, I want to hear more about that later, definitely. But you don't like Lily very much, do you? Don't dodge my question. I'm not dodging anything. She was part of the student council until last year. We didn't get along very well. She wanted to keep doing things the old student council did. The old student council was just so ineffectual. It was stupid and insulting. I wanted to do more. We had a fight. A lot of fights. She couldn't do anything on time. Then she said what I wanted to do was meaningless, just extra busy work. Does it look like meaningless busy work to you? She only gestures around us. What's really meaningless is a student council that doesn't do anything. Weak, lazy and boring. Especially boring. I couldn't get excited over sitting in a room with nothing to do, and that's just a waste of time. Why would I even be there? I didn't get my blood flowing arguing with her does that. If she could have been that motivated before, she wouldn't have had to put so much dedication into being my enemy. If she shows that much spirit, it's not a complete loss. At least it's something. It's still exciting. I see. What about the badge thing? She laughs, covering her mouth with her hand as if to hide it. Her laughter is the only thing she regularly tries to hide. That was just a joke. Having a little fun sometimes is important too. Of course it was a joke. Oh, Shinji. Next day, I ended up having to hunt around a bit after start lunch, and I found my usual vending machine near the dormitory building, started out my usual favourite canned coffee. Detour takes longer than expected. Things being so hectic lately, it'll take some time for me to register why something smells different as I walk through the school garden back to the cafeteria. Oh, it's been freshly mown. Realization makes me pause and watch a bit. There's a group of students shouting or playing around in the grass, and a couple of teachers conversing on the path ahead. It's a very idyllic scene. Fortunately, the feeling of imminent dread starts creeping up in me after a while, feeling that I'm not alone. Hey, Sal, is that you? Yeah, it's me. You should be happy it's him and not say a slasher. Well, it is the person who's most likely to kill you, buddy. Kenji begins to talk as if he's having a conversation with someone other than me. Knew it! That haircut is unmistakable! No normal person would have a haircut like that! Unconsciously, I start touching the back of my head. I realise what I'm doing. I feel insulted yet too surprised to even get indignant about it. Yeah, what are you doing here? Measuring the temperature. Winter is coming. It'll be too cold for women to go out and have their sex in the city-style power lunches, followed by obstructive human wave formation walks in crowded urban areas. When this happens, man will be able to walk the street unfettered once again and reclaim what is his heritage. In order to prepare for that day, I've been eating nothing but pizzas for the past week to store energy. Yeah, that's what bears do. So, there's so much we can learn from the bear. Kenji nods, empathetically agreeing with himself. Okay, check this shit out. I was in town today buying milk, then a new clerk, some hipster girl with a baseball cap, 2 hockey sticks on. I'll call her a hipster hockey baseball hat girl. I noticed the milk didn't have a price tag, so I told her to get over there and label that milk for future generations. He was in town today, must have cut his morning class. I want to scold him, but his verbal torrent prevents me from getting a word in. She told me not to bother her, because she was sick. Sick? Sick? We live in a society here. You can't stop that human interaction because you're sick. Do you know how much effort it takes me to even get up in the morning? I still do, though, and I get up this morning and went down to buy milk, not to have my vital questions just brushed aside by some hipster doofus college girl with a hockey baseball cap to work. Indoors! Anyway, I was just trying to uphold the integrity of our products. A milk carton without a price tag. When I see something like that, it just leads to questions. Important questions. It's our job to answer them, damn it. That's the problem with women. They have no sense of duty. I get diarrhea a lot, but you don't see me complaining about it. I soldier on and do what I have to do anyway, because that's what being a man is about. Even if you have diarrhea, you keep going for the dream of a better tomorrow. You know, frequent diarrhea is bad. Maybe you should stop drinking so much milk. I can't do that. It's what allows me to maintain my awesome strength. And in this world, a man's strength is the one thing that he can bow beaten out of an increasingly pussy-whipped society. That's why I walk around leaving open jars of olives everywhere, sometimes just to show that I can. Do you refrigerate after opening? What? Man, I don't know. That's not important. You have to refrigerate after opening? Oh, you have to refrigerate after opening. Every elementary school kid knows that. They can't get the jar open in the first place, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's true. I'm a genius. Self-assertedly rubs his chin with something I imagine scientists did until I met Muto and was tremendously let down. Anyway, I can't go to that store again, since it's clearly been compromised by bitches. Unless I disguise myself. Maybe change into a different pair of glasses. Worst disguise ever. It's been working flawlessly all these years. I don't even need glasses to see. They're for effect. Also to protect my identity. I'm like Superman. Worst disguise ever. I'm telling you, when people see my school ID, they can't even recognize me. Really? Let me see. Can't do that. Can't go around showing my ID to everyone. It was made long ago, in a different time. I had hippie hair. I'm trying to imagine that. Kenji takes his glasses off. Whoa. He squints as soon as they're off of his face, which makes him look even more tired than he already does. He was right. He does look very different. Kind of like he hasn't slept in years. Not different enough to be a good disguise, though. Why are we getting Kenji CG as his? We have a lot of interaction with Kenji in this story, I'm noticing. Interesting. You need more sleep. Nah. You know you need it. No way. These are just the eyes of a man who's seen things. A shaman's eyes. Terrible things that you can't imagine. Like when I made a ship in a bottle and my mum sat on it. There's blood and shreds of floral print everywhere. That's what life experience is. He doesn't seem very horrified, even though I think that's actually the first thing he's told me about himself that could have been legitimately traumatic. He's also talking about 30 degrees to my left, so I guess his blindness is real. I wave a hand in front of my eyes anyway, it's a little effect. This is just the longer Kenji route. Yeah, man, that's good, that's what I'm liking. Kenji and Misha route. This is the route we want. This is the route we deserve. Kenji and Misha. Man, I hope we realise I'm just joking. Well, pretending they did. Well, looking him in the eyes is more difficult than usual. Want some trivia? People with small eyes wear big glasses. I read that somewhere. Just to make your eyes look less beady. Really? I didn't know that. Put his glass back on. I feel oddly relieved for a moment until I remember that I still have to deal with him, glasses or not. Well, anyway, the artist girl wanted to paint my portrait once, I think. I had to talk to her like 5 times before she started making sense. Must have been Rin, I suppose. What'd she look like? I don't know. A woman with sandals. Maybe you'd say something more specific like, she had no arms. Rin does wear sandals, but I feel like the chance of there being another free-spirited female artist student wearing sandals is reasonably high. I was thinking, sure, someday, after I burn all the documentation that I exist, I might be okay to leave a portrait behind, so people can look at it and remember the saviour of mankind. They'll need it to model the statue. Then I thought about it some more. I had to turn her down. It was tempting, but she wanted to do it for some school thing. I'd be displayed. People would ask who I was, only I haven't saved society yet, so it'd be pointless, and then if someone recognised me, I'd have to explain myself. That's already a chain of events I don't want to deal with. I don't want to get mixed up with some weird situation. Shit like that always happens, sticking out a surefire way to get put on a list. That's why I make such a careful effort to blend in with people in my daily life, till I can make my move. Sure. Or list. There are many lists. So what are you doing here anyway? Nothing. Kind of go here by accident. Happens to me all the time. Well, hope it works out for you. I'm going to go back to my dorm room. Need to set my TV to record my shows. You have TV? Yes, come over sometime. We can watch the game in high definition. If I can ask him what he's talking about, he's gone. He left like he came, with zero respect towards other people. Kind of amazing. Now that Kenji's gone, I resume looking aimlessly at the school gardens and their summer splendour. It's no use. He's ruined them for me. It's no use! When I get back to the cafeteria, exhausted but alive, I think of eating lunch with Shizune again, but find her sitting at a table with Misha already. If we were anyone else, I would think how they were too far away for me to hear them. This is Shizune Misha, however. If I wanted to, I could eavesdrop on their conversation easily. What a dirty thing to think about. But it's there, and I don't want to, though. I must have a lot of catching up to do, even if it's only been a few days. And clients just leave them alone so they can just do that. But the second they see me, they wave me over. Hi, Hee-chan! Hearing her voice again, even after such a short time apart, is jarring, and I wince. Yeah, right? These past few days, I'd forgotten that communication with Shizune is almost entirely silent, concentrating on getting it right. I turned out even ambient noise. Well, I get used to it again. I'm sure she's glad she's back. I'm done making up all my work. Just in time. I won't have to miss the festival. Wahaha! If they really tried to enforce that, I would pull you out of student council business. If they really tried to enforce that, you'd pull me out of student council business? That's abuse of power. No, it isn't, Hee-chan. Shi-chan says if there were only 2 student council members overseeing the festival, that'd be a problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, definitely. Has to be at least 3. It's for the good of everyone. It's perfectly reasonable. It's necessary. Sona leans across the table a bit as Misha delivers her slightly disturbing militaristic justification as childish, bubbly up and down tone. Sona looks happy though, tensing her fingers and trying to hold back a laugh as Misha pouts more seriously on her behalf. If you say so. I'm actually happy right now. We can talk so easy to each other, all 3 of us. At the beginning though, I thought I might have found myself in a bad situation. I'm sure Shizune would hate getting saddled with being tour guide for the new guy. I don't want to be that kind of burden either. It'd be awkward even if she weren't deaf and mute too. Just now, she said that we would have to be at the festival, the whole student council. I don't think the student council has any real jurisdiction over Tanabata. Only Shizune's way of saying that she wants us to spend it together. It's nice to have friends. Simple thought, but one that makes me genuinely happy that we could slip into being such with so much ease. Despite the roundabout way in which she said it, I'm glad that Shizune thinks so strongly to express it all. Why did you wait until we waved you over to come sit with us? Question out of nowhere. Shizune's eyes are expectant as Misha repeats her message. I feel like teasing her. You want me to sit with you that badly? We're in the student council, we should sit together as much as possible. That's logic. Anyone would jump at the chance to sit with 2 cute girls anyway. She pauses in case I might say something like, you're not that cute, and instantly lock myself into an obvious no-win situation. When I don't take that bait, Shizune becomes more energetic and continues. You're abnormal. No, I didn't expect her to like that. You're too quick to call other people abnormal. So arrogant. You're too quick to call other people arrogant. That makes you arrogant, and arrogance is also abnormal. You're double abnormal. Doesn't work that way. That's a sliding scale. Ha ha ha. Leaning on her arm, Misha closes her eyes and lets out a low, slow laugh like a chuckle. Don't laugh. Don't laugh at this kind of situation. Notice that Misha signs everything I say to Shizune anyway, even though I'm signing myself. This is redundant, but it's an unconscious action for Misha. On the other hand, I can't stop. If I let myself take it easy and sign less just because Misha's back, then what was all this for? I don't want to risk losing familiarity with how to sign either. My hands are pretty slow to speak on my behalf as it is. Hee-chan, you and Shi-chan talk to each other much more now. Back and forth. It's really funny too. Like an old married couple, right? What a loaded comment, so many ways. No, because it's Misha, I can't have been on purpose. That's not a compliment. Shizune doesn't react to Misha, trying to pair the 2 of us up. Maybe she didn't see it. Sometimes it does happen, I've noticed. I still wonder if it's really that simple, and why I care so much, but I don't want to think about it too hard. I want to leave. I keep thinking that I'm hogging Misha's time with Shizune, and it could be that Misha's just cut in now on purpose, feeling that way too. I doubt that either of them will leave, though. Some way, they're too nice. Anyway, Shizune, if you really want to know, I didn't want to sit here because I didn't want to intrude. I thought that because Misha's being away supplementary lessons or whatever, you 2 would have a lot to talk about, and I should just leave you alone to catch up. That's why I thought I would just hang back. Don't worry, Misha, I'm not trying to monopolise Shizune. Wahaha, Hee-chan, it's not like that. You're so considerate, Hee-chan. Shi-chan is sorry and apologises. Everything is worth apologising over, so don't worry about it. Hey, don't you both think that since Misha's back we should go celebrate somehow? I think so. Hee-chan, usually having to make up work isn't something to celebrate over. No, it's a good idea. Timing is perfect, and Shizune said that the student council should have a little fun too sometimes. You probably heard that too, right, Misha? It should be fine. Actually, wait a second. Didn't you have to make up work because you're missing so many classes to begin with, so skipping out to celebrate would be kind of stupid. But the timing isn't perfect, like I said. Maybe we'd go after school. Where should we go? Misha speaks Shizune's question to her aloud before even stopping to think it over, both of them completely ignoring me. Hey, listen to me. Two-man short-sighted student council team. Wahaha! Hee-chan, you're part of this team too! Ah, yeah, I guess I am. Yeah, you are, Hee-chan! So forgetful and troublesome. I feel so sorry for the girl who falls in love with you. Oh. So, where do you think we should go? I'm laughing in spite of myself, wanting to point out how Misha seems so enthusiastic now, when she was the one who was most apprehensive about it a few seconds ago. For whatever reason, I can't bring myself to do it. This is okay too. After a short discussion on where to go, it seems like the only place all 3 of us know and are willing to travel to is to Shanghai. Tea House doesn't look like a bad place to celebrate, especially because I'm sure they sell cake there, and cake is most celebratory food. Natsuki agrees. I haven't seen Yuko in a while either, and neither have the girls. For all these reasons, plus the fact that it's so close, I end up standing in front of the little tea shop, which is in Misha before I know it. Welcome. It's been a while since I heard Yuko's voice. I'm surprised all over again by the energy she puts into her greetings, kind of like an extremely nervous Misha. Hi, but you don't have to do that all the time. It's just us. Yes, I do. But okay, if you say so, Yuko. Ha ha ha. Take this moment to glance around the tea house. Notice that it's empty as ever. Lunchtime, potentially peak hour for an establishment at this time. And yet, it's as barren as ever. I don't understand. There has to be a reason for this. She gently taps my arm to get my attention. What do you want to get? Yuka looks a little agitated after Misha automatically relays the question. No, I'm supposed to ask that. Is there anything I can do for you? Just some coffee for now, thanks. The dedication Yuka has towards her waitress duty is sort of admirable. So is the speed at which she whisks away slices of cake and our drinks to her table when we order. Then again, we're the only customers here. Who knows what it would be like with a full house? Shizune and Misha immediately dig into their cakes with gusto, probably because they can't talk with utensils in their hands. The whole point of sharing a meal with friends like that is being able to talk over, after all. It makes sense that it'd be the same with them. I'm barely halfway through my cake when I hear their forks clinking as they set them down on their empty plates. It's not healthy to inhale your food. Ha ha ha! Hee-chan sounds like an old man! I cringe and instantly feel like I've been punched. Are you going to wear a yukata tomorrow, Hee-chan? No, I don't even have one. Well, even if I did, I'm not the kind of guy who does stuff like that. What about you? Are you two going to dress up? Of course! Oh, of course. What do you mean, of course? You didn't dress up last time. One time is not a trend. It's a completely different situation. Aside from not being Tanabata, the festival was on school grounds. Students should wear their uniform on school grounds. Clearly a joke, but our delivery isn't any different from the usual. That isn't normal, but our sense of humour was never, and I'm not used to it. I guess our way of saying outrageous things is seriously a little better than if she was to say serious things outrageously. What's more troubling in any case is that I've started to associate a voice with her signing, and it's clashing with how Misha says out loud everything Shizune signs anyway. I feel disorientated. Oh, so if he started to associate a voice, then I should think of a voice for Shizune, right? Because I've been just reading it in my voice. Oh, you know what? I haven't done Yuri's voice in a long time. I might give her Yuri's voice. Just a completely contrast between Misha's. I think I'm going to do that.
I'll dress up this time too.
You hate your throat. Yeah. I'll dress up this time. You'll see Hee-chan. Not just Hee-chan, but me too. Maybe I'll change my hairstyle too. Don't do that. I can't really imagine you looking differently. Shino works a finger and smiles.
Such a quick and firm disapproval. What if I were to change my hairstyle?
Maybe you should grow your hair out and make it look like drills. She looks unamused. Luckily I see Yuka making her way over. Likely to clear our plates or ask if we need anything from her. Yuka, you doing anything for Tanabata? Huh? It's like she was practicing how to most smoothly ask if I need a refill of coffee while walking over, but she has no idea what to do having been asked the question first. I feel bad. Yes, I'm working. Yuko, they make you work on holidays? Ah. We have the most business on holidays and sometimes tourists. I don't mind, we have to do our best.
I understand completely. So admirable.
She nods her head in solidarity, feeling a kind of kinship with Yuko through their shared determination to be the best. Well, with her, it's a matter of pride, whereas Yuko might just feel that she really needs this job and maybe a raise. Most business, huh? How much people on average during a holiday? Well. Yuko walks away and starts cleaning up a cup of swizzle sticks. That isn't polite. That is not what a proper waitress should do. Nevertheless, I sort of got my answer anyway. Clearly business is scarce at best. Start to wonder again how the Shanghai remains open at all. Maybe this eclectic style of tea house is a trend that was outrageously successful before I got here, but isn't anymore. And they're just keeping it like this while they retool. Maybe the owner is rich and involved in some sort of bet with someone else or crazy scheme to see who can lose the most money. Maybe it's just conveniently missed mobs of customers by seconds each visit. Maybe this place is just a front for an arms dealer. Since there's no one else here, why don't you sit down with us? You talk about economic infeasibility, but Yuko doesn't take the bait, shaking her head from side to side emphatically. I've never really celebrated Tanabata before, or dressed up for anything like this. I'll finally be able to wear my yukata. Yay! What do you mean never? What about last year? Last year, Shi-chan, me and the 3-2 class rep ran a stall for the festival. It was a sober stall, I think. Yeah, it was, yep. The blind class reps of 3-2 must be Lily. Surprised they were able to work together on anything, but Misha would likely be the best possible to suffer that kind of thing, with how innocent she is. Shi-chan cooked, and Lily took the orders. I translated for them. Shi-chan kept saying, it's so inefficient. Misha, why do you have to be the middleman? As in, why is there a middleman in the first place, huh? It would be fine if I did the cooking, and you took the orders. It doesn't make sense at all. But I think everyone had fun in the end, right, Shi-chan? Shizune adjusts her glasses grudgingly, causing Misha to break into laughter. It was the old student council's idea. That's why. That's why the last student council was like then. Shizune finally decides to step in again, more like she can't stop herself.
Terrible.
It was blunt. She ends with chopping motions as if passing judgment on them. I hope she's going to elaborate a little. To universities, some private schools, student councils can have real control over millions of yen and budget to distribute as needed. Wow, really? Millions? Ah, right. There's so much more involved in school activities too, Hee-chan. From Misha's tone, it seems like this is newer to her than it is to me. School student council is like a joke in comparison. Don't give people positions of power if they don't have any power at all. What's the point? So, I wanted us to have more and more work. It was hard to convince the school and other student council members to allow it. Actually, a lot of the work you've seen us do is really work I took on, which is what Lily was talking about. If it wasn't for Shi-chan, student council would just file attendance reports day in and day out. Ah, would you prefer that, Hee-chan? Of course, Hee-chan. As soon as the workload started going up, most of the students to council stopped coming. Shini's fingers fold over each other carefully, looking as if she wants to add something, but she can't bring herself to. Like she said, sign language gives you a little more time to think about what you say. I guess she feels like she can really talk about this. That was then. This is now. Let's have some fun tomorrow. That's what she finally settles for. Yeah. Okay, the student council is adjourned for today. It has to be adjourned, excitingly, because today was a good day. School seemed to be over by the time we leave the tea house, and I can see students coming down from the school as we walk up the road towards it. A couple of people wearing our school uniform look at Shizune as we walk by, and I wonder if they recognise her as the student council president, or if their eyes are just being drawn to Misha's head. It's impossible not to overhear the chatter in the air, and the topic is more often than not plans for Tanabata. I wonder how many of them will be using or going to the stalls that I reassembled. It makes me feel a little pride and emotion. I've never felt doing something for school. Maybe this is how Shizune feels as well. I was wanting to ask, but it seems stupid to want to do so. So I just hold on to the fort as the three of us walk onto the campus and then separate. Shizune to the student council room, Misha and me to our dorms. This is until they're gone that I realise I didn't ask when and where they wanted to meet up tomorrow. Even though it's a holiday, wake up at the same time as usual, and go where everyone else is likely sleeping for another 6 hours. Play my morning regime of pills, and for the first time in a few days, admittedly I'd let my medication slip my mind. Oh, shit. Bad, Hasao. You don't want to die. Look at the rows of bottles in front of me. I don't know how I managed to. 17 different medications. I feel full enough to skip breakfast after taking all of them. I'm already up, so might as well take a walk. Weather looks nice outside, giving off an idyllic atmosphere I've often dreamed of. It's always been kind of a romantic notion to be able to meander around the countryside, taking in the fresh air. The opportunity to do so is here. I can't resist, even though it must seem silly. I stop at the main building in order to take a drink, and then decide to enter it, maybe hang out on the roof for a little bit. We might be pretty cool at this time, and I'm sure nobody else will be up there either. I've never been up there by myself. School's quiet today, deserted. My footsteps echoing on the staircase roof are unnervingly loud. Shouldn't bother me due to how much time we spent in sign language class, near total silence, or working so much with Shizune lately, but it still does. Make the smallest noises I wouldn't have even noticed before, seem boomingly loud. Feels like I'm sneaking around someplace I shouldn't be. I wonder why I'm getting that vibe. Maybe the school's haunted or something. Over the door to the roof, seems I'm not alone. Misha leans against the fence, looking over the school grounds, not having noticed me at all. Instantly, I know what I have to do. I have to put my hands over her eyes and say, "Guess who?" It's the only option. Halfway, I start thinking about how bad the look of Shizune suddenly popped in, and just left for a second to get some sandwiches, and saw me sneaking up on Misha like this. Very silently that a coincidental misunderstanding doesn't happen. "Guess who?" "Ii-chan," she says, without hesitating for a second, without deviating even slightly from her normal tone. My fun was over before it started. "Hi, Ii-chan. Good morning." She flexibly tries to move her hands, a form of greeting, and entangles them in the fencing. "Good morning. I didn't expect you to find you here. What are you doing up so early?" "I could ask you the same thing, Ii-chan. What are you doing up so early? I didn't expect to find you here." "I asked you first." You're right. Haha. You sound just like Shi-chan." "No, I don't," I say in the least convincing manner possible. Luckily, Misha doesn't notice what a bad actor I am. You're looking forward to tonight? "Of course, Ii-chan. I don't like celebrations. Maybe not as much as Shi-chan does. Tanabata always has interesting things to buy and all kinds of seasonal food. And I get to wear a yukata." She makes the words a little strange. Sounds like she's saying that she doesn't like celebrations, but likes doing everything involved with them. I don't know if it's worth pursuing, though, as it could just be that I misunderstood. What about you, Ii-chan?" "I am, or else I'd just stay at home, wouldn't I? It's a logical step." "Ah, Ii-chan, you're not that logical. So, really surprising. Okay, though. I was just making sure, because you didn't look like you were having a lot of fun last time. Me and Shi-chan were a little worried because of it." "Yeah, I had fun. I guess I ended up appreciating it more than I expected to." "Really, Ii-chan? Waha! What part of it? Tell me." "Well, there were the fireworks at the end. They were really nice. I think you slept through them." "Ah, I always fall asleep early, but I won't sleep through them this year. I'll definitely stay awake." "I don't think they have fireworks during Tanabata. It's a different mood entirely." "Yeah, they do." "What? Wait, of course they have fireworks at Tanabata. don't even fucking live in Japan and I know this. What the fuck is wrong with you, Sal? Maybe you can get Shizune to petition them to have them, though. Move the fireworks to an earlier time. Maybe I will. That's a great idea, Hee-chan. No, it's not. Don't do that. I was being serious. Although maybe it would annoy Shizune. You make it sound like you would like that, Hee-chan. Hee-chan, do you like Shi-chan? I can't say yes or no, and sitting down like I am, I can't even smoothly leave. Don't be silly. The one I like is you. Really, Hee-chan? No, you're kidding, right? You must like Shi-chan more. Misha, you jump to conclusions too much. But you almost called her Shi-chan, so I'm right. Because you call her Shi-chan all the time. I got stuck in my head. Osmosing language is common, you know. Besides, it's one little slip-up. By your logic, you should like her more than me, and are you making fun of me or something? Maybe. I'm hungry. Did you eat breakfast, Hee-chan? No, just medicine. Misha twirls her fingers lazily in the air to keep her hands busy as she thinks. We should eat something then. Do you think they'll be serving breakfast today? Really the kind of thing a member of student council should know. I can't say that though. I'm on the student council and I don't know. Didn't seem like anyone was working in the kitchen when I entered the building, but I don't know for sure. Hey Hee-chan, you ever heard about those vending machines you can get food from, like burgers, soup, and even pizza? Wouldn't it be great if we had some of those at our school? I don't know. I always thought those machines were kind of weird. Imagine how cool it would be if we had a machine like that at our school, Hee-chan. It'd be almost like magic, wouldn't it? Hot food coming out of a vending machine? That's so amazing. I could never imagine that. Seeing one of those machines would be like a dream. We don't have machines like that in this whole town, though. It's too early to even go to town. I won't be able to eat breakfast, Hee-chan. That's the most important meal of the day. Everyone says so. I want to eat. You're really silly. If it bothers you so much, I'll buy you a soda. Misha puffs out her chest and puts on a serious face. Hee-chan, a soda is not breakfast. It's like water. Like water, it's a liquid. Water isn't food. Liquid can be food. Now who sounds like Shizune Misha? I want to say, even though her tone reminds me of Shizune's unblinking matter-of-fact way of stating the ridiculous. Even if I did say that, though, it wouldn't be the one who sounds like Shizune again. It's terrible. Her competitiveness is really rubbing off on me. Let's look for something to eat, then. Okay. Predictably, our search for food in an empty school building this early in the morning leads to failure. Misha decides to go off on her own after we both decide to give up for now, vowing to eat breakfast even though it's closer to time for brunch. Go out to my dorm. Following hours tick by slowly and pass time by catching up and reading. Some of these books I haven't touched since I was in the hospital. Thinking back on it, wasn't that long ago, even though it definitely feels like it was. A free day and I can't think of anything to do. Took a short nap and as I changed for a second time today, whereas I never actually confirmed with Shizune and Misha when and where we would meet up. Guess that eventually would come looking for me, but I would look pretty stupid if I came to that. It's already evening, so I should at least make an effort to find them first. Even though the grounds aren't exactly flooded with people, and it should be impossible to miss Misha's pink hair even if they were, I'm having a lot of difficulty finding them. Finally run into them at the front gate, which is the first place I'd looked. The boss fight. Oh, that's pretty. Hello. She attempts to punctuate her normal greetings with a grand little sweep at the end. Okay, yeah, I approve. Hee-chan, how are you? Strange seeing them in Yukata, though I've been seeing Yukata in general all night. Shizune is simple and tasteful, which seems obvious for her in retrospect. For all her grand flourishes all over the top behaviour, I think she would rather die than dress the part. What draws my eye is the hairpin she's wearing. A pearl flower that gleams softly in the moon. That's what it is. Shizune looks a bit like May, dressed up like that. It isn't. Okay. Oh, I look forward to seeing it. Looks pretty on her, but also feels out of place. If it's too elaborate for a high school girl, maybe just someone as secretly childish as Shizune. Misha's yukata is about what I'd expect, so it actually fits a little too well. Paired with her bubblegum pink hair, she looks cute, but anachronistic. You two look nice. Thanks, Hee-chan. Hee-chan, you're a little late. We were waiting here for you. Did you forget the time or the place? Oh well, let's go, Hee-chan. Misha dropping this line of discussion saves me what could potentially be a pretty embarrassing thing to own up to. Specifically, I've been looking for them for at least an hour. Seeing Shizune and Misha look so cheerfully, it's hard not to want to fall into atmosphere and enjoy a nice night out. What bothers me is that I'm having some trouble reading Shizune's signing tonight. I've been able to sign language in class for almost a week, so I'm not surprised. I guess I've lost focus for a while. I'm slipping. Certainly will be the first time. Hold on, where are we going? Into town? Yes. Doesn't make any sense. We haven't even checked out what's on the grounds, unless you two decided to have fun while I wasn't looking. We're going to come back. We'll work our way up. Haha! Either way, Hee-chan, we have to walk into town and then back up if we want to see everything. So, this way, after we're done, we'll be right at our dorms when we're tired. It works out perfectly. It's admittedly logical. Shizune doesn't give me much time to argue now, grabbing me by the arm and lightly trying to pull me along. Yeah, this CG is not the best. I've seen better. I've seen many better. Oh well. Streets illuminated only by the lights of the moon, and the low lanterns tinted with tissue paper put me at ease. Now that we're in town, Shizune moves a bit more slowly in order to see the sights. So I decided to walk more briskly in order to mess with her, but she quickly readjusts her own speed to match, letting out a soundless laugh before quickly signing to Misha with her offhand. What do you want to do first, Hee-chan? Well, some games, if there are any. I thought you didn't like games, Hee-chan. I don't mind. Second time today, I feel her slim fingers wrapping around mine. Looks like all this time I've been pulled along by Shizune's will. Occasionally it's quite tiring, but I think that for the most part I wouldn't say I hate it. It's just the quality of some people to drag others into their lives like a storm. A word for Shizune sometimes, I think. Although I didn't want to tell Misha earlier, today I do like her. Oh, storm. Okay, well I know what card you're getting. Hee-chan, you're going to win a doll for me this time too, right? Still thinking about that? Okay, I will. Just gonna grab a quick notepad real quick, so I can remind myself of things I know I will forget later otherwise. Time passes by faster than we could have thought, running around doing as many frivolous things as possible. Snow cones! Hee-chan, do you want one? Misha runs towards the stand, not even waiting to hear my answer. They look delicious. I want one too. We'll play rock, paper, scissors so you can pay for them all. Or we could each pay for our own. Hee-chan, what flavour do you want? Blue one. Blue is not a flavour. I knew that. Ordering something based on colour is childish. You're childish. What are you getting at? You getting strawberry? Ha! Such a childish flavour. Only children eat strawberry. And then I imagine that Emmy's just walking past like, you fucking what, mate? You should get plain, the most mature flavour of all. I want to know where her personality comes from. I wonder if I would think that way if she hadn't been the first student I ended up having a conversation with on my first day here. It's highly possible that I'd missed that part of her that kept drawing me in. I didn't know that she could hear me, and that she was so competitive, so focused on getting me to join student council, and so alternatively paid for as sharp. All those constant new facelets to keep my interest in her. Would I have grown to like her so much? I like that I'm overthinking this. Are you going to make a wish? Hee-chan never makes wishes, Hee-chan. Oh really? Not even on New Year's? Why's that? She only tens her fingers and smiles, but won't answer. It's a secret. I know! Hee-chan, do you want me to tell you? Yes. She's doing it alternates between as many forceful iterations of no as she can think of. I'll tell you later, okay? Actually, I feel tired. I think I'm going to go to bed early. Really? Doesn't feel like it's been that long. No flies when you're having fun. But it has Hee-chan. But it has Hee-chan. Maybe I can visit you go first, then go back. Or I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. Have fun without me, okay? You're going to school soon anyway, Misha. Misha doesn't want to hear it and leaves anyway. Shizune starts to wonder why just as soon as I do, but while I keep it in my head, she signs it, seeming to want to discuss the possible reason. After we're both done seeing all there is to see, check the time to find it's pretty late. When she's starting to wear off, it's a miracle that I managed to even have this much too. Even Shizune's starting to look a bit tired. We'll make our way back to the grounds. Shizune seems disappointed when she sees the school building all lit up and teeming with students. Something wrong? I wanted to go up to the roof, but now there are too many people. I'm so tired it might be for the best. There are probably couples on the roof since it's that kind of holiday. Then again, I wouldn't know. Is that how it really is? I've never really been into festivals before coming here. Disappointed. I thought you said you wanted to see the school was doing like last, like saving the best for last. Now you're telling me you don't want to? Not even a little? I thought you would have more energy. I don't feel tired. Seemed to spark a competitive spirit. Shizune immediately perks up. Although it's then that I realised I didn't have anywhere in mind to take her. I don't feel like going to the main building myself. Fortunately, the area behind the school is both deserted and impressive looking today. Never appreciated how sprawling and well kept it was seeing it at night. Almost seems gone forever in the moonlight. It's very pretty even though it's just a field. I'd thought earlier that she was too mature to pull off the old-fashioned clothes she's wearing tonight, but right now, it's quite beautiful in them. Makes me think back to the day, the other festival I went with her. She had a look the same way then. I wanted to tell her that. I liked her. Decisively, in one go. But even thinking about it, it's just so awkward. The more I like her, the more awkward and afraid I am of telling her how I feel, even now. When I could do so if I wanted to, without having to go through another person. Not to mention, what if what happened last time happens again? If it does, I might not get off so easy with a months-long hospital stay. I don't want to even think about it. I try to shove the thought out of my mind any way possible. I try to dismiss them as unlucky fears. Still, the first time I had seen all my pills, I'd imagined them cascading me before me, enough of them to choke me. Still think about it from time to time. Can't say it's not a legitimate concern. Times like these are nice enough that I can forget it though. My favourite thing about this school is that it's on top of a mountain. Is that because it's much closer to the sky? Yeah. I like it too, but it's more because of the fresh air. Too competitive. If a whale bit you, you would bite back. Makes her laugh and she winks. Would that be so bad? The smile is contagious. Yes. It's true. I'm terrible. A little. But if I can make people happy, I'm not entirely terrible, am I? Then it's okay. I have many examples in my defense. Maybe even this is a moment of game to her. That's right. It's a romantic moment. I don't know if such a chance might come again, and I feel compelled to say something, awkward and stupid. If I think about it too much, I doubt my hands will listen to me. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Good job. I hope that I signed it properly. I feel nervous, as if I want to break into a run. You'd unrooted to the spot. I couldn't hear a thing just minutes ago, and now I'm picking up every little ambient noise. I really am nervous. I wonder if it shows. 4 hours pass like seconds. Now the seconds pass like eons. Then I see Shizune's hands moving unsteadily before her, fumbling over each other, stopping halfway through each gesture. It's like she said, sign language gives you opportunity to think your words through. She's trying very hard to do that right now. Situations she doesn't know how to respond to. Must be unthinkable. Stoic as Shizune tries to be, she can't hide her reddening cheeks. She's very cute and feminine like this. It puts me at ease knowing she's nervous as I am. 4 is yet another way to which I found myself competing with her. Okay. A simple reply, but as soon as I think that, Shizune takes a step forward and embraces me. Unsure and careful embrace, as if we're made of eggshells and she doesn't know how to hug someone. Although, to be honest, it's not a subject I'm familiar with either. Her yukata is cool and silky under my fingers, but I can also feel Shizune's warmth. In the end, she thought this is the best possible gesture to show how she felt. Hooray! We did it, guys. That's a very weird picture. I don't really even understand what that picture was supposed to be, but whatever. It was indeed a picture. Following days passed uneventful and with surprising quickness. I find renewed motivation to learn sign language. Seems I have a knack for learning sign, so it wouldn't be a waste not to do it. Falling behind would be even more unacceptable. Summer break coming up. Even though I figured student council work would see a drop-off proportional how lethargic my classes are becoming, it doesn't happen that way. Every day I get swamped under increasingly meaningless work. Despite how much I want to, I don't have even a free second to talk to Shizune nowadays. Every time I look at her, her face is buried in some books or records, a stack of paper that needs to be checked over in triplicate. Today I woke up early to come to school before everyone else, hoping to catch Shizune. She has a habit of coming in first, thing in the morning, to be punctual, then all the other students. Fortunately, I think I'm earlier than her. Hearing the student council room door click open to my right tells me that isn't the case. I guess I got here just behind her. I went to her room, tapped Shizune on the shoulder to get her attention. Maybe he expects a conversation, which is why she puts down the carton of orange juice in her hands. Good morning. That's your better half. We are separate individuals. Thinking about it, I must get that quite a bit. I can think of no other way to explain how ready she was with that answer. You're here early. That's good. You can have a look over some handouts. They're going out later today. Came early specifically so I could see you without having to do work. According to Misha, being early isn't new for you. Not new for you either. Are you saying you want to race? She adjusts her glasses nonchalantly. A gesture that belies how giddy she is inside about the thought of having someone very petty take competitive and seriously. The smaller the matter, the more excite her. It's not a race. Want to make it a contest? I don't. Almost forgot to add that last part, the most important part. Well, that's fine. There are too many days left in the school year. I'd get tired of it anyway. With that, Shizune picks up her juice and finishes it off. And she's going to try and shoot the empty container into the trash, but she doesn't. In fact, she seems puzzled as to why I seem so disappointed. Better get to the point. She wants to talk. A break is practically here, you know. We should spend more time together anyway. I'm thinking like we could do that over the summer. Shizune's face turns as red as mine. Must be. She starts adjusting her glasses, flustered. What an all-purpose gesture. She taps her fingers together in thought, considering her next words carefully. You mean like a date? Just because we're going out somewhere, that instantly makes it a date? It's not. I want it to be a date. And it's on. Shizune approvingly claps her hands once, before adding to my statement. But not today. I'm going away for a week to visit my family. That's an oddly formal way of putting it. For that reason, my interest is spiked. Maybe her family is the prim and proper traditional kind, living in a giant old-timey mansion with a little stream and koi pond, where everyone wears kimonos all the time. It's a wild assumption, but it's fun to speculate sometimes. I wonder if Shizune puts on the appearance of being calm and mature, good daughter like Lily when she is with her family. I can't imagine it, but if there's even a possibility of that's true, then I must see it. How on earth does the you in this storyline know what Lily is like with her family? You haven't seen that yet. In fact, I haven't actually seen her yet with her family, except her sister. Only a week? That must not be that far a trip then. Of course not, they're still in Japan after all. Really? It isn't like you can come with me, if that's what you're trying to say. Why can't I? It isn't like you would enjoy it. You don't know that. It could be fun. I almost forgot. Didn't answer my question. Are you going alone or is Misha going with you? Does your family know sign? Misha is coming along. Part of the question left unanswered is the most telling. Shizune's family can't communicate with her. I have to wonder what her childhood was like. She rewrote everything on that pad she carries around and still produces out of nowhere sometimes. Usually it's whenever Misha nor I are around. I can notice it far away when she pulls it out like a last resort, grimacing the whole time. If Misha is going, then I'm going to go too. Do you like Misha? It's the principle of the thing. I entertain the notion that Shizune might actually be jealous, but I doubt it. She usually wears her emotions pretty plain on her face, and I don't see anything that would support my fury right now. I think you're just bored. It's okay though. Alright, we'll go together. It's what I hoped for in the first place. You can skip out in student council today and pack your bags just because you come with us on such short notice. No excuse. It's okay, I have hardly anything to pack anyway. Shizune pauses, tinting her fingers thoughtfully. You must have come to the school on very short notice. Could be that the thinking back to the time when she and Misha unexpectedly shoved themselves into my room and caught a glimpse of one medications. It was an awkward moment. I like to forget and don't like revisiting it. The way she tiptoes around the issue now, even now, only makes me more uncomfortable. I did. It was kind of a on-the-spot decision. Worked out better than I expected, though. I wish Shizune won't pursue the matter, and to my relief, she doesn't. My home is in a particularly beautiful part of Saitama. We'll be leaving early in the morning, so be ready. Let's talk about it more later, okay? For now, those handouts won't look over themselves. You're gonna help me. Shizune dives into her work, pulling me along with her, and I think that she seems almost not quite excited to go. You stupid bag of crisps. There we go. I just Shizune Misha arrive early next morning to pick me up. Yeah, dressed in something other than the school uniform I've grown used to seeing them in. It's alright, I suppose. Makes sense since we're on holiday, but it's still jarring. Shizune's dress is sharp and fashionable, almost too much for a quiet place like Yamaku. Thinking back to what she wore at the Town of Ash Festival, I'm starting to notice a trend with her. All her clothes are very tasteful and mature, well thought out. So then, I wonder why she herself is so mature. Bush Cheney 2004. What? What the fuck? Why? Why is she wearing a 2004 presidential, American presidential? Wow. Well, I guess Misha is Train's favourite character then, considering he's got that obsession with Dick Cheney. At least Misha's clothes reflect her inner self from the outside. You're bringing so little. I would say that I said I would. I said there wasn't much to pack. Shizune pouts and rocks her own rather large collection of luggage with her foot as if embarrassed. Misha only has one suitcase with her, but it's almost larger than she is. She looks self-conscious about it as well. God, that suitcase is as big as a compact car. Pea green colour is unsettling too. It's like something used to transport bodies. The way they look right now makes me want to tease them a little. That's bad luck for you and Misha, isn't it? Having to carry those huge bags. Gotta pack light next time, like me. Everything fits into one little suitcase. Like James Bond! Yes, exactly like James Bond. Shizune gently tugs at her glass in concentration. We should split the amount we carry equally. Wow, what a great idea, Shi-chan! What? No. It would benefit us all. Yep, haha! I'm going to have to say no. You're outvoted. She almost lunges forth as she signs it, terrifying. Well, I was just kidding. I don't mind carrying a few extra. I just thought it'd be fun to mess with you both. But if you were going to try and make me carry it all, I was going to ride that giant green case down the mountain like a sled. That seems to make Shizune laugh. She holds a hand up to her mouth to hold it back. It's like she's hiding it. I wonder if she can laugh. I wonder if she can laugh. If not, that might be why she does that. Kind of makes me feel sad. That taken care of, we head for the train station. See, we're all about Train today. We're literally heading to go meet Train. How you doing, Train? What's up? Very uneventful ride follows. Shizune and Misha managed to fall asleep almost instantly, but I find myself unable to. It's never happened before. Maybe it's my medication. We arrive at Shizune's house. It's quite a bit larger than I'd envisioned it would be. I don't think huge would be much of an overstatement. You live in a mansion? Shizune indignantly stands up on her tiptoes so that we're at eye level and frowns deeply, having my comment translated by Misha, as if as if she's saying, how can you even suggest such a thing? This is just a normal house, nothing as ostentatious as a mansion. Well, the definitions of those terms are quite different then. Wahaha, Hee-chan, are you surprised? Do you want me to point out where you'll be staying? I know if I was doing are you surprised it's like a bit of a catchphrase for me. From that Pokemon movie. The Hooper one. I think we have a guest room, but I'm not sure if we have two. I'll check. No problem though, Hee-chan. She-chan and I can share a room if we have to. Well, unless hers is being used for something else now. Not sure. I don't think Shizune doesn't spend a lot of time at home. Or I can make a joke of it at her expense. Shizune vanishes into the house and Misha goes with her, leaving me alone on the grounds. I don't want to follow them inside just yet. I'll bag down on the front door and take the opportunity to look around the grounds, make a quick lap of the house. Hi. Even though it takes just a few minutes, when I get back, the first thing I notice is my bag is gone. And a tiny girl is in its place. She looks a lot like Shizune, although Shizune wouldn't wear red shorts and a star moon stocking. Hi, are you Shizune's little sister or something? Oops. No, I'm my little brother. My name is Hideki. It's nice to meet you. Voice represents a straightforward, monotone, and also definitely male. I'm embarrassed to the point where I could almost turn around and leave right now if I could remember my way back to the train. Are you the second person that my sister brought with her? But with her? I'm not luggage. Anyway, I'm Hisao. Did you take my bag? Yes, it is my right to keep anything I find on my property. No, it's not. That's not how it works at all. Guess even partially well-spoken little kids believe the law of finders keepers. Even though I call him little, he doesn't seem that much younger. Now I think about it, maybe 2 or 3 years younger at most. I gave it to Shizune. Inside. Are you on a student council? Yeah, how did you know? Does she bring it up often? I almost said, does she talk about it often? That could have been bad. Yes, all the time. You get along with her? Get along? That's a weird question. I'd be on the student council if I couldn't get along with her. What about you? Do you two get along well? Even though he has a monotone voice, his face is as expressive as Shizune's and belies how he really feels. He must run in the family. It's like he isn't happy about my question for whatever reason. I'm sorry, I was only asking because you both act so much alike. I don't know why, but I feel like he's teasing me. Unfortunately, it works. I don't like being compared to Shizune. You're a lot more like Shizune, but that's to be expected. I mistook you for our little sister, even. If you don't want people to make that mistake, you should dress more appropriately. Wow. Rude? He can wear whatever he likes, mate. I don't understand. My clothes are perfectly seasonal. What are the stockings? They're cool. You act like my sister. Eventually people will stop mistaking you for her. That's my comment hits him harder than I thought. I'll explain this attempt at turning it around. I hate being compared to others. Shun doesn't like it when she's compared to others either. I thought that Hideki was a little more mature than Shizune, but they both have the same competitive streak and inclination to provoke people. I wonder if he's like this because of Shizune or if it's the other way around. Neither do you, right? Okay, I get it. I shouldn't be so petty. Especially to little kids. Hideki seems like he'd accept this as acknowledgement of defeat, which is something that I feel like I can't let go. Nevertheless, I'll just have to let it go while I have the chance. I can hear Misha's laughter bouncing through the halls the moment I step through the door of the house and follow it into what I would guess the living room. Holds more people than I'd expect. Oh. Yo, that's pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. I'll play the King of D. We'll just play the D deck. Lord of D, King of D, Little D, D time. I'm not really sure I'm going with this. Among them, I spot a distinctive and familiar blonde ponytail. I'm more confused why Lily is here than surprised. Shizune seems just surprised. Shizune seems just as surprised. Lily doesn't look ecstatic about the chance meeting either. Sitting next to Lily is a tall, androgynous-looking woman in a sharp suit. I just assume that's her older sister, but I don't want to risk it. It is indeed. I didn't expect that you would arrive so early. At first, I think she's talking to me, but it turns out she was referring to Shizune. I don't think Lily even notices my presence. I've clearly walked in on them mid-conversation. It looks like, with her focus on Shizune, she couldn't hear me. I should have rearranged my entire schedule for you. Shi-chan said, I should have rearranged my schedule just for you. That would have been nice, but I would not expect you to do such a thing. Oh, hi, Yi-chan. You're finally here. Yeah, hello, Lily. Oh, Hisao. This is quite a surprise. Akira, this is Hisao, a schoolmate. Hisao, this is Akira, my sister. Yo. She holds up her hand in a brief and quiet casual gesture of greeting. So this is the older sister after all. I hope we're not messing things up with your plans. Since we're only going to be here for one more day, Lily and I thought she may as well come with me. Akira turns to me like she feels compelled to explain. I'm grateful for that. I suppose my position here would be best described as a babysitter. Akira ruffles Hideki's hair as he carries on with his pastime, looking displeased. That is demeaning. Really? Maybe I'll change my title once you get a few more years on you, or at least a few more centimeters. They make an interesting pair. Although Akira looks more like a lawyer than a babysitter, I'm still not really sure why both she and Lily are here, though. Taking a glance around the room, there are tennis rackets, golf clubs, and even a stack of fishing poles and tackle boxes secretly here and there. Behind every chair and corner, under every table, there is some piece of outdoor hobbyist equipment. Pick up one of the fishing rods and play with it. This is a nice house. Shit, it looks like your dad has a lot of hobbies. For a moment I forgot to sign what I said, but Misha is already in the process of interpreting what I said for her. Still impressed at how automatically interpreting from Misha. Do you fish? No, I don't know how. I kind of want to learn, but it's relaxing. There's a river only a short drive away from my whole family knows how to fish. If you want, we could go there sometime. You and Hideki can fish? I didn't expect people your age to know, considering it's always seemed like a hobby for old men. You know, Lily is great at cooking. If we had some fresh fish. It's not hard to follow Akira's train of thought. If you want to eat fish, we could go to the store. Lily's voice sounds slightly more authoritative than usual. She really doesn't seem to share her sister's enthusiasm for the idea. It's more fun to go fishing. We could even make it like a game and try to see who catches the biggest one. That'd be exciting, right? Yeah. Hee-chan, what do you think? Sounds fun, doesn't it? Yeah, it definitely could be. Sounds like a plan. I don't know how to fish either, so now's as good a time as any to learn. Her eyes shift towards Lily, who remain unmoved. This sours Akira's smile a bit and makes me wonder why Lily's being so obstinate about this. I don't think we have enough fishing equipment for everyone. We can take it in turns. It'll be a team battle. What's she saying? We can take it in turns. She also wants to make it a contest. Come on, Lily. May as well make the most of it. So there's going to be a competition to see who can catch the biggest fish or the most. Looks like the older sister understands better as always. Shi-chan says she supposed Lily would prefer to go to the store, right? So much less work, so it's natural that she would. Going fishing would be more fun though and save money. Akira, you have the right idea. Akira gives a gracious, if slightly stilted smile. Shizune's praise wasn't her after all. Isn't the river quite far away? I don't think it's that far away. I can drive if we have to. I'm okay with it as long as we catch something. Can your car fit this many people in? There's a whole lot of fishing gear on top of that. She pursed her lips as her fingers subtly. She pursed her lips as her fingers subtly moved, counting the amount of passengers and the required cargo. We're going to be taking 6 people. Damn, my car can only take 5. Actually, if Hideki sat on my lap, we could. I'm not sitting on your lap. Ah. Shi-chan says that her father's car would be big enough. What, the Fuga? If he doesn't mind us taking it, then I guess we'll have no choice. It's kind of bad for saving my car, considering how I won't have much longer. Despite Lily's obstinacy, and Hideki's questions of whether or not we prefer to eat first and then bet on a fish dinner that might fail to ever materialise, there is no way to dissuade Akira and Shizune as they agree on the transport plans. Aw yeah, we're on a road trip! There's only 5 people in the car though. Where's the little sister? Brother. Oops. This is nice. Lily's like just got her eyes open there. It's quite nice. She's just like staring blankly. It looks pretty. Misha's fallen asleep, drooling. I'm sitting uncomfortably. They're like, they're not even wearing seatbelts. Wow, terrible. And they've tried to do like her kitty face, but in one of these, and it doesn't really work. My expectations of a somewhat relaxing drive through the countryside are fulfilled. Akira's driving is smooth and peaceful as the surroundings, to the point where Misha falls asleep during the trip. I thought the trip would have been rather too slow paced for Shizune's liking, but she seems to genuinely enjoy it. Even with Hideki awkwardly sandwiched between her and the door, she just keeps looking out the window and smiling. The area surrounding the river is quite beautiful. Akira and Shizune head off the river so quickly we have no choice but to chase them. We'd be left in the dust otherwise. I can see Hideki and Lily are just humouring their siblings. Lily being the more unenthusiastic of the two. Misha seems as happy as ever though. Looks like she's managed to latch onto some of Shizune and Akira's excitement. As for myself, I'd rather eat now, but the thought of fresh fish prepared by Lily is appealing. The river is larger than I'd imagine, although very scenic and peaceful. Other than a small pier, apparently built just to fish off of, this place looks untouched by civilization. It makes me realise how much greenery we've seen lately. Just seeing, I love seeing how many pairs of hands artists can manage to hide, right? I hate drawing hands, they're worse. My favourite is to make characters cross their arms so their hands are dug underneath the elbows. Yeah, that's right. Shino pulls Misha away so they can explain how to fish to Akira. Lily and Hideki are talking between themselves, so I decide to join the enthusiastic trio. So which one of these lures should I use then? Can I use a cute little one? Wait, this is a contest. We need to pick teams first. Shi-chan and I will be on one team, of course. Hee-chan, you're going to be on our team too, won't you? We can be the student council team. Okay. Alright then, that makes me, Hideki, and Lily on the other team. Lily, what should we call ourselves? I don't see why it matters. I don't think it matters. Team No Enthusiasm it is. Yet again, Akira's best ever already buffed. Shizune Misha, on the other hand, have no lack of enthusiasm whatsoever. So, you can be our point man. Please try hard to catch as many or the biggest fish possible. I mean, no one's even told me how to fish yet. We can do that now! After a quick tutorial, Shizune immediately tries to draw us into a discussion about the strategy tag team fishing competition. Somehow, competition doesn't seem particularly applicable to a sport where you spend hours sitting down and hoping a fish bites a worm. Looks like Hideki got stuck with a spare rod. You know it's just a string tied to a bamboo pole, right? That means when deciding the order, you should go against him. What? Why me? You have the least experience here, Hee-chan! Yeah, so who's the best here, Shizune? Hideki is your brother. He's probably just as good. He probably fishes all the time. Since he lives close to the lake, he might even be better. Imagine you if you make my head hurt. You know I'm only hearing 2/3 of a conversation, right? What's this about? Picking a lineup. Tags. Yeah, what's Black Crows when we need him? Kira makes a troubled face. She's getting impatient, which probably isn't too unreasonable. If you're impatient, that only makes you more excited. Now I want to play for higher stakes. What's she saying? She wants to play for higher stakes. Don't be too hasty. We have beginner's luck twice on our side, after all. The only way you'll be able to beat that is by catching a whole ocean. This is freshwater body of water, you marine biologist. A weird insult delivered with unblinking and innocent good cheer. Kira doesn't seem bothered. She laughs it off, and Shizune looks like her usual mischievous self again. I'm glad they get along. So, are we going to pick teams or what? I'm getting kind of hungry. So, Misha and I are on a team, Lily, Hideki, and you are on the other, aren't you? Suppose that's the most obvious arrangement. Wouldn't mixing up a little be more fun, though, eh? You don't want to fish with your own sister? Well, Nero's not a fish, so putting both of us on the same team is kind of... Well, it sounds like I've heard something kind of dangerous. I try to change the subject before Shizune can turn this incredulous look on her face to anything more. So I guess you and Shizune know each other. Sure do, we go way back. Kira throws a knowing grin at Shizune. It's not until Misha finishes translating what she said that Shizune gains a troubled face. Kira sure is different from Lily. Aside from how they look, she's much more informal and laid back. Expect Lily's family to be all proper and formal like her. This is a surprise, but I feel like she's easy to talk to. Much as I like talking about catching fish, we should probably actually do it sometime. Would you suggest there should be a lineup like in baseball, or should it be everyone at once, or tag battle style? Can everyone sit wherever they want, or the teams have to stick together? Do we call while we fish? What fish sizes will we be counting? Seeing Kira growing up to Misha dutifully translates for her. Shizune rubs her glasses, laughing silently. Never mind, let's just fish then. It can be an individual contest. Ugh. You know, it took me a second to realise this was even a CG, because they sort of just look the same as they do with their characters. Except Akira's taken off her jacket. Sit down, ready to fish, although I'm not feeling very confident. Everyone else is already sitting, except Akira, who takes a seat next to me, throws a line out after taking off her suit jacket and rolling up her sleeves. Misha and Hideki end up sitting on the shore, fishing together, as there's not enough room on the pier for everyone. Truth be told, I'd rather be sitting next to Shizune, but Akira seems approachable enough. Careful there, you're a little close. You're a little close. Don't tangle our lines, Kay. So you've never fished before? No, but I've seen a bit on TV. I was wanting to catch one of those big fish with a sword for a face. Marlin, I think. If I recall correctly, those are from the ocean. They are saltwater fish. I know that. Why is everyone acting like I don't know the difference between freshwater and saltwater fish? If you aren't careful, you'll scare off the fish, saltwater or not. Kira's voice is somewhat loud between her attempts to both egg on Shizune and keep Lily entertained. So she may have a point. Online doesn't seem to be picking up anything, but I don't know how much of that is down to Akira. Shizune does her best to relax in the sun and pulls off the look very well, but I can tell that she'd be slightly put off by not knowing what's being talked about. Not having Misha around could be a real problem. So, what's the score so far? Are we winning? I hope we are, given that I've entrusted you with our team success. I see some awkward signing with creative placement on our rod. It's very close to being gibberish in spoken terms. You're like, right there, can't you tell? Disappointing, you let yourself get distracted, you have to stay focused. Should have known, well, it's 0-0 in any case. Kira chuckles, although it's clear that really took the wind out of her sails. It's just the numbers now, or are we keeping track of the size too? Both. Grading matters. So who's going to be grading them? Are you certified fish judge? Shizune shakes her head to signify she isn't. Doesn't seem like it'd be very hard. Tell me to stop flailing her hands around like that, scaring all the fish away, and ask Hideki why he hasn't even bothered to cast yet. He's very good at creatively placing his rod by now. I mean, we've done it 3 times. Look over at the two and yell what Shizune said to them. Shi-chan, I think he's upset that he's stuck with the backup rod. Since Misha is largely unable to sign anything coherently right now, she only gets a puzzled look from Shizune for a reply. Shizune just sighs afterwards and translates for her. Hey, if you're depressed about it, you've got to try. You could try catch the big one for all you know, but you won't catch anything unless you do. I feel at least half her encouragement is because if Hideki does catch the big one, she wants to be there to eat it. Having 6 people fishing just leaves a better chance of catching something than having 5. The constant awkward shuffling I have to do to communicate with Shizune, is not to mention her increased fidgeting, makes me think that it might be good to give her a go at fishing. Hey guys, can we switch over now? Sure, Lily? No, please, I have no idea how to fish. So what they say, it seems to have taken Misha's place as Shizune's interpreter right now. How magnanimous of you, Lily. Oh boy, here we go. I know about translating what she says, so fear of sparking another fight. Shizune says you should at least try, might turn out to be fun. Very well, Akira, how do you use this? Pretty simple. I wonder how ethical it is to purposely complete a challenge. Well, Shizune said like that, at least it paid off. Oh, now we've swapped rods. I see. I think that I understand. What bait do you think would be the best to use? I prefer something that wouldn't hurt the fish too much. Putting a hook through their mouths, I don't think the bait's going to hurt them that much more. And letting it go? No, don't do that. But if it isn't big, there isn't any point killing it. My hands free. It's much easier for me to interpret what everyone's saying. Now Shizune's the one that has to deal with her hands being full, but she seems to take it in her stride. So arrogant. Okay, I'll let you reel in the big ones too from now on. What's she saying? Kira sighs just after I interpret for her. No, I don't like that only. You know, a fish is a fish and you can take what you get. Fortunately, Shizune can't hear and Lily doesn't seem to be paying much attention now. Lily's taking to fishing easily. It's a very relaxed activity after all. It's not long before they both catch a fish, and surprisingly Lily is just as interested in what the bigger of the two Shizune's is. As the hours pass, it seems like they're even starting to have fun. At the end of the day, we have several good-sized fish between us. Even Hideki and Misha managed to catch one. No one brings up that we were competing to see who could catch more. I don't think it matters to anyone anymore. Shizune and Misha are talking between themselves. Some distance away, Lily and Hideki are doing the same. So I take the advantage of this quiet moment to talk with Akira. Lily and Shizune get on well today. Didn't really expect it after seeing how they act towards each other in school. She gives an amused snort. Looks like she doesn't take their feuding as seriously as I do. They get their reasons. Lily and I are going away for a while tomorrow, so we thought we'd just pop by. In the end, I'm glad we did. After a brief silence, she stretches loudly and claps her hands together to get everyone's attention. Well, that looks like enough to feed everyone. We should get back now. Lily nods, then hesitates. Even with her face clouding a bit, she looks to be in a better mood than this morning. Akira really seems to know how to handle her, diffuse her antipathy towards Shizune pretty well. Today's catch looks delicious. Kinda wish I had some soy sauce, so I could just eat it now. I thought you wanted me to cook it. You don't think eating it raw would be okay? Despite Akira's protest, or joking, as I can't tell which, we decided to wait for Elise to cook the fish before eating. It's already become pretty late while we were out, and by the time we arrived back at Shizune's house, it's a good time for dinner. Oh, good time for me to eat something, because I'm starving. Probably because it is actually 6 o'clock, and therefore should be dinner time now, but some of my pills spilled all over the bottom of my bag, which I didn't realise until minutes before I was set to go to bed last night. I spent quite a bit of time scraping them out of my luggage. By the time I get up, I'll be starting the day with a migraine from a combination of trouble falling asleep and waking up late. When I step into the living room, Hideki is finishing up his breakfast. Fork raised midway through his mouth. Now sure if we continue eating or greet me. Maybe I should back out the room. Morning. Morning. When you finished having breakfast? We? Aren't you eating breakfast right now? Yes, everyone else ate already. But repeat the question again. Just trying to be nice. There's no way to show, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I'm feeling pretty hungry. I'll have a conversation with him while I get my breakfast to fill the silence. Fishing trip yesterday was fun. Do the Hakimichis and Satos often get together like that? Not really. I see. I don't really. A brief pause before Hideki needs to fill me in a little more. Family issues. My father's a brother-in-law. We do not like each other. Hearing that gives me plenty to think about. Plus the way Shizune and Lily deal with each other to context makes me even more wary of getting involved. Family issues can be troublesome. Hideki simply nods. I sit at the table with my breakfast, which were a little easier to converse with. While I'm eating, I noticed that the house seems oddly quiet for a place with Misha in it. Shizune and Misha ate breakfast already. Can't be because they're asleep. I'll ask Hideki where they are. Shizune and Misha left to run some errands for her dad. Local business people love dealing with Misha, so he insisted. Well, she's got a nice and cheerful personality. I can see why they would. Maybe you should start taking lessons from her. You can increase your business connections. Are you serious? Sounds serious. I don't know what kind of business connections a little kid would need. Maybe he wants to have the best bake sale fundraiser ever. It's a shame. I'll eventually have to leave here and I won't be able to see whatever he's planning. I wonder what kind of person Shizune's dad is again. Other than relatively outdoorsy, what I do know so far is that he asks his business partners and friends of his daughters to do favours for him. He's extremely shy or extremely lazy. Maybe it's rude to Maybe it's a rude call to make so early, but it would certainly explain a large chunk of Shizune's personality. Do you want to go anywhere? Not really. Why do you? Kind of a notice. It's supposed to be morning, but it's like really dark out the window, and they use the wrong picture. Or they only have an evening picture of this one scene, I suppose. I thought there might be somewhere you want to go. You don't want to do some sightseeing or eat at a specific restaurant? I don't know. I've never been here before. Let me see. Just about to ask him about what Shizune was like when she was younger, but he managed to sidetrack me with one question. It's supposed to be an awkward conversation for him as well as it is for me. Sure, are you going to please today? What are you being so nice? Are you showing me your secret nice side now that your sister isn't around? You're sort of right. Shizune wants me to keep him company today. I don't want to trouble him and try to make him see that, but Hideki is as stubborn as his sister, and I feel this is his duty. It seems earnest, trying to be nice. Quickly, I start to realize that Hideki's idea of fun is fishing, collecting cameras, and making esoteric puns. Fishing is fun, but it's something I'd rather do than discuss. Same goes for cameras. I'd rather handle them than collect them. This is something Hideki picks up on himself. Are you bored? I'm not bored at all. I almost yawn the words, so Hideki ignores him entirely. You are bored. Shizune said to be entertaining. I don't think I know how to do that. I'm entertained. You don't sound entertained. I am. Why do you yell? I hope I don't yell so much around Shizune. It's hard to tell if he's joking. Either way, I'm a bit surprised. I try to play it off and change the subject. Do you just collect cameras or into photography too? Not really. If I did, there would be more photos in this house than there currently are. What is there to take pictures of? I don't know. Birds? Architecture? One of those restaurants you were talking about? This city had tons of cool stuff. How can you live in a place with so much to do and do nothing? Thought you didn't know what there was to do here. Suddenly you have so many ideas, and you have a idea on how interesting it is. You're like I'm bored of tourism. Do you want to go watch birds or buildings? Okay, no need to get so mad. I'm not mad, I just think if you feel that strongly about it, then we should go to an amusement park. Why? So that you can be amused. It'll be fun. You have the same flat, unfun expression on his face while we're riding a roller coaster and drop towers. Sure, bring the fun levels down. Thought does not convince me that it's worth the trip. I don't know, it always sounded to me like going to an amusement park meant you spend more time waiting in lines and actually doing stuff. You have to go earlier than this to skip the lines. Have you ever been to one? No, but it seems like that's what it's like. Fine, what about a regular park? There's one nearby. Shizune likes going. Maybe she'll be there. You can unload. I can unload her onto you. This is actually written in disguise. Pretty much, yeah. What do you mean unload? I'm not luggage. You don't want to go to an amusement park? I don't know what to do. It looks as though I've hurt his feelings by refusing to go with him. I'm already rationalising his decision. It's funny because he dresses like a girl and Rin dresses like a boy, so it sort of works. I like waiting in lines. I'm already rationalising my decision. I don't like waiting in lines. It'd be too much like a date. I'd rather go with Shizune. It'd be too tiring. Nothing personal. It's just I kind of want Shizune to show me around town instead. I don't think with my condition going to an amusement park would be such a hot idea. Park's close enough that their property could almost be considered an extension of it. Both it and Shizune's backyard look about the same, except that the park has benches and more people. That said, it's quite nice. There are even people out walking their dogs, children flying kites can be seen lazily drifting back and forth over the trees in the distance. I could sit here in a relaxing and scenic place like this forever. Hideki, on the other hand, looks like he's extremely bored. I want to poke him to see if he's still alive, but would he react either way? Are you bored? No. You're going to jog or play frisbee with dogs like everyone else. Is that what people do in parks? Well, you go to parks to get back to nature and enjoy the atmosphere. That's why you jog in a park instead of just on the sidewalk or something. You can jog anywhere. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. How do you not know this? You shouldn't have been brought up here. You shouldn't have brought that up. It's too weird. Have you ever heard of children should not be seen? Children should be seen, not heard? Yes. I lied. I'm bored. Would you like to play a game? I'm going audibly enough to hope that he understands that I want to. He doesn't care. In fact, he's already toying with a deck of playing cards. Why are you upset? That's why we're here. I thought we were here to look for Shizune. Exactly, that's why we should play a game. It's Shizune's trap. You can trap anything, including people. If we compete against each other, the spirit of competition and sportsmanship manner, she'll be drawn in to challenge the winner like a shark, and then I will defeat her like a safari hunter. Take that photo of the award ceremony. Sharks do not go around challenging people to games of chance like dojo breakers. When did you bring that camera? Anyway, no. I thought I get enough games hanging out with your sister. No, come on, it'll be fun. We can play chess. Please, no. Besides, playing chess in the park is something old people do, like fishing. We just literally went fishing. Mate. Oh my god. Gonna get old too fast if you keep doing this old man stuff. Yeah, it freezes. I suddenly start speaking foreign language. Maybe I offend him again. Maybe he's secretly 50 years old. Just aged incredibly well. Him being Shizune's brother could be a color story. What about checkers or Go? Even backgammon is fine. Even though I don't like it. Board game's not your thing, we can play a card game. Anything other than the 7 card because it's for wimps. Are you afraid you'll lose? If you can't beat me, if you can beat me, I'll give you candy. Hideki, you were just like Shizune. I'm starting to think this is all a pretense to play games. No, it's not true. You are. I bet that competitive streak is genetic. I'll sell you to science. No one can own a human being. How about I teach you some sign language instead? Shizune asked me if I wanted to come here. We talked a little, and it seemed like you and your dad don't use sign language. I'm guessing. And if you don't, I could teach you some. I'm not a master at it, though. I think it might be good for you to move your arms more, anyway. He barely moves his arms. Most of the time, they just hang limply at his sides. How unnerving. It's been bothering me that Shizune's entire family apparently doesn't know how to sign. I wonder what she did before she met Misha. Did they just hire translators for her? Did she write out everything on a pad she carries around? Second is most likely. She could type out on a phone. Explain why she dislikes the pad so much. Sad as it is, I can sort of see why Hideki or her dad might not have bothered with the sign language. Probably was too much hassle at the time. Very easy to think of. From what I've seen so far, though, neither of them hold it against each other or are too badly affected by it. It could be that I'm overthinking the situation. Come on, well, to be honest, I'm still learning sign language myself. I brought my books along with me so I can keep up, you know? Still, I can at least teach you the alphabet. It's pretty simple. Like this, kite. I feel really corny now. And even more so if Hideki stares back at me blankly as if the entire concept of learning is alien to him. Shizune likes flying kites here as well. This is his attempt to salvage a conversation, I'm happy to oblige. Fishing and now kites too. Shizune really does like these relaxing hobbies. Fighter kite. That was scary. Fighter kites, actually. Fighter kites. Actually, about Shizune. Hideki freezes. Misha appears behind him and puts a hand over his eyes. Hi, guess who? He seemed to finally be loosening up too. Hi, Misha. It's Shizune with you. Hee-chan, no spoilers. Don't spoil it. You'll ruin the surprise, okay? Misha. Bingo. That's right. But it was too easy somehow. I don't know what she means by somehow. Too many people can tell it's me. I want to surprise someone. I thought for sure that Hideki would be fooled. Why weren't you? You're the only person who does that, you and kidnappers. Really? Wahaha! Why do you laugh? You're giving yourself trouble. I thought you would take him somewhere more exciting than the park. It isn't even that far from home. You're so lazy. Hideki, are you giving Hee-chan trouble? You should have taken him somewhere more exciting. The park is too close to home. Hee-chan says you're lazy. You wanted to come here. Why are you so argumentative? I have to keep my little brother in line. What's she saying? You must be kept in line. Really? They're ready to go at each other's throats this quickly. On one hand, I've heard that siblings fighting isn't so uncommon. The fact that they fight at all proves there has to be some level of communication going on. So it's nice to see they get along. They'll go all the way back home. Misha translates for Shizune, I for Hideki. So it looks more like we're the ones arguing instead. Except not really. Nobody could listen to Misha and believe that. They got entertaining, at the end at least. Despite having only been here for 2 days, it feels like it's much longer. I wake up feeling more tired than refreshed. Maybe because I've been moving around almost constantly since I got here. Whatever the reason, it's making me get up unusually late each day, like sleeping in. It could be inconvenient if it ends up being a habit. A deep male voice shouting loud in the background. Must be Shizune's dad. Maybe with the size of this place, it's creditors. More like the former, since the yelling doesn't seem angry, just loud. Oh my god. What the fuck is that, man? What is going on? Like, is that like his hair? Apart from the fact that it's like changing colour, I think. I don't know. Just what the he's just carrying on a samurai. He's a member of the Yakuza. Like, why is he carrying on a fucking samurai sword? Everything about this confuses me. Shizune, Misha, and Hideki are sitting in the living room having a one-sided conversation with a giant bear man who alternates between shoving away food from the plate bouncing on his leg and twirling a sword. From what Shizune and Hideki are like, I expect their dad to be a very reserved, clean-cut, possibly androgynous person. So I'm pretty surprised for a while until he starts talking to me. Hello, you must be Shizune's other friend. Do you have good night's rest? The guest rooms are a bit sparse. If there is anything you need, feel free to tell me. Thanks. You must be Shizune's father. It's nice to meet you. I'm Shizune's classmate, Hassan Nakai. The pleasure is mine. I've wanted to meet you after hearing that I would have a second guest in my house. Unexpected. You hear something like that, and obviously you want to see the person is like. Would you like my business card? He holds up a case full of them for a second, and I can see his name is Jigoro, and that his office hours are from 8 to 6. They also say he's a consultant. What a prepared guy, carrying out his card case, even in his own home. We're just sitting down, a slightly late lunch. You're just in time to join us. Good, pick a place to sit down and bring your plate. I hope you don't mind eating bear liver. I thought the bear liver was toxic. Either way, the thought of eating bear liver doesn't appeal to me other than for the ability to tell people I've eaten bear liver. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try it, but Shizune's dad merely laughs. I'm just making joke. Although maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to cook up some bear livers for you kids. It would make you strong. We're actually having omelettes. I'll make you one right now. Is that unusual for you having omelette for lunch? Very unusual. No, not at all. Jigoro vanishes to where the kitchen must be. Surprised that despite living in this place, he has to cook my lunch. Maybe he only cooks because he likes to. The food is done in a very short time, so it's really good. Are you in the student council like Shizune? Is the student council that busy that Shizune has to drag her friends along with her everywhere she goes? Sometimes a vacation's just a vacation. Right about the student council part, I think we're just here for fun though. I see. Is that right? When I was young, our student councils had so much work that I don't think we could have afforded going on vacations. It must be nice having so much free time. Should give you plenty of time to think about your future. I don't know what direction this discussion is taking. I start thinking about how to avoid it. Have you thought about that? What you want to do? No, I haven't given it much thought recently. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? Must be something pretty cool if it gets to a house like this. Why do you want to know that? Children aren't interested in business. What business of your business is my business? I said business too much. Suspicious. Are you some kind of tax man, boy? Guess he really doesn't like being asked questions. Ichan isn't a tax collector's boy, I think. Ichan, what do your parents do? You never told us. You be quiet. Don't interrupt me. I hate being interrupted. Rude. Shizune doesn't look too happy with this turn of events. Even with Misha unable to sign to her what's going on, she can read the mood easily. The glare becomes more smouldering as Jigoro continues to rant. One more thing. My fishing equipment. I came home and it was just a big pile in the corner. Rods all stacked haphazardly on top of tackle. That was me. I can't remember if it actually was him. If it wasn't, I appreciate that he's willing to take one for the team. Doesn't matter because Jigoro ignores him without skipping a beat. Well, anyway, I'm glad my fishing equipment could provide so much entertainment for my daughter's friends. Don't even tell me you're going to be using them. Those are expensive custom-made pose, not for dilettantes. I've only become aware of the eggshell fragment in my omelette. Is he just a bad cook? Does he eat them for calcium? Were they purposely added to give even more discomfort? Though confused, I'm not as unnerved as I think I would normally be. And again, my life has been pretty strange lately, and I keep running into all sorts of different people. Nothing surprised me anymore. Didn't even properly clean them afterwards. Terrible. Do you even know how to fish? Unlikely. There are not enough poles here for all of you. How does that work? Did you share? One person baits the hook and have a cast. 2 people to reel? Incompetent. Well, 6 of us went, so we couldn't all do it at the same time. First it was just me, Akira, Deki, and Misha. Stop talking! That sounds unspeakably dirty. I have had enough of your filth. How vulgar. Make sure your statements are not so embarrassingly, carelessly worded next time. What? What? You're so disrespectful. Amazing. Are all delinquent types like this? Even the way you dress shows flippantly disregard for authority. Sweater vest? Disgraceful. Delinquent? I'm on the student council. I'm hurt by his comment. On my sweater vest, especially, when it's coming from a guy with such a tacky shirt. Yes, I can't really say anything, though. He has a sword. He might also kill bears. Misha loudly puts her plate on the table. That was delicious. Shi-chan and I are done now. Ichan, you are too, right? We should get going. What a simple yet effective exit strategy. I barely had the time to put my plate down before they pull me up out and find me outside. Unbelievable. It's like I'm really watching an interrogation. This isn't a cop show. Guests definitely have responsibilities, but have you ever heard of being gracious host? Really? Misha attempts to sloppily mimic Shizune's angry chopping gestures, best she can. She has expression down too, but the tone of her voice is the same as ever, thus lacking the anger necessity to bring it all together. Wahaha! Don't take it too hard, He-chan. Shi-chan's dad does this to everyone. I think it's like a joke. That was the most aggressive joke possible. That was the most aggressive joke on my vocal cords possible. I wasn't expecting him to get angry. I gave him a dumb voice because I thought, he's not going to talk much. This will be fine. I'm also not convinced it was a joke, considering the hastily staged retreat. This isn't a good moment to discuss how Shizune's father might be a jerk. He-chan, let's go shopping. You haven't been to town yet, have you? It'll be fun. We can see the sights, go to an amusement park, maybe eat at a good restaurant. We just had lunch. Even though I didn't eat much. It's okay, in that case, we'll just make sure that we're so busy by the time we're done, it'll be time for dinner. Works out perfectly. Come on, Hee-chan. Emily flanked me and hooked my arms with theirs. Shizune taking one arm and Misha taking the other. First, we almost trip over each other. Shizune walks at a very brisk pace and Misha has an unusually bouncy way of moving around. We got the hang of it soon enough, and I noticed we're going to town, but kind of through the park. It doesn't seem efficient, so I'm guessing this is the scenic route. Walking this way hinders how we communicate with each other significantly. I can't talk to Shizune at all. Shizune and Misha are down to one-hand gestures only. Feels nice though, so I don't mind too much. When I make a crack about Misha, she responds with mild confusion. Really, Hee-chan? You want Shi-chan's attention? You can tell me and I can tap her on the shoulder for you. You just let me go and I can do it myself. How are you going to tap her on the shoulder from over there? Like this. She suddenly stops in her tracks, roughly. Tries to reach behind her and across my shoulder to get Shizune's attention. She succeeds only because Misha stopped, and I had to as well or we'd fall over. Obviously, Shizune had to jerk to a halt too. The sight makes Misha let out one of her characteristic laughs, shakes her head around more. Shizune starts flailing her free hand to get her to stop, which only causes her to laugh harder. It's pretty funny to watch her getting so flustered, and I start laughing too. Oh, so we don't actually get to... Okay. I've been neglecting my sign language studies, so I should probably spend some time studying up on it. Well, I think I've learned a lot just by osmosis. Very proud of that. I'll have to be careful not to brag about it. Most of the books I bought with me aren't manuals on learning sign language, but studies about different signing dialects. I know Shizune has some secret signals with Misha that only the two of them know the meaning of. I've seen a couple of them. This book caught my eye in the school library. Maybe I should incorporate some examples of that into my own sign. Mess with them because I'm pretty sure that they have started using their own code words more when I started learning sign language. That'll teach them. After a quick break from the shower, I resumed practicing my signing in the guest room mirror. Yesterday I crashed my finger against each other pretty hard. I still smile, so I don't want to repeat that happening again. He knocked on the door behind me and turned to find Hideki standing in the doorway, staring at me. I allowed him to knock, but usually you don't open the door first. What are you doing? Practicing sign language. How long have we been standing there? I didn't see anything. That isn't the point. I don't know what he means by that. Like I was doing something that would be ashamed of having people see me doing. Sign language must look strange to most people. I'm really used to it from being around Shizune Misha so much. Brushing up my sign language and reading about it too. Stuff like the history of it, even though they cover it in sign language class. Your school teaches a sign language class. Yeah, one of the first things they brought up was that it's not very common to do that. Guess they're very international or something. Looks fun. Well, I wouldn't call it fun. Do not enjoy it. It seems like a lot of work to go to just talk to my sister. Why does everyone keep saying that? Like his mouth twitches like he's about to laugh. Then he restrains himself. Come to think it, he hasn't laughed once since I met him. I could take it as a compliment he doesn't laugh at me, but I'm curious to see. Laugh. Why? That's the fastest, most direct way I could think of towards accomplishing my goal. Can you teach me sign language? He says plainly, but his body language is nervous, showing that he clearly needs to put some effort into ask. I guess Hideki likes his sister after all. I think Misha is a lot more approachable though, so I wonder why he didn't ask her. Secretly I'm shouting yes inside. I thought he wanted to learn sign language and even brought it up. You evaded the subject skillfully and turned out I was right after all. I don't really know why this makes you so pleased. Sure. Now think about it. I'm not a sign language teacher. I don't even know where to start. In class I'd be learning stuff gradually over a week. Has Hideki get me to speak anything useful in one day crash course? Teacher spent a couple of days just giving a history of sign language, so I had to start off with that, to buy some time while I figure out how I can segue into the hard stuff. 5 minutes in, Hideki raised her hand. I don't understand what you're doing. Well, you can't just jump into teaching, you know. You have to ease into it. Like when you go swimming, you don't just jump into the lake like some movie. I don't swim. It's like a scientist managed to create a process to suck out all the hyperactive, infuriating, and childish qualities of a small child and then implant them into the dad, creating a raging jerk dad and leaving behind Hideki. The others feel claustrophobic, despite the fact that the guest room is 3 times bigger than my dorm room, and there's just the 2 of us in here, and it's all in my head. I know, and I don't care. I still use it as an excuse to move the lesson outside. Still needs to concentrate out here. Even the precious few seconds I took to relocate managed to allow me to sort my thoughts. There were no questions during this time. Hideki can't seem to talk and walk at the same time. Eventually, however, I start to realise that if I'm going to teach him anything, I have to keep the lessons constantly moving. The second there is an opening for it, he'll ask a question, which will lead to more questions, and there's no end to it. The second time he asks me why a certain hand motion means what it does, and I have to reach deep into my memory to look for etymology. I don't know about a gesture, I only know about a month longer than him. I start looking out for an out. Hideki, let's take a break. Okay. What's your school like? It's like a little reporter, but it makes sense for someone his age to be so curious. And this is one question I don't mind. What's it like? Well, I never really thought about it. I thought it was mountains, so it feels kind of isolated and lonely up there sometimes. Even though that's also why it's a pretty great view. Students there are interesting. Actually, I felt bad at first. You know what kind of school it is, right? Yeah. I felt bad because I didn't want to go there. I don't even remember exactly what I was thinking at the time. Probably it was something like a school for crippled people. It'd be a depressing place. They were telling me to go before forgotten them. Then, everyone was just living their lives, for the most part, so I felt even worse. I wasn't even different at all, so I felt like kind of a jerk. She was the first person I met. She's in most of my classes, Misha too. They're always together. I guess the school's accommodating enough to pair them up as much as possible. There's this girl in my class, Hanako, whom I feel bad for. She has these burns and seems to have a complex about them. But I think she looks fine. She's a cute girl. Friends with Lily, too. You know Lily, right? Does she bring up Hanako? Yeah, sometimes. I don't remember who else is interesting. A little track star ace who runs on these prosthetics. There's one girl, Rin, who doesn't have arms, but she's a great painter. Her eyes this harsh, alive quality. Have you been to Yamaku? You've probably seen some of it hanging around. It's a little weird sometimes, but I've always heard that artistic and creative types are like that. Reminds you of the guy who lives across the hall from me. He's pretty weird too, but he can be interesting at least. You are also interesting. I like how he just literally was like, right, let's tell you every single character in this game of any note at all. This storyline does really seem to keep throwing back to the other ones, just like Kenji did. It really is an extension of Kenji's. Is that bad? What was that tone? What does that even mean? You saying I'm weird, Hideki? You talk a lot. Just saying things goes offensive. The more I think about it, here's the point. That's right, I do talk a lot. I don't think I used to. I think probably because of all the time I spend on Shizune Misha. Talking with them, I get caught up in their circular logic. That's how they do everything. It feels like I'm going to be drowned out or left behind. My sister can drown you out. It's not like she's literally talking over me or stuff, obviously. It's hard to explain. They have more energy than I do. It's like an aggressiveness. I don't feel like I have to match it, but I want to. Maybe your sister has that effect on people. You look up to your sister? She stares at me blankly, tense and confused at how to react to the question. I will be better than Shizune. Better at what? At everything. Like what? I can do magic tricks. I'm not telling people you got their nose, more like the kind of magic where you pull a rabbit out your ass. Doesn't look happy. Someday I'll see Hideki laugh. I might just try tickling him if I have to. I don't know. Back door flies open and Jigoro strides out of it, keeping his back straight, taking giant, slow, regal strides like a king or a huge jackass. Try to turn away and use a trained logic that I can't see him. He can't see me. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out, and he comes over so fast it's like he appeared out of the air on my shoulder. Oh ho! What's up here? What are you two doing? Flailing your hands around? Playing cat's cradle like a bunch of girls? Teaching Hideki some sign language. What about you, Mr. Hakamichi? He narrows his eyes suspiciously because he's not used to people being polite to him. I'm writing an autobiography of my life and times, and by writing, I mean I'm dictating it to my biographer. Fortunately, she is running late. Unprofessional. Perhaps you should read it when it's published later this year. I can put you on a waiting list. Maybe we'll give you a moral compass you seem to lack in your life. Inspire you to stop sucking. Can't be sustainable for him to be so casually insulting to everyone. Though Hideki is likely too detached to even notice. Shizune is deaf and most of the insults must fly over Misha's head. Surely Akira must have opinions on this. Try not to think about it. If he's doing this to psych me out, then I have to stay calm or he wins. He must be absolutely, definitely not win. This must be how Shizune feels. How old are you? 46! Doesn't seem old enough to justify writing a biography. I mean, that's not even old. Most people don't start writing their memories until a lot later than that. Shut up, boy! I am going to give you advice. Do not talk about matters of age with people older than you. You were less than half my age. You have no right to talk about old. I have an ulcer older than you. You should get that checked out. You might have a point though. He's definitely older than I am. Either way, even if we were the same age, I wouldn't have to explain myself to a sweater vest. Ugh. Why did you make that noise? Are you mad? Well, obviously. Good. Your sweater's terrible, and I want you to feel bad about it. The burn tells me it's working. I like my sweater. I'm sure you like huffing glue too. Doesn't make it right. I don't huff glue. Where do you get the impression I do? That is slander. Well, now Hideki knows what slander is. Maybe Jigoro is a lawyer. I can sort of see that, although only through TV lawyers. I thought only TV lawyers are this antagonistic. I don't know if I should take the chance to ask if that's his job. He's right. It is slander. Are you a lawyer? I was guessing. A bad guess on the fact that you're stupid. It's like how you're assuming I'm a lawyer, except I've no reason to think that. If you want to know what I do so badly, why don't you pre-order my autobiography? Now you're insulting my book. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Now you're insulting my book, and by extension my entire life. What gives you the right to do that? Arrogant. I'm trying to think of how I can make you understand my struggle. Maybe beating you with my autobiography. I hope you walk away from the beating having learned a valuable lesson, like not making assumptions. Assault. He makes an assumption too, and I have clue. Because they're calling him out on this glaring example of hypocrisy, but I don't think it's worth it. He probably just explain his way out of it by saying, "Shut up, boy!" Back in my day, children were seen and not heard. Oh, I shouldn't have said that to Hideki then, right? And to be an adult meant having experienced many hardships. Even with a glance, people couldn't instantly judge a man's character. Childhood existed only to temper you for adult. When you look at me, can you not see the catalogue of my experience even at a glance? Maybe. Were you a sword fighter? Got to be Hawaiian and a werewolf. Wait, didn't you tell me before not to make assumptions? Now you just asked me to assume stuff. You're saying everyone when you were my age did it. And that had to be like in the 80s. That wasn't even that long ago. I ready to give him a piece of my mind for talking like he had to walk 50 miles in the snow to ride a coal train. He had to shovel coal himself before climbing up a mountain while fighting ogres to get to school. But now that I finally want to fight, Jigoro is happy to have a good thing going. Just continue to ramble about how difficult it was growing up 1 generation ago, twirling his sword around like a baton, stopping occasionally to yawn or check the time. The tiredness of his autobiographer is still foremost in his mind. That means the whole time he's been insulting me, he must have been doing so just to pass the time. To add insult to insult, his watch is also really nice. When I was your age, kids had responsibilities. Not like today. Sickening. No one thinks about the consequences of their actions anymore. They just do whatever they want, thinking no one will hold them accountable since they're young. Another description could fit Shizune Misha. Thought something similar only yesterday, but it only fits them slightly. Look at yourself, an immoral, dictionless, delinquent glue huffer, with complete lack of etiquette and absolutely no fashion sense. You are tomorrow's Japan. Disgraceful. This is the future of a once great country. I know someone you would get along with well. Don't interrupt. Who? One of your friends? Well, I don't want to talk to some awful teenager. Have you ever been listening? Why are you so rude, boy? Your attitude is not one that will make you a lot of friends. I wish you'd stop giving me so much advice. I just wish you'd stop giving me advice that he would have the decency to adhere to himself. Where have you been? Huh? Not you, idiot! Oops, I didn't notice you there. She only smiles and gives a short wave. Her rival made Jigoro stop talking, so I'm already happy to see her for that reason alone. Misha and I decided to go into town again. So, I noticed you were looking at some clothes yesterday in the store window and I thought I'd go back and buy something for you. It's supposed to be a surprise though. She was annoyed that the surprise is ruined, even though she ruined it herself. Here you go. Thanks. Misha wanted to cut her hair. I told her not to, but she said it was too hot for the summer. Yeah, I don't know, that makes a lot of sense to me, but it must be an over under. It must be like an over under there. An oven under there. Wow, I can't read. I want to see it. Where's Misha anyway? Over here! Hi, Hichan! Hi, Mr. Shichan's father! Hi, Hideki! Hi. You look scarily like a friend of mine now. And now I'm super regretting giving you this voice. Because now it feels like I'm insulting my friend. Sort of fitting as well, actually, considering my friend's disabled. But, actually, what is Misha's problem? I just realised we've been in here this whole time and she's never said. I don't know. Misha runs around us once in a while herself before stopping next to Shizune. For the first time, she has to put her hands over my eyes. She hasn't put her hands over my eyes. She has bags of her own to carry. It's not like she could, even if she wanted to. Or bags of her own. Although I'm positive that she's tried before. Her particular style curves are now gone in favour of a much shorter, sportier look. Misha looks even happier than usual, probably because she knows she won't have to wake up at the crack of dawn every morning just to do her hair. What is that haircut? You look like an intern. Your old haircut merely made you look like you were wearing pink judge wig. Judge to intern is a huge demotion. So, is he saying something insulting? Tell him not to insult my friends. Don't insult my friends. Which of you is talking? Both of us. I agree with her. Hehehe. What do you think, Hichan? Should have kept it like it was. Ah, Hichan, you look disappointed. You don't like it either? Well, yeah, I'll admit I kind of liked your haircut more, but I think this one's nice too. It suits you. Personally, while I do like the drills because, you know, that's like her whole signature style. You look like someone I know, so I let you off because I like it. Thumbs up from me. To be fair, I have a thing for short hair, so I guess. Which I'm sure you wouldn't have noticed by now, actually, at all. Hey, X-Bum. Oh, thanks, Hichan. Touching. If you like so much, maybe you two should trade. Can't trade a haircut. What a shame! Even an old haircut suits you much more than your current slacker haircut. Awful. As for you... Actually, this is much less garish than your other haircut. I like it. Thanks. Really? Thanks, Mr. Shizune's dad. That's Mr. Hakimachi. Talk like a normal person. I don't understand. Okay. I'll call you Mr. Hakimachi. It's like speaking to a slide whistle. Contemptible. Where is my biographer? Hideki! He starts quickly muttering to himself and walks off. He guess I want to be an old man like Goro, but at very least be hesitant to yell at girls. Suddenly he doubled back, unable to resist his urge to have his last word. And another thing, you do not have to be so loud! I do not like being shouted at! What? Shouting? I'm not shouting! I can't think of anyone more unqualified to talk about what's garish to chastise someone else on shouting at people. It's like a parade of hypocrisies at the hit of just coming. An unusual reaction seems to be taking place. Misha apparently finds Yugoro funny and laughs pretty much every time he said something. It only makes him berate her harder. I guess it's what they call a vicious circle. Misha's voice is punctuated with explosions of laughter and seems to come from everywhere. On the other hand, Yugoro's is booming and directed like a cannon. In any case, they are both unbelievably loud. The more they talk to each other, the more they seem to play off each other's volume and get louder. Ow, my ears hurt! Why are you shouting? So his hands wrap around my eyes from behind, something I'm used to Misha doing, so for the first time I found myself confused since it's Misha in front of me. She let go and holds her finger up to her lips. What a perfect distraction. Now's our opportunity. Let's sneak off. Why do we have to sneak off? Why don't we just walk off? Wouldn't be as fun. It's decided. It's a secret mission. Escape without being detected. Extract Hideki for bonus points. Already she has simplified the situation to a game. Shizune quietly slides away from the scene and begins edging towards the house. I walk towards it normally. Can't find Shizune at first. Then she swords into the main part of the house, slipping a glass of ice water and dangling her glasses in front, back and forth from her hand. She whips them off as soon as she sees me. You didn't rescue Hideki. That means you don't get the bonus points. If you were also being great on style, you have to deduct points for a boring escape. How do you... Oh, I guess you just did loads of O's. Looks like you wanted to talk to me. I didn't know how to be stylish about it. You know, some say the most stylish people are the ones that don't try too hard to look cool. You're really cool. I wonder how it is I can pick up on her sarcasm so easily. How hard it might have been for her to learn the concept of sarcasm without being able to hit. I can't imagine. Seems like you're in a good mood. Although I guess it isn't really a good mood. It's more that she seems very excited. I'm in a bad mood. Setting her drink down, Shizune sits down on the couch. I liked her regular hairstyle so much more, now it looks so pretty. It was refined and meticulous. Now she looks too sporty and tomboyish. I wouldn't call Misha refined and meticulous. Sounds more like you. You should give it a chance. Grow your hair out, make it look like drills. Actually, maybe this look suits you fine. Shizune rubs the frame on her glasses roughly, looking annoyed at the implications behind what I just signed her. That's fine, because I was totally implying that. She moves a little closer to me when I take a seat. I'm a tomboy. Well, no, I'm gonna call you a tomboy based on appearances. She glares at me unamused. I have to fight to keep a straight face. Maybe you two should trade haircuts anyway. You sound like my father. Still waiting for the full reading of a dating symbol with Yu-Gi-Oh voices. Well, you know what? Okay, you want me to do that? I've got a perfect game for it. The bird one. I don't know what it's called. You know the dating sim where everyone's a bird? That is on my list of ones to do. I've got it on my PS4, so I'm planning on playing that at some point. I could try and do that with Yu-Gi-Oh voices if you like. I'd be down. Because I don't have to take anything seriously in that game, because it's a game about dating birds, and not these kind of birds. It's true, Shizune's giggled nonsensely. Had to have a boyfriend. Yeah, that's the one. Had to have a boyfriend. It's true, Shizune's giggled noisily when she sees my displeasure at the realization. Jumping to her feet, she twirls an invisible sword in her hand, while standing up militarily straight and grimacing. Terrifying, accurate impression. Anyway, I don't take advice from anyone who wears a blue sweater with brown pants. Where's your sense of colour coordination? Dreadful. But changing my haircut, that might be fun. Wouldn't it be? I want to see how everyone would react. Most of the VNs have way too many girls for Yu-Gi-Oh cast. Yeah, exactly. Whereas in that game, everyone's a guy. Like, my character's the only girl, so... No answer. The way she filled with her glasses, brow furrowed, tells me it's because she can't. It's fun. They have more confidence while putting herself close to me. It's fun to drag more and more people into my life. Oh, I see. What if I'm included in that number? I want to ask, but I'm not even sure how I would. Shino wags her finger preemptively, indicating that she won't be answering such a question anyway. She shoots for a glass, but doesn't seem to realise how fast she's managed to inch away from it all this time. Found herself tipping over clumsily. She tries to grab onto me and ends up pulling me on top of her. Oh. X-Man has a point. I was about to say I'm literally giving Shizune my Yuri voice, but then I realised Yuri's also a girl. I'm just giving both a man's voice. Crowd on mum. Yeah, I know. As I lean over her, I can feel the heat coming off her body and realise how close we are. I can hear her soft breathing and the slight rustle of her clothes as momentarily fidgets around. Blush starts creeping into her cheeks, but her eyes stare straight into mine, dark and unblinking. Same look from the first time I saw her, piercing and devoid of any clear emotions, just waiting to see what will happen next. Her the eyes of a cat make me feel uncomfortable being looked at in such a way. It's the first time I've been so close to her for an extended period of time. The mood's different now. The situation now isn't the same as passing touch of hands or her and Misha's usual games. Shune's fingers weave together tenacious, tentatively, but she makes no move to sign. Look in her eyes, just like nothing. Just like I thought. It's more expectation. I wonder if maybe I've been following the string of her expectations this entire time. I feel like grabbing at me with her shoulders and gently but firmly pushing me off. I roll sideways onto the soft couch. I pull myself into sitting position, less than a foot away from her. The way I feel, she might as well have thrown me 10 yards. When I think about it, it's perhaps one of the biggest drawbacks to sign language. She said the fact that you have to sign your words out of your hands means you have time to reflect on what you say before you say it. But on the other hand, it also means that what you would normally just be an awkward silence becomes an insurmountable wall. I just blurt out something, anything to try to spell attention. I feel right now if I could, but I can't. Ordinarily, I think that's what would be I'm struggling. Ordinarily, I think that what would be normal would be to apologise. Maybe leave. But right now, I wonder if that's even applicable. I can't get past how guilty and such an action would seem. Like we're just sinking away. Of course, it's not like I can just play it off like nothing happened either. That'd be insulting to both of us. So as much as I don't want to, I apologise quickly. So quickly I forget to sign it. Then I go back to my room. Sighing, I let myself fall back onto the bed. I should just go to sleep right now, but I feel wide awake. Shout when I hear the door closing. Over my eyes, see Shizune sitting in the chair in front of me. She asks a question that goes right over my head due to my surprise. Not a feeling I'm good at concealing. I don't think it's what she intended. Whatever she was saying, she backs off and doesn't attempt to sign again for a while. It's the first time I've been in your room. Shizune tenses her fingers and puts on an exaggerated attempt to make herself look embarrassed and modest before. I can't appreciate the joke, just the fact that she's here has me feeling a bit scatterhead. Very funny. This isn't even my room, it's your guest room. Besides, you and Misha barged into my room once before. Seems as if she expected me to say more. I remember feeling very panicked when they burst into my room, afraid of what conclusions they would jump to, seeing a wall of pills lining the place. I don't think Shizune remembers though. Made you nervous. What she said so facultly stung me. A lot of things make me nervous. You're one of them. Because you're overeager to always get people involved in whatever you're doing. Or joining a student council or even taking a break, whether they want to or not. She signs almost a crawl, her hands pausing mid-sentence far too much, causing the words to dissipate formlessly before I can even begin to try and understand them. Try not to let it on this case. It seems to work, but she looks a little sad, and I regret that I have nothing to say to snap her from a strangely wistful and distant expression she's wearing. All I can do is wait for her to come out of it. You were right. I want to drag everyone into my life. Oh, you were right. I want to drag everyone into my life, but lately I'm no longer sure if you're the right thing to do. You know, I've just realised. So we're in chapter 3, right? We haven't had a single question yet. A single choice. This entire time. We must be at least halfway through chapter 3, if not nearing the end of it. Actually, I assume it'll end when we go back to school. We haven't had a single choice. That's sort of weird. Normally that's where I catch my voice up, when I'm like sitting there thinking, okay, let's think about this choice. We haven't had any though. You're right. I want to drag everyone into my life, but lately I'm no longer sure if it's the right thing to do. I enjoyed you taking me to your favourite restaurant the other night. It's not like that was my favourite restaurant. I have others I like. Might even be also able to rank them by number. Really? This chair is so hard I want to sit on the bed. Motioning to her to go ahead, I wait for her to get off the chair and take her place when she does. No, I didn't intend for it to be. She finds it amusing. You say that, but I think the choices in this game matter. That's why I all the good endings. I'm Mr. Good Endings. If we end chapter 3 without a single choice, that means there's no bad ending to Shizune's route. I'm wondering what it could even be at this point. Close your eyes. Why? It's a surprise. And then the door locks. And the fucking begins. Besides humour, I unclose them. I can feel her leaning over me, and suddenly something soft and moist touched my lips. My body tensed up in surprise. Fortunately, it's not as awkward a reaction as I could have made. Just a quick peck, and I almost think that's the end of it. And she kissed me again, more deeply this time. Her hand slid into my shoulders and up to my neck, and then back down again, and across my shoulders, down my arms. I feel the weight of her body on my legs, and the eroticism of the situation isn't lost on me. At this point, I'm ready to try and open my eyes just a crack, but as if expecting it, she puts fingers over my eyelids. Seconds later, something ties my hands together at the Oh. And I panic, not knowing what to make of this. My first thought is to ask Shizune what she's thinking, even though she can't hear me. I'm sure she gets the gist of it. She won't let go of my hands, tracing her fingers over them from the lines of my palms to my knuckles to my wrists. Hey, what are you doing? What's this? She ties off his hands. He can't talk to her. Of course, with my hands tied behind my back, I might as well be gagged. Part of me can't help but think this is what she intended. Ah, yes, good point, good point. As if reading my thoughts, a mischievous expression lights up her face, but blushing doesn't fade. In fact, it only deepens when our eyes meet. Embarrassed, she leans deeper into our partial embrace, hiding her face by burying it in my shoulder and neck. Her hair is soft and tickles me, and I let out a laugh knowing that she won't hear me. I won't be offended. Look at a little mouse. He's a kabocha squash. Yeah. You know what's even worse? Because we haven't had any choices. When I totally don't come back to watch this scene, I'm going to have to skip through all of Act 2 and 3 to get back here. Fuck you, game. I haven't made any save. Afterwards, I listen to the sound of my heartbeat slowing down until it reaches its normal rhythm. I listen to the sound of Shizune's breathing as it does the same. Her glasses slightly askew. This is the first time she's messed around with them in some... first time she isn't messing around with them in some way. I want to straighten them for her, but the second I try, I'm reminded that I can't. She seems to have forgotten it as well. I can't ever notice that they're both still fully clothed. So there probably wasn't even a scene there, right? Instead of getting up, she pressed herself against me into the chair to extend her reach. It's almost as if this is the only position she can think of to untie my hand. That's what I think as I feel her unbinding my wrist. However, she doesn't get off me. Fingers gently stroke against mine, occasionally bending inwards to run over my palms. It's funny, but I feel more connected to Shizune through this simple act than before. Shizune stays pressed against me like this for some time. It's a little uncomfortable, but it makes me feel happy, as if I could stay like this for hours. What was that message I got earlier? Oh, something had bidding on his ending. Whatever. Days since then have passed so quickly, the time seems to slip through my fingers like water. Every time I try to talk to Shizune, she's been out running errands or out with Misha. It feels as if she's avoiding me. I'm surprised, of course, it bothers me, but the way she's acting seems pretty natural. And again, it's not like I've been through this before. Oh, I forgot what she looked like. I was about to say, what the fuck's my friend? Okay, no, it's not. That's scary. That looks like, apart from the terrible outfit, that is scarily close to that. Like, that hairstyle is so the same. Whenever I can't find Shizune, I end up running into Misha. When I do, I ask her to help me with signing. However, she always ends up squirming out of it. Leaving off today, so I'm determined not to let her escape this time. Terrible? Don't call her haircut terrible. You are insulting one of my friends if you do that. Remember that. I'll take it as an insult. It's not like insulting Train or Sam or anything. You can insult them because whatever. I mean, I'd rather you don't insult Sam. You can insult Train all you like. He's a dickhead. But how can you not be drawn to the immense sexual power of Bush Genius? Once we head back to school, we're probably going to have to start grinding through more student council affairs in preparation for school restarting. I want to brush up on signing as much as possible, but then even if it's a day's worth. Come on, it's pretty much just having a couple of sign language conversations. You do it all the time. Actually, you're doing it right now. Really, Chan? That's funny. You're the one insulting Misha's impeccable sense of fashion. Because I'm insulting Misha, I'm not insulting my friend. Misha temporarily stops her unconscious signing and does a wave her hands in front of her face in denial. Then quickly resumes gesturing everything that both of us are saying, to no one in particular. Hee-chan, you're so persistent. Suddenly being interested in sign language again. Could it be that Hee-chan wants to make a career out of it? That's not fair. That was my idea first. You should be careful, Hee-chan. Times changed too quickly. By the time I decided I wanted to be a sign language interpreter, I had cell phones that people could type out whole paragraphs on. Amazing. Not very good for me, though. As if she knows that another deferral isn't going to cut it this time, Misha changes her tune pretty quickly to a more apologetic one. I'm sorry, Hee-chan. I'm just so tired, especially lately. Even though being with Shi-chan is fun, she has way more energy than me. Teaching on top of that would be too tiring. I don't have that much stamina. Sorry. Oh, now that she's being all tired, that is a bit too fitting, actually. Stop making me feel bad. All the other characters make me feel bad of actually depressing shit. This isn't depressing. This is just real. I guess that sort of is depressing, but whatever. She doesn't seem too tired, shouting the statement with her usual cheer and vigour. I know it's wrong of me to keep pestering her like this, though. Actually, Shi-chan and I were planning on going shopping today. It's the last chance to pick up some souvenirs. Souvenirs, huh? I forgot I was on vacation. I understand what you're saying. Teaching doesn't seem too easy. Hideki asked me to teach him how to sign. I was unbelievably lost the whole time. Well, I wonder how it would work out for you when you become a sign language teacher. You get tired too easily doing that. Yeah, right. I hope not. Hee-chan, I'm kind of worried, but souvenirs. So, some other time, Hee-chan. Ha ha ha. Do you want us to get you something too? Just because I understand doesn't mean I don't want her to teach me. Suppose I can't press her any further now, though, even though I'm bothered by how selfish it would be to do so. I give up. No, don't get me anything. I'm serious. Don't surprise me with a funny shirt or something, okay? She comes back with a Bush Cheney 2000 t-shirt instead. I like the sound of that. Slipping on her shoes, she yells goodbye to the otherwise empty house and opens the door to leave, letting a cool breath of fresh air into the hallway. A tuft of dark hair peeking from the doorframe tells her Shizune is waiting for her outside. Morning. Yeah, I don't like that this room is always in the evening. It's weird. Misha translates for me from beyond the doorway, and Shizune turns around to give me a small wave. Even though it's different from her usual offhanded greeting in the smallest ways, there's an unmistakable hesitation there. It gives me a vaguely empty and distant feeling. Hee-chan, you're up early. Am I interrupting a conversation? Trying to get Misha to teach me how to talk to you, but I guess I was being impatient and it can wait. You two are planning on going shopping today anyway. Having Misha there, I forgot to sign my words as I say them. Fortunately, Shizune moves to fill the doorway. Misha is behind her. This brief misalignment in our positions means that what I'm saying is totally lost them. I don't understand you at all. There are things I want to say that I can't put in a way that she would understand, and there are entire conversations she could have that would go right over my head. I want to tell her that now, that I won't be that way for much longer. Instead of just say, never mind, tell them to have a good day, and wave them off. Seems like everyone is out for the day, so I sit down on the biggest and most comfortable looking chair in the living room of a book. Not a sign language book, but one of the novels I checked out of the library in my first week. So long ago, I should really start chipping at that pile of books I borrowed, or at least return them. 16 pages in, Jigoro walks into the room. Oh boy. Stack of papers in one hand and sword twirling idly like a baton in the other, casually shaking water from a recent shower in his hair. Upon being seen doing something so ungentlemanly, he freezes like a deer in headlights and slowly moves on a smouldering but powerful, baseless fury as he sits down and catches a few feet away. This is only the third time I've met him, and I'm already starting to feel nauseous on reaction. I guess I literally said, oh god, when he walked in. I guess in a way this could be considered a kind of charisma. I haven't even said anything, and he already seems less than pleased. It's like a bad idea to provoke him. Just talking to him may count as provoking him. However, I can't help but thinking of the alternative situation that could play out. Let's say I don't have my mouth at all and walk away. Maybe to go read in my room or outside. That'll definitely go down as an unforgivable insult. He'd probably tell me to hold it and stroke me. Either way, not too polite on my part. What are you reading? The draft of my autobiography. It is a story of a man who wakes up to find an uninvited guest in his living room, sitting in his chair, reading shallow literary dreck. Barely started reading the book. I don't even have an opinion on it yet. I can already see how this conversation is going to play out, so I might as well try and steer in a different direction. Where's Hideki? You even ask questions rudely. Disgraceful. That aside, why would you even ask me such a stupid question? How would I know? Am I my son's keeper? Well, you are his dad, so it seems like he does live here, so I guess I can't say that, tempting as it is. I give up. I already tried making small talk with him and it failed. It's like trying to talk to a brick wall that also hates you. That's my cue to leave, and I sift through my wallet to see if I have enough money to go to a movie. I'm about to stand. I have a second thought. I'm too tired to go, and try smoothing over my problematic situations by trying to continuously walk away from them. It's hypocritical of me to get upset at Misha for trying to defer things when even I run from my own girlfriend. When Jigoro attempts to stop me, I'm almost glad, even though I no longer have the intention to leave. Wait! He says with plenty of authority, but nothing else, as if it's just a particularly commanding afterthought. Only a very powerful or arrogant person can tell someone to hold on in such a manner. Sort of impressed. You're in the student council with Shizune, aren't you? What's your job there? I think there are specific roles other than president. Shizune is always trying to round people up to help out here and there. Usually we get like one person to pitch in, but otherwise the three of us just do whatever needs to be done. Crossed my mind a couple of times when I first met her that Shizune's delinquently analytical stare might be because of her deafness, but it turns out it's also a trait shared by everyone else in the family. That's okay with you? Why wouldn't it be? You, Shizune, and that pink-haired girl. Is that really your entire student council? If student council that small, they wouldn't even bother holding elections. I'm going to take a guess. You say you didn't join the student council. Shizune drafted you into it. You said you not know exactly what your title is. That makes sense. I suppose if you weren't even elected, you couldn't be expected to know. After all, if you are not elected, you aren't really anything. No one is going to respect a student council like that. An elected body of free people trying to scrounge up the equivalent of temp workers. Must be a sorry school if free kids having a tea party can handle every issue. What's how small it is have to do with anything? If the student council gets done, isn't that enough? It's not just a game either. Maybe you should actually come to the school one day. If you get there on the right days, you might even be able to see what Shizune is able to accomplish. Do you think I have so much free time I can afford to waltz over your boondocks with my daughter feats of aggrandizement? I have never been more disgusted in my life. What you're saying is they might as well not have a student council, but the fact remains there is one. And Shizune got elected to it. And for her, it is a meaningless position. In fact, she works very hard for it. You sound like someone who voted for her. No, I wasn't there for that. Ha! You didn't even vote for her. Besides that, why don't you ask Hideki about this? Shizune has wanted to be a high school council president in middle school. She would have read him all practice speeches, wasting his time. For what reason? The whole time he hasn't even looked up from his fumbling through his manuscript. It's getting increasingly frustrating. Because it isn't a game. We don't run the school, but it's not like we're just playing it and we're not taking it seriously. It's so wrong not to be a pursuit. I've been to your school. Really, the students there. I already think of a million things he might say and I'm preparing for my heart to sink on hearing any of them. It's funny, they're probably the thing I thought of before. They don't even have cleaning duty. That wasn't what I expected. He's also wrong. They do? I should know. I get to skip out on it since I'm in the student council. The concept of being wrong confuses Jigoro. I should take this opportunity to go on the attack. It's really odd that I'm thinking about this. Fucking hell. It's really odd that I am thinking this way about a simple conversation. Sounds like the last time you were there was really some time ago. If you can leisurely write some memoirs, you can talk to Shizune now and then. Don't you think she has stuff to be proud of? That's how young people are. We have things to be proud of. If you're writing an autobiography, you should get that. Such an opportunity. I blew it. I don't know how I was expecting him to react. Maybe introspectively, but Jigoro grows angry by the second. Yet as he does, he also seems calmer in a way. More sure of himself and in control. Who do you think you are to assume my life is so easy? You haven't read my biography, yet you were able to tell me how I should handle all my affairs, including dealing with my own daughter. You could never understand. Even if I were to get up from this couch, walk over to you right now, and punch you in the forehead with a brass knuckle, and the condensed edition of my life story on them, leaving my biography imprinted on your face, you would not understand. For 12 years, Shizune did not even talk to me, even though I hired multiple tutors and interpreters of all sorts for her, trying to get her to become normal. This isn't as simple as you think it is. If she does not want to bother with me, then fine. I assume that is normal. When was the last time you talked to your parents? It's been a while. I feel ashamed. More so that he caught me at how easily I could have dropped my parents. A phone call, or send them an email, even a letter, and I haven't. This knowledge only makes me feel more ashamed. I thought so! When I see my parents, I couldn't. This is different. You aren't that far from her. It's one train ride. That's enough! No means no! You are very persistent. If only it was about something that mattered. I can't see why that... Fucking... Jesus Christ, I am so sorry. I can't see what you may have learned from my daughter aside from that and how to backtalk people. Is that it? The answer is yes. I wasn't as persistent or argumentative before meeting Shizune and Misha. After all, prior to meeting them, I just experienced a small death. What? Oh. It's a mystery as to why I refused to join the student council in the first place. It took a mental effort just to introduce myself on the first day. I might have rolled over for anyone in that course. It might have just been chance. The student council appealed to me so little I'd fight it. That's funny. I'm guessing I'm meant to introduce myself, which gives me a point for Shizune's thing. You were saying about in the opening chapters about points, but I didn't introduce myself because I just carried on the question from everything else. So he just talked about introducing himself and he never did. Possibly it was from trying to get away from the nagging so much that I wasn't able to get my energy back. It's a cute idea. Think again about why I'm still here. Arguing with Jigoro is pointless, yet I think it's almost looked forward to it. And he's right. I cannot understand him. Even if I did, he wouldn't care. I'm a louse that crawls on a whale, wholly insignificant. He has a confidence that I don't have. Shizune does, and it could be the reason why I'm here now. An enormous shouting match with her father. Because that bravery has rubbed off onto me. However, I don't have anything to keep it going. Still, I hate him. I don't know what I can do. A few months ago, I think I would have punched him and let the consequences play out as they may. But now I can't risk it. If he had to hit me back, he'd likely kill me. Also, he's got a fucking sword, dude. So in the end, the only thing I can think to do is look at Jigoro in silence, knowing that I have no reply and hate him and feel completely at a loss. Oddly, he takes it as defense. Fine! Then, have fun with that! Picking up his sword and using it to pull himself to his feet, he turns and casually saunters out of the room. I want to throw my book after him, but I'm happy to find to be alone, even if I'm not in the mood to read any longer. Our return trip to the school keeps getting delayed one way or another. Shizune Misha come back so late there's no use even leaving until we end up staying another day. The morning after we missed the train by a single minute, and then the next two don't arrive. Missed the fourth train because I wandered off to get a drink in the meantime. Shizune wasn't very happy about that. By the time we finally get back to my room, I feel so tired, even though I spent most of the ride back sleeping. Can't say it's only because of the day. It seems like a familiar symptom of travelling. It's not the first time it's happened. If no one has beaten me to it, I could do a thesis on it. Maybe get a medical journal, returning from a trip syndrome. Not very creative. I'll fall asleep before I can think of a better name. Yes, the fourth train. Loud knock on my door wakes me up only a few hours into my nap. I'm annoyed because I'd just been in the middle of a dream that I can't remember, having been woken up in the middle of it. But I'm sure it was a good one. How come you get 4 trains? You can have them. Take them. They're all yours. I don't want them. Briefly wonder who it could be, but it's not like I get many visitors, so I'm sure it's Kenji. I hope he's just rolling out the welcome wagon and not going to hit me up for money again. If that was the case, I'd be almost touched. Not touched enough to fight for the urge to roll over and go to sleep, though. A few hours after that, I wake up again and immediately spot an envelope on the floor. It must be something that came in the mail while I was away. That's Shizune Misha's department, so I wonder if they would have dropped it by to give it to me, or maybe someone filled in for them in their absence until Kenji passed along. When I pick it up, it's some remnants of sleepiness in me instantly vanish. Even the name of the sender wasn't on it. I would have known who it was from looking at the envelope itself, realising why it looks so familiar, but recognising the delicate handwriting addressing it. It's for Wanaka. First, I can't believe it, but it would be too hard for her to track me down if she wanted to. Of course, I hadn't thought that she would want to. She was maybe my girlfriend for all of 5 seconds. After that, we barely spoke to each other. It would be too easy to put this letter away somewhere and forget about it. Part of me wants to. Or throw it away, unread. Why would I want to do these things? I don't know. It would be easy to do them. Easier if we would read it. Slitting the envelope open with the tip of a pen, I'm surprised by the link for the letter that spills out. Can I skip this? Because we've read this letter a billion times. Nope. Well, I'm not going to read it again just because I've read it before. You know what it says. They haven't changed. Small talk makes me feel nostalgic. It's almost like I'm in the hospital again. Every now and then, Wanaka would drop by and give me a gist of what was going on in class. That even then I had an inkling that I would never return to. Yep, the rest of the letter. I know. What a convenient time for her to rediscover her sincerity. Well, even as I think that, I know she's right. Distant and disheartened is a good way to describe it. Maybe I had given up too. Well, it was on my heart when I think back to when I was lying in the hospital, feeling so bitter. She finally stopped showing up. I wasn't surprised, and I had no right to be. How could she not stop coming when I was the one? It was the only expectation I had of her. She dropped by only for all of 6 weeks after the incident. I drifted away from her. It was because I could feel her already moving herself away from the moment she showed up. Yeah. Strange feeling. I know I'm never going to hear from her again. If she really wanted to keep in touch, she wouldn't have picked a medium like snail mail to do it through. If she could get my address, then my email and my phone number wouldn't have been much more work. Had she wanted them. It's only a goodbye. I exhale, only now to become aware that I've been reading with bated breath. Now he's being distant on Wanako, but maybe it really is for the best. For her to pick up the pen and write this letter to me can only be because she felt guilty about how things ended, as she was hurt by how we floated out of each other's lives and made me feel a sort of wistful happiness. I was want to thank her, and I only don't because I know she wouldn't want me to reply. I knock on my door and it opens anyway about a millisecond later. I forgot to lock it stupidly. Sup, man? Why's your door open? Oh, that wasn't the right voice, sorry. Run to the door faster than is probably medically safe for me to do so. I can prevent Kenji from seeing the mountains of pills just a couple of feet away from him. Blocked from sight only by the door. And there's the letter I'm holding. He asked about it. I don't think I can make up anything convincing. About 2 feet away from him, I realise his vision is so bad that it's probably never an issue. He didn't even see me about to practically tackle him back through the door frame. Hey, what the hell, man? What are you talking about? Your room has a billion locks in it. You just barge right through with other people's doors? You didn't even wait a second after knocking before you tried the door. It was like simultaneous. You were already opening the door while you were knocking on it. See? That's exactly why I have all those locks. It's cold and uncaring world out there. Gatecrasher's world. Now you understand. I just taught you a valuable lesson, dude. Knowledge is power. Why are you yelling at me? I'm a hero. Look at you. You don't even lock your door. The average woman could have killed you a billion times already. And then replaced you with a female clone, indistinguishable from the original. That almost happened to me. Knowing the latter part, since it's too confusing, it's funny he should say that. He was unable to stop me from tackling him head on yesterday. Apparently a woman could have killed me 1,000,000,000 times. This man is a hero. We are all doomed. What's that you got there? Somehow I was able to see the letter in my hand. Without having been waving it around, there's no surprise. I followed it back up quickly, but take care not to whip it behind my back or anything else. That would be too suspicious. Seems like I'm jumpier than I'd thought about Wanako writing to me. I got a letter. Oh, yeah, I put that there. I was sleeping, then I woke up because I heard explosions. Put on my helmet, peeked out to see what was going on. Just a student council woman banging on your door. It was the one without pink hair. She was knocking so loudly it was obvious she was filled with murderous rage. Rage at you, and she somehow sensed me behind her. I tried to escape, but it was too late. She got me and started pointing at the door. I opened my mouth to tell him that she's deaf. I opened my mouth to tell him that she's deaf, but decided not to for various reasons. I didn't really get it. She got more pissed off like an old man trying to use a touchscreen phone. She was going to kill me and replace me with a woman version of me. Then sunlight reflected off my glasses and blinded her, saving my life. It was like, behold, optic blast! I don't get how someone with glasses can be hurt by glasses. She used them too. She should be immune to their death rays. But whatever, she gave me this envelope with your name on it and just left. Clearly she was out for blood, so I lied and said you were away. I think you're away, right? I've been trying to ask if you wanted to help me with my homework for a week now, but I kept getting no answer. Welcome back, man. Thanks. Yeah, so she gave me the envelope. Had your name on it. I didn't want to hold onto it because what if it was a bomb? So I just shoved it under your door and she was gone. I was going to tell you, but you got back before I could. At least that's not a bomb. Gee, thanks. Well, I'm not going to help you out with your math homework because what if your math homework textbook is a bomb? He looks devastated. It also looks like he's considering the possibility it really could be a bomb. I guess it's possible since no one really uses their math book at all that much. Throw the letter on the dresser behind me. Turn to leave. Swing the door shut behind me as I do. Glides against the tip of Kenji's shoe and mounts his back open while he hops around for a bit, acting like it hurt way more than it should have done. Before I know it, he's already inside my room. I'm powerless to stop him before he scoops up the letter, strangely ignoring the towers of pills surrounding it. Don't just read mail that isn't yours. Oh, come on, what is it? A love letter from your girlfriend? Did she include any photos? Sexy photos? Climbing against the dresser and paying no mind to the bottles, he sends all over the floor. By doing so, Kenji quietly reads through Iwanako's letter. Wow, what a dickhead. The process takes seemingly forever, and with how close he holds it to his face, it makes it look like he's trying to eat it. Who's Iwanako? My ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, huh? It's the breakup letter then. I thought they were a myth. No, I guess it is, but really she's been my ex-girlfriend for a while. Anyway, I think I'm already over it. Kenji gives a thumbs up, clear relief that I'm not going to take this into an awkward direction. Although I almost want to since I told him not to read it. Yeah, that's a good attitude. It's alright. I had a bad breakup too, but you can't let it get you down. I mean, just look at me. But hey, she wrote you a letter. Maybe she wants to get back together, huh? Says right there. Write her back. You should do it. She cute? This is really uncharacteristic for Kenji. The guy who thinks feminists are working to enslave men everywhere, he really is interested in cute girls. I have a girlfriend. Besides, look at the context. She doesn't want me to write back. Just because that's what it says doesn't mean what it doesn't. Whatever. But that's what she wrote. This rockfish kid chick totally still wants you. Even it says right there. I read it. I know what it says. I told you. I have to look at the context. She said I drifted away from her, and everything there shows she accepted that. I think the reason she wrote to me is that she wants to I guess, part amicably. But we're done. She doesn't want to get back together, or whatever you're thinking. As I think about it more, it sounds to me like I'm just trying to make excuses for myself. That's not a good place to be. I'm positive that she doesn't want me to write her back. I can live with that. If I were to write her back and get less than desirable response or no response, that would just be crushed. Did they just make a Japanese pun? I don't know, did they? Where? Which part? Perhaps the fear of that is why I'm trying to justify my decision. It could be, but I don't want to think about it. The thought is oddly repulsive. Why is it such a big deal to you anyway? Because you should write back to her. She wants you to. Even I want to see what the response is going to be. Damn it! Doesn't even look like it's got a nice letter. Damn it! Doesn't even have to look like a nice letter. It's cool too. But you could write any angry letter and call her out. That's my new attack strategy. I just gotta call women out. You should try it. The Rockfish Kid. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough kanji to get it. I didn't understand it, so. Even if she wrote me a letter, you have to understand what that means. Writing someone a letter is different now. It's not something you just do. No, this kind of situation. You can pick up your phone and call someone across the world in an instant and talk to them, almost like they were there with you. Or send them an email. They'd be notified instantly and got it, and reply back just like that. A letter can be a personal thing, but she wanted to keep me at arm's distance. Not like I can pop over there and visit her. If I had a number, I could call her. If I had a mail, I could mail her. If she really wanted to hear back from me, she would have dropped one of those things in there. I feel silly for continuously reassuring myself that I'm not fazed by Wanako writing to me when it's so obvious that I am. Could be like a gradual thing for her. Maybe she's too shy to call you up. I remember my girlfriend would always send me text messages because she was too shy. It was annoying as hell, man. I didn't really give a shit about phones, so I didn't have the thing turned up. I didn't have the thing. It turns out I had to pay for every single one. But I liked phones, so I couldn't even call her back to tell her to cut it out. I did it anyway, though. I called her out. I even used the phone. It's literally the call out. I guess it was. Even if he's right, it means that Wanako still wants to keep her distance from me. She's not ready to chat with me comfortably. Why? Some kind of freak? Why not reassured by her actions anyway? In that case, maybe I'm overthinking this, but I just don't know. Kenji can't think of anything to say, and that silence as follows, awkward, thick. I start to count the seconds until he makes up a reason to leave and excuse himself. I miss her. Your ex? Yeah, even if she was insane, it was nice being with her. My back hurts. If she was still around, I could tell her to massage it. I don't know how to use an oven either. I miss baked foods. We would go bowling in the hallway sometimes. I miss that too. I had a bowl all by myself during that last festival. You bowl in the hallway? You're gonna hit someone. She used to say that all the time. Kenji sighs nostalgically, clearly not appreciating just how badly someone can get hurt by slipping on a bowling ball. Apparently neither did his girlfriend since she bowled with him. What a strange definition of love, but I guess it's something. Maybe you should write her a letter. She writes back, you can get married. Married? No! Okay, fine, but why not? You clearly like her, even though you hate women. Feminists! Not women! Feminists! There's a difference! There are non-feminist women. Damn, your discrimination is incredible. Correlation doesn't equal causation. Wow, even though he literally said before correlation equals causation in a different storyline. Even if she's insane and a woman, doesn't mean she's a feminist insane woman. I like how the absence of evidence is the evidence of absence. If it's true, then by the relative property, the presence of evidence doesn't equal the evidence of presence. Actually, I think it is, and I don't think it's called the relative property. No, shut up, it's mathematics. Are you saying maths is wrong? I think he's wrong. So even Kenji has someone he likes. I'm tempted to ask why his ex broke up, or to dig for more information in general, but I shouldn't. Not only would it be prying, but he might reverse the question back to me. This conversation makes me think about Shizune, although the thoughts I'm having are scattered and wispy, just questions. Wonder if I had the chance to love a Wanako, and this whole situation with her still stings me. A sour note in the back of my mind. I like Shizune much more, yet I feel like I'm chasing her, even now. I don't mind the chase, but I want to close that distance between us. Wanako's letter is responsible, but I've also felt this way for a while. I've come closer, but it's not close enough. I want to try again right now. Tell Kenji to get out so I can change and then head for the student council room. The grounds are mostly deserted though, which is a shame because it's so nice out. No one answers when I knock. Try to go in anyway, but it's locked. Pull my hand away from the door and I'm just covered in dust. Looks like no one's been here since we left. Since I'm already out here and dressed, I might as well get something to eat in town. My wallet's back in my room though. Oh. On the way back there, I stumbled across Misha sitting down behind the main building. Her eyes are closed in sleep, and she looks very tranquil. It's always been hard to picture her not constantly bouncing around or hopping on the tips of her toes impatiently. My first instinct is to call out to her and ask her if she's seen Shizune, or if she wants to go to town with me, but now that I've seen her, I don't feel like disturbing her. I'll leave her alone. I just wanted to put a cute picture of Misha here, I guess. I didn't accomplish anything. I'll just put it here. Right, I'm going to use this opportunity to BRB. Right. Just in a minute. I'm worn out, but only because I'm talking so much. Right. Returned I have. How you guys doing anyway? I haven't actually asked. I've just been talking this entire time. And honestly, I could do with a break from talking. It's I don't think it's hurting my throat as much, but I am out of breath. It might be because I just ran up the stairs though, actually. Whatever. Okay, where are we? First few days after I was back, I almost forgot that I was the student council. That I was in the student council. Managed to pick up here and there, and the student council usually gets swamped with work. On the end of the break, we didn't have the kicked. Doctor's appointment 8:30 tomorrow, which is a bit rough. Yeah, that's how it sorts up. A few times when I managed to catch Shizune and Misha when they were in too much of a hurry for me to get a chance to ask if they need any help. Anytime they weren't, I'd only be able to get hold of Misha. Shizune would say something about how there was work. There was so little involving even Misha or I would only bore us. After a while, the idea of having some free time again started to grow on me. Though there were still periods where I felt like I had too much of it. Just when I was getting used to it though, things changed again. Now I found myself back in the student council room arguing with Shizune about whether tissue boxes make good ballot boxes or not. I'm telling you, they work just fine as long as you get the cube-shaped ones, not the rectangular ones. Misha, can you sign that to her? I've got my hands full. On second thoughts, forget it. She's busy cutting out ballot slips, so if she were to make one errant movement, she would probably send those scissors flying to someone's head. I draw the box of poster paints I'm carrying on my little table in the student council room and caught a wave of dust hits me in the face like it really has been a while. Do you think we should change the size of the ballot slips? What? But Shi-chan, I already cut out so many of them. We can make them smaller. It'll be more efficient. We just have to shrink the front. More ballots will fit into a single box that way. We only need half the amount of the paper then. Oh, sorry. I just realized I'm doing the wrong voice again. Oh my god. I'm bad at this. Format for voting can be changed. It could be more like a real election. Then we might be able to get away with buying with boxes. With the money left over, we can get pizza, or maybe Chinese, or a cake, or 3 bowls of the new ramen bowl I want to try. She excitedly rubs her finger on the frame of her glasses. She ponders more ways to cut even half yen. Like, even a half yen? Is that even a thing? Spending off of our budget. Since I think she's the only one who even knows what our budget is, I'm scared to ask just how tiny it is for her to have to do this. What are all the ballot slips? Misha already cut out. Don't worry. I can make them into memo pads and sell them at the school store. Shi-chan, they don't look very cute though. Shizune seems to disagree. Now they're arguing, but it looks like it consists of nothing more than signing yes they do and no they don't at each other, so they're so tired of it they're just taking turns pointing at each other commandingly. It's strange, partially because it looks kind of ridiculous, but also because I've never seen them disagree. Then again, both of them have looked very stressed these past few days. Shizune has been increasingly absorbed by the idea of student council elections, but they're months away. I imagine this is how politicians act when they realise a regime change is imminent and their era is over. I have trouble taking student council matters seriously at all. Even now, as I practice my calligraphy on signs that won't go up for a week, but I can understand why Shizune does. After all, she has been student council president for 3 years, according to her. According to her dad, she has wanted the job for even longer. I think 3 years is too short a career for her to leave, feeling satisfied. Did the last student council go through this much trouble to make a smooth transition for you? Shizune makes a chagrined face that tells me they weren't very helpful at all. Guess you're doing all this to set a good example then. That only comes into play if they learn anything from it, Ii-chan. If they don't, I'll be hyper mad. They'll turn out to be the flaky type. I'll definitely be hard on them. Doesn't sound very threatening when Misha says it. So you've already met them. Ah, Ii-chan, there are no candidates yet. What, none? Not even for student council president. That's why I'm trying to drum up interest in the position. What do you think? She proudly holds a poster she's been working on herself. Looks very, military. Might be taking this a little too seriously then. Shizune frowns and plays with her glasses, offended. Is that weird? Oh, Jesus Christ. There's like a fucking massive wall of text. Is that weird? Yes. She looks oddly happy that I'm disagreeing with her. I think that if she weren't genuinely focused on what she was doing, she'd try to argue me just because it'd be interesting to her. Oh god, I don't want to open that. What's weird about it? Looks like she will do after all, but then Shizune waves her hand dismissively like she's trying to catch her words in the end and delete them. Instead, she catapults into insulting her future successors. Oh, one thing that's weird is that in my old school the elections would happen about 6 months. Since, you know, we're graduating in March. It's pretty weird to think about them so early. It's a little different here. Hee-chan, I'll be discouraged if we don't have any replacements and I have to go, Shi-chan says. But it isn't like the school will start running without a student council. It'll be harder for them to hand out forms, though. Ha ha ha. She isn't laughing. However, Misha's joke caused her to flinch, as if she were stung. But Misha didn't mean for it to come out that way. Her quip and callous cruelty is in the end. Trying to get more people to run, but everyone's so lazy. They think they can take it easy just because there's no deadlines yet? Slackers, not taking the early game advantage. Damn Slifer slackers. Oh shit, yeah, I only just realised I'm hanging out with the Obelisk Blue here. Whereas when I'm hanging out with Emmy and Rin, we're down in like Slifer slacker territory. And then Lily and Hanako, you know, they're like raw yellow. You know, they know some of their responsibilities, but they're not fully on top of them. These guys are Obelisk Blue. Still 6 months away. They aren't making their move now. They don't deserve a vote. Do they really think it's such an easy job they can do everything at the last minute and just coast onto the roll? Insulting. Really? They're going to be eaten alive once they have to sit at this tiny desk and see how much work they have to do. If this were a real election, there would be a deep trouble. I was reading about Japanese campaign laws the other day. Only the bad ones for some reason. For a second, Shizune was talking like her father there, and it was coming out of Misha's mouth. Creepy. Well, first off, Shadow Shogun, you can't really make that a call. They'll be elected. Second, if it's just a Shadow Shogun. Second, if it's just a school election, it's not like running for city council or the diet. I think Japanese campaign law applies. Just had an idea. 1 second. Continue. Third, although I don't want to say it, I'm nervous that Shizune is so enthusiastic about this talking of election and votes. According to her dad, she wasn't even elected herself. Come to think of it, I can't remember Shizune ever saying she was elected either. Then, did she get this position by being recruited into the student council and having it fall apart until she was the only one left? Somehow I'd never consider it. I don't know what to think about that, but that wouldn't surprise me. We're only 3 people strong now. If the circumstances behind her becoming the student council president were that sad, I wonder if there'll be a vote at all. Interesting. Could it just be that low or non-existent really? With all her energy, we're going towards nothing. Staff an exclamation mark on the end of the poster I'm working on. It's a little plain, so I think adding one is okay. Actually, it might still be a little too plain. I'll make the mark twice as large. I still say you need to slow down. If this stuff isn't going to be relevant for months, maybe you're working a little too hard on it. That's what I think. I think you're worrying too much. I don't know how to sign the word irrelevant. I try and end up flicking a long line of paint where I didn't intend to. There's no way I can fix that. Misha, can you ask her that? She giggles silently, clenching her teeth so that no sound actually comes out. Because there's a lot to worry about. Like what? Like usually the boxes end up looking very pretty so people take to them. I have to plan for that. Haha, we should make them funny looking this time. Then no one will want them. How about that, Chi-chan? You can draw some weird faces on them. We can put a little picture of Shizune on each one saying stealing is wrong. No, it's not funny. It's not the only problem either. There's a voter turnout, of course. And then the worst case scenario, we're not having any candidates. Well, it seems she meant it jokingly from the way she smiles and signs it. That isn't how it came out. Even Misha understanding the possibility is very real. And though she tries to salvage the mood by punctuating Shizune's statement with a laugh, it doesn't work. What's wrong with both of you? I was just making a joke. There's actually some interest this year. If there wasn't, would I be doing all this work? I'm not stupid. When the elections are over, I'll buy everyone dinner. I'm already planning it. Even the new student council? No, they can buy their own celebration dinner. I will only be for the current student council. I'll be happy once I'm through having to do these thankless jobs all the time. A dinner just for us? Yay! It's like a little party, Shi-chan! For her cheerfulness is obviously forced, I say nothing for the rest of the period, which fortunately isn't very long as we work in silence. After class, I found the student council room locked. Strange because Shizune was so busy earlier, I would expect her to continue working after school. Maybe what she'd normally do. Maybe she listened to my suggestion and decided to take a break. Hoping it's that simple. Feeling a little uneasy, I take a brief stroll around the school. It's only half conscious. I can't remember when I started moving my feet, but I already covered enough of the campus and I'm starting to feel tired. Not that it means anything now. Just a short stroll around the school grounds, I'm already winded. Pretty pathetic. Before I know it, I'm back in front of the student council office. There's someone else too this time. Hi, Jan! It's locked. See a can of lemonade in her hand. I reflexively start looking for a vending machine nearby. I'm so thirsty. I know that, Ichan. Shi-chan is somewhere else, I guess. weird. Haha, we aren't stuck together, Hee-chan. Misha takes a long drink from her lemonade, eventually just tipping it over, pouring into the rest of her mouth. I feel like I'm being mocked. Do you want one, Hee-chan? No, it's okay, I can take someone else's drink. I can't take someone else's drink, it's rude. Besides, you're making fun of me, aren't you? I just saw you inhale all of that. I have another one in my bag. I was prepared, see? See? I'm just like Shi-chan. She's a little too prepared. It's good some of that's rubbing off on you anyway. After what, 2 years? Wahaha! The way she stares at me as I drink is a little disconcerting, but I'm too grateful to care much about it. And Shi-chan always end up treating me to something. It's starting to embarrass me. Really, Hee-chan? Haha! Buy me lunch sometime then, okay? Then we'll be even. Well, it's funny you should say that. I was going to ask if you wanted to eat in town. Yeah, I'm really hungry today, Hee-chan. Thanks. Yesterday. I was going to ask her yesterday. Misha cuts me off before I can finish. Sentence. I can't find an opening to correct her. She dashed enthusiastically around me, laughing her arms, flapping excitedly to her sides. I already have my wallet with me, so I start walking towards town with Misha, trailing behind me, to play idly with her hands and loudly wondering to herself where we should go eat. At least, I think so. She could be asking me. You have anywhere specific you want to go? I want to go to the tea house. They have a really big parfait there. And now the pink-haired girl has started talking about parfait. I see where this is going. So you ate parfait there last time. It looked really big. No. This one is really, really big. It's also really expensive. Really, really expensive? A little. Jeez, well you and Shizune paid for my food a bunch of times, so it's fine. Hee-chan? I didn't think I ever did that. Are you sure it wasn't just Hee-chan? Here we are arguing it's a free meal. Don't worry about it. We go to Shanghai and are seated by the waitress, who is surprisingly not Yuko. Misha is very eager to eat that parfait because she shouts her order as soon as she walks through the door. When it arrives, I can see that it's very big and very expensive looking. Aren't you going to order anything, Hee-chan? If you're hungry, we can share. No, I don't like parfaits. I don't like pralin. You can pick it out. I'll just pick out praline. Praline? Is that meant to be praline? I don't know. Don't be silly. Even if I could, Misha is mashing food together to the point where it's no longer possible. Also, that's kind of gross. I wonder if that many flavours can even blend together well. Can't you really taste anything in that goop? She's acting like it's delicious anyway. Parfaits are the best. I have a sensitive teeth, so ice cream is a no-no. Cake is too soft though, and if there's too much icing, I get bored. Parfait is interesting. How many cafes have parfaits here? I think 10. I've tried them all. I like this one the best. It is a little flan. Sound like you're some kind of dessert expert. Not just dessert. I want to eat all kinds of delicious things. Someday, I'll have enough money to buy 2-kilogram Matsuka beefsteak. That's like over 100,000 yen. This is kind of decadent food is kind of your hobby then, huh? Hobby isn't something that should take months to learn about someone. I've been very rude in retrospect. Also, that is one pricey hobby. Yeah, very... She's Natsukiing it up right now. I guess so. Decadent? Yeah. Misha giggles, raising her hand to her face. Someday I will what? What did I say? I don't like it when Nep starts making fun of me. What did I say? Misha giggles, raising her hand to her face. It looks like some ice cream accidentally got on her nose. She doesn't notice it. I can't stop noticing it. I wish she would wipe it off. I'm about to tell her about it, but she suddenly says, I don't know what that means. Oh, I guess it's a bad word. Anyway, it has implications. Epicurean is better. It means someone who enjoys eating nice food. That's the adjective, though, so epicure is the word for it. Wait, someday I'll have all the steak that I want. Well, I have all the steak that I want right now. 0. Why would I want steak? It's gross. Wahaha! Hee-chan, you're too wordy. I agree. Oh, you know what? I just realised it's happening right now. We're doing the Natsuki and Yuri comparing how different they are thing. Because I'm playing as Yuri and, yeah. Gotcha. Sorry. And I'm apologising. Haha! I think that's what Shi-chan likes about you. Because I'm wordy? I need to buy some thesauruses then. Wahaha! No, not like that, Hee-chan. So I'd order a coffee after all, but it takes a while to get to the waitress to notice. Nothing I actually getting my coffee will take about as long. Tea shop is filling up. No surprise, we've already been here for almost an hour while she was chipping at that dessert. I want my coffee to go, but Misha orders one as well, so it seems that we're going to be here longer than I thought. I didn't think it was that easy. It's hard to talk to her lately. Right. Yeah. I just reread through what you said and it suddenly makes sense. Shi-chan's been busy because of the elections. I know we can't all have fun all the time. It's just that there's a lot I want to say to her, I think. I always screw up when the time comes, though. I don't even have the time now, because of the elections. Not for a while, though. Hee-chan, do you think that Shi-chan is avoiding you? Misha sounds angry. That's to be expected. I don't feel that way at all. No. Is that so? The way in which she says it makes me think that Misha is disappointed with my answer. In that case, it could be how she feels. I'm uneasy asking such questions. I trust Misha would answer honestly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dream of it. Do you? No, of course not, Hee-chan. But it's frustrating sometimes. Shi-chan has so much energy, and is always trying to make people feel excited about things. She is. But it's like Shi-chan doesn't know how to handle things, and everyone gets really hyped up. Or I think that she wants to make sure nothing goes wrong. When I want to help out, Shi-chan always pushes me away. It's frustrating. I'm just overthinking it, probably, right? Misha takes a big gulp from a cup of coffee and sticks her tongue out. Ow! Hot, hot, hot! I thought it would have cooled down by now. Has it really been that long? Check my watch. It hasn't been very long at all, but looking outside, the sun's already starting to set. Not really. Huh. You'll dark out pretty quick today, though, so I can understand why you might think that. In my words, Misha looks outside and yawns almost immediately. She looks sleepy. It's kind of funny because... You sleepy? You were wide awake like 2 seconds ago. I feel tired when it gets dark, Hee-chan. Just like that. You a bird? Ha ha ha. Get my own coffee and have a sip. It's not very hot at all, but it's very tasty. Not as quickly as possible, because now I want to get back to my dorm room as well. Misha tries to emulate me, but it's still too hot for her. While I wait for her to finish, I start to wonder what she meant back then about Shizune liking something about me. It's only very curious, but dragging that back now feels like an unnecessary action. Try to weigh up the options again, but I'm interrupted by Misha slamming her empty cardboard cup down on the table with a loud pop. Done! She lets out a short laugh, seeming very pleased with herself, kind of like a toddler. I wonder if she has that drill-shaped haircut when she was little too. Or was it something more like her current look? It would make more sense. Guess we should head back then. I can't see the waitress. Try not to fall asleep while I pay for the sundae, okay? Not a sundae, it's a parfait, Hee-chan. Wahaha! You have ice cream on your nose. just throw that out at the end. The fact that she keeps getting tired and looks like the way she is I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. Not triggering. It's not like hearing the word bittersweet or something, but it's odd. I guess it's just odd. It's odd to me. In class the next afternoon, I'm 2 problems into a mathologic worksheet when a folded up piece of paper hits me in the head. I'm sure I know whom it's from, but a quick look around the classroom anyway, just in case. No one in this classroom is good at acting casual. I can tell that everyone saw who threw it at me, and looking at the culprit herself was obviously Shizune. She isn't even trying to be coy about it. The countryside is so different. At my old school, I would have had no idea who right now. Opening up the note, it says, Misha is absent. Help me out today after school. Don't understand what's with the note. Why can't you just use sign language? Large part of how I learned sign language is by copying Misha's style of signing her words as she speaks, so I end up blurting the sentence out loud as I sign it to Shizune. A slight laugh goes around the room. How awkward. I'll help if I don't have to do a lot. That's silly, obviously. If Misha is absent, you have to help as much as 2 people. I don't know if that really means anything. After all, Misha was complaining yesterday, mostly about how Shizune wouldn't let her help. I don't do much as is, either. After pretending to think it over for a bit, I write her note back, telling her I'm actually happy that she asked me because I've been meaning to talk to her for a while. It's a good opportunity, but I feel like I should at least make it look like I'm putting up some resistance to the idea. Go back to my work, she immediately gets stuck on the 3rd problem. Try to work around it, I casually toss my own note over Shizune. It says, why is Misha absent? What's the answer to question 3? She told me that she was sick and her stomach hurt. Misha gets stomach aches a lot, but I wish she'd pick up better times for it this week. Use sign language. I think she had a stomach ache because of the way she sucked down a parfait larger than her head the other day. If she gets them quite often, though, either it's a coincidence or she has a habit of eating things that can put her in debilitating pain. When there's the teacher staring at us disapprovingly, I don't blame him. We're talking in class, and with sign language it's quite visible in a distracting way. I try clearing my throat to back out of our conversation, but Shizune doesn't get the hint. Well, obviously, before I try to get the message across again with my hands, however, I can see Shizune's notices what's up and she doesn't care. You still want to know the answer to question 3? I'll tell you, but you have to give me the answer for question 25. Hey, I was just thinking about how a teacher who didn't know sign language could think we were abusing it and using it to cheat. If he were to assume the worst. I can't believe you're actually doing that. I'm not up to 25. You want to know the answer to question 3 was? You asked first, hypocrite. You're a student council president. You can't cheat. I don't have time for this. I think I'm trying to teach his patience at breaking point. I'd like to continue taking potshots at her while working on the math problem in front of me, but it would require at least 2 extra hands. Shizune is a bit more creative and gets around the limitation by using long, semi-broken strings of simpler words. I take a couple of mental notes between being dizzy by a couple of particularly long equations. Right before the bell rings, she caps her pen triumphantly and stands at her desk with an ear-popping crack that makes the whole room jump, quickly forgotten because everyone would rather go to lunch and question its origin. A couple of brief stretches, she gets up and hovers around my left shoulder. You're still not done? Gonna ask if you wanted me to hand in yours too while I was up. Someone distracted me. I had to beg the teacher to give me 9 minutes between now and the end of passing to finish it. It's not easy to solve this one-handed while having a conversation, by the way. Wasn't happy with the request, wanting to get out of it as much as I do. Since I'm the only one problem away from finishing, it's like Shizune doesn't really believe me. Second I'm done handing it in, I find myself being dragged to the student council room. It's eerily and annoyingly clean. I can't find what I was working on yesterday. Where is everything? I did some cleaning. That doesn't tell me anything. See, it's like you forgot where you even put the stuff you put away. Oh, well, if I can't find it, I guess I'll just go home. It's in the drawer right there. Shizune sulks as I pull out a poster I was working on and then shuffle them around a little, so she stacked them by colour. It's not that I'm taunting her, I just have my own system, although I doubt she would believe me if I were to tell her. I like it when things are a little messy. It's more natural. A time saver. It's all right where I left it. I don't have to go looking through shelves just to find what I was working on yesterday. I'm lazy. I gotta agree with her, mate. I'm lazy, but yeah, I disagree with her that you're lazy. I think that keeping things organised is technically more lazy because it's easier to find. I disagree with him. I'm the lazy one. I love keeping things organised. It's way more useful. However, at a certain point, you collect too many cards and it becomes impossible to keep them all organised. Because there are just way too many ways to organise everything. That's not true. I'm not lazy. You just always go too far. Quick glance at the desk. A memo pad neatly placed in one corner behind a small desk calendar with each box filled with notes and a neat but microscopic handwriting. Right, 3 boxes of pens. Blue, black and red. Look, you can put the pens back in their original box at the end of each day. All colour-coded and everything. I don't think that could even be called being a neat freak. No, that's called fucking sensible, Hasao, you dick. What? If you had a box of red pens, why would you put a blue pen in it? Don't be a dickhead. What do you do with them? Throw them in a mug on your desk? Hey, I think that's being organised enough. You're so disorganised you can't even comb your hair down properly. That hurts. It's not like I don't try. I just want to stay flat. Pick up a box of pens and quickly pop it open to see if she also puts them in so that they're facing the same direction. She understands what I'm thinking. It doesn't look very amused. Turns out the box wasn't closed properly on the bottom. As soon as I pick them up, they immediately pour out like a waterfall. My fault. I'll get them. Don't worry. Bend down to pick up the pens, forgetting that with her attention focused on them, she couldn't have possibly seen me signing to her. Shizune's head bumps into my chest. Not very hard, but it unbalanced me enough to make me fall over. I laugh it off and expect her to do the same when she stiffens back away from me instead, feeling of dread begins to creep over me. It's a weird reaction. I start to think about why she would have such a strange reaction. It's pretty obvious. She just bumped head first into someone with a heart condition. Shizune would know I have one, having seen the rows and rows of pills lining the edge of my dresser. At the very least, she would know I have something severe enough to require that much medication, but not visible at a glance. So she's treating me like I'm made of glass. For her, it's the natural way to react. I've forgotten how she freaked out back when Emmy knocked into me. Why would it be any different for her? I'm sure she's remembering that right now. I can see it on her face. She looks angry at herself. It'd be a good opportunity to bring up that time. Even though I don't want to drag that back up, it'd be a good idea. I'll clear the air. Still, I'm afraid I'd end up saying nothing. Partially because I imagine having to draw her attention from the floor, and then having to sign what kind of a cripple I am to her in one gesture at a time. The idea being to seem more and more depressing. Being lazy is oftentimes something that means more work later because you can't be asked. I suppose. I think of being lazy as a different way. I think of it as creative laziness. Being lazy, but actually thinking about it, because using your brain isn't. If you're not using your brain, that doesn't mean you're not lazy. That means you're stupid. So if you're using your brain but you're lazy, you think about, right, what is the least amount of work I can do? And that is the lazy way. Taking a seat, I decided to just try and finish up these posters to get my mind off it. There are some things that I remember making, from the wall-to-wall text, ultra-neat handwriting. I can tell Shizune must have done these. That means that the remainder must have been done by Misha. They're a lot more visual, with cute little stylized pictures of us on them. I don't know how I feel about being used as a mascot character, but I'm not really thrilled by it. Funny, because you're like, I guess, almost the mascot of this game. Some time passes, long enough for the sun to start setting in. Shizune is putting down her pen and cracking her knuckles methodically, one at a time. So loud in the silence of the room that I look up, wondering if she's trying to get my attention. Although it wasn't what she intended, when she notices me looking at her, Shizune begins to sign without skipping a beat. Let's take a break. I'm surprised you would say that. It's okay, I'm almost done, and I'm hungry, aren't you? A little. I'm really hungry. We could order something. I was thinking of you. I already have something to eat. Where? She produced a cinnamon bun from under her desk, raising it to head level slowly like a magician levitating a rock. But there's only one, not enough for the both of us. Ah, how dramatic. I can tell what this means. A feeling of deja vu briefly washes over me. We could just split it. That's no fun. So boring. Let's play shogi for it. She already has the board out. The desk must have everything in it. Not chess? Chess is boring. Promotions. This is better. I don't know about that. Well, I'm actually pretty decent at shogi, so this is fine. Is that so? We can make it a little more interesting then. Each move has to be completed in 30 seconds. You can add a rule too. No thanks, anything I could add would only hurt me more than it would help. 30-second time limit was already too tight for me. Making me regret thinking this was a braggart. After Shizune wins the right to go first and the pick up a coin toss, she immediately starts playing with the aim of promoting all of her pieces as soon as possible. It seems like a very basic playstyle. I found out thinking it might be a trap of some sort. It's not though. The draw of this game to Shizune appears to be the fact that she can upgrade her pieces and steal mine. She's very good at it, but it makes her predictable. I end up doing a little better than I expected to. 30-second time limit is pretty painful though. Game ends in a draw. At this point, I think you're supposed to go for a rematch or tally the pieces for points. Shizune doesn't want to go in again in the interest of time, but winning on points clearly doesn't satisfy her. She sits there shifting a silver general from one edge to the other. She contemplates which of those two options she'll go for. It takes so long that I think she's forgotten about the bet. And she stops fiddling with the shogi piece and puts it down. Is Misha angry at me? Whoa, that came out of left field. That already came out of nowhere. Shizune's frankness is disorientating because with her, any kind of candor is a sign of total seriousness. There's no playful smile on her face, instead it's her usual stoic mask of concentration, ready to try and see if I'm about to tell her the truth. I'm upset that she thinks I would tell her anything else, but I know now that they have probably fought recently out of my sight. It makes me feel warm to know that they both care about each other so much. No, I strongly doubt that. Did you know that she thinks you're angry at her? Shizune nods slowly and uncomfortably. Yes. She was more roundabout with the question than you, kind of surprising because I thought that you were the one who liked playing games. Not all the time. You two having some kind of fight? No. You're very quick to deny it. I'm not happy with the thought. I feel like I've stepped on a landmine. Sorry. Actually, yes. Just a tiny one. I know that she has no interest in the student council. She only joined because of me. So grateful. I'm so happy that she's my friend, but I don't understand what she's upset about this time. Why don't you just ask her? She won't tell me. I figure it out by myself instead. I was sure that I was very perceptive even if I can't hear. That was dumb. I know better now. It's probably something that's my fault. It doesn't elaborate further on what it could be. Surely it's because she doesn't fully understand the situation herself. The sort of thing that Shizune, usually so sure of everything, can be scared by a little argument with a friend. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. They're a lot closer to each other than normal friends. Shizune is pretty isolated from other people in that way. The fact that she's deaf is no small part of that. But I get the feeling she uses Misha as a buffer between other people of her own will. Not just because it's been forced onto her. She can communicate well enough with her little pad. She just hates it. After such a long time of talking through another person, I guess you start to lose touch. Seems unavoidable. It isn't such a far-out idea to think that she isn't that great with people. Down to working, kind of wanting to eat that cinnamon bun more as time drags on, but when I count the shogi pieces still left out at Shizune's table, I can tell at a glance that she would win. I'm also too hungry to concentrate if we were to have a rematch. Motivated by my desire to wrap up and eat something, I put the finishing touch on the last of the posters. Done. I think this many is enough. Too many can be a bad thing. Okay. That's it? Just okay? I'll probably do some myself after I'm done picking what evoking format to go with. Too many posters is bad too. Haven't you heard of oversaturation? I don't think you're trying too hard. Turning her fingers, Shizune looks like she could almost admit it. Maybe. It's what Misha thinks too. Watching her fingers continue uneasily twining around, pulling at each other's miniature tug-of-war. I don't mind, but I'll ask around a couple of classes today. Interest is low. It's like you said, so... Does it make it wrong? No, but it does make it kind of pointless. It's not. Yeah, but to who? I doubt even Shizune truly believes that. I'm not doing all this work just for my own ego. That isn't what I meant. First chance to be alone for days, and I've already cocked it up. Still, she doesn't actually look angry. It's more like she's frustrated that she can't express herself clearly enough. Since she's an expert in sign language, I wouldn't think of that to be the case. What advantage being able to speak would offer her if she's ever thought about it? It's another project of mine, just like the festivals. I'm gonna do it because it's my job. It's just the student council election isn't as fun as the festival, so no one cares. She briefly touches her fingertips together as if to say, but maybe. There is some truth to it, but Shizune doesn't want to say anything that could be boiled down to something so glib. But I don't care. I want to get people riled up. This isn't about me. I don't want to be involved at all. What do you mean? You like to go to every single festival? Shizune waves her hands in mocking indignation. Well, I have to have fun too. But you know, it's not the same thing. Spirit seemed to have improved if she can manage to crack a joke. That was a joke? That was a joke? Okay. I don't want to make any more point in me being involved. It's a hassle. I don't want that responsibility. Things are becoming too complicated now as is. The more I try to hype up the elections, the more involved they have to be. No one wants to play their hand yet. It doesn't feel like my time is over, even though it should. Crossing her arms, leaning back, she grinds her teeth together in frustration. They're all so lazy. It's impossible to get them to do anything. Anywhere else, the elections would be an exciting event. It's illogical. Why does everyone have to be so different? If only there was some way to punish them. Like chaining the school to their desks. Voting is mandatory. If you don't vote, you get whipped. Terrifying. I wonder how hypocritical it would be if I were to stay in bed on election day with a flu and a cold and a strep throat and a sprained ankle. You should put yourself on one of those. Not as punishment. Don't misunderstand. Put on one of Misha's poster. Like this. It's kind of a neat idea. Misha was onto something. It's a lot cuter than just text. I think you would like it. Having cute mascots would drum up some excitement. Maybe if it's just Misha. Why not me? Someone told me the score is slightly more girls than boys. You have to cater to that demographic too. She only giggles. Audibly this time. I'm surprised. Wait, audibly? So she can make a noise? I'm surprised. And when she sees my face, so is she. Her face flushes pink, embarrassed. I've let out a sound. It's confusing to say the least. Why don't you put yourself on it? She just waves the question away. It's troublesome. What do you mean troublesome? Everyone knows you're in the student council. It's not growls, make me realise I'm hungrier than I thought. She only uses the moment to deflect my question, changing the subject. Something wrong? No, my stomach growled. Oh, shoot. She looks a forgotten pastry on the desk and frowns, finding it inadequate for two people. Let's go to the Shanghai. If you're that hungry, might be a little busy this late, but Yuko's working there today. We'll definitely get a table. I mean, deaf people can talk, like, completely. It's just specifically that... Because I was thinking that the first part of the game. I was like, I'm guessing she can talk and she just doesn't want to. But then, someone said something about her being deaf and mute. I thought dumb people just didn't have vocal cords. It's dumb without a B, I'm pretty sure. Dumb with a B means stupid. Pretty sure dumb, as in can't speak, is D-U-M without the B. Just so you know, so you don't make that mistake in the future. I'm fairly certain that's the case. Oh, of course they can gasp. Anyone can gasp. I'll pass. I've already been there twice this week, back to back. Shizune pouts, leaning back against her desk and scrunching up her posture in protest. What? I'm disappointed you said no. Well, I can't agree with you on everything. You don't give your opinion often enough anyway. It'd be easiest for me if it was like this. Not very interesting, right? There's some decisions you should disagree with me on, then you have a duty to. Was it? If you say so. I'm pretty certain that if every single time I've ever seen it, it's D-U-M, and D-U-M-B means stupid. Oh, okay. I didn't know dumb was an inappropriate way to... How do you... I guess mute is the correct way, yeah. Am I supposed to know which is which? Choosy. No, it's not. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell whether you're joking or serious. Although since she communicates Italian sign language, it would seem pretty obvious. I wouldn't say that that's all there is to it, though. Remember when I had my heart attack? Wanaka wouldn't stop talking at first. Eventually I wished that she would shut up. Or I would have, if I hadn't been happy to have any kind of company at all. Gradually I stopped being so grateful. When we talked, I felt like there was nothing more than ritualized exchange of politeness. Wanaka tried extremely hard to obfuscate how she felt. Which was that I was hopeless. In the end, her outer behaviour matched her inner feelings. For that reason, I was able to accept it when one day she stopped showing up. No longer surprised by the time it happened, even though she considered herself a master at hiding her feelings. I was not surprised. I've heard that games like shogi and chess can tell you a lot about a person. I wish I knew what Shizune thought they said about me. It could be that I'm a little more Iwanaka than I'd like to think. If I can only tie with Shizune by retreating, I suggest that we should order out. Oh, I'm struggling a little bit now because I'm really hungry and I can just smell pizza cooking. So I was like, I'm not going to sit here and start eating something because I've got pizza on the way, but oh my god, I'm hungry. Next day, I walk up to my usual vending machine at lunch, only to find that it's out of my favourite drink. Secreted so far away from most of the classroom, between the storeroom and the library, it's like no one knew about it. I expected a vending machine so close to the library to be booming with customers, but then again, the library is empty most of the time. Anyone who goes there is only doing so to look for stuff or a pad of paper to write with. No one stays there longer than they absolutely have to. For the past month, it's been... that's not true. Hanako does. No one stays longer than they absolutely have to. The past few months, it's been working in my favour, but the trade-off of vending machines that no one knows about is it's never restocked. Starting for a can of orange soda, I decide drinking here instead of waiting to get to the cafeteria. The library door opens next to me. I've been looking for you. Yuka seems acting a lot more assertive than usual today, although it isn't enough to keep her from going back to mumbling immediately afterwards. Return your books, please. I mean, the library books. The books you checked out are really overdue. Some of them are on waiting lists. Oops, I forgot. I keep checking out new ones and forget to return the old ones. That happens to me all the time at university library. It's so embarrassing. Do they send someone to try and get you to bring them back? No, the university library is bigger. They don't notice if it happens to borrow something longer than normal. It's convenient because their policy on keeping the books too long is really stricter than here. I like how, despite what she said, Yuko has no problem with borrowing books for longer than she's supposed to anyway. Makes up being so on top of my own lateness a little hypocritical. It takes a thief, I guess. Catching on to the meaning of her words around the same time I do, Yuko climbs up and starts backpedaling furiously. That's different from the situation. It's totally different. Yuko stares at her nails for a second as if she really wants to bite, but is too self-conscious to do so. For instance, how long it's been. You checked out these books months ago, Sal. Sorry, it's just that other people want to read them too. If you're a slow reader, that's okay, though. No, it's total screw up on my part. To be honest, I haven't even read some of them. Shouldn't keep taking out books when I have a backlog. Imagining Yuko of Duke Devlin's. Oh dear. That's not good. Yeah, it really isn't. Now I'm starting to copy her habit of trailing off quietly. Awkwardness is very contagious for some reason. That said, I'm surprised. Yuko seems almost normal today. Every now and then, her waitressy nervous tick keeps popping back up. Come to think of it, she didn't act this way when I first met her. She was a little clumsy and neurotic, but it wasn't anywhere near as severe until Shizune Misha and I ran into her in the Shanghai. It could be that Yuko has a complex about having kids from the school seeing her waitressing. I guess it was a little odd for her to pick the closest cafe to the school to work in then. In that case, it might be the place having so few customers being considered a lucky break. That is all I think of when I think of Duke Devlin, yes. Well, I'll get it. I'll turn them right after school. As soon as possible, please. Wait, can I ask you one more thing? Sure, what is it? I have to go for a while, but I can't just leave the library empty. Sorry, but can I ask you to watch it while I'm gone? Just for a little bit. I'll be right back as soon as possible. You're in student council, so I'm sure if you did it would be okay. Alright, I'll do it. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Yuko quickly slides forward as if she's so grateful she is about to give me a hug. She stops 2 centimeters into it, which ultimately just makes the gesture look extremely confusing. I'm also surprised that she can control her momentum so well, since she seems kind of clumsy. Before I can say as much as, you're welcome, she's dashed off with the urgency of someone too late to an appointment. That could be the case, but I wouldn't feel safe assuming so. It's Yuko, and she seems like the kind of person to treat everything that way. I'm in the library. I feel a bit silly. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Should I sit down like I normally would and read? Probably would do, but would it meet Yuko's high standards? Maybe I should sit at the librarian desk and give anyone who comes in a stern and analytical glare. I'll use the Shizune as a staring point and practice a couple of times in the mirrored surface of a pen. I think it looks pretty good. Frustratingly, no one comes in, so I give up on the idea quickly and decide to go look for Hanako instead. It's deserted. I think I see someone, but the second I blink, whoever it is gone. As soon as I return to Yuko's desk and crack open an interesting-looking book, a mere person swings in front of me like a falling pendulum. Yo, librarian! I've been looking for you, like 10 minutes! What? It's you? Man, you must really get around. All the student council makes you get around. Those bitches! How could they? Slave drivers! Must be exaggerating, because it took me 30 seconds just to do a slow walk around the whole place. Thought I was overridden by my surprise to see him. Where did you come from? What are you doing here? What? Can a guy go to the library now? Can't even go to the library without some young buck like you giving me the 3rd degree over it. I see some girl coming in here all the time, but no one ever asks her what she's doing. It's because she's reading and I don't. What's he talking about, Hanako? Well, I suppose they're both avoid people. I want to tell him that reading is what you usually do in a library. So if he's not reading, whatever he's doing is bound to make him look way more suspicious than her. In the end, though, I'm too surprised by him practically appearing out of thin air. That doesn't tell me what you're doing here. I'm here because of you! His response makes me feel confused. Maybe I fell asleep, and all of this is just some weird dream, and this Kenji isn't real, but my subconscious is going to start giving me deep but vaguely worded advice now. Because of you, I got chased out of my dorm by feminists. Now I wander this library like a soldier without a country or a ghost. I should haunt you for ruining things for me. It's a shame. Would have been an interesting dream, but it seems like this is the real deal. Yeah, you had to start work with women, and that brought them to my door. You remember that? You should, since you were there. After that day, I knew they were onto me. I should have trusted my instincts, but I was young and stupid. That wasn't even a week ago. Then my dad called and said one of my letters hadn't been delivered. The post office couldn't have lost it, so it must have been intercepted. Information warfare. That's when I knew my secret hideout was compromised. Now I'm on the run, like a fugitive. It's code red. Dorm rooms aren't secret. They put your name and number on the board right in the doorway. I know, I saw that. They're diabolical. Why don't I just put up a big Wild West wanted poster? That's what they're going to be like. Wanted, dead or alive. Probably alive, so they can clone me and turn me into a grasshopper. Jumping without warning into the empty chair opposite me, Kenji takes out a cigarette and starts spinning it between his fingers. I've never seen him smoking before, so it must be for effect. I can't even live where I want to anymore. This is where it all begins. The tactical brilliance. I mean, once they're in your home, it's over. Like termites. The feminist plan for dominance starts. There, where the fuck can we go? The only question is, how can they take a page out of the termite playbook? Women are naturally repelled by wood. Ha! Okay, that one took me off guard. Oh, Kenji. Never change. You can never go home again. Is that how the saying goes? Man, I don't know about never. I was just there. I don't know anywhere else I can shower and get new clothes and eat, use the bathroom, watch TV. I have to keep watching all the news, keep informed. Someone else did by his dorm and living her on the run. Sure has no qualms about going back there several times a day for long periods of time. Now he slowly turned away from me. He's taken to a revolving display of murder mysteries. Really no point in interrupting him, I guess. Finish off my soda and throw the can into a basket near the door. Hits the rim but goes in anyway. Silently pump my fist. Oh yeah. Kenji quickly gets up and starts his head towards the door. I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't fist pump at an inappropriate moment. Where are you going? You kept sucking down that juice. So it wasn't even juice, it was soda, and it's gone now. What do you mean, sucking it down? I had 2 sips. Yeah, right. You're like 50 million sips. It's not even possible. Maybe for you, I go beyond impossible all the time. Okay, whatever. Now I'm thirsty too. I'm gonna go get my own juice. Be right back. He does come almost right back so quickly that I suspect he knows about my secret vending machine. I got you one too. Hope you like grape juice. We're even for the pizza now. Thanks. I want to tell him I lent him nearly 10 times the cost of a can of grape juice. That might make me seem petty. Unopposed, Kenji sits down and starts furiously drinking juice like a man of a vendetta against grapes. You know, it's a lucky break for me that I managed to run into you here, man. I kinda need you to do me a favour. Although it's cynical, I wonder if him getting me juice is just so he could ask me for this favour. If so, it's very transparent and poorly timed. I doubt Kenji would even think about something so deeply. Though, just asking for things straight out is more his style. I need you to recommend me some books. I thought you didn't read. How do you know? You told me. You said that people discriminate you because you don't read. Well, they do, and I do read. I read audiobooks because that's the way of the future. I have to read a book a month for the almost instinctively read literature club. Like, I saw those 5 letters next to each other, and my brain was just about to read out literature club. No reason. I mean, obviously a reason, but secret audible ad. If I was on, this is going on YouTube. Remember, guys, you can go to audible.com/TheYukiverse to get your 1 month free trial. You can download any book for free. Wait, no, the free trial is that's the fucking whatever. Anyway, and I found out the school doesn't really accept such classes as advanced cryptography. If I don't read a bunch of books, they're gonna fail me. I can't fail. I did it again. I just went to say literature club again. For fuck's sake, brain. It says literacy, literary. I can't say that word. That's why. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's another thing. Literary. There we go. That'll do. Studies. That'll make me illiterate. That'll mean my mum was right. My mum can't be right. I just have to study literacy as much as possible. Wow, this club is full of incredibly evil feminists. Oh my god, I want to see Kenji in a fucking literature club now. Yes, just Doki Doki the whole game, but you play as Kenji to see how. I think all of the results of it will be totally different. What do I do with some extra credit? No thanks, it's bad enough. I'm gonna have to carry around these stupid things now. Picks up a dictionary, flips through it, and places it on the murder mystery rack behind him. I can't believe this is actually the medium of our ancestors used to look at porn. Oh, Kenji. I spilled my drink all over the book I'm still holding, damaging it beyond any hope of repair. Quickly check the back and see its suggested retail price 7,900 yen. Think I might have a heart attack. Wow, it's destroyed. Shouldn't have done that though. They take vandalism super seriously here. You're gonna get canned. Chortle's amused before taking Shippy Long's last sip from his can of juice. It's not vandalism, I didn't do it on purpose. You made me do it with your words. What do you mean canned? I'm not be canned. Wait, chill out. I didn't mean they actually cane you. Oh, caned. Oops. They just make you pay for it. And really, really yell at you. It's like they were gonna bite my ass off. Still not a big deal. I don't care if it's figurative. I don't want to get caned or my ass bitten off. Or any kind of punishment, you dumbass. What am I going to do? I'm the only person here that she knows of anyway. I can't even throw the book in the trash if we found and then she'll know. Damn, dude, stop being so weird. How's it weird to not want to be fined? Man, stop flipping out, man. I'm not flipping out. I'm trying to save money. So cheap. About to strangle him when I hear Misha's "Wahaha" coming down the hallway. Apparently Kenji hears it too. Use the opportunity to quickly vanish behind the autobiography section, like the wind. Hi, Hee-chan! Misha shouts. Oh no. Misha shouts exuberantly, dragging an embarrassing Yuko behind her. Hee-chan, are you talking to yourself? One hand saying yes can make me look kind of crazy. On the other hand, if I blow Kenji's cover, he might go off and make me look crazy by association. Yes. Haha, that's okay. Don't be embarrassed, Hee-chan. I do it too sometimes, when I'm alone. La la la. Nothing happened while I was gone? Absolutely nothing. It smells like grapes. I'm wearing grape-scented cologne. I lie brazenly and obviously. My reaction, I'm going to assume she knows I'm lying, or she thinks I have an abysmal sense of colognes. This can of grape juice I drank from is still right there, and it's likely to be the former. Fortunately, she doesn't ask any follow-up questions. What are you two doing together? We had lunch together. Strictly business. A business lunch. I had a picture of Misha in a suit, having a business lunch with anyone. Somehow I just can't see it. What kind of business? You don't know? Ah, it's nothing. Nothing. It's normal for one part of the student council to not know what the other part is doing. Hey, don't nothing something like that. This isn't normal at all. In fact, it's bad. We're only 3 people. Yuko laughs nervously. She must be terrified. Misha says that you want to put posters in the library for the elections, even though they're really far away. I guess it's okay. I didn't even know that I could even decide those kind of things. You can! Isn't that great? Haha! Aren't you happy? Yay! Yay! Misha grabs Yuko's hand, forcing her to clasp joyously for herself. Yuko doesn't look very happy about learning that she has more responsibility and power than she previously thought. Yi-chan, since you're here, you can help me put them up. Pulling out a giant stack of posters from her bag, she cuts them in half like a deck of cards and passes me at the slightest smushed half. Shi-chan had a really good idea. We can put some flyers inside books too. Then, even if they try to ignore us, they won't be able to. They could even be spring-loaded. Misha tries her best to convey the same tone Shizune used. It sounds close to the real thing, and it's also a little menacing. She was probably kidding. I liked it. No, please don't do that. A super ultra aggressive marketing blitz. We're going to start going door to door too. That's a terrible idea. Misha pouts in her best Shizune impression, fingertips tapping together rapidly in annoyance. Hee-chan, you think every idea is terrible. Yeah, but that idea is too terrible to ignore. I can't have that. Wahaha! Hee-chan, that sounds like a challenge. Mutiny! Mutiny! Mutiny is bad. Don't fight. Wahaha! It was just a joke. Okay. Don't fight. Wahaha! The way Yuko sounds when she's trying to be firm makes me think of a kindergarten teacher. I suppose that makes her very persuasive in her own way. Putting out the posters is surprisingly hard, simply because the library is already plastered with bulletin boards and flyers lining every couple of metres, some of them in places so unlikely I'd never noticed them before. Deciding which of them to peel off in favour of our own adds a lot of time to an halfway simple job. By the time the bell rings, a signal at the end of lunch, Misha and I have still a sizable amount of posters left. As we leave, I decide to stick one right by the door. It must be one that Misha did. It had a little drawing of Shizune on the bottom. I gotta say, so for all the other stories so far, so we had Emmy's story, which was rubbish. She had all these problems and we didn't resolve any of them. We had Rin's story in which she became a completely broken person and we tried to help her recover a little bit, and it had a sort of bittersweet happy ending. We had Hanako's story, which I thought was really good. I felt like a lot of things were resolved in that one and she became a better person because of it. Now I have Shizune's story, and I feel like we're not really getting to know Shizune very much at all. Like, it's almost like she's not even in most of her story. Spending time with Misha, spending time with Yuko, spending time with Kenji. Like, why is Shizune so absent from her own story? I don't understand. I just feel sort of off. Maybe that's just me. Don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying it, because I like all these characters. This is great. This is like what Yu-Gi-Oh! GX should have been, where it's like, we ignore Jaden and just talk to all the side characters who are really cool. This is that to me. So we get Kenji and Yuko and Misha, all of which I love. I don't mind not having Misha here, Shizune here, but just a bit odd is all. Just a bit odd. A couple of days later, Shizune heads off to go eat lunch by herself and doesn't come back. She's really swamped student council work, although I know that she probably made most of that work for herself. I go to the student council room. I find the door unlocked. Before opening it, I hold back for a second to see if I hear Misha's laughing through it. Nothing. I'm going to take it as a sign as no one's in, but Shizune wouldn't leave the door unlocked in that case. Side characters? Yeah, you know, like all the side characters in this game. They're all great. Remember chilling out with the crew in the graveyard? No. I don't remember chilling out with the crew in the graveyard. She's at her desk, sleeping in her chair with her arms folded over her chest. What a stiff pose. One of her eyes being closed, there'd be no way to tell. Oh, Jesus. What was that? Oh. That fucking scared me. My salt's not up here, by the way.
Oh, where is it?
On the spices rack.
Spices rack?
You know, where you put the spices in the kitchen.
It's not on the normal place where you've been putting it.
Well, it's over there somewhere. Pretty sure.
I'll go and have a look.
Right. Sorry. I'll back in a second. I'm not actually going anywhere, but I'm not sitting down, so I can't read the screen. However, this is a good opportunity for me to eat some food. Which I have been hungry. Find it? Did you find it?
It's the other side. You've been putting it that side.
Oh, sorry. Right, sitting down. We did with Emmy. In the English dub of GX, almost everyone dies. Sorry, gets sent to the stars. Do they? If that happens in the... I've only watched GX like up to season 4. I haven't seen any of the season 4 stuff. With you Bell or whatever. So I don't know anything that happens there. I am clueless. Oh. This isn't open. With her eyes being closed, there'd be no way to tell that she was asleep. In fact, I can't even be sure that she's asleep now. True, she might just have her eyes closed. Normally I'd tap her desk to wake anyone else up, but it wouldn't work with her. Immediately I start thinking of tricks I could play on her if she's sleeping. It's disappointing that my train of thought goes those kind of directions. Just like I was saying about that one anime that I started watching yesterday. Where they're like constantly trying to one-up each other, playing tricks on each other. It's very much what Shizune and Hasao's relationship reminds me of. Hello, good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Hello, good afternoon. She signs one greeting with each hand. It's really confusing. Hey, what are you doing? Secretly slacking off? She smiles, but lowers her head to conceal it. Tries her best to look annoyed instead. Don't just stand there. Makes me nervous. I'm sitting down and you're not. Takes a seat in the nearest chair, while Shizune pauses to adjust her glasses to push her nose as she's fine-tuning an instrument. Why are you so far away? Does that make you nervous too? Pursing her lips, Shizune doesn't look too amused by my taunting her. I had some free time, so I thought I'd drop by and see if you're still busy. Do you want to help me? Yeah. Too bad. I'm grateful, but it's not necessary. I just finished the last of it, and now everything that needs to be done is done. So formal. Misha was just a business like yesterday. You both getting serious for official student council business? I'm always serious, like the student council candidates should be. That was fast. From zero to immediately criticising people who aren't even her colleagues yet before I've had a chance to stretch my legs. Right. I'm going to be slower reading at the moment because I'm eating pizza. For Sunday streams, pizza is the perfect food. Story streams, pizza is not the perfect food. Quite the opposite, actually. Really interrupts your reading. Considering that's all I'm doing, you know. At least on Sunday streams, I can sit there reading. You know, when it used to be Yu-Gi-Oh, or now if I'm streaming with friends or whatever, I let someone else take over or just play a game for a while, you know. I don't have to be talking the whole time. So let's go back to something we were talking about earlier. That new Lord of D card. King of D, was it? I can't remember. Got any deck ideas you're going to use that with? It's been a while since I built a dragon deck, so I probably will. It'd be nice to actually use Flute of Summoning Dragon for once. And of course, Lord of D and King of D are spellcasters, so they can count for that one, that spell. So that's pretty cool. Might be playable in Rainbow Dragon Neos Turbos. Neos Turbo. Yeah. If that's a thing. Is that a thing? I've already forgotten what it does, honestly. I remember that it searches one of 3 spells when it's summoned. Actually, it's up with Lord of D. Let me scroll up. Oh no, not scroll up here. Scroll up here. Oh, I just got one spell trap. I'll Flute Summon Dragon, Melody of Awakening Dragon, or Dragon Revival. Oh. How does it search Rainbow Dragon? I'm confused. Oh, because it searches the spell card. Yeah. No, never mind. Never mind. I got it. You're gonna type it out anyway, and you're not gonna hear this in time. But I got it. I forgot what the guitar playing one does. That's just me being bad at cards. I forgot all the cards could search out, to be honest. Yeah, it's pretty good having a searcher for your searcher. Imagine if they made a new hero and it's like, hey, this isn't Stratos. What he does instead is he searches your deck for equal. Definitely not Stratos. I'd love it if they did something like that. Not that heroes need any more buffs or anything. But you know, Stratos has been gone for a while and every other deck has their searchers. Now yes, heroes have their searcher, they have equal. But you know what I mean. Just poor Stratos has been on the ban list for so long. I'm pretty sure he's like unbanned in Japan. It's only in the TCG that he's banned. Pretty sure he's been unbanned in Japan for a long time. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of why he's banned. I don't really care that much. It's just, you know, they could errata him. They errata loads of other cards, right? But because he's got 1 in Japan is the reason I haven't. Whereas they errata Goya Guard him, who was already at 3 over here. Just make him unplayable. Do you reckon they'd ever reverse an errata? To like put Goya Guard back to how he used to be? That'd be nice. Because Goya Guardian really didn't need that. It's a good thing they brought back Brio, because otherwise, you know, you wouldn't have a good level 6 to go for it. Doesn't make mistakes so they have to. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Just a shame, really. I like Goyo. Liked Goyo. Can't really use him anymore. I'm sure there are some decks you can use him in, but like, you know, when you build a synchro deck, you don't really focus it around an attribute. No, decks aren't affected. I just like the card. Like, you got to remember, my the majority of my time playing Yu-Gi-Oh was in 5Ds and Zexal era. So cards like Goya Guardian and Brio, you know, the big synchro boys. They were like my boss monsters back in the day. So it's just sort of sad for me, you know? But man. I remember when Goyo got unbanned the first time. And people were selling their Goyos like 50, 60 quid. And then it was just me sitting there with like an original print Goyo, like, fuck yeah. So glad I kept this. I'm not even sure that any deck would run Goyo anymore. Like, at all. Except for a Goyo deck. But, like... Yeah, right? Yeah, I did too. Synchro combo decks were all my favourite decks. Like, Fableds and Junk Synchrons and all that sort of stuff. Synchro Toolbox, I used to call it. Well, your extra deck is just 15 different Synchro monsters. And you're like... You know, go for whatever is helpful in this situation or whatever you can summon. Same. I am on the exact same page as you there, buddy. I like link rules, I do. And I think they're good for the game, and I think they are what the game needed. But I do miss my synchro spam decks. I miss them a lot. That's why when they did those Troy mares, I was like, oh man, I could try to play Fabled. But yeah. Didn't really work out that well for me. I'm not sure if I actually like Troy mares or not. Like, I sort of like part of what they do. The other part of me just feels like, I don't know, sort of obnoxious, I guess. Alright, since I finished a slice of pizza, I'll carry on reading. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. I don't want an empty hand. I want a full hand so I can do another turn like that. The only time it's acceptable to have an empty hand in Fables is when you play that one quick play spell that when a monster inflicts 1/5 or less damage to your opponent, you discard your whole hand, and then you keep milling top cards of your deck. Every time it's a monster, you burn your opponent for 500. If you're doing that, then you can have an empty hand in Fables. Otherwise, no excuse. I used to run that shit in my Fables. Have fun. And oftentimes I'd draw into a spell before I actually killed them. But then it doesn't matter because all the cards I discarded, probably some of them summoned. So I've still got more attacks to go. It was a nice way to win the game. Especially as no one ever expected it. I don't even know what that card's called, but I know no one ever ran it. Right, oh wait. Oh. I forgot I clicked on the Twitch chat. At least the presidents. They need initiative. And maybe they can motivate everyone else, or at least strong arm them along. But even though there's a bunch of them, they're also wishy-washy. There's no one running for vice president, so I won the big prize. None of them have the right to drive for it, and the treasurer is always so flaky, so I had to use my power just to eliminate the position. Wait a second, please. You even do that? I don't think it works that way. It is how it is. With that, Shizune stares grimly into the distance, rubbing the frame of her glasses. That doesn't answer the question, future dictator. I'm disappointed. They should want me out of here faster because they won the job, or at least disagree with me having the job. If I can't mobilize a bunch of student council wannabes for either reason, all my work will have been for nothing. If they're going to be so slow about it, I'll just hold on to my office as long as possible. Shizune punctuates the sentence with a snap of her fingers, creating a sound as sharp as a gunshot. I wonder if she knows how loud she can do that. Probably not, buddy. It's definitely an attention grabber, so I could see it as an invaluable to me. She might have practiced it because of that. All of it, huh? That's too harsh. I always thought that's the realest test. Even the last impression is important. Why don't I build sandcastles? They crumble when you leave. Maybe. If I see a especially neat one, I still think it's impressive. I'll say it's impressive. How do I admire you? So to me, it wasn't for nothing. Chugs her glasses. I just want to take my smiling wire. How do you say that word? Riley. That's it. I know the word. I'm bad at speaking. Or at least today I seem to be. Sorry. I was careless and something selfish slipped out. I've always wanted to stand at the top. Didn't matter what it was, as long as I was the best at it. I understood completely and made my own. Like when you hear a song and dream of being a musician, or see a plane and wish you could be a pilot. You ever had a dream like that? Yeah, it's funny you say that actually. Because self-promotion, if you're watching this on YouTube, because the people who are in Twitch chat already know this, check out the other videos on my channel, because I'm not very good at singing yet, but maybe, you know, a year or two in the future I could be like the next Nate Wants to Battle, you don't know. But that's something I'm doing. Yeah. First time I played soccer, I wondered if maybe I could get good enough to wow people. I just fancy though. Seems like the gap between me and the people of real time. Put those dreams behind me. Well, my heart the way I can't play soccer anymore anyway. Do you still have dreams like that? No, they're unrealistic. I realised it very quickly. There's always someone better. A sad expression crosses her face. She looks oddly mature right now, as if the days of competing vigorously against others for supremacy are long behind her. Of course, I had nothing to be further from the truth. Just last week she wanted to see which one of us could blow the biggest bubble with a piece of gum. It could be she was even worse when she was younger. Terrifying thought. I like that. There was always someone better. When someone greater than me would appear, I get so excited I want to challenge them. Even though in the end, they would usually turn out to be better, and I'd be left in awe. There'd be some people who are on a different level completely. After a while I got jealous. I wanted something like that for myself. That's an interesting point of conversation, actually. So, from one point, I actually get that. Me personally, and I think this is where me and Train differ the most, I want to face people who are better than me. I don't want to face people who are worse. I understand if it's boring for them, but even if I'm not, because people would say that's like a strive to get better, right? I'm not even sure that it is. I think it's almost like I enjoy losing if it was a good game, you know, or a good whatever it is. Like, I can look up to people and be like, it's so awesome that you're that good. But it's not necessarily that I want to be that good. It's just that. I don't know, maybe I do. I don't know, it's weird. I don't really know how to explain it. But the thing where she says about being jealous, that I don't understand. Yeah. Oh, 100% on that one. Me and Train differ greatly there. Even though he says he hates it when someone just gives him a win. He also clearly doesn't. See, the trick with Train, I've learnt this over the years, is to give him the win, but don't make it look like you're giving him the win. you gotta do it sneakily. Make sure he never notices. What's up with the student councillors? The thing just for you? No. You know, it feels like that sometimes. It wasn't why I decided to be it. That was another story entirely. But I like being a student council president. Even the work is hard, I'm always biting off more than I can chew. That's why it keeps exciting. People at the top shouldn't be able to be comfortable all the time anyway. You sound like a farmer. Well, they wouldn't suit us. Shizune would look cute in overalls and a straw hat. So, if that wasn't a reason, why'd you run for the job? I didn't, but afterwards I decided to stick with it anyway. I wanted to be a student council president because the old student council was stupid. I don't want to stir people up, so they were able to say, that was interesting, today was interesting, that kind of thing, memorable experiences. I'm happy because I think we succeeded, you and Misha and me. I have a selfish desire too, though. At first it was something I thought would only be a nice bonus, but I've gotten greedy. That's why I would make it happy if the elections go smoothly. I'd be the only way that I can see my wishes granted. What is it then? It's a secret. Sensing I might not be ready to let such a weak dodge slide by so easily, Shizune quickly weighs down any attempt at a follow-up, embarrassing colouring her face. Something she wanted to keep for herself, only because it's too silly to do otherwise. Started to feel a pang of hunger and check my watch. Oh, it looks too early for dinner. Do you have any kind of food in your desk? For a second it looks like the question confuses her, but she recovers quickly. Desk for supplies. Food supplies. You should have eaten lunch. I don't think it would be a problem if I didn't. I was working. I wouldn't think about it. I'd be too busy to be hungry. Yeah. I'm not hungry right now. Because I'm eating. She puts her hand up to her mouth in a poor attempt to conceal a laugh. Tries to hide it further by pretending to use it to push her glasses further up to the bridge of her nose. I guess you're not, since you already ate. I'm not good enough to sign the appropriate words, so I settle for pointing at a stack of Chinese food containers, leaning precariously out the top of a trash can. Those are from yesterday. We're both hungry. Let's get something to eat. Not from the cafeteria. There wasn't anything good at lunch. I really doubt there'll be anything good left over. Order something? Ordering out 2 days in a row is unnatural. Only in case of emergency, that's my personal policy. This is why she should think of putting some snacks in her desk. Be an easier way of dealing with these kind of emergencies. I want to tell her, but signing out how hungry I am like 5 times is maybe too tired to be a smart ass. Temptation is really great though. Hi! Misha's distinctive up and down voice sounds muffled through the door. She bursts in seconds later. Ichan, you're here too! True, I didn't know there was already someone in here. If it opens, someone is inside. Wah! Am I interrupting? She shakes her head. Great, that's really great, but I wasn't sure if I would be. Is this a break? I thought so too, but it turns out everything student council related is over for now. Is that why you're here? Wah! Yeah, that's right, Hee-chan. Sorry to disappoint you, we were just discussing whether or not to order out for dinner. That sounds fun. Shizune isn't being very fun about it though. She says she can't order food 2 days in a row. You hungry too? Because if you were, we could outvote her. That sounds fun. Hee-chan, I am a little hungry. Why'd you say something like that? I thought you would say it sounds like mutiny. Shizune pinches the frame of her glasses, clearly thinking that it doesn't seem like mutiny, but being outvoted to a clean 2-1 margin, there's nothing she can do. Misha already has her phone out. It's awfully garish. Shi-chan, you promised you would have a student council thing. Just for us, right? Right? This can be it. Shizune only shakes her head. The last party she'll be able to attend is Yamaku's student council president. It's too special for her to put that label on our spur of the moment early dinner. Even though I'm sure the real thing will be just like this, a meal like any other with the 3 of us. After we finish eating and clean up, say goodbye to them and head down to my dorm. I don't feel particularly tired. I think I'll just go straight to sleep tonight. Is that the end of that? Oh. Go back home. My mum would nag me not to go to bed right after eating. What does she know? What she doesn't know won't hurt her. Take a look at the clock. As soon as I get in, realise it's a little later than I thought. Also feels a bit silly checking the clock when I have a phone and a wristwatch. Take off my watch and hold it in one hand. Hold my phone in the other. Makes me feel powerful and stupid. Quite on sex we go to sleep, and I'm glad when someone interrupts me by knocking on my door after only a few minutes. Figure it can be anyone but Kenji, which is why I'm surprised it ends up being Misha. Hi, Yi-chan! You don't look happy to see me. No, I'm just kind of surprised. Just soon I remember something that she wants me to do after all. It's late, but whatever, I guess it's good that I didn't change. Nope, I just thought I'd follow you back, Yi-chan. I'm gonna be your personal stalker now, Yi-chan. For fun? No, of course not. She wants to talk. Must be about something important. Something she wants Shizune to know about. Do you want to come in? Yeah, thanks, Yi-chan. She wants me to take a seat in the chair. Natural thing to do, but I expect her to sit on the bed. Yi-chan? Misha frowns harshly. Arms folded over her chest. She's trying to play a grim interrogator. All that's missing is the mustache and a dangling, flickering light bulb in a string. Did you make Shi-chan sad? What do you mean? When I went to the office today, Shi-chan couldn't hear me coming. That's why. When I opened the door, I saw a really confusing expression on her face. Shi-chan looked happy and sad. I wanted to know why. Well, it wasn't because of me. I didn't even see it. I think she's depressed that she won't be a student council president anymore in a few months. I asked Shi-chan about it. She said it was okay. It's meaningless. Shizune would say that, but it's ridiculous to think that she would let it go that easily. I mean, there are times when she'll want to fight me over the last apple or chocolate milk or whatever, and that stuff doesn't even matter. Chocolate milk is important! Okay, it is. Don't get mad. But not as much as student council is to her. You wouldn't just wave it off so easily. Ah, you're right! Well, this is supposed to be an interrogation, but it appears Misha has already forgotten about it. But I don't want Shi-chan to lie to me to make me feel better. Ha! Most people don't know how serious Shi-chan is. I think she's just putting on a show. I'm happy you understand her, Hi-chan. It's obvious, especially with how she talks about it today. Misha leans in close with interest, resting her head on her palms. Really? What did she say? They're close enough, so I don't think much of how she's prying. Why she joined the student council, sort of. She started and then decided that some stuff should stay classified and signed. It's a secret. So I guess that's what she told me. It's a secret. Well, if someone tells you they have a secret, you can sort of call that a secret by itself, Hee-chan. Just like how, according to you, luck is a skill. It can be. Be careful, not so loud. Why, Hee-chan? I wake up after people in the building. On top of that, dorms aren't co-ed. Hee-chan, are you thinking something dirty? Stop being weird. If you are, it's okay, I think. It makes me realise how easy it's been for me to talk to Misha all this time. I'll be able to go this long without feeling like I need to be on guard. It's the first time I have. Basically, oh shit, I should have dated Misha from the beginning. Good job, knucklehead. Oh well, I don't know about it now. We are already en route. I feel sad, Hee-chan. I don't say that. It's funny. The happier She-chan gets, the more depressed I feel. Even though I should be happy for She-chan, I still am, but I can't talk about my problems with her. Why not? Just like She-chan can't talk about her problems to me. Is it? I tell you, that's entirely unintentional. I have seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, all of them, but that is not the voice I was originally going for. I'm trying to think how I could best describe it. Okay, so like it's like a weird fusion between a YouTuber I used to watch called Dexter Manning. He has this weird voice sometimes. And Mandark from Dexter's Laboratory. Like a weird fusion of them. That's the voice I'm going for. If that happens to sound like the bird from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, fair enough, I suppose. I can't actually remember what he sounds like. It's been a while. I don't really have any intention to rewatch them, to be honest. Same thing, Hee-chan. If we have that kind of problem, I'm not sure what I should do. I wonder if I'm a bad friend. Oh no. Misha gets up and quickly drops herself on the bed. Doors sitting only a few inches apart. Just a couple of seconds later, she pushes her head forward and gives me a light kiss. Misses my lips. More due to bad aim on her part than because of me. What are you doing? Although it's just formality, I'd be stupid not to know what she's getting at. It's just that it seems so unlikely that I'm hoping there'll be some way I won't have to deal with this. Now she decides to be shy and giggles embarrassed. Do you like me, Hee-chan? Yeah. Head is buried in my chest. Feels like she's talking to my scar. She might be able to feel it brushing against her cheek. Tried too hard to hide it from both of them before. Seems like such a dumb thing to have to worry about much more in retrospect. Please Oh no. No. I was saying we didn't have any choices. I had a feeling this was coming. I know what the correct answer is as well, but I don't want to answer it. This is mean. This question here is, do I want to do what I would actually do, like I've done with every other question? Right, answer it as honestly as possible. Or do I want to keep my perfect record of good endings? Oh, this is horrible. Game. You're cruel. Like, not quite Doki levels of cruel, but you're still cruel. No metagaming. I'm not metagaming. Like, I mean, I guess I sort of am, but no, come on. I think how I do things. Me as a person would obviously comfort Misha here, because I clearly like Misha more than Shizune anyway. But me, who knows this game and knows that we're doing Shizune's route and not Misha's route, knows where this is going to go. Not cheating on your girlfriend is metagame. I'm really sorry, Misha. You know what? It's fine. I just keep thinking of you as my friend, and she has a boyfriend, so it's okay, and you would be cheating to them. And then I would be the bad one. I did make a save, didn't I? Yeah, I did make a save, but I'll make a second so we can see Monica there. I might actually come back to this later, but I shouldn't be wanting to sleep with my friend because that'd be weird. So before I can answer, she pushed her whole weight against me, unbalancing me enough to send us both into the bed. If I answer quickly, the situation will only become more precarious. I know I should have never let things get tangled as they already are. So, even though it is the most tactful way to refuse her, push her off me. Misha falls backwards onto the sheet so softly it seems like she barely fell at all. Eyes closed, she stays like that for a while before getting up with a hollow laugh. Alright, Ichan, I'm sorry. Ah. That's how I feel. Regretful, slightly. Even though I've grown to hate regret. Sad for a multitude of reasons. I'm still angry, both for her and myself. In a way, it seems like I'm not really feeling it all. Don't be. No, Ichan, it's okay. I'm really. But just asking was enough for me, I think. Pink is not a creative colour. Okay, well, I mean, I guess you could put it that way. I'm not going to say whether or not I would, in case there's any chance she ever sees this, though. So you're not getting any more of it, more out of that from me. I'm happier you said no. Is that right? Well, that's good. Yeah, it is. Thanks, Ichan. She pulls herself up and leans against the wall. I'm assuming she is. My head hurts so much I don't bother opening my eyes. I lie in my bed, listen to the rustle of my hair brushing against the sheets and grass, waving in the wind outside. Guess I should say more to reassure her, but I wonder if that would really help. Maybe it would be better to say nothing. I don't know. Although in that situation, there's no one right thing one can do. Good night, Ichan. With that, she leaves the door, clicking shut behind her like a guilty whisper. Maybe it's because I'm eager to put today behind me, but after Misha is gone, I find it much easier to fall asleep. I do so almost instantly. Is that the end of chapter? No. I guess it wouldn't make sense for it to be the end of the chapter because I have to do what would have happened the day after, morning after. For the morning, I wake up thinking that most of my time is going to be spent trying to avoid Shizune and Misha. What happened last evening still makes me feel uneasy. I thought that sleeping on it would help alleviate that feeling. I feel like an idiot for believing it would be that easy. Think about whether or not Misha might feel the same way. If so, she probably won't show up to school today. Kids doing the same. They'd be pretty suspicious, and staying inside all day in fear doesn't appeal to me. Never really has. You do it in other stories, but not in this one. Like I thought, Misha isn't in class this morning. She only is, but today is a busier day than most, so she gives her all, concentrating on her classwork. And that means there's little idle time for her to start a conversation with me. I'm so used to seeing Shizune and Misha together that I hadn't realised until yesterday how much that hasn't been the case lately. It's a shame. The empty seat next to her reminds me that they are a pair. So yesterday, it's something I'd take to my grave. If I feel this way about it, I wonder how Misha must feel. Just as regretful? When she came on to me, she was more depressed than sexy to start with. I can only imagine how much worse it would be now. Thinking about it like that, I want to see her again, but only half-heartedly. The other half of me is still terrified, even though I hate to use that word. It makes me feel ashamed, but I'm not sure it's the only way to describe myself right now. I spent the next couple of periods in the library. I'm not in the mood to sit in class the rest of the day, but I'm willing to walk back to the dorms. While I'm lazily flipping through the pages of an uninteresting historical fictional novel, Shizune drops herself in the chair across from me, pouting. I think it's sort of pointless to come to school and skip every class. Sorry. At least tell everyone that you're sick. I'm just not feeling it today. Yesterday I was fine though. Tomorrow I'll probably be fine. Taking a sick day in the middle of the week is just too suspicious. That 24-hour flu thing or whatever won't fly. It's not suspicious. It is. Turn back to my book, but Shizune gently pulls it down, in contrast to her expression, which straddles the line between concern and anger. Something wrong. What? Something bothering you, because you're acting a little suspicious today, in a different way. If there is, just tell me, or I'll be mad. I'm not good at reading people. What a ridiculous thing to say after picking up my mood so easily. It's only half kidding, but there is some truth in it. After all, she can't hear tone, only has to rely on reading to communicate with others. As if you could only ever have conversations with someone through text messages. That's to mess with you in some way. I guess. I don't know, Lee? Does it? Well, I guess you can hear me when I'm talking like this. Or Lee Expo, I'm one of you. I've never heard either of you guys talking. So I guess that question's on me, actually, not on you. I guess you can't answer that because you can hear me. Huh. I don't know. I feel like I know you guys at least okay-ish. I don't think it's messed with me. I feel like I have more friends that I talk to only in text than I talk to, like, not in text. It's probably why she stares so intently at people, in order to gauge their reaction. Maybe it's why she pushes people so hard to get them to react. I thought about it before, but it's too hard to say for sure what Shizune's exact motivations are for anything. So I wonder how much of that was a joke. Sometimes it's easy to tell, because this time it isn't. Assuming it wasn't a joke, I can't tell her anyway. Because it's sign language. There is enough time to collect myself and lie efficiently. Effectively, even. Yeah, I know it is. Alright. I'm sorry. One day. Look, I stream like 4 times a week, man. It's nice to have a break the other 3. You are sort of like a friend. Yeah. That's me. That's me to everyone. Well, I mean, even to Train. Like, me and Train have never actually met each other, you realise. So, even though we've spoken to each other, like over mic or whatever, we've never met each other, so. I still remember the first time I met Josh. We went to Brighton to play Pokemon Go for some reason. There was a whole group of us. Reese organised it, and then he didn't bloody show up. Great. Yeah, a whole bunch of us gathered there, and we were meeting Josh for the first time. And it was interesting because it was like it wasn't immediately a long distance romance. Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't like immediate. You know, like when we're just chatting. You know, it seems like Josh and us have been friends forever. You know, like me, Josh, Sam, and Train. But it definitely wasn't immediately like that. It was like quite awkward at first. But then, you know, it slowly just went back into as if it was all fine. I guess for him, like for us, we were only meeting one person who we'd never seen before. For him, he was meeting like 5 or 6 people he'd never seen before. So as far as he was concerned, he was just with a group of strangers. And our voices all sound a bit different than they do over the mic, you know, from playing D&D with us or whatever. So I guess it must have been quite weird for him, but I mean, whatever. Nothing. Wait. Oh, I've got time to lie and make a really good lie, and I've got all this time to think about what I'm going to say next. And then he says nothing. You know what? If I was Shizune, I'd be pulling that same face. Just me thinking a lot about the student council's future lately. I believe Misha is doing the same thing. Well, in her own way. So am I, but she isn't here today. Wish she would have let me know something because I might need her help later today. Yours too, unless you're busy. I'm not. Thank you. I feel like I'm losing a lot of people close to me lately. Can't think of a good way to respond to that. I'm reassuring and confident telling her not to worry. I'm here for you. I'm not one of those people. And who is? It seems so forced. As I wave my hand, it seems extremely callous as soon as I do it. You shouldn't feel that way. You might just be a little sick. Not enough to go through the trouble of making it official. It's easier for me this way. It's the wrong way. I've heard the hard way and the right way are usually the same thing. It's not a big stretch to say that the opposite is true. What, the wrong way and the left way? Wait. The easy way. Well, fine. If you say you're alright, good enough for me. Wait. You asked me, so I'm turning around. Is everything okay with you? Yeah. She stands without a moment's hesitation. After that, Shizune waits to see if I'm going to follow up on it. Nearly finished his pizza. You don't have to worry about me eating pizzas and. I find it funny that Black Rose associates me with eating crisps and never pizza. When on stream, it seems like I'm almost always eating pizza. So much so that there's even, you know, lines in the TheYukiverse about me eating pizza. And yet it's the crisps. It's interesting. Where's the lid? Ah, there it is. Worth a shot. If you'd actually got it, that would have been quite impressive. Alright. I don't. She leaves. I feel like an idiot for not going further. No, I think it's better that I didn't. I've been in the library for quite a while. I decided to go up to the roof for a change of pace. Fresh breeze hits me. Second I open the door. It's really my favourite area of school, I think. But honestly, I'm not the only one here. I can see a girl with bubblegum pink hair in front of me. Her back is to me, but I don't have to see her face and know who it is. I'm sure Misha is the only person in the world with hair like that. Incorrect. A, my friend who she looks like. B, Natsuki, who I can see on the background on my desktop. No one will ever think you're psychic if you never make guesses. A lot of people say I'm psychic. That's a phrase I hear a lot. The other thing, I stumbled on her at a bad moment. She often wants to be alone, but I wonder if she hasn't noticed my presence. So I'll leave right now. But she has. She turns to face me. Oh, Hee-chan. Oh no, she looks all sad. Oh, she looks a little bit like Emmy there, actually. That's weird. See what I mean? Like where the light's reflecting on her hair, so it's like less pink and more brownish. It's like strawberry brown, which is what Emmy's hair colour is. I thought someone was behind me. I didn't think it was going to be you. This time you surprised me. She's referring to a habit of sneaking up behind me and asking me to guess who it is. I've never been surprised by that. I'm surprised too. This is good. That's something I wanted to talk to you about anyway. Not that. What's going on between you and Shizune? She won't tell me, so I'm asking you. Because you're easier to get an answer out of, since the same sign language that gives me the leeway to lie to her gives her a cushion against my questions, so I can more easily brush off them. When she hesitates, I push her harder. Don't eat brown strawberries. I won't, don't worry. Give me an honest answer, please. It's complicated, Hee-chan. It's because of something that happened a long time ago. I thought I could just forget about it, but it's really hard. So, that and graduation coming up made me want to spend more time with Shi-chan. But Shi-chan is always busy now, so we've been fighting, but I'm tired of it. Because I like Shi-chan. So do I. No. I know you like Hee-chan. I meant that I like Shi-chan in the same way. Oh, wait. Then why did you... I guess in a roundabout way she was thinking, if I've slept with her, then her sleeping with me would be like sleeping with her. I guess. Suddenly... Yeah. Yeah, I can bet she is. Oh boy. I want her to be my girlfriend. You know, it's hard to do emotional scenes with a stupid voice like this. Misha closed her eyes like a condemned criminal confessing of their sins in front of the executioner. It makes it harder for me to think of as a response. I know I have to give one. I see. I never knew. I didn't really want to come to this school, Hee-chan, but it sounded interesting. Even if everyone hated me, at least I felt like they would leave me alone. I was learning sign language, but I wasn't very good at it. Shi-chan was trying to get the people to join the student council, because it was only her and Lily. Then she came up to me. I couldn't understand her at all. But Shi-chan wouldn't use her pen and paper. She knew that I was taking sign language classes. I was exposed quickly. I didn't know any. That only made her try harder. I hated Shi-chan and I thought she was making fun of me. That wasn't the reason though. So, I slowly fell in love with Shi-chan and I told her that I loved her. What the fuck is this? Just the two of us? Wait, is this supposed to... Wait, is Misha's hair dyed pink? I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's not a natural hair colour, but... Is this what Misha looked like before she had pink hair? Holy shit. She looks so different. I guess her hair is her defining characteristic. It was in the student council room, you know, where it was just the two of us. I had these fantasies of Shi-chan staying alone in the office, trying to put everything together all by herself. It seems so lonely to me, it's so sad. I think I wanted to be that way. Well, I know the drills aren't. Hey look, anime characters have naturally pink hair all the time. What the fuck am I supposed to know? That way, I could be there for Shi-chan. Maybe Shi-chan would like me. Even though there was no reason for me to believe it. I did anyway. I wanted it to be true. So, I was okay with letting myself believe it, even though I think I knew. That day was really, really beautiful too, Hee-chan. We were done with everything, and I was looking for a window. Even though the window's light was so warm, I wanted to stay like that forever, next to Shi-chan. But then I looked at Shi-chan, had her back to the window, still working on something, blocking out the rest of the world. The light was on her shoulders, like when I would put a blanket on my shoulders as a little kid. Misha stopped for a second, as if trying to hold on to the image of Shizune in her mind. Shi-chan looked... It was like Shi-chan looked in a way that it made me want to be with her, but it felt like it would be hard for that to happen. That was really long time ago. My hair was different back then too, a little messy. I cut it because Shi-chan was always talking about it. Anyway, I told her right then and there, I confessed. I was rejected. So I thought that was it, He-chan, but Shi-chan was always trying to find me, and I hated Shi-chan again for it. When I asked her why she was doing it, it's because I was her friend. Her cheeks have a hint of red in them. How much experience she's had with crying. Oh, fuck. Don't knock that over. That's glass. Oh, no, how much experience she's had with crying. That she can keep herself from doing it so well. If she didn't pause to wipe her eyes, I might have never noticed. Having Shi-chan say that made me happy, but also sad. Even though she never meant to hurt me, it still hurts even now. Shi-chan has a way of manipulating people, He-chan. Sometimes she wants to, and sometimes she really doesn't. But it happens anyway, and sometimes I'm just not sure exactly which one it is, and I feel doubt. Just wish that Shi-chan liked me instead of you. Made me wonder if I was starting to hate you and Shi-chan, just a little. I didn't like that. So you're thinking maybe it'd be better if I weren't here at all? She looks confused. The thought never crossed her mind. That's not it, He-chan. I've thought about it a lot these past few days. I don't want to hate anyone. You or Shi-chan. That's so stupid. I ever felt like this, isn't it, He-chan? I don't want to think about that kind of stuff ever again. Missing people and being apart from them. I'm tired of it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I already did though, so I'm still really the worst kind of person. I wasn't thinking that it would be better if He-chan had just never come to the school. I was thinking, wouldn't it be better if I just died? Oh my god. Oh no. No. I thought we were dealing with Natsuki, not Sayori. What is this? She pressed herself harder against the fence as her back, as if hoping to slip right through it. No! People die on the roof. It's bad. Without thinking about it, I grab her hand. My reflexes are terrible and I manage to only grasp onto a few of her fingers, but it's unimportant. Duel Links? What? Why did you say Duel Links all of a sudden? Did I say something? What? Sorry, she said something pretty weird right now. Yeah, I guess that's right, He-chan. Oh! So I did. You were finishing the question. You weren't asking me a question. Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, actually, it's fence links. Because the fence is linked. Okay, I'll stop. Yeah, do you want to know what I think? Shizune is the type of person who won't let anyone close to her except on her terms. It's frustrating, sometimes even infuriating. That probably wouldn't have bothered me when I was in the hospital. Anyone who shut me out was dead to me. I'd forgotten all about it until recently. I got a letter, and that was about it. I was mad. I thought, how can you accuse me of closing myself off from everyone and giving up? Isn't that what everyone else did to me? What am I supposed to do? What can I do? Yeah, even now, I know that's how it happened. But she was right, too. I did close myself off. So, I made up my mind. I'm not going to let that be the case ever again. Hospital? He-chan? Is that what those pills are for? Just listen, please. Shizune is the opposite of how I was. She has always wanted to draw people closer to her. It's the only reason Shizune was interested in me in the first place, I think. And I think I was determined not to let that happen in a way. You should cast her eyes downwards, understanding perfectly. I never realised how hard that can be. And now, I feel like I'm going to return the favour, even if it's twice as long. I already learned a second language just to get this far. It wasn't as hard as I thought, but it was definitely hard. Sometimes, I felt like I was clawing my way up a mountain with how my hands hurt. And you did the same thing. And it was for the same reason, wasn't it? It's really amazing. Which is why it makes me sad, a little angry that you would say a stupid thing like that. That's just what I believe, anyway. I showed a slump. Misha almost slides to the floor like she's drained of all energy. You're too dramatic, He-chan, she says while looking away, turning her head almost as if she wants to look out at the school grounds, but not turning it enough to do so. You call me dramatic. You tell me you want to kill yourself, and I'm gonna fucking go into overdrive. That is a trigger for me right now, my lady. Wah-ha. Door behind us opens, the sound only barely able to be heard over the ambient breeze. I'm looking everywhere for you two. Is this some sort of secret meeting? She walks over to us, leaning against the fence next to Misha, as if she needs to stop and catch her breath before pushing herself off it and continuing. I'm bored sitting in the student council room every day now without either of you two ever coming by. Take some time off is fine, but it's just too much. Normally Misha and I would be jokingly making excuses for ourselves at this point. This time it's only silence. Shizune, always expecting resistance, is thrown off balance by the lack of it. A few seconds pass, an uneasy silence, and Shizune breaks with her ear-shattering snap of her fingers, smiling as if to say, Eureka! Let's go do something together. Like what? Anything. We should go to the student council room first and then figure it out from there. Seems like a trick to get us to do work instead. Very funny. Misha laughs, managing to let out a restrained Wahaha. That Shizune can't see, but makes me feel better. Means that it wasn't totally only for our benefit. I was thinking that you both actually could help me with something. What else is there? We can't go out to eat. We already ordered yesterday, and that was already breaking policy. 3 days in a row would be unforgivable. But that was ordering, Shi-chan. Going out to eat is different. Yeah, totally different. You're both kidding yourself. Before I can reply, Shizune grabs my hand, limiting my ability to do so. My options cut down so drastically I have no choice but to settle for making a face at her instead. She makes one back before extending a hand to Misha as well. When Misha is reluctant to take it, I walk forward as far as holding on to Shizune at the same time. Will allow me, and take her hand myself. Ha ha ha! She only has a second to smile before Shizune starts pulling us impatiently towards the door, binding us together like a human chain. Who's that in the background? Hello, background person. The umbrella, how you doing? I feel like they probably get ignored a lot, so I just wanted to say hi to them. It's probably Monica just watching from the background there. Let's be honest. Although it's dangerous, none of us seem to think of letting go at any step of the way. Through the school, out the doors and across the grounds. It feels familiar, as we walked like this before, the three of us hand in hand. Of course, the mood was a lot happier then. I can see the lingering sadness on their faces. It makes me wonder if anything has really changed, if it's all just a distraction or not. But I think it's just me slipping back into being cynical because of the moment. It's a start. I'm guessing that's the end of chapter 3. So is the only way that you have to avoid the bad ending in Shizune's story just to not sleep with Misha? Because, fucking duh. Wow, that was the only choice we had in all of chapter 2 and 3 together. Jesus. Only a day later, the weekend has already arrived. I drop a heavy stack of books on the librarian's desk, not meaning to slam them, but they weigh so much that it happened anyway. Yuko bolts out of a chair, enough force to dislodge her glasses. She barely holds onto them. Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm here to return all these books I was supposed to. That's great, but I wish you'd brought them back sooner. Wouldn't be a problem if the library had more copies of everything, but it doesn't, and they act like that's my fault. They? Average students can be, pretty pushy. It's the hardest choice in the game. It's not the hardest choice in the game, but I mean, Misha, I do like Misha, but now that I'm really glad that I went with the route that I did, because I didn't know. Sorry, I just kind of slipped my mind. It's been a pretty rough couple of days. Oh, I suppose you don't want to talk about it. Yuko meekly turns the task of looking at all the books I brought back as returned, treating them with extreme care and precision like she's a bomb disposal technician rather than a librarian. For the past couple of days I've been thinking about something, Misha said. Of course, I thought about everything she said, but one thing in particular keeps coming back. She talked about how she didn't want to miss people or think about being apart from them anymore. When I recalled those words, they stopped me cold like a sharp slap across the cheek. Just a few months, we'll be graduating. Misha and Shizune are nearly inseparable. But after graduation, they might never see each other again. I wonder if that thought is what started all this. If Misha were to try and talk to Shizune about it, Shizune likely wouldn't think about it at all. It would sadden her, and for that reason, she would try to toss it away. For someone like Shizune, who's so quick to suppress her worries, it would be easy. Misha turned out to be more sensitive than she seemed. It would have crushed her, even more so, because Shizune's reaction could come off as pretty cold. I don't know if that's how Shizune had handled it, but it seemed likely, and I can understand why she would act that way. I can also understand why Misha would be troubled by the thought of drifting away from someone who was such an important part of her. I'd never thought about graduation until that moment. We had to think, like, has it really only been less than a year? I started thinking of everyone I've met. Not Shizune and Misha, but everyone else. And they were fun thoughts. It's funny, because he keeps talking about it as if he's done all the other storylines. Oh, I'm sure it does, Lee, and it's okay, because I have a save file there, so I can go back and check. I can go back and... I mean, I wouldn't do that. Why would I do that? That'd be stupid. I don't like people with short pink hair. That's silly. You're silly. Lee, you're silly. Let me get to think. Oh, wait, I already read that. They were fun thoughts, and then I thought of losing them. Suddenly I could understand Misha's anxieties. It'd be nice to talk to someone about that. Actually, I kind of want to. With whom? I can sense an obvious tinge of apprehension in her voice. With you? Really? Are you sure? Why me? Because you're an adult. That's it. That's... Wincing, she fidgets a little in her seat, trying to get comfortable in a pretty uncomfortable looking way. That means she's okay with it. Is it hard being an adult? Yes. Nice. I don't think I'm that old though. It's surprising that students now, like Shizune and you, wear stuff like perfumes or cologne. I never did. I still don't use them. By the way, you're not wearing your grape cologne today. Yeah, it wasn't working out for me. Oh, that's good. I felt the same thing. Sorry. Yuka looks genuinely sorry, and I feel a pang of guilt. I smile despite myself. Tiny lie like that can come back and bite me in the butt. But Misha trying to conceal how she felt in order to put on a happy face for Shizune for so long must have been crushing. Someone I know brought up that we're going to be graduating, and I realised that I'd never really thought about it before. I feel stupid that I could go so long. I never think about these things. I've met a lot of great people, and I've never thought about what it's going to be like to graduate and maybe never see them again. There are still ways you can keep in touch. Yeah, I guess. I feel childish. And everyone's going through the same thing, probably. Bet you hear this kind of problem a lot. No, I haven't been working here that long. I worried about the same thing when I graduated from high school. I didn't go to school here, though. I also miss my friends. I wish I had kept in touch with them better. I should have tried harder. Nico isn't really helping me feel better. She climbs up quickly when she sees it on my face. I don't want to look back and have those same regrets. I wonder if Shizune even thinks about that kind of stuff. Because she goes on sometimes about how she doesn't want to live with any regrets. Wow, that sounds impossible to me. I nod, only halfway wanting to agree. Even so, I think that's kind of admirable too. Kind of brave, don't you think? Brave is a new way to put it. Yuko shakes her head insistently. It's true though, and this is kind of intimidating. Geez, shouldn't be intimidated by high schoolers. I'll try. She turns away and starts folding sticky notes over and over. Pretty idle behaviour for a university student, but more importantly, I wonder if I said the wrong thing to her. Being around Shizune for so long, I can't stop reading as much as I can into every moment of silence. If Yuko were the type of person who didn't get intimidated by high schoolers, it probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to her. It's all too easy to want to shed some negative quality of yours. When I think of everyone I know, it's those qualities I like the best. I don't think I really regret it. I thought, as long as I could remember the good times, that was enough. So, I don't know. I'm sorry. There's a couple of students started to trickle into the library and decided my time is up. No, it was helpful. I feel like two of my friends are fighting because one of them is taking the fact that we might not see each other again after we graduate really hard. The other is probably being stoic about it, which only makes it worse. I don't get how I'm supposed to handle this kind of situation. It doesn't seem like the kind of problem where I have to end up taking a side. But if it does turn out that way, then I'll have no idea what I'm going to do. You should tell them they shouldn't fight. I know, fighting is bad. It's not Shizune Misha, by the way. Okay, I wasn't really thinking that, though. How embarrassing. Even though I knew it would be. I still feel my cheeks redden. And even so, I still said something so transparent and blatantly a lie. But it could be that sometimes that it's even the right way. He literally said fucking Shizune's name earlier. How many books about people who have to make hard decisions? We have lots of self-help books. It's funny that I can find that surprising because I wouldn't have only a few months ago. I mean about, not for. There aren't many, right? Yes, not many, I mean. Well, I feel a bit apprehensive about it. I want to talk to Shizune. I don't understand why I'm feeling nervous about it, and that disgusts me a little. This motivates me to look for her right then and there, although I don't have to look very hard. She's in the student council room, as always. Worryingly, Misha isn't with her. When Shizune notices me look up from the paperwork, first thing I ask her where she is. I don't know. There's so much uncertainty around, so I can't help but let it go like that. She's missing a lot of school. Are you the attendance police? It's very strange coming from the student council president. She only hides a laugh behind a cupped hand. I start to think that I might be worrying for nothing. Then her laughter slowly fades away to a more serious and pensive expression. You're right. Yesterday. She has a hint of knowing smile on her face, and she sees my poorly hidden panic at the word. Despite her best efforts, she can't help being satisfied by eliciting surprise from everyone else to the very end. Even then, I can see that she has big concerns when quickly her smile vanishes. Before either of you noticed me, I saw what you were saying. I'm that stupid. Oh, I bet we were both still signing, even though there's no need to. If I hadn't, I could still see through Misha while we were walking back. Even if she hadn't told me everything later. She didn't make a big deal out of it. But any way you look at it, it's my fault, isn't it? What did she tell you? Shizune winces at the question, though it's clear she's been expecting it. She follows up with a very grand gesture. A lot. Like that I can be selfish and confusing. I try too hard to bring people around me and then I push them away. I didn't know what I should do. I thought she was right and mentioned all those things, so I just agreed with her, but then only made things worse. I don't understand. Just in her glasses, she looks pretty tired. It isn't because she's been busy avoiding Misha. I can't help consider the possibility to see where this conversation is going. It's true. Being the student council, being this small, and us always being swamped with work, it's my fault. Might have even ended up driving a lot of people off away from the student council acting like that. Shizune wags a finger mischievously, acknowledging that might is an understatement. However, from how wearily she does it, it's obvious the humour is only to put me at ease, and therefore not genuine. Like Lily, for instance. She was the first person to join when I started trying to recruit people again after everyone else left, because they couldn't stand me, I guess. We managed to put together our last festival, even ran a booth together at the last minute. But I didn't like her because I thought she was selfish. I was holding us up in order to tend to one friend of hers or another, leaving Misha and me alone to sort out things involving the whole school by ourselves. If there was any problem she was going through, she would leave us high and dry while she panicked over it and wouldn't come back until it was solved. She would focus on 100%, be too preoccupied to focus on any of student council work. That was the worst of me. That she could be so nice and still take so many people for granted. Why even join the student council then? It seemed so short-sighted and selfish, don't you think? But it's actually me who's that way. Oh, excuse me. Like Misha said, always trying to pull people closer to me and then shutting them out. That's how I've treated her, which makes me a bad friend. I feel like I did the same thing to you then, so I guess I'm a bad girlfriend too, even if Misha says that you might as well replace her. I'm angry that I screwed things up enough for her to get this out of hand. All I wanted was to... She pauses and looks for the right words, tenting her fingers in concentration. Make people happy, I think. Even though it seems like a simple way to put it. As she rests her head against her hand, Shizune's bangs fall delicately across her eyes, hidden behind those polished glasses, reflecting just the tiniest bit of light. It may be wrong to think so, but right now she seems especially beautiful, like a more complete person. I feel like this is my first chance to respond to her outpouring of emotions, replacing Misha as Shizune's interpreter. Misha must be joking. It took all my energy to keep up with her just now, just signing filled with gestures that I've never seen before. Likely their habits picked up from Misha, developing from years of them being together. I could never replace someone so close to her. I like you because I like you, not because I got tricked into it by you. Despite how hard she tried, anyway, I continued to stare back into her eyes, as sharp as ever. First time I saw them, they had seemed a bit intimidating to me, like the eyes of a predator that hadn't changed, which I find reassuring. Still want to make everyone happy. Starting with Misha? Shizune looks a bit annoyed that I would imply she would start with anyone else. Smiles confidently, as for a friend's sadness as a physical opponent she just can't strangle into submission. Of course, obviously, naturally. Whoa! Taking off her glasses, she leans back into her chair and lets out a sigh. It's the first time I think I've seen her without them on. Yeah, it is. That's why it took me back. I get a good look before she slips them back on. But I'm too tired to start today. First thing tomorrow. Do you want to help? Yeah. And I have other student council stuff you could help me with while you're at it. Well, it turns out there isn't much other work at all. It's my favourite knocking noise. There's no school today, so I expect to be able to sleep in late. Unfortunately, I'm awakened by someone mercilessly pounding my door at 8 in the morning. First I think it could be Kenji, but when my shouts of annoyance go unanswered, I realise it's Shizune. She immediately backs away from the door when I open it, quickly concealing something behind her back, kind of ominous. What's that? Is it a surprise? I don't really like surprises. There's a displeased expression on her face as she wants me to stop being such a wet blanket, but she's too busy fumbling with what's behind her to sign it. Oh, okay. Fair enough, dude. I thought you kept your tournaments to Friday streams. I thought, we're doing Sunday, so you won't have to miss out on anything. Fair enough, dude. See, hopefully you'll be back before it ends. Probably. Although we're on the last chapter, so maybe not. Must be frustrating for her, because seconds later she swings the object out proudly, and also a little dangerously. Ta-da, a picnic basket. We can have lunch together, the three of us. Not really a basket, looks more like a plastic bag. Taking a quick look inside, I can see that most of the food inside is also store-bought, not homemade. Some items still have the price stickers on. There's a very diverse selection here, though, even a tin of caviar. I'm slowly becoming more impressed with this lunch. I pick a grape out and then pop it into my mouth. Don't just take things like that. I spent all night perfecting this final weapon. Shizune places it down on the ground to free up her hands and immediately starts playfully tapping it between her feet like a soccer ball. Definitely not what you should be doing for anything you're going to call a final weapon. All part of my get Misha to stop being so depressed plan. I stayed up all last night working on it. When we tried to order in last time, Misha barely got anything. He used an excuse to leave early. I won't let her get off so easily. This time, the food is already here. She'll have to sit down and eat with us. It's the perfect bait. Doesn't everything look irresistible? Tried to make it myself, but I don't know how to make it all look fancy, so I end up just buying everything. Still looks delicious, doesn't it? It should be. It's very perky today. Juiced up on the thought of cheering Misha up. Although it's odd to see her so happy about it, knowing that she's just unsure how she was yesterday. The only thing that has changed is that by viewing it as another sort of challenge for herself, she can put her worries aside and throw herself into it recklessly. It has worked well enough for Shizune so far. It wouldn't surprise me if it's the only way she knows how to live. It's a little early though. It's already 8 in the morning. That's late. Even Misha gets up at 8 or 9. She goes to bed at 7 p.m, but that isn't important. It's very important. She goes to bed at 7 p.m? And then only wakes up at 8? She sleeps for 13 hours! How can I have this superpower? Shizune ignores me, gagging my hands by taking them in hers instead of a more proper rebuttal. The way she lingers against me is moments longer than expected and feels really comforting. Point is, she's awake right now, walking around somewhere. Let's go find her. She sprints out the door impatiently, and her gusto as she drags me along looking for Misha makes me feel more like I'm following a hunter on a safari than looking for a mutual friend. We don't have to look very hard. Even cropped short, her pink hair stands out. The fact that she's just meandering around the grounds in the open makes it even easier. Now I'm sounding like a safari hunter. Misha! Huh? We were just looking for you. It's a good day for a picnic. You should join us. We even have caviar. Not sturgeon, of course, but really tasty. Caviar? Sturgeon? Apparently finding it annoying to have to explain anything at length with only one hand, Shizune gives up quickly. Fish eggs. What? Tastes good. Sorry, Shijan. I think I'll pass for today. Misha starts to walk out. Shizune holds the bag up towards me, needing me to take it so that her hands can be free. As soon as out of her hand, she darts in front of Misha, cutting her off. I made so much food, though. Sorry, I'm just not hungry right now. When are you going to be hungry, then? Shijan, that's impossible to know. You can guess. Tension between them infuriates Shizune as she's trying to deal with it by trying to tear through it. That approach isn't going to work. I'd thought and hoped that Misha had gotten herself together, but I guess she was just too cut deep by what happened. In that case, it's really out of anyone's hand. I believe that Shizune might understand that on some level. If she didn't, she wouldn't have any doubts at all. She can't speak, though. I've learned to notice her hesitation. It's very clear. She might as well be screaming. Misha waves her hand in front of her, not wanting to continue the discussion any further. Quickly slips away. Shizune fumes silently, reluctant to let her go, having no way to keep her here. As Misha... Misha's back grows smaller in the distance. I wonder where she's heading off to. Is Shizune wondering the same thing? She bites her lip in frustration. I want to touch her reassuringly on the shoulder, but I stop myself not knowing if it's the right thing to do. Not because she looks fragile, vulnerable, or sad. It's the opposite. Throughout her expression belies no emotion at all, only contemplation. Suddenly she whirls around. Now all this food is going to waste. Yeah, that makes me mad. Well, it's obvious Shizune is more hurt than mad. The bag dangling from my hand feels like it's filled with lead. Let's go on a date. Let's use it then. Where do you want to go? I don't know. The roof. It's my favourite spot. A wry smile appears on her face, disappearing just as quickly. It's funny how many people's favourite spot is the roof, considering how many people must go up on the roof. How do we never bump into Rin and Emmy up here? On the roof, I immediately crack open the caviar, ignoring the derisive look from Shizune all the while, not putting it down immediately. Where are the toast points? I didn't make any, like I told you I bought everything. Not toast points, though? Why is that important? Anyway, they don't sell toast points. That would be stupid. I bet they do. Maybe in stores for the exceptionally lazy, but not here. Why don't you use a tortilla chip? Tortilla chip's not the same. They're both triangles. Stop being such a princess. I didn't know there was a proper way to eat caviar. It's my first time hearing of it. It's not the same thing at all. I can't be decadent like this. And anyway, how can she know? She lives in a huge mansion. Shizune takes up the opportunity to scoop half the tin onto a single chip in the meantime. Hey! Sure doesn't even taste good like that. There's too much food here for two people because we can't communicate with each other while we eat. Both Shizune and I have a lot of time to sit in silence to think about the fact that Misha, the person she set this all up for, isn't here. It's annoying that she isn't here. I can't even enjoy my meal like this. Stare at the paper cup next to her, still half full of juice. Thought you didn't want all this food to go to waste. I really wanted Misha to be here too. That was the whole point. I wasn't able to accomplish what I wanted to do, so it doesn't taste good. You should eat it. Eat more. On the fried things, though, you keep eating them all, even though you say they don't taste good. Fried things are always delicious. There's always an exception for them. We'll get fat. I think you're being too aggressive. It's like I told you yesterday, I'm only trying to cheer her up. Yeah, but it seems more like you're planning a military campaign. I'm only trying to take it seriously. And this is the only way I know how to do it seriously. I feel so powerless, I hate it. Can't even yell at her, too, even though I want to. Yelling is for serious occasions, right? Yeah? You should yell at Misha for me. You can tell her that I want her to stop being so down. Even if she feels sad and alone, there's no reason to stay gloomy forever. Why don't you? I already did. Over a game of dice. Under over, to be exactly. I won 5 times. Only the two of them would take so much pride in winning games of pure chance. Then I tried to talk to her, but it didn't go so well, obviously. Well, so did I. I tried and failed. My goal has always been to do everything better, though. Yeah, your one-upmanship is really something. But I failed too. That's why I want your help. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do anymore. For someone like Shizune, who has only ever interacted with the world by locking horns with every obstacle on her path, understanding only goes so far. Oh, but that wasn't her. I just read that in her voice for some reason. I want to tell her she doesn't have to worry. She's great at cheering people up, because she managed to cheer me up at the first week here. In retrospect, it must have looked like kind of a dick being such a sour mood from the moment I came here, even though I don't think I was being unreasonable. Even having months to digest it, finding out that you have a heart defect like I did, it's hard to deal with. I had much less time to mull over it, suddenly being transferred to Yamako on top of that. Spending the festival Shizune really helped me out in a rut. I was happy enough to forget that the entire time I had felt as though she were manipulating me. I understand now that I'd allowed myself to be manipulated. Even though I felt like I was at the bottom of the world, I still wanted to have a normal life again. Sure, because I enjoy what I have now, I think it must be the same for everyone, including Misha. Everyone wants someone there to pull them up out of their self-pity. It's just that Misha always wanted Shizune to be that person, but because they can't be together, I think Misha feels that she can't accept Shizune's hand, and that frustrates Shizune. But if she could cheer up a stranger like me, then she'll die trying with Misha. I can see it in her eyes too, that she's trying to treat her like any other problem in her life. Shizune cannot do that with Misha's depression. Her thought processes are entirely different, in some ways more careful, in more ways reckless than frantic. She cares that much more. I ended up not saying anything, partially because sitting next to her like this, just the two of us, is pleasant enough in itself that I don't want to interrupt the moment with a question. Partially for a more cowardly reason. I started to think they weren't, but I don't know if her actions that day might not have been an afterthought, or even a fluke, just a collection of coincidences. I don't know if that would change anything, but I'm uncomfortable thinking about it. The hands behind me trembled slightly, and I turned to see it because Shizune has fallen asleep, leaning against it. Considering she was up all night, it's not surprising. Where does that motivation come from? Not just in regards to Misha. I'm cynical. It's so hard for me to just accept that anyone can simply be that strong. My first thought was that maybe it's because she hates herself. It's very plausible. Leaning against her, I feel sad knowing that that might be the case. But it could be that we're similar in that we both want... Oh. Of course, I fucking click on the last one. Seems like I ate too much yesterday because I wake up in the morning feeling just nauseous enough for it to be a problem. Really can't postpone going to town for shopping though, so despite wanting to roll over and sleep it away, I forced myself to get up and dress instead. Somewhere between buying toothpaste and a few other groceries, I end up walking it off. Then I feel hungry. After stopping for breakfast, it hits me how much time has gone by. I didn't expect it to be out for this long. At all. I'm not even sure if I'd bother to lock my door. I should really get back. When I get back to the dorm, I see Hideki standing in front of my room for the entrance. I can think of few things more unexpected, and I can't help but think I might have a heart attack just from the surprise. Fortunately, it doesn't happen. As soon as he sees me, he says hello, in his usual detached way. I'm a little slow to reply to him, so he repeats a greeting without missing a beat. Hello. Something wrong? Just surprised to see you here. Not as surprised as I could have been, since it's impossible to be mistaken for anyone else. I recognise those weird clothes anywhere. Not to think of it, really surrounded myself with distinctive looking people lately. Hideki's head lolls slightly to one side, a little too easily. Why? Is it unusual to see someone's family come to see them? Well, yeah, actually. So Hideki isn't such a robot after all. In fact, it's almost as if he's caught more off guard by the fact he can even be caught off guard, but he recovers quickly. Nevertheless, in that brief moment, he looks his age. The uncomfortable side of him seems like the more honest. I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. Not so much, though, that I go out on my way to pry. Only Shizune would be that zealous. Perhaps my thought to get as far as proof is rubbing off on me. I think that you'd have a reason, that's all. There is one. See? Anyway, we can talk while we're looking for her? Is that why you're here, right? Shizune is in the student council room. I was looking for you. We might take a trip soon. A family trip. Do you think she would want to come with us? Yeah, I don't know. She's kind of been on the warpath lately. A lot of stuff. And once she's focused on something, she won't just drop it. I guess you would know that. Becky looks much more at ease walking around than I did in my first week. So this isn't your first time here? Just throwing it out there, of course, completely ignoring the surrounding environment, could just run in the family. Explains why Hideki seems so distant from Shizune. I get the feeling there's more to it than just her deafness. No, but this is the first time I could walk around so much. It's kind of weird here. Bumped into a person who told me a woman are not allowed in the dorms. After I told him I'm not a woman, he told me I was misleading and then accused me of being an assassin. I was warned that he was not only invincible but strong enough to probably destroy the building with a punch, or at least knock over the painting hanging on the wall. By the way, that painting is actually screwed to the wall. Yeah, that's the guy across the hall from me. He's okay. I see. Oh, he left your door open. It was unlocked when I came here. I'm a little annoyed that Eki knows that. The only way he could is if he had tried to open my door, but the feeling passes. Doesn't matter. I have nothing to hide or steal. Your soccer ball is really nice. That's one of the things that doesn't matter. If you're a soccer player, a soccer ball is very important. Guess it is. The thought makes me smile. I'm here because my father bought a new phone and he wanted to update Shizune in case he needs to call him. I thought that you should know too, since you're her boyfriend, aren't you? Yeah? Why? Just in case there's something wrong or she needs anything. That isn't what I meant, but I'll go ahead. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't call. That's how she is. Well, you know, coming all the way here for that, you could have updated her via email. He does not like using email. It's old-fashioned. Don't tell me he still does business through regular mail or something. Silence. That's my turn to feel awkward. Hideki is taking it literally. Or did I hit that mark? Nah, I'm sure that what it really comes down to is he doesn't want to see his daughter and stay in contact with her. Oh, he does want to see his daughter and stay in contact with her. In the end, they're still family after all, even though they play at being each other's throats. The door to the student council room is open, and Hideki and I walk in on Jigoro, mid-rant. Oh, God. Here we go. He sees us, but decides it's not something worth stopping rambling at Shizune over. It's really shaking my faith in my previous assumption. When I was in the student council, our room was smaller, colder too, like working out of a meat locker. Not like you spoiled kids. What a waste, sitting here in your giant room doing nothing. Oh, I forgot how much his voice hurts. Aren't there only 3 of you? That makes having so many desks seem like an unnecessary display of mindless decadence. Appalling. You must use the desks you need, and not one more. It is part of my code. Maybe you ordered me to think, but hearing only half a conversation is pretty strange. Also, that's some code. Now they've arrived, he changed the subject and started talking about the reason he's here. Hideki and I are going on a trip. What are you doing? Does everyone who uses sign language mumble while they do it? No, I'm just an amateur. It helps me think like it's kind of a force of habit. Just an amateur? Unbelievable. Fine. He turns back to Shizune just in time to catch her shaking her head from side to side. Are you sure you won't be coming along? She reiterates the gesture. Fine. Can you tell her to call me if she needs anything? Yeah. I really think sending an email would have been easier, though. I'm not going to read emails on my phone. If she won't speak, she can call Hideki. I suppose if I have to be reached, you would have to call me, or that other girl would have to call me. Humph. Actually, all 3 of you can just call Hideki. With that, he swiftly turns and leaves, Hideki trailing behind him, a long trip for something that took 5 minutes. Neither of them can express their feelings very well. In Shizune's case, I have to question whether or not she could. Explains a lot, but she doesn't seem unhappy with the arrangement. Even so, I wonder if she might be. The door closed behind them, leaving Shizune and me by ourselves. She lets out a deep breath that seems to echo in the sounds of the room. It's totally ridiculous asking me to go on a trip. Time it couldn't be worse. It overlaps the student council elections for one. Second, I haven't even cheered up Misha. If you consider that, it's annoying to even have anything else to think about. Yeah, but you might be focusing on all the right stuff now. She adjusts her glasses roughly. Completely 100% right. The minute I decided I was going to cheer up Misha, everything else went on the back burner, I suppose. Your dad might care about you more than he lets on. I know. So then it could be a good idea. No. And then again, more firmly, as for both of us. No. I've come this far. I can't take a break. Vacation would be jarring. It'd be like waking waking up in a different life. Yesterday was my vacation, so now I have to go all in. I'm sorry, but it's just how I am. I remember what Yuko said, that she found Shizune brave in a kind of way. I can understand what she meant. I have to agree, even though it could be called recklessness and foolishness and pointless stubbornness, I guess you could call it bravery too. However, I can see there's a fundamental flaw in Shizune's thinking that I hadn't noticed until now. I'm sure Shizune has reflected longer and more arduously than I could about where she messed up to create such a bad situation between her and Misha. However, as typical for her, she wouldn't let her hold her back immediately to set out to fix the problem. This completely ignores a large part of the problem, Misha herself. Moving from critical introspection to holding Misha up as part of the goal causes the person to get lost in a shuffle. Shizune has said a lot in the past few days, but nothing about how Misha feels. Shizune's way of thinking is abnormal. Few normal people would reject a friend and then expect things to go back to the way they were so easily. Shizune does, because she sees life as is. If I had to put it simply, capable of being segmented and compartmentalized. Misha, like anyone else, sees it as a whole experience, a long, continuous journey where one moment of heartache can follow you forever. For Shizune, an event is an event, and few of them cross over. Life is compartmentalised around triumphs, failures, and decisions, where each one stands in its own story. That's why the thought of a vacation is jarring to her. That's why she can only appreciate people's immediate emotions. It's exactly how someone obsessed with living in the moment would think, really. Likewise, Shizune sees Misha as a friend, but I doubt that she has ever thought of Misha as anything more until recently, or questioned anything about her. Misha is Misha, would be enough for her, even if to Misha it must be unbelievably stifling. Shizune is just Shizune to herself. It's like she doesn't even think about the after effects of her actions in the long term, as long as they stir up other people's lives. To Misha, though, I'm sure that made her seem almost heroic, like Yuko admiring her bravery, or even myself. And Shizune's thoughts on the sentiment are that it was good she could touch someone's life, but in the end, it's easy to captivate, much harder to nurture. On to the next thing. Thinking of life in terms of almost complete isolated event has a tendency to isolate a person too. Though she's trying to remedy it now, the point remains, there's simply no way Shizune could have avoided hurting Misha. Her emotional investment in Shizune was something Shizune couldn't account for, so she didn't combine it with her personality, and it was inevitable. Both of them have pretty much told me all of that in bits and pieces over the past couple of months I've known them. In the middle of considering their differences, an idea begins to take shape in my mind. You're working your plan right now, this second. Your cheer up Misha plan. Of course, thinking about it the whole time I was being yelled at. Flinging a glass up to the bridge of her nose with an oddly triumphant air, she taps her fingers against her temple. It's multitasking. Really, isn't it more like you're able to concentrate on something like that because you can't hear? Well, whatever. When I ask her what she thinks of mine, it turns out we've both arrived at a similar idea. Let's time for the plan. Let's see what their strat is. Do they have the pro strats? Do they have what it takes? Well, I guess we're about to find out. Whew. Although it makes me feel kind of uneasy since we're talking about a human being, the first step is to corner Misha. Back on that hunting route. Though the situation is a little too much like something out of a cop drama for me, it comes to this because talking to her normally is proving to be near impossible. But we do have class together, even the very first class of the day. Although it takes a while for the announcement to come, the second that I hear we're going to be working group station, and I try to make sure Misha is in ours. You know, I think Muto assigned a suspiciously large amount of group work and self-study, don't you think? But it's so easy, so it's okay, right? Yeah, there's other stuff that I've been thinking about lately that might not be so easy, though. Misha nods after each sentence and brushes it all aside. I thought about it, and I don't do enough work when I work with you and Hichan, so I'm going to try harder today. So, don't distract me, Hichan. I have to stay focused. That was an annoyingly transparent dodge. Shizune doesn't look too happy either, since Misha didn't bother to sign any of it, opting to twirl a pen in her hand instead. From the shaky way she was doing it, I'm sure she was doing it so she wouldn't sign anything inadvertently. The way Misha looks distracted and uneasy, I doubt it's because she wants to keep Shizune out of the loop for any malicious reason, although it's still obviously a way of distracting Shizune from herself. Shizune wants to talk to you. Can't you wait till later, Hichan? No. Why not now? We're in the middle of class. Now she's spinning a pen in each hand. I'm beginning to think her signing has turned into a kind of nervous tick for her. This isn't a good replacement, although the sight of her dual wielding is pretty impressive. After class then. After class, don't waste a second bringing it back up. So everyone flies out of class and leaving three of us alone. Misha takes increasingly long glances in every direction except forward. Do you want to get something to eat? Why do you and Hichan keep asking me if I want to eat something, Hichan? Because we're all headed to the cafeteria and we haven't eaten together in a long time, so why not? Is this about the student council? Taking Shizune's lack of a reply as admission, Misha sighs. Hichan, is that all you ever think about? Before Shizune can reply, she leaves. I have to say I'm not feeling very confident after what just happened. Neither of us were expecting to go smoothly, but it would have been nice. Reading my mind, Shizune curls a finger around her glass for a while before signing. I know what you're thinking, but no, it's not that I think we should give her some space now. I told you I wouldn't give up so easily. Yeah, well now I'm starting to wonder if it's not too soon. Cold feet. Well, I'm not going to. That would be giving up. There's a fine line between helping someone and smothering them, but I just want Misha to pull herself together to stop acting so weird. I know she can do it, even if she wants to. Even if she wants to try, people don't change overnight. Even if they could, the world would be a much easier place. Okay, you win. I guess this is the part we split up and look for her. Well, I'm the only one who's really supposed to find her. If I run into her first, I'll call your cell phone. Smiling, Shizune takes out her cell phone number, turning it on to prepare. Notice that she has an extremely high number of unread messages, and looking at her expression, so does she. Twirling it around by the strap a couple of times, she grimaces. I don't like using this thing. Why can't I just snap my fingers? And then what? I'm not a dog. It doesn't travel as far as a phone signal. You're having a lot of fun with this, aren't you? Shaking her head from side to side, she continues. It's obvious where she will go. You can't look for her on the school grounds. She wouldn't want to go that far away as she can. Check the tea shop. It's usually empty this early. She loves to go there. She feels like skipping class, and she loves the parfaits they have there. You know a lot about her, but she would overthink it and turn it into something that would seem a lot more backhanded than it actually is. So she chose to just nod and leave instead of, whatever that said. What? Say instinctively, forgetting that she can't hear me. Feels nice that I don't have to dwell on myself anymore, because I can trust you. I'm really happy. Makes me happy to hear that. I don't think of a way to respond, and I'm only nodding again. But guys, you know where Misha is. I can't. I can't see her. I can't find it. I like how all the other people, their heads are like way smaller. Looks weird in that place. Heading outside, I catch a glimpse of pink hair behind some other girl's head. With the head that way, I realise that isn't the way you go if you want to leave school. The way to the student counter room. If I avoid Shizune, I wouldn't head there. Strange that we should be going in that direction then. Maybe she wants to talk things over with Shizune. In which case, I have to wonder if letting things play out naturally would be such a bad idea after all, especially if it seems to be going in a good direction. Suddenly, Misha stops and spins around, catching me by surprise. Surprise, Hee-chan? Were you looking for me? I had a feeling. I was going to say, hey, I was just looking for you, but I suppose that's no good now. She hasn't even finished with her sentence before she blows past me, heading for the exit. I have to admit that Misha's infuriatingly sharper than I'd expect, also surprisingly fast. Although it's more physical activity than I think I should be getting, I managed to catch up to her halfway through the gate. Really being the rudest woman in the world right now. You just stop trying to run away from me 1 second, I want to talk to you. Misha turns on a heel, looking mildly amused, and raises her hand as if to tell me to go on. Now that I've got her attention though, it's hard to think of the right thing to say. Where are you going now? To Shanghai! Can I go with you then? I've read her answer, I feel like an eternity. Almost as if I can hear my wristwatch ticking in the individual seconds. Okay then, Hee-chan! Get the sense she only agreed because she doesn't want to argue anymore. When we get there, a couple comes in after us, causing Misha to jump slightly at the noise. Seeing that it isn't Shizune, she relaxes again, smiling almost as usual to order the parfait from Yuko, who's sliding into the nearest booth. We ran off too fast. She could have at least waited to see what she was going to say. Misha's angry reaction tells me that it could be she was afraid of what Shizune might say. Why are you both doing this, Hee-chan? Because Shizune still wants to be your friend, and I guess that for her, it's kind of like launching a nuclear missile from a submarine. You need 2 keys to do it. What else can she do, though? What a weird analogy. I mean, I got the analogy at first, and then it went to, you need 2 keys to do it, and I thought, oh, I see, that's the route you were going with it. Huh. Okay, then. She isn't automatically signing whatever she hears or says anymore, and I'm sure that the reason Shizune has been having so much trouble with her. She tried to just talk it over with you, you wouldn't listen. Misha's guilty expression tells me I've hit the mark. Do you really hate Shizune that much? No, Hee-chan, I told you that. She answers without even flinching, idly playing with a spoon. Yeah, I know. Sure she knows too, but I wonder if it might be easier if you did. The only thing she's really thought about you for the past week is how to make you happy, since Shizune is still attached to you. Yesterday, though, she thought that maybe it'd be easiest for you if you just hated her. Since you didn't tell her you hate her, Shizune thinks that you can both still be friends. She's like that, only thinking in extremes. Her parfait is starting to melt. Ingredients come together in tiny rivers that remind me of the growing roots of a tree being shown through time-lapse photography. That's stupid, Hee-chan. Hee-chan isn't that stupid. Wait. That's stupid. Hee-chan isn't that stupid, Hee-chan. Don't be ridiculous. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. Smart people can do stupid things. And anyway, isn't it true? I was terrified last week when we talked. But at the end, I was relieved because it sounded like things might go back to normal. I wasn't expecting you two to have a fight right after. It wasn't a fight, Hee-chan. It was just me yelling at her. There's Misha's voice. Never really changes tone, just volume. So low with guilt that I can hardly believe it came from her. Either way, I was happy because I thought you and her could still be friends, since she needs you. No, she doesn't, Hee-chan. So, how do you know that? There's a lot of things Shizune doesn't. Vocalize, say, talk about. I'm afraid that if I say the wrong thing, it'll ruin the mood. I get to finally have a conversation with her. I don't want to screw it up. What if it's the first time she's had an honest conversation with me? Just because she didn't tell you doesn't mean she doesn't like you. That doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Otherwise, she would argue back. You don't think so? She picks fights with everyone, so why not you? Obviously, because you're her friend. She values you. Shizune is hurt too. She's just awful at showing her feelings. Usually does it the wrong way too. But she still likes you. Hee-chan, do you remember when I said I didn't want to hate Hee-chan or upset her? Truth is, I ended up doing both. Now it's like there's an awkwardness between us. It's hard to explain. Both of you are so stubborn. You were talking about how you didn't want to drift apart from Shizune, but then you're going to let it happen. And Shizune is just as bad. She wants to be your friend, but respects you too much to be as aggressive as she'd be of anyone else. And I'm sure that Misha interprets Shizune giving her space as a lack of caring. I screwed up already, Hichan. It'll happen again. I'm sure of it. When I think about it that way, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Feels like either way, I'll end up making things worse. And then, I'll be better off if I didn't do anything at all, right? Don't be ridiculous. Why would you even think that way in the first place? Be more positive. Should be easy for you, I want to say, but that'll be presumptuous. Hichan, I never knew you were so optimistic. I never expected it. You always act so gloomy when I try to surprise you. No, this is a recent thing. Really, I just hate it when people give up easily now. Ha! Now, huh? Makes me mad when people give up. I used to think that giving up was kind of like running away, since that's how people always describe it. But now I think about it, it's more like throwing something away. When you run away from something, you can think of it as still being there. So, I was in the hospital. I didn't just want to run away from my problems. I wanted to never think about them again. Misha eats a spoonful of her grey ice cream goo. Did she only just remember it was there now? Or could it be that she likes it that way? Anyway, my point is, you can't do that. People are too sentimental to just throw out their memories like that. It's impossible. Shizune can't think of her life in terms of anything but winning and losing. Don't you think she wishes to have to remember the parts where she Don't you think she wishes she didn't have to remember the part where she loses? You can't pick and choose, though. That's like wanting to live in a bubble. The worst part is, your way of thinking is so wasteful, it's making you pessimistic. You're afraid of everything. Come on. Grab her hand and wave Yuko over with the other to pay for our food. Where are we going now? Back to school before lunch is over. I want to check out a few places before then. Oh, the gate's moving as well. Dun 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 dun. Although I start feeling tired even after doing what could be described as a level of a brisk jog at best, Misha and I eventually make it to the gate of the school with a little over 10 minutes to spare. I didn't even really want to come to this school, you know. I didn't have a choice. When I got to this gate, I'm sure part of me was thinking, what a depressing place. Oh, we're going back into the gate talk. Oh. Doesn't look depressing at all, though. Well, I still thought I had everything figured out. Practically felt like another person. If I could go back and tell myself to stop thinking, he can write everything off as a glance, and acting as if his life is already over, he can never have fun again. School grounds, it is with quite a few people. It's lunchtime, so it's typical. This is where you and Shizune had me helping you put together 2 festivals. What a lot of hard work, I thought. I don't have time for this. When I look back on it, though, I didn't do all that much. I also didn't have anything better to do. I just spent the time alone. Drag her to our homeroom next, which is empty except for Muto trying to eat a sandwich before class resumes. Every time I thought of either of you, I wished you would leave me alone, whether it was here or... Leaving Muto to his lunch, we have the nearby vending machine, and I grab a soda while still having 5 minutes to drink it. Spend the entire lunch period with Misha, longer than both Shizune and I have managed to find to talk to her in days. Follow me to the cafeteria or try to call me after classes. I never realised we only talked like 4 times. It was really all in my head. I only barely realised it now. I remember that, Hichan, but I know where all these places are too. Wait, let me finish my guided tour, since we're running out of time. By the way, do you want a soda? Make way to the stairwell. I'm glad I don't have to pull her by her hand anymore. You get dizzy on stairs, right? Yeah. I guess here is just good enough then. Then against the walls, Misha sits down on the steps across from me. Do you ever miss the people you went to school with in elementary school or middle school? No. That was fast. You didn't even have to think about it. I found myself cringing reflexively. I had more friends in my old school, but I don't really talk to them anymore. It almost feels like it was another lifetime ago. Which is sad, really. Sometimes I want to talk to them again, but I know I can't. I'm scared and embarrassed and things like that. Too far away for me to go see them. Then I think about calling them, but I don't know most of their numbers. And left on a sour note. Why would they want to see me again? Feels like I should just forget about it, but I still think about it anyway and regret that I didn't try harder to stay in touch somehow. And I start to think that maybe feeling like I should forget about it is wrong. Be an insult to all those people I had fun with and waste all those good times. Like I said before, even if there are some bad times too, it's alright if you can look back on them as happy memories. But I didn't think about it then. So it was like I woke up one day and realised I had no friends. I just let myself lose all my friends. It felt awful. I'd really hate it if you and Shizune end up that way. The same, that's all. That's all. Makes me sad to think that you'll do the same thing and push away your friend, especially because you're not far away from Shizune. I mean, you live in the same dorm. Friend, Aren't you my friend too, Hichan? Yeah. You slept through all of it, but the fireworks were really nice way back at the festival. First time seeing fireworks like that, my first time really seeing the sky in a while. I never really looked at the stars before then either. I'd thumbed through a book about them for a while in the hospital, though I learned a lot. Like the stars aren't just burning, they're more constant chain of explosions, so far away that some of the stars I'd be seeing would have been burnt out for thousands of years already. And that their light would only just be reaching Earth. I saw a mock-up comparing the size of the planet to our sun, and then to other suns. Japan wasn't even visible on a tiny Earth in that book. You know what I'd never realised? She looks at me expectantly. They're amazingly shiny. Ha ha ha! It's true. Why are you doing this, Hichan? Doing what? I'm not stupid. I don't know. Bunch of reasons. Oh, who's saying I don't know to you being stupid? Because you're Shizune's friend. I like how close you are. Maybe I'm trying to tell you that we all have our low points, but giving up is stupid. Anyway, seems more worth the trouble. That's the only reason. You're my friend. That's it. Can I do something for no reason? You can, but I want to know. Well, what else do you want to hear? Bell rings before Misha can reply. She ends up laughing instead. I feel like we're coming into a close now, and we've still only answered one. I think that might have been the only choice in the whole thing as to whether or not to sleep with Misha. That's weird. I see less of Misha the following days. I don't worry, because when I do see her, she looks a bit more like her old self each time. Once it's clear enough that I don't have to be afraid of it being my wishful thinking, colouring my perception, I start to relax again. I got very early, feeling sick on Sunday. I went to sleep too early last night too. Something's also wrong with my curtains, and they weren't closed completely. Because of that, I can't even attempt to go out to sleep. The sun hits me in my eyes every time. Sure, this is probably why I woke up so early this morning as well. Being this sick and tired is a perfect storm of frustration. I'm almost glad when there's a knock at the door. It's a familiar person holding an almost completely eaten apple in his hand. Taking one last bite, he attempts to shoot it into my trash can and misses completely, and it smashes apart on the wall 2 meters high. Get ready. Oh shit, what am I getting ready for? I guess I'm ready. What am I ready for? Here comes all the choices for the shoot. We're just in this one cutscene. To be fair, most of the pieces afterwards do manage to fall into the trash can, but I'm pretty sure no one is so brazen that they'd be aiming to do something like that on purpose. Perfect shot! What's up, roomie? I'm not your roomie, we don't live in the same room. That doesn't matter. It does. You should at least know the difference between living in the same building and living in the same room. Everything you do from here on out is going to be a choice. Should I talk to Kenji? Should I close the door in his face? I need to use your room. For what? I messed up. I should have said absolutely not. Student council keeps delivering my mail, even though I asked them to put it in my locker or something. But they keep putting it under my door, delivering my mail without me noticing. So today, I'm lying in wait to catch them in the act, like a detective or a safari hunter. I need to chill in your room for today, look through the little peephole, or I won't be able to catch them in the act. Maybe tomorrow too. It'll be awesome. We'll get pizza on both days. Or should we get pizza on just one day and something else on the other day? But what? Which day is pizza day? Not today. Never. You know, I'm in the student council. Why didn't you just ask me about this? If you had, I would have been able to find out very easily. I wouldn't have Kenji in my room. Win-win. Except I guess this way he might be able to get pizza out of me. I start thinking that maybe that was Kenji's intention. But no, I doubt it. There's no way he could plan something that elaborate. You know? And they deliver mail? Well, no. They just hand me my mail when I go to the student council, usually. The point is, I could find out by asking them, and then I'd know and I could tell you. But people find out things by asking. Not cavemen? Oh yeah, no response to that, right? Checkmate. Use your own peephole. What if they see me? They can't. That's how peepholes work. It's like a one-way glass. For real? Well, no way. They'll be expecting me to be in my room anyway. They'll sense my presence. Know that I'm there. They'd never expect me to actually be in the room across the hall. Well, I'm going to go to the student council room and go get your mail for you right now. Then I guess I can't let you leave. That's dumb. What if I have to use the toilet? Your games don't work on me. Sit down at my desk and start doing my homework for the weekend. You know, you're going to have to leave eventually, so you can't stay here forever. Or keep me here forever. I mean, this is my room to start with. Yeah, I don't think I can. What time does the mail usually come? Now. Why are women so slow? Why do you care so much about the mail anyway? Expecting something? I'm always expecting something. Not today, though. Do you want them to send something? Do you even send mail? No, that's how they get you. I haven't used a mail since I was 8. Sent a letter to Lego asking them to make Dragon Ball Lego. They said they couldn't get the rights. Gave me some coupons. Totally worth it. But after that, I made sure to stay off the radar. You don't use mail, do you? I went to my parents last week. But that's how they get you. Yeah, I should have known. Maybe that's why they put that microchip in me the next day. So, the rumours were true. I'd like to know what room mill he got that from. I was kidding. It was a joke. Joke? Damn. You would joke on me? I guess that's how it feels. To have jokes cracked on. I never thought it would happen to me. It's a serious issue. Man, I think you're not appreciating the depth of my dilemma. It's a work in many acts. Complicated acts with many players. It's really hard, okay? After I'm done, gonna eat a whole fish to celebrate. Ah, shit. I wanted a pizza, though. I still want a pizza. Can I get fish on the pizza? Do they do that now? We're going to be paying for it. You still haven't paid me back, and I'm not hungry right now anyway. Not in the mood for pizza? That's just not possible, son. It's gotta be pizza. Anyway, I'm in the pizza stage of my life. Before I was in an ice cream stage, but my girlfriend kept eating all the strawberry out of my Neapolitan. It probably happened to you, too. I thought he's serious half the time. I can only see his expression when he's not nose deep in my door. I doubt that. Hey, you know that I do have a girlfriend, right? Not a Wanako either. The student council president, actually. Oh, news. What? Seriously? I have my sources. Anyway, Then it dawned on me that I'd gotten fat from all that ice cream, and it was a rude awakening, like sleeping on a beach and getting hit by a wave that destroyed your sandcastle. I started running. I had to lose the pound, but maybe I was really running away from myself. Stunning tears knocking caused him to leap backwards far enough to hit the wall, way behind him. Take the opportunity to walk over and open the door. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. What's up?
I hear if you salt the doorway, they can't enter uninvited. I'm not going to put salt in my doorway. But you're considering it. Good. Good morning. You here to deliver the mail? Nodding, Shizune waves a couple of envelopes between our faces. Take them from her, freeing up her hands for conversation.
How did you know?
You were hiding it behind your back in a really obvious way. Hiding what? The mail. This scene's pretty great.
It's okay, I wasn't trying very hard to hide it in the first place.
It's not like you. You're the type of person who'd go anything worth trying is worth trying hard. Girls taking initiative? What about me? I've been using that phrase for years. Where's my parade, dog? I spit literally gold. And you women just steal it and wear it out like the 201 sundress. You're like the Picard to my Kirk. Or you can even be Janeway.
Not all the time. You making fun of me?
Finally noticing Kenji, she gives him a wave. Hey Kenji, Student Council President says hi. Hi. Introduced me. I have no idea what he's saying, but he looks confident. Oh yeah, no one is better saying that kind of stuff confidently. I already did. I even introduced you by title. This is Kenji, the guy across the hall. His room's right behind you. Anyway, do you have his mail too?
Only delivering your mail because it was there. I have already access. It's all about location. So there is a perk of being the student council.
That doesn't sound very fair. She takes a lot of liberties with her position, at least they're small ones.
It's the first time I've really been able to see your room.
Blatant lie, or she'd have signed it much faster. I'm sure Shizune remembers that it's not the first time.
Why does he get to see a room and I can't? Is it a guy thing?
It's not a secret club being a guy. It should be, with rings! Rings with big ass emblems! And gold! You sure?
Are you really sure? I always thought there was a secret brotherhood of men.
Why is she ignoring me? Let me tell her about the guy club. Also, what's up with the hand signal? She's trying to hex me or something? No, stay out of this. I'll have to translate anything you say to her, and I'm not sure I could even handle it. She'd probably misunderstand it, and then you'd probably misunderstand the reply, and then I'd have to translate your rebuttal. Rebuttal? Why would I rebut? I like my butt! What's he saying? He says he has no rebuttal.
Rebuttal to what? I haven't even begun to challenge him yet.
I don't like the way Stace put that. So it appears that she wants it. But about what? It doesn't matter, since she wouldn't end well. And don't pick fights where there are none.
I've never met your friend. Why can't I?
Looks like he's being passionate. I suppose the way he's playing him out, it would be stupid to expect Shizune to think otherwise. Anyway, I better change the subject. Not that it would likely work on her, but I'm sure that she has to come here for some reason other than just to drop my mail off. If it was something that tiny, she would have even bothered knocking. You didn't come here just to give me a mail or chat with my friends, did you? Shizune snaps her fingers in mock frustration. It's a cringe-inducing loud as ever.
You're right. Let's go somewhere again.
You have somewhere in mind already?
You're right again. Let's go to the usual place.
She puts out a bag and neatly wrapped containers from just outside that door frame. I'm guessing they're filled with food. This time, it doesn't look so raw. Setting it down between her feet, she continues. Is that for me?
That was a real surprise, see? I have to have something over everyone at the very end.
I agree. The way people normally do it when people make a statement in front of them, it lets me tell them more than they're meant to tell. Well, fine. You're both going to ignore me. I'm out of here. So cruel. You'll regret this. Oh, whoa. Skirt down a little bit, girly. You shouldn't sit like that if you're wearing a skirt. Not long afterwards, we find ourselves on the school roof. It's normally deserted at this time on a nice day like this on the weekend. No. Oh, is it normally deserted at this time on a nice day like this on the weekend? No, of course not. I think it's because of Shizune. Not that clearing out a roof would require anything more than posting a sign on the door. The empty plastic containers Shizune had packed in our meal packed our meal in lie next to me. It was never a quiet meal since holding chopsticks prevented us from saying much to each other. While it's not blowing hard enough for it to be a problem, the wind is a little strong today and blows the plastic bag loose from under the empty containers, so whips around for a bit before rolling over my legs and getting caught in the tip of Shizune's shoe. Mila, she grabs it and starts signing. Not looking happy that I'm laughing at her, even though she's trying not to let out a laugh herself. With the bag in the way, however, she has to eventually sit in it to continue.
Very funny. How was it?
Food tasted familiar.
That means it was bad.
Oh no, I remember eating this exact meal before when you made it. Not exactly the same. The fried shrimp was new.
The only thing I know how to make, but I should have improved.
How many times have you made it before?
This is the second time.
Making this particular meal?
Cooking. Next time it's your turn to try it.
She keeps tugging on the corner of the bag is bothering me. I think I know why she's doing it. Is it really bugging you that much? I want to pack them up properly. It's okay, I'll get them. As I picked them up, I realised she must have bought a lot of food to be able to fill all these containers. I didn't even eat that much. It must have had some metabolism in order to pack the weight to eat all that. I've only been up for a second. As long as I stupidly trip over my own feet, but I managed to break my fall. I end up landing on my elbows and knees right next to Shizune's lap. Oh. Pull myself back up, hand gingerly on my chest. All I can think about is how my knees hurt. How this fall could have killed me. I feel nauseous. Shizune, giving me a helpful push on my shoulders, helped me upright, though I noticed her eyeing me oddly. Fortunately, even a light shove was enough to take me by surprise. Are you okay? A nod, but we don't return sitting next to each other. Naturally, being alone with Shizune is going to invoke a lot of silence. We only start to notice it now. Typical sign of awkwardness. Again, she is the one to break the ice. I was expecting you to try something dirty. Now the mood is back to awkward. How's Misha? Misha seems happier now, back to her old self. Thought this would be a good way to celebrate and thank you for helping her. And stumbles a bit on the last word. Think too much like a businesswoman. Can't help it, so I've been taught to do things. Makes me happy though, you ask me about Misha. People like her to say back to her real self, only she'd be back to her old self to you. Misha, you know, is completely different from the one I think of when I think of the first time we met. Even though I think she looks better and cheerful smiling, that isn't how she typically is. I wonder if it's true for you too. I don't answer. Well, if Misha is happy then it doesn't matter. If it worked out in the end, your plan worked. You knew her just as well as you said. You knew everything she would say. If your idea was just to speak for you though, doesn't that make her your puppet? Doesn't that make me your puppet? I didn't do anything then. Not true. It was your idea first. I was wrong. I have a way of seeing things that's very flawed. Now that I've thought about it, I'm sure you know, sometimes I treat everything like a competition between myself and everyone else, even when it doesn't make sense to. Sometimes. I know how very easy it is to ignore someone if they want to communicate with you through sign. Should have asked for help, but I was so sure I could do it on my own. That was actually a brave thing you did, even when you wouldn't take credit for it. Aside from that, you really become admirable lately. Strange, having her compliment me. Oh, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. I apologise. That must have sounded horrible. I am really sorry. The mic fell over and clanged against the metal. I'm so sorry. That really must have sounded terrible. All good? All good? Hopefully you're all good. Strange having a compliment me while that facial expression hasn't changed in the slightest. But people don't change so easily, according to you, am I right? She winks, clearly enjoying herself very much. Does Misha tell you everything? Almost everything. Guess you're going to tell me that I'm wrong about that then, aren't you? I'm sorry. Wait, can you not hear me anymore? Oh, you can still hear me? Oh. God damn it. Dude, the amount of times that my mic's actually broken. You're going to tell me I was wrong about that, aren't you? Yes and no. I'm the one who told Misha that before anyone else. But she took it too far and changed the meaning. It's not easy, but she acts like making it impossible. It is possible if you're little by little. I'm considering trying to be less competitive. I thought you enjoyed that though. Maybe just a little. That's why I specifically used less. She leans against the fence. The things I want to say to her doesn't seem like the right time for it. Somehow it's a feeling I have. I can tell she isn't done just yet. A lot of people think I try too hard. Well, I've always thought that I try enough. The sound of the fence makes as she pushes against it, and the delicate clink of her sleeve buttons scraping against the links are oddly soothing. So is the breeze gently picking up behind me. I can hear people below. Shizune's eyes dart below us as well. I wonder if she thinks about what she might be missing out on. The attention-grabbing way she tends to snap her fingers proves she has an understanding of how other people perceive sound. Must be odd being able to understand that much, but be unable to experience it yourself. She starts walking slowly around the perimeter of the room, still scraping her button against the fence. It isn't rhythmic at all, not for a lack of trying. Sort of zone out though while she does it, and I'm really snapped out of it when she circles around completely and taps me on the shoulder. Do you remember what we were talking about? When? Now? Of course, it just happened. It's been almost 10 minutes. When I first saw you, you seemed like you were very attached to the idea of feeling sorry for yourself. That stings, even if it's true. Sorry. It made me want to cheer you up at first sight. I was scared it would be for nothing, though. Couldn't help thinking it would be hard to change your mind. But you did. And I thought that was very surprising. And also that she might be kind of easily influenced. Still, I was surprised, and it made me reconsider a lot of things. Like that maybe everything was worth it in the end. Everything? That's why I like you. I see. It's nice to finally know. Oh, that was a very abrupt ending to that. Okay. I feel like we're coming to a close, but I'm not sure. I feel like we haven't resolved like everything yet. Have we resolved the Misha storyline? Is that resolved? I'm not sure. And remember, you have to take this job seriously. Too many people think you can just slack off, and that it is important, and it's a dangerous way of thinking. Definitely. You can't take it too seriously. If you aren't always thinking big, thinking positive, you show any signs of weakness, people will start to think you're incompetent, you know. And soon you won't be able to do anything, because your power is going to be delegated off other piece by piece. You'll be left with nothing. That's what happened last time. So, remember, it may seem like an easy job, but a lot of carnage can happen even in this room. And, out of it, dealing with school staff too. Even trying to get a budget report from a class rep can be a fight to the death sometimes. Yeah, it's kill or be killed. There are no friends in the pits if you take no prisoners. You sure about this? Is this right? You don't seem excited enough. I have to make sure it's getting through properly. Once more of a feeling. They are adorable for a start, but also the one with the blue hair is just terrified. So they twist their hands like a maestro for emphasis, visibly intimidating two girls standing at attention in front of us. I think this all started because one of them asked if she wasn't taking her job too seriously. Do you understand? Do you understand? Pretend I'm shouting it. Okay. This student council is so weird. Yes, sir. Sir? Who are you guys talking to anyway? It's not weird. You have to think of it as a job. If you want, think of it like they're paying you the right to use this great office. You want another lecture? No. You can go now. Just like that, the hour-long student council orientation is over. Personally, I thought it was about 50 minutes too long, and also found it funny that it incorporated a tour of our school that we've all been going to for a while, but I guess it didn't hurt. I expect Shizune to fall back into a chair. I think she's been on edge all day, but she doesn't. She continues to pace in the room restlessly. They still have a long way to go. Right now, they're a joke. What? They think they can be a new student council. They're so unfocused. You can really see the lack of experience. It was our best year yet. I don't think they have what it takes to follow up our act. And I know there are more of them. There are two girls. Where are they? They're like the heavily marketed but mediocre big-budget, critically planned sequel to the acclaimed low-budget sleeper hit. Eventually, she does stop and sit down. You going to miss it? Obviously. I'd be happy if I didn't have to leave too. I like being in the student council, even if it can be tiring too. Yeah, it's definitely tiring. Only because Shi-chan is always trying to do more than she has to. You're forgetting that if I did the bare minimum, we wouldn't do anything all year except hand out flyers, click surveys, and plan the next student council election. So the next student council could sit around for another year doing nothing. Ask me to let that happen? Don't be ridiculous. In a student council like that, there wouldn't be any power to play around with. I'm just happy that even though I need to ride them harder, those two aren't bad. Ooh, giggity. Oh, there's a... Whoa, whoo! I didn't realise we were going down that one. I thought you didn't like girls, Shizune. Wasn't that the problem? They're not sure yet, but the new student council should be in good hands. How can you tell? After the festival, they asked me if we could organise a Halloween event like the haunted house or something along those lines. They had a bunch of other ideas as well. Of course, my response was no. I had me to tell them to do it themselves if they wanted so badly. They were angry for some reason. Aha! Of course I'd be angry if you said that. Me just delivering the message wouldn't help. I was angry too. All of a sudden they wanted so much. They wanted a haunted house or a traditional style cafe or a trip to the beach or whatever, a cliche thing. Why didn't they try to organise it before? It's like they were taking advantage of me. I worked hard to organise those festivals. In return, they came to me with, that was nice, but can you do this now? How about doing this? That's what they really want. Shi-chan was wrong, though. Right. They wanted to join the student council so they could make it happen. I made them feel jealous and riled them up. That can be kind of motivation, too. They desired to do something great spreads, even as to show me up. They decided to take me on the challenge nonetheless. I'm impressed. Well, for now, I would have to see how it plays out a little longer in order to know for sure. She snaps her finger suddenly, which sends Misha almost bolting out of her seat. Interesting. I guess it's impossible to get used to it. That's right. We're going to have a party to celebrate. Passing on the reins to the new student council, weren't we? Why not have that now, or at least plan it now and have it tomorrow? They're not even in charge yet. In fact, the first thing you told them is you're not in charge yet. It seems pretty premature. Misha, what do you think? I agree, it's too early. Plus, I don't think I could go anyway. Sorry, in fact I was going to leave right now. Why not? No comment. Come on, tell me. Well, okay. Why did you not crack under pressure, Misha? I thought about it, and even if I didn't want to go, I would say yes. Usually, it's the kind of person I am. I should really stop doing that. This is a good place to start, I think. If it's a celebration to say goodbye, I don't want it. It'd be too sad. I want to do something else instead. After all, Hee-chan, you and Shi-chan will still be here tomorrow. It doesn't seem right. Besides, I have other school things to do today. I can't drop them just like that. We can postpone it. No early goodbyes. She's very firm as she says this. Aren't you going to go now? Oh, that's right. Wahaha. Okay, besides now, no too early goodbyes, okay? I get it. Okay, later. With that, it's just Shizune and me left alone in the student council room, and the room suddenly goes dark. Sunset slowly changes at night as we sit in silence, both searching for something to say. Would it really be that bad? Yeah, I didn't think about it like that. Misha's right. Party set a mood, and it would be a sad one. A sad party doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. Why would it be sad? Is that a trick question? I'm sure of it. Shizune's eyes pierced into mine, waiting for my answer with detached and analytical stare. I haven't seen it in a while, but it feels familiar anyway. Consider my answer carefully, but also what it means for her to ask me. Could be that Shizune finds it depressing as well, or could it be that she doesn't understand why anyone will find it depressing? Both are equally plausible. I thought about it when you graduate, that's it. It's going to be the end of a student council. I was wondering if you had the same idea. Don't be stupid. I look forward to it. I'll be a student anymore, so the expectations are going to be completely different. People's expectations of me and my expectations about everything else seem exciting. As for the student council, I should be in good enough hands. I don't have anything to be sad about. I think you're being honest. I was upset about having to give the student council up, not even a few weeks ago. It wasn't about leaving it to a bunch of newbies either. It was about having to stop doing student council work at all. Unexpectedly, Shizune smiles. So you're not disagreeing? That doesn't make sense. Why would you not want to have a party about it? I'm trying to get over it. Besides, goodbye celebrations are very important. People say the first step is the first step is the most crucial, but following it through and finishing it cleanly are just as important, right? Yes, that's true. Anyway, I don't consider it goodbye, but still an event. We still have to go, though, through proper motions. Aren't you going to? Aren't you going to what? Kiss me, of course. Is that the proper motions? It would be normal, wouldn't it? It's a natural thing to do. Sounds that decisively. If I don't, I'm sure my heart will explode. I kiss her immediately, so quickly I don't even have time to enjoy it. Even though she was prepared for it, Shizune blushed a deep red, with a similar heat rising in my neck and cheeks. Oh, in the classroom. Not even for another kiss. As I do say, she moves backwards, and at the same time, able to jump onto the cabinet behind her. Alone, in total silence, in the room, we just look at each other for a while. This time, I kiss her more deeply. Her lips are light and dry, and open a tiny bit. I'm only able to appreciate the sensation for a moment before Shizune starts kissing me back forcefully. Her bangs brush against my closed eyelids, and I let myself sink deeper into the kiss. I can feel the shape of her body through her clothes, which only makes me hold Shizune tighter. It takes some effort for the both of us to draw back from each other, both blushing, both from the kiss and the thoughts of what's to come. And I'm far from the only one breathing a little heavier. As Shizune begins to take off my tie, I start undoing her blouse. It takes a while to figure it out. I never really thought about how a school's blouse worked before. Shizune's blouse is a little tight on her, and her arms get stuck for a moment because of it. I find myself peeling off her, although with the way she's trying to wiggle out of it at the same time, it isn't easy. The sight is a little comical. I love the way he's still wearing all of his clothes still. Once Shizune's arm is free, she slides out of her shirt. Her skirt falling around her knees, with it after she unhitches it, walks off her legs. The only thing covering her now are her bra and pants. Her figure is curvaceous and taut. The healthy colour of her skin contrasts with the black of her underwear. It is a wonderful sight, especially against the background of the moonlight through the window. She looks at my chest and works the buttons on my shirt one by one. The process is greatly slowed by my hands. Moving up and down her thighs, it's a little amusing to play with her like this. Finally, my shirt falls to the ground. Shizune surprises me by quickly pulling me in for a deep kiss without warning, but I quickly return the gesture. Why are you bolder today than on the roof? Or in your room? I don't think of a good answer, but it isn't easy. How would I be able to respond to that if I could? There is no way to, unless I were to say that bureaucracy really puts me in the mood. My shirt having been disposed of, Shizune moves onto my belt. I had to help her undo it instead of answering her question. I don't think it would do much good at this point. It's not hard to get off and falls to the ground with a metallic clunk. Move in for another kiss and begin to slide my hand up, but she lurches forward, making me stumble backwards. Stiff edge of the table behind me was the furthest thing in my mind, until I feel it stabbing into my lower back. I hadn't even noticed it was there. It made me grab Shizune a little tighter as we fall backwards onto the surface of the table. Octopi! I was half expecting Misha to walk in halfway through, I've got to be honest. Exhausted, I leaned back against the desk and tried to regain my breath before putting my clothes back on. There's a dull, hot throbbing in my chest as I button my shirt back up. Puts a bad aftertaste in everything that just happened. Oh, black box time. It's alright. I wasn't ready. There we go. That'll do. It was a lucky break that Misha couldn't be here, wasn't it? You're in an unusually joking mood today. I wonder what she had to do. She only traces the air lazily with her finger and points to the door. Go see for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? It's more interesting if you see for yourself. Seeing is believing. Sure, clever. Maybe I will. What about you? What are you going to stay here all day? It's getting late. Feels like my last year student council president, so maybe I'll sleep here tonight. Could be the last chance I have to sleep at my desk, like after a long day trying to meet a deadline. That's weird. I'll sleep in my bed. Sleeping sitting up is a skill, very useful one. Alright. Okay, black box can go now. For a moment after I leave the room, I actually do consider seeing what Misha was up to, just because Shizune made it sound like secretive, as if she were building a time machine or something. In the end, I decided not to. Night air is pleasant this time of year. It's refreshing and a little humid, but not so chilly as to make it uncomfortable to stay outside for a while. It's late enough for the courtyard to be deserted too. After Shizune said our farewells to each other, set out to return to my dormitory room. Didn't even make it all the way there though before getting distracted. Doesn't seem like a bad idea to go see what Misha's up to. There's nothing better to do, no homework, I'm out of anything worth reading. On top of that, I simply want to know. This is my first time being in the main building after hours, but usually, as I'm leaving the place for Shizune Misha after a long day at student council, not entering it alone. The atmosphere is quiet. A word would not normally use to describe these halls. A little creepy, a light starts flickering up ahead. Seems like a horror movie waiting to happen. Feeling a hand on my shoulder, I stiffen reflexively. It's not Misha, or else there would be a hand clasped over my eyes and a sing-song, and a Guess Who accompanying them. So who is it? Hope it's not Kenji, or at least it's someone I know will take a turn for the weird. Whoever it is quickly slips in front of me. Shizune! What are you doing here? So relieved I forgot to sign it. Shizune puts her finger up to her lips. I guess even though she can't hear, she has an idea of what loudness is and can tell from my expressions I was being loud. As apparently, being loud isn't a good thing right now. But then, why is Misha her interpreter? Oh, very funny. Why are you here? I was waiting for you to come see. I knew you'd show up. Took a while, though. You mean waiting, yeah? Yes, but it is important. We have to be stealthy if we don't want Misha to detect us. Tell me if I'm not being stealthy enough, okay? With that, Shizune starts slowly tiptoeing through the middle of the hall. I pat her on the shoulder to get her attention. That's not stealthy. Why do we have to be stealthy? She refused to answer properly because signing and walking stealthily at the same time doesn't look easy. Before I know it, we're in front of our homeroom. Suddenly a sound like the crack of a whip pierces the air, followed by a familiar expression of frustration. I'm sure a sound like that isn't good for my heart, not to mention everything sounds about a million times louder with how silent it is. It's coming from inside the room, and I settle up to Shizune to get a look inside. Can you stop throwing your pencil, please? How do you even throw a pencil that loudly? He looks very flustered. What an understatement. I sympathize with Muto. I was able to hear Misha's pen break the sound barrier even through the wall and a thick classroom door. Pretty blew out his eardrums and left an imprint on the wall. She's so cute. I'm not throwing it. When I get nervous, I like to spin it around, but then I forget I'm holding onto it and... Doesn't matter. Either way, it should be pencils flying around. Get enough of that during regular school hours. I don't need it after hours. Right, sorry. Whatever, just stop throwing or releasing or dropping these, please. Teachers have work too. There's Shizune watching the same scene as I am. Muto is yelling at the top of his lungs, and Misha is being Misha. I can hear them reasonably well through the door, but Shizune obviously can't hear anything, so I wonder what watching is like for her. She must know, since she understands well enough to want me to see, too. And I have to wonder if she even feels like she's missing out on something, having to work that much harder to understand what she's observing. Looks like she's taking supplementary lessons, is she? Yeah. I answer, despite knowing the question is completely rhetorical. She told me she really wants to be a sign language teacher in the future. If she can get a recommendation, she can study overseas for it. That's why she's working so hard. Her grades were always kind of on the low side. Now, if I'm guilty, I haven't even thought about what I'm going to do yet. Neither have I. Whichever way that she signs that, it's very unlike her. It's very obviously false. Let's get out of here. We don't want to be seen. It'd be a problem if we were caught standing out here like idiots. Well, student council room? Shaking her head, she slips into the classroom across the hall instead. Great hiding place. This is where Ren usually hangs out. You're unusually sarcastic lately. With the door closed, it's a good one. Anyway, wasn't it interesting? Yeah, but I'm not really surprised. The door closed behind us, prompting Shizune to laugh soundlessly as she settles into a chair. Oh, slides into a chair, my bad. For a second, it depresses me. I want to hear her real laugh. I was. I've been looking down on Misha. I didn't think she had a goal at all. It turns out I was wrong. Made a careless assumption. I thought Misha was aimless like I was. So stupid I was lost. Shirley pauses to crack her knuckles and folds her hands over each other and leans forward in her chair. In the abnormal quiet of the building, I can hear Muto yelling at Misha again, even across the hallway and through the two doorways. Shino's eyes are locked onto mine, unblinking behind the gleaming lens of her glasses, observing my reaction to her words. This is a test. Her opinion of people is rarely formed from how they respond to questions. It's how they respond to statements that count. In hindsight, it makes sense. Shizune's ability to speak, as well as her personality in general, means that anything she says is a big commitment on her part. Everything. For that reason, I sometimes doubt she says anything without a hidden agenda behind it. That sounds remarkably paranoid. Even Kenji would think so. Unfortunately, I'm so caught up into thinking about this that I forget to give her the answer. She takes it as there not being one. There's an invisible time limit to this test, shorter than usual. Just as I thought. What do you mean? You don't agree? Oh, really? It's not that. I just don't get it. I want to force my will on people. How refreshingly honest. Don't give me a weird look like that. It's not like that was always my intention. At first, I was just bored and wanted to see someone's passion for something, and I could try and beat them. I wanted to test their ability or their convictions. But it was impossible. No one had any passion for anything in this school. They just wanted to keep to themselves. Can't believe it. It's so boring that way. Thought there was no way these drab people could be real. It goes beyond not wanting to make waves. They had to have some interest. They had to be hiding something. I wanted to expose it and reveal it, drag it out. One of the most successful ways to get people to open up to you and cheer them up is to open up with a story about yourself, and then you ease them to telling them about themselves. Hey, welcome back, Lee. It's like give and take, but with an element of manipulation, which makes it interesting. Can't do that. If I attempt to have Misha talk about me, for me, it makes me seem arrogant. The message has to go through a messenger. I'm standing next to Misha telling her to tell someone about me. You don't have to be able to read sign language to see that. If I were forced to sift through that, I think I was arrogant too. I was frustrated. Couldn't figure out a way to have a conversation with anyone but Misha. No one would open up to me. Came to the conclusion that I can't make people confide in me or believe in me. I can only hope to create things and to show the people and hope that they make them happy. Or I can be more forceful and hope that it'll eventually stick to someone. Guess that'd be me. Feels vaguely depressing. Somewhere along the line, I think I started to ignore Misha. I see her as less of a person or something like that. Took her for granted. I think that'd be the best way to put it. It was like she was just an extension of myself. I forgot that the whole time Misha was there opening up to me, giving me 100% every day. I missed what I was looking for because it was in plain sight. How stupid of me. I really did become arrogant. That's why I've lost. I'm more short-sighted than I was back then. In reverse. Oh, don't fall over, Mike. She's pacing back and forth now, almost brooding, yet still filled with so much energy that she can't stop moving. If you got her to hold two wires, I'm sure Shizune could power a light bulb. It's odd that I could have such a light-hearted thought while she's being so serious. And in spite of that, Misha tells me that I'm her inspiration. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm not the kind of person who can inspire others. Even if a person inspires you as flawed, it can be acceptable. I've thought about it. I thought about this. There is even acceptable hypocrisy. For instance, if your hero was an athlete, but unsportsmanlike, they could still be respected for their athletic ability, even if they had shortcomings as a person. However, she snaps her finger briskly. That's funny, because she might talk about Emmy a bit there. She's terrible as a person, but she's a good athlete. Snaps fingers briskly. It sounds like a thunderclap in the empty room. She only takes a few seconds to stretch her fingers. Come to think of it, this is the most she has ever signed. If someone like me has no goals, it would be totally unacceptable. It would be the worst kind of hypocrisy. Hidden hypocrites don't deserve responsibilities over anything they can't even manage themselves. How incredibly pessimistic. Makes me angry to think about it. I would hate myself just a few months ago. This must be how I look to others. And funny enough, it was Shizune Misha who convinced me to stop. Although I'm sure things will be much different and not for the better. Lately I feel as though we pass around our miseries as much as we supported each other. But I think it just comes with the territory of having friends and being close to someone. You're the leader anyway. That's only because no one else wants to be. That means you still are, since people are putting their trust in you anyway. In fact, doesn't that make it more important? Either way, you are the leader and you are the inspirational figure. Or whatever it is you want to call it. You're responsible for what you tame. I read that in a book somewhere. It's clever. Soon only seems to show what she's feeling on her face when she wants to. I don't think she's being sarcastic. I don't want to tame anyone, though. Being the leader and being looked up to, then. Same thing. I never wanted to be the leader. It just ends up that way. Oh, I know that feeling. That's like me. I don't believe that. All you do is try and grab more people and more responsibility. Wait. I wasn't going to tell you that I don't enjoy it. I don't care about being the leader, but I don't mind. I don't care about being the best, but I don't mind. You're right, though, about me wanting responsibility. Of course, I want more responsibility. Having responsibility makes me feel alive. That's why I joined the student council. There's no pressure. I just can't stand it. Even so, now I'm the leader. I always thought of being the leader meant to give more orders. It meant you give more orders, but it really is more. It's about having a goal, If I don't have a goal, it's pointless. People would only be following me for my own enjoyment. That would be selfish. Changing moral viewpoint for a person who seems to love one-upping others so much. Resting her chin on her tented fingers, Shizune looks disarmingly childish as she thinks about her problem. The expression on her face is a little comical because it's too obvious and therefore very unlike her. Comes with the job. Comes with the job. I think you'd have to be a leader. You wouldn't be satisfied with anything else. You'd just get bored. Shizune doesn't reply, but from her annoyed expression, I think I've guessed correctly. I've been thinking that I need a little direction too. Were you told that it's important to contribute to society? What an unusual response. It's out of nowhere. I don't know how to respond. This bothers me though. I don't know why. Possibly because it doesn't seem like something that would come from her. So I start to think that it isn't Shizune's fault at all. Who told her that? Well, it was probably her dad. There's a chance that it came up with on her own. So, if so, would it be because she can't hear? Why do you say that? Just because. I don't believe it. I guess that's right though. I see. I don't know if it's the same for me. I hate it. I think everyone's a purpose. Looking back, it makes sense that Shizune doesn't have one. All that energy would otherwise be directed at something. Since she had nothing to channel it towards, Shizune lashed out in all directions, reminding me of a downed power line, flailing in a storm. Furious and incandescent, but aimless and dangerous, just like Shizune. I want to say that, but why she feels the need to turn everything into a competition, but that's probably just how she is. Having a goal and put that energy towards it is the next level. How about this? I could go into business. My family is well connected, so it shouldn't be too hard. That comes off as sounding a little unethical and nepotistic, doesn't it? A little. I won't coast though. I'll work hard until I'm at the very apex. When I have as much money as possible, so much it'll be like I won't know what to do with it. I'll move on to the next step. After sitting out for a while, of course, like a fairy tale dragon. You want to be a philanthropist? Tss, what were you thinking? I'd be a miser? Well, it's true. That's part of the plan. Don't sell me short and stop there, though. Shizune looks uneasy. Of course, even if she did seem to resolve her problem quickly, no one can get over their anxieties that fast. No one can solve their problems that easily. The important thing is, it looks as though she has her heart set on trying. It's still hard to tell whether the drive comes from her, a good or bad place. But she has something to hold on to now. I can genuinely believe that she does. I'm happy for her. At the same time, I feel a little cold. I'm the one who's behind now. I'm the only one without a goal. See, that if that scene had carried on a little bit, I feel like that probably could have been the last one. But I guess we've got to resolve our own personal story in this one, right? Haven't been any further disruptions since that week. Of course, that's what I thought the week before that, and Shizune Misha's sudden newfound clarity had left me feeling a little lost and envious. I thought there was no way I could rest easy at that time. Fortunately, nothing came of my worries, and before I knew it, there was enough to deal with in school that even I managed to put them off my mind, and still everything was fine. I was wrong. I'd seen Shizune Misha carefully hidden vulnerabilities, but they were still strong. Now, we're going to be graduating soon. I've grown so comfortable here that it's kind of crept up on me. When it did, I felt sad and I didn't want to think about it, so I didn't, not until recently. About a week ago, I started making a list of people I thought I should say goodbye to before graduation. First rule I kind of laid out for myself is that I would try not to write them down in any kind of special order, like least important to most important. Somehow, it ended up like that anyway, even though it ended up being shorter to the list than I expected to be. Kenji is somewhere in the middle. They say I would have to graduate eventually. Well, let's show them. I lived here rent-free for more than long enough. If you take into account the rising cost of land, I think you could say I won in the end. Now, no, you know what? I did win. History will acknowledge me as the victor. Victor of what? I managed to stay out of sight and slip through the cracks. I beat the system. Put it that way. Sounds like you just ran away from the system. Sometimes, running is the greatest form of victory, like in the Olympics. Too tired to argue with him. Who's he kidding? Everyone knows this shot put isn't the best Olympic event in any case. Bobsleds, guys, come on. So you're basically saying, you won't miss it. Miss what? School, dummy. No, I told you this place is filled with feminists. It's beyond saving. But at least I'll be able to get out before it reaches critical mass. I'll only come back years later when they build a statue to honour me. Did they do that 10-year later reunion thing here? How would I know? Probably. Anyway, I have to start packing now. Take care of yourself, man. You should have packed like a week ago, like I did. Not that I had much to pack. That's not how it goes. You're supposed to do everything at the last minute. Men are better at doing everything at the last minute. Last minute can have more productivity than, like, the entire week before it. That's how we keep shit fair. Pfft, you never understand our manly ways. And take care of yourself too. The salute, he shoots backwards through the door, slamming a shut behind him, hard enough that the entire dorm probably heard it. I've noticed that a lot of people slam doors there. Maybe it's a local thing. Take care of myself. It's the first time I've heard him say it. Usually he ends our conversation with something like, see ya. Oh, I'll pay you back later, man. Well, he was a little annoying sometimes, but I'll miss him. I'll cross him off my list mentally. This is very short now, and I once again discard the notion of going through it in any kind of order. Like I said, I never had that intention. So we got to look for Shizune Misha. I'm going to make one place they can be. The student council room, of course. Why are you saying bye to them first? Just leave them till last, dude. And the corner was bumped a small group of students. A second bit of feeling flashed through me, since, for all I know, they could have been fatal. It's a new student council. There aren't a lot of them, but there are more than 3, which is good, since it means there's enough of them that they can each have their own title. Would have been cool if I could have a little desk plaque with my name and title on it. I don't think they'll do that now, or ever, unfortunately. New student council surrounds you while I'm thinking. If anyone were looking at this from afar, it'd be pretty sense to sight. Maybe they've come to finally get back at me for calling them the new student council all those times. I was just translating for Shizune, but I guess I could have been lazy and tactful and regret nothing. I find myself being thanked for everything I've done. And being thanked. It should make me happy, considering how often I would think of myself as being in the student council's completely thankless job. It does make me happy though, I can enjoy it fully. I wonder how things would have turned out for a student council grown as large as the one that's set to replace us. Even though they've only got 2 or 3 other members, it's enough that they have set roles. Not like us, where Shizune seemed to be the president, but that was it. New council thanking me gives me a strange feeling, like it's coming from back home and seeing a tree you nurtured years before has grown. I feel like I didn't nurture that tree enough. I wonder what more I could have done. It would likely make Shizune furious that I would feel distant from what I did in the student council this way, or that I'd imply I didn't do enough. But it's true, I was only following her. So in a way, I just felt like I was viewing from the same tree far away, as if I'm seeing from the window in a train as it passes. Indulged in these thoughts for too long, when I snap out of it, I realise that I'm still standing there surrounded by a new student council. The only thing I can do is apologise for zoning out and then thank them back. And they walk away into the student council room, which is a lot messier, but seems to have gained a computer. Makes sense. I recall hearing one of the clipboard girls talking about their plans to use a computer to make all the boring data entry Shizune does more tolerable. Can't remember which one said it though. Aoi seems to be the ambitious one. Then again, Keiko appears more serious. Well, that doesn't matter now. I'm not alone in the room. But instead of finding Shizune here, like I'd expected, it's just Misha, sitting in front of Shizune's desk. Like Shizune herself often does, swinging her legs back and forth. When her eyes meet, she hops off, unexpectedly posed like a superhero. Hi, Yu-chan! I'm surprised to see you here! What are you doing? You first? I was looking for Shizune. Me too! I thought she would be here, but I got Hee-chan instead. Gee, thanks. Ah, well, this is good. Really. I wanted to talk to you anyway. Well, what? Take the time to glance around the room a little more and see a hot plate. They're really living high. I wanted to say sorry, of course, for all the trouble I made for you and Shi-chan. Don't call it trouble. Right. And apologise to Shizune. Ah, right. That isn't why I'm here, Hee-chan. I wouldn't apologise to Shi-chan. Since you're here, I wanted to ask you a question. Hee-chan, what do you think it would take for Shi-chan to be happy? Well, domination, obviously. Even though you're joking, Hee-chan. No, even if she could, it wouldn't make Shi-chan happy, only for a little while. Hee-chan, have you ever heard of artists who tear up their paintings as soon as they finish them? Such people really exist in the world, you know. I remember it all of a sudden, just like Shi-chan now that I think about it. Whenever Shi-chan sets up a challenge for herself and completes it, it's just like her skills have no meaning anymore. I wonder, is it because she can't create anything permanent? Just like those artists, and how they want to create a piece of art to leave behind, a really great one, but they can't do it. It's really obvious when I look back at it, but I didn't see it before. Now I'm scared. I wonder if Shi-chan will ever be happy. Really hoping this comes to an end soon. I am losing my voice. No, I don't think so. Not about her even being happy. I think you're wrong. Shizune is actually happy more often than I thought. I think it's actually kind of amazing. Usually people don't think about that kind of stuff until they're middle-aged or dying. And then they think, I want to leave something behind, or I want to be remembered. Like me. Oh, like me. I only skipped ahead a little. My life was short, and it seemed even shorter after my heart attack. I didn't think about what I was leaving behind, because I very quickly thought there was almost nothing I was leaving behind. So all that was left for me to do was stew in my own bitterness. Shizune already wants to leave her mark somewhere. She wants to do it by helping people. That's why celebrations are so important to her. She even wants to be a philanthropist. I think it's the best way to live. Living on what you give to others, even if it's for selfish reasons, that's okay too. Shizune is already happy because if something goes well, there will always be someone else to see it and remember it. That's what makes her happy. Wow, he's just basically said that I'm pretty similar to Shizune. I didn't realise that. But that's all I strive to do, make people happy. That's why I stream. I mean, I guess you could say it's selfish. I like that people hopefully like me, whereas I've gone through my life being unliked. But like, my main goal is to make people happy, and it makes me happy when other people are happy because of things I've done. It makes me feel like I'm doing something worthwhile, you know? So I get that. Misha sighs, arms stiff at her sides, hands tapping the air softly. Or, I still thought, I might be able to make Shizune happy. I was in a good place to do it before. Since I was interpreter, I could always be with her, maybe. And I thought I would do it by becoming Shi-chan's shadow. I kept trying even when she rejected me. Felt like I was stuck. Couldn't do anything but watch Shi-chan Shi-chan's back getting smaller while she kept going. I was scared, even though I should have just accepted it. It's hard. Maybe I could have at least understood Shi-chan. But looks like I was completely wrong after all. I didn't even know that, or think about it. Shi-chan would call it a complete loss. Okay, I'm done. That's it, He-chan. But, since you're the one who knows Shi-chan best of all, you can't make her cry, or I'll be angry. I'm going to overseas after this, even if I even have letters of recommendations, or I don't think I'd be able to normally. Maybe I'll study and become a sign language teacher over there. Who knows? That means you have to look after Shi-chan, okay? Misha smiles as honest as ever, but she's obviously changed. The look in her eyes is that of a much more attentive girl. Seems to be true that hardship builds wisdom. It reminds me of a look at Shizune's eyes. I wonder what Shizune might have been through to become who she is. I could take a guess. Maybe she was always like that. I want to see her even more. It's just a Misha that maybe we should look for her together. Of course, it's just a pretext to spend more time with a friend. Strange how it hasn't been long since we last hung out together. 3 of us in the span of a routine student council day. It seems like it was long ago. Thinking about the future can put that kind of lens over the past. Speaking of lenses. Outside, Yuko is standing around fiddling with a tiny modern-looking camera in her hands. It'd be unnoticeable if it weren't metallic enough to reflect the sunlight. Misha calls out to her, although I thought we were supposed to be looking for Shizune. Hi! What are you doing? I'm just taking photos of everyone. That's obvious. Awkward. Misha, I'll never forget how you taught me that sometimes can hold so many secrets and still have a massive lack of tact. Where's my photo? You want a copy? I don't know. Well, only if you promise to keep it a secret, or else everyone else will want one too. That happened to me in elementary school, only it was with candy. Okay, I'll take a photo of you now then. Wait, I'm not ready, I was just kidding. He-chan, make a peace sign! I'm not gonna do that. Camera flash goes off, blinding me. Yuko shields herself behind it, letting out a moan of frustration. I'm not supposed to turn the flash on outdoors. She starts apologising unnecessarily and quietly slipped away. Wait. Yeah? Did you see Shi-chan around here? Yeah, in front of the gate. Thanks. Better get out of here before I have to start following behind Misha. Fortunately, not for very long. The gate is barely a minute's walk from here. Even though wait. Gate's barely a minute's walk. Even that. That sentence doesn't make sense. Hello. Yeah, you can check that in recycling as well. Can't wait for it. Okay. Alright, let's start reading this again, and not fuck it this time. Fortunately, not for very long. The gate's barely a minute's walk away from here, even though that can be tiring for me sometimes. We see Shizune with the student council. They're probably thanking her too. I couldn't handle that was yelling. That much phony Australian accent. I could do that. It would have to be for a really minor character though. As soon as she sees us, she shoos them away, which is very easy, since I doubt any of them can understand sign language or use it, so they're not too sad about leaving. Which in turn makes you wonder why they would thank her about someone who can, but it's the thought that counts. Dating a bridge dart to be amazing. Yes. You realise most of my voices will probably be like abridged versions of their voices, right? I love Dub Atlas. I will never... It's a guilty pleasure of mine. I love his awful Australian accent. It's my favourite. It's one of the reasons I love 5Ds, even though I acknowledge that it's awful, but I don't care. Misha immediately hugs Shizune, and then leans against the gate next to her. Man, this is probably the final scene, because it's the final boss, right? And this one was clearly the story I was meant to do last, because it's talking about all the other storylines. I, on the other hand, decided to hang back a little and let them talk. After all, Misha wanted to talk to Shizune this whole time. I can wait. Even turn away so I don't eavesdrop on the conversation. I'm losing track of the time. When my watch, it's already been 10 minutes. I wonder if they're done. I turn around to look to find them behind me. What are you thinking about? Boring philosophical things that I don't want to talk about. Don't worry, I'm not thinking about it too hard. It's going to jump her. Good. Getting philosophical at a time like this would be the worst thing you could do. Yeah, I just want to stand here for a bit. It's relaxing. Waha! It was a busy week. Not really, not for me. I know they must have been busy, but I think I know what I want to do now. And when it hit me, I didn't feel particularly fired up or anxious. It's the opposite. I feel at peace for the first time in a long time, and I want to savour that feeling a little more. I think that I want to teach here. Oh! Well, that came out of left field. So as I thought this, a long winding road appeared in my mind, an uncertain road that leads back here. I wonder if I'll be able to meet someone in the future like me, someone filled with bitterness. I want to talk to that person, since I can't talk to myself. I want to tell them that life's too short. Something that couldn't be told to me, only shown. I want to do it without pity. If I had been pitied, I'm sure that I'd have only died a little more. When I think about the first week, I still think about how well it went. So well that it could only be called a result of kindness. I feel like I want to show others that same kindness. And also I want to keep chasing Shizune. What did the new student council want, Shi-chan? Kenji will never graduate, so you'll never escape Kenji. Yes, eternal Kenji route. Eternal Kenji route. It's hard to age when you have to deal with Misha's voice. I didn't know that they had someone who knew sign language. They don't. I think it was most likely just a goodbye, so I appreciate it even though I couldn't tell them. How did you know I was here? I suppose it's to be a secret. Is it supposed to be a secret? Anyway, we just asked Yuko. Didn't she take a photo of you too? Yes, without asking me. Since Yuko's doing anything spur of the moment is rare, though, I'll let it go. She snaps her fingers more because I think she likes it than out of her realization of her idea. We should take a photo of the three of us. We haven't taken a student council photo yet, now's the perfect chance. But if I have to look at this picture a year from now, I don't want us to be staring back at me. What does that mean, Shi-chan? Pictures are supposed to capture the moment, isn't that right? But I doubt they're not portraits that are standing around. It'd be so stiff, you can capture how I feel. I feel like we'll meet again, so this isn't an occasion to take such a serious photo. It should be a see you later type of photo, not a big deal. Should be something more festive. Oh boy. Like this, follow me. Shizune poses like a musketeer so quickly that I'm sure even she knows it looks silly. Ah, we really have to do such cheesy poses. I can think of no better pose. Misha, go find Yuko. I don't like this pose either, but I think it's kind of nice. How does it even make sense? Gone already and returns, dragging Yuko behind her. The flash is off. A red LED blinks 3 times above it after Yuko's finger presses the button. Shizune glances both of us to make sure we have the timing down. Synchronized watches. We jump. That's not jumping. And also, Misha looks really like Emmy. That's Emmy. That doesn't look like Misha anymore. It looks like Emmy now. Why is it Emmy? Why has Misha become Emmy? I bet that turned out excellently. I gotta say, this looks awful. Like, at least Hisao looks kind of normal, you know? Oh my god, it's in front of the gate! Guys! Guys, you can't take this. Is this like the victory? We defeated the final boss. They're all holding their hands up because they defeated the final boss. Yeah, he does actually. Yeah, those two look really awkward. She's broken her fucking arm. Misha, as I'm gonna call her, broke her fucking arm. He looks more normal than them. Look at them. Like what the fuck is Shizune doing with her legs? That's not normal. You can't stand like that. Well, actually, you can't really stand like the way that Amisha over there is doing either. What the fuck are they doing? He looks like he's doing the soldier taunt from Overwatch, where he just like puts his hand up in the air. Yeah, that's what he looks like he's doing. His other hand is very awkwardly at his side. She's mid-leap. Her feet are quite clearly on the floor. She's not actually mid-leap. If you look where the shadow is, she's standing on the floor. Like, she might be on tiptoes. But, still, it's awful. This looks awful anyway. But that turned out excellently. Yeah, her heels are a bit off the floor, yeah. I'll give you that. It still looks stupid. Okay. Now let's get one with Yuko, too. No, please. That's not necessary. I want a copy of this photo, too. I'll likely die younger than the average person. My life could unexpectedly burn out at any time. I don't have any time to waste them. I want to live as much as possible. I just want to see other people smile from what they've made and done. Living vicariously through the happiness of others doesn't seem so bad. Feeling joy for another person's happiness doesn't seem like a bad thing. It's the easiest way I can think of to draw on my own life and gives it distinction. Maybe this is the meaning that Shizune has found for herself, although it's just my theory. People find themselves often alone in their lives, without direction. However, people can take refuge in moments of happiness. They can dot a person's life like stop on a train map, or waypoints for memory on a long trial. These individual moments on reflection can give a person's life fulfillment. Every friend, every festival, and joyful meeting, joyful parting. I want to be able to find Shizune one day if I'm right. I want to spend the time I have with her. Finally, I want to make Shizune smile for herself. I love you. I pause, wondering if she'll look at me, confused as why, and ask why I'd say out of the blue. She doesn't. Do they do that reunion thing here? Of course they do. A student council member should know that. Sooner than that, though, okay? Both of you. Right. Yeah. Yuko, you do the pose too. Afterwards we can go for tea. Shizune laughs as if she doesn't have a care in the world. Misha's laughter joining in with hers, as easily as it were her own. We'll meet again. Is that it? I think we're done. Okay. Well. Okay, I mean... The resolution felt a little rushed, although I'm kind of glad that it was, because my voice is dying. Wow, the original Shizune designs look weird. Was it? Okay. No problem, Lee. No problem whatsoever, buddy. Oh, I quite enjoyed that. Not my favourite route. Not my least favourite route, though. Anyone who says that that route was worse than Emmy's is incorrect. Emmy's route was by far the worst. I'm so glad we started with Emmy's route. Every single route since has been better. Don't sleep with the pink hair girl, Yuki. You don't want to know what happens. Well, I won't find out what happens at the end. You'll just get the cutscene, and then... I'm not going to do it now. It'd be pointless. That was nice. That was fun. So we have one more route to go then. Oops. One more route to go. And it's Lily's route. And the mic fell over. It was bound to happen eventually. Whatever. I'll just move it here. I don't know if we kept Lily's route for last for any particular reason. I don't feel like it was necessary, but... yeah, whatever. I'm guessing her route is going to go here, and here, and here, through the middle. Don't lose Lily. I probably won't. I mean, the game might, but I won't. I won't see the scenes, and I'm not really interested to see them anyway, so... that's done that enough. I did say you should do Hanako first. You mean I should have done Hanako last because it was the best route and every route afterwards is going to be bad in comparison? Yeah, I mean... See, you told me to do Hanako before Lily, and I regret that. Because Hanako's is the best route. I mean, I think that's honestly what it is. So we start with Emmy's route and it was the worst. We did Rin's route and it was fantastic. And Hanako's route and it's even better. And it's like, man, my expectations is going up and up. And then... oh, you get to see her happier in Lily's route. Wait, Hanako is happier in Lily's route than in her own route. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, yes, she has the sad bit, but having the happiness without having to go through the sadness, you know, getting her through the sadness to the happiness, that's a good thing. I mean, yeah, Hanako Hisao is a piece of shit. Hisao in general is a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit in Emmy's route. He was a piece of shit in Rin's route. He wasn't so bad in this one. He's just a bit paranoid. But, you know. Oh, that was good. Wow, and it's so early. It's only like 10:40. I'll go see what that wall of text I got sent earlier was. It was about Duel Links. Oh, it's just re-saying that we should play some more Duel Links to do the Casey Cup level up. Can we do one route with Yu-Gi-Oh! Voices as a trial run? Not on this. For the Pigeon one. Oh, I mean, when I do the Pigeon game, that's what we'll do anyway. If you really want these Yu-Gi-Oh! Voices, and I mean, it seems like everyone's, you know, down for that. I'll just fucking... as soon as I've set voices for characters, they'll just be their voices, so... that'll be what... I'm totally happy to do that. I'll just have to work out which Yu-Gi-Oh! Voices won't kill my voice so much. And which ones I can actually do, of course, as well, because... I mean, they're obviously not going to sound perfect, so please don't expect perfect imitations. Someone will be Joey, though, don't worry. I do like doing that Brooklyn accent. It's fun. And then I guess I can make one of them more serious, like Yugi, but I don't know, we'll see. Don't expect me to do anyone from Arc 5 or Vrains, though, because A, I'd only know their Japanese voices, and B, I haven't even watched Vrains, so I demand perfection. Let's get a voice filter and do Marek. It's funny you say that. I actually downloaded a voice filter for something. I haven't used it yet. It's sitting on my desktop, though. Voxel Voice Changer. I was planning on using it for something, and I just never got around to it. I wanted to see if it could make my voice sound better for a start, but it didn't really. It just makes it kind of sound off. I think my voice is too deep to really have it be affected by that change. But I mean, I guess I could try. The only problem is I'd have to keep clicking on it, and it'd be really annoying. But it'd be fun. Now, if we want Marek voices, we have to have Sam. We have to have Sam on the stream. Have you guys ever heard Sam's Marek voice? You probably haven't, have you? It's really good. You always hated the way my voice sounded. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I don't hate the way my voice sounds. I think I did before, but I think I sound alright. Maybe not so much with my singing. I think I can definitely improve there, but you know. But you know, I will over time. Hopefully, maybe I don't know. Well, apparently, everyone used to tell me I was tone deaf, and apparently I'm not tone deaf anymore, so that's something, right? I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Take that as a good thing. I guess that's really all there is to it, then, eh? It's weird. Normally, after I end a stream on either, well, especially a story stream on Friday, it's something like 3 a.m. But it's like, yeah, 3 a.m. So I'll just end it and I'll just go to bed. It's like, oh, it's only like, well, it's like about 11. Yeah, suggest me some Yu-Gi-Oh voice. I should point out that's not the next story game. The next story game is Mario, Paper Mario. After this one, so next Friday will be the last route of this, and then I'm playing Paper Mario. Good. I was hoping someone was gonna say I like Cyrus because I wanted to do a Cyrus voice. I even know which pigeon I'm doing Cyrus's voice for. Because it's the pigeon I'd most likely do Misha's voice for, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do Cyrus's voice instead. What's his name? I don't know his name. I don't know any of their names. But he's, like, really weird. His eyes make it look like he's wearing glasses. Chaz, Devlin, Marek, and Joey. Jack Atlas. I'll try and give Jack Atlas's voice to a minor character. Just because it could be fun. What I'll have to do is I'll have to practice some of these voices. I'll get like a voice reel of some of these characters on YouTube or whatever, and I'll practice doing some of them before that. Am I going to need to play through Hatterful so I can prepare what? Shouldn't it be a husbando tier list? Isn't that what they call it? And it's like the male equivalent. But no, I already know who the best pigeon is, so then I don't really care about the rest of them. I could do some Crowler for sure. There is a teacher. There is a teacher in the pigeon game, so I could definitely give the teacher Crowler's voice. Oh, Pegasus. Oh, there's got to be someone who's super camp. There's too many. I don't think I'd do Bandit Keith, because I don't know if I have a bad American accent. That would be what Bandit Keith would be, right? I don't know if I could do that one. I might try a Kaiba. I don't know. I'm not sure on that. I'm not 100% on that one. Cyrus is a definite. I know who I'm giving Cyrus's voice to. Crowler is like almost certainly definite as well, and Joey is definite. They're the 3 that I'm dead set on. Chaz, I'm definitely gonna have to listen to his voice some more to pick it up because I don't really know what it sounds like that much. I mean, I can think of it, but I can't think of how to do it. Who else have you said? Pegasus could be fun. If there's got to be a really camp character. I think there is one who's like super pristine. That could be a good Pegasus. And Pegasus' voice is really easy. Zone would be cool. What the fuck does Zone sound like? Jesus. Hey, has he ever... He doesn't even speak in English. His part isn't... So I don't know. I'm trying to think like what their English voices sound like. And I don't think he ever had a part in English because he was never in it. Except for the Japanese part. And I super can't remember what that sounds like. I mean, I've only seen it once, to be fair. And he appears in what, like 4 episodes? I do have a voice filter, so it is something that we could possibly do. The difference being, obviously, that I'll be playing the game, like you say, but with a voice filter and some reverb. Oh, okay. See, I didn't pick up on that because I didn't hear Yusei's voice in Japanese most of the time. I heard his English voice, which is very generic. He just sounds generic as fuck. There's a Dove duo in there. Leo and Luna have fun voices. Do they? I mean, Luna's voice would just be the same as like my fucking Sayori voice or my. I guess who did they give Sayori's voice to in this game? Aoi, that really important character who's had a total of 3 lines in the entire game. Really whiny. Leo and Luna don't sound well. Luna doesn't. Leo's kind of whiny, I suppose. Luna doesn't sound whiny, does she? I don't remember that. I just remember having a really like soft girl's voice, and that was about it. There's nothing special about it. I gotta remember, but the 5T's voice cast, I'm not remembering too much. I remember I want to punch Crow in the face every time he talks, so I'm not doing that one. I don't remember what his voice sounds like, but I remember I wanted to punch him every time. I'm trying to think who else even had. Oh, there's that little clown dude had a weird voice. I'm trying to think of like GX characters. I wish I could do a good Bastion. I'd do a Bastion if I could do a good Bastion, but I don't think I could do a good Bastion because trying to put on a fake British accent doesn't work when you are British because I don't see myself as having an accent. Every time Crow opens his mouth, By Black Wings comes out. Yeah, you're not wrong. Who else is there? Could be good. I'd offer to do Mako's voice, but I feel like it would just end up with me hurting my voice because he just talks loud. That his voice is literally just that he's loud. Oh, the cop dude, yeah. You say he was different in Arc 5. I mean, he might have had a different Japanese voice actor. To me, I've been being serious for a second. I was gonna say, to me, yeah, he sounded different because he was suddenly talking in Japanese. Does he? Oh. Well, that works for me then, because I was planning on maybe doing that anyway. Go. Oh, I could definitely do it a Bridge Tristan voice. That'd be fun. I've got to give someone an abridged Tristan voice, right? I mean, I'll happily do that. Like I said, most of my voices will probably be more closer to the abridged voices anyway, just because that's where I mostly know them from. Because I still haven't watched all the original series. Oops. I've watched like Duelist Kingdom and some of Battle City, and then I never bothered to watch anymore because I wasn't really that interested. Oopsie daisy. Who forgets such unforgettable Tristan moments such as Oh really? I didn't know that, no. Like, I don't know what Tristan's real voice sounds like. I only know what his abridged voice sounds like. So, yeah. How would I know that? I liked when Tristan rode the motorcycle into space and it turned into gold white pooping out a reindeer. The Goku announcer from 5Ds, I do not remember that at all. Well, I wouldn't know what Goku sounds like, so I fucking would not have picked up on that at all, obviously. Because how? I mean, yeah, I've never watched Dragon Ball Z. Who do you think I am? I'm totally not just scrolling through Twitter while we're chatting, by the way. Good use of my time, you know. Buzz. Oh, never mind. It's irrelevant. That's was a funny voice as Goku's VA. That's cool. I mean, normally Sam fills me in on all these VA facts, but I guess he never bothered to tell me characters in Dragon Ball Z because, hey, guess what? I probably don't care. About Dragon Ball Z, that is. I mean, I specifically don't care about Dragon Ball Z. When it comes to announcers, I always like to think of the announcer from Pokemon Stadium. He's my favorite announcer. I love that voice. There was a game I had on the DS. Can't remember what it was called. Photo Dojo. And you basically, the idea is you're meant to take photos of a person in all these stances, and then they'd be your fighting characters. Like, well, everyone has the same moves. But I did it with like action figures because I thought I could be cool. I could put different characters and whatever. And I had a few like stickmen and stuff in there as well. But I gave them all different voices. But so for each attack they had a different voice, and I just recorded voice clips from something. I just remember specifically one of the stickmen I gave voices of the recording parts of the Pokemon Stadium announcer. So I remember every time he used a special move, it was Stone Strength. And he had like a water kicking move that was like, right, that's surf. I fucking love that announcer, man. It's hard to actually watch. I mean, yeah. Do we actually want anyone from Zexal? I'm trying to think if there's anyone with a good voice in Zexal. Chumley's not from Zexal, but the robot? I mean, nah. Yeah, I know who you mean. Orbital 7. But, yeah. I don't remember his voice being amazing. Like, Kite was basically a knockoff Kaiba, so that's not really an interesting voice. I wanted that, just go for Kaiba, right? And the Shark was like a knockoff Chaz, so I wanted that, we'd just be going for Chaz. The problem is a lot of the characters in Zexal just felt like knockoffs of old characters. Don't get me wrong, I liked them, but... Well, some of them. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, Yuma was like a budget Jaden, I suppose. Zexal is store brand, yeah. Mr. Heartland was the best one to suggest, I think. Yeah, I was saying budget Pegasus. I was about to say that. I'll just do Pegasus. I can't think of a single voice in Zexal that was like a character in Zexal that would be interesting and someone that actually stands out as a character. No, tell a lie. I can think of one. I guess, yeah. I think Rio maybe was a bit of her own character. Shark's sister. I can't do her voice in the slightest, and nor would I want to. But I feel like she was probably at least her own character, more so than the rest of the characters in the show, at least. The DDD guy in Arc 5 had a pretty sweet Japanese voice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did, but I definitely don't think I could imitate that. Reggie is his name. Oh, sorry, Declan. I'm never calling him Declan. It's Reggie. I don't understand that. So they changed his name to be English. Why didn't they just change his name to Reggie, like Reggie, which is an English name? Like, come on. It just doesn't. I don't get it. Maybe it only annoys me because I know someone called Declan who couldn't be further from him. Saying that, actually, in the first manga, Arc 5 manga, there's a page in there that introduces Reggie as a character, and it basically says that his design was based off of Steve Jobs, the guy from Apple, which you can totally see when you look at it. But I thought that was really funny because Declan, as in like our friend Declan, is obsessed with Apple products. He just buys all the Apple products. He loves everything to do with Apple. And I thought that was really ironic that the character who in English they would name Declan is the character who they based off of Steve Jobs. I remember sending him screenshots of that and I was just like, that's pretty funny. Speaking of which, I should catch up on that. I think I've only read did I read the second one in the end? I think I did. The third one's sitting over there though. I haven't read it yet. Should probably get on with something or something, I guess. You pick a girl for the narrator. Do I have to do a girl's voice? Can I not just do like? Can I not just be Yuri again? Saying that, I was Yuri in this one, and I gave Yuri's voice to someone else. I don't mind doing a girl's voice. It's actually not. It's assuming it's an actual, like, you know, like the voice I gave to Natsuki or to Emi or something. It's a lot easier on me than some of the other voices. How about Alexis? Oh, right. I've got to actually do one of their voices. I've got to try and imitate one of the fucking female Yu-Gi-Oh characters' voices. I don't know how I'd even do that. I'm trying to think if any of them are even remotely imitatable. Could possibly do My Valentine, but that would probably hurt. I don't know what Carly sounds like. Honestly, I cannot remember her at all. Unless Carly's voice is similar to the one I gave to Yuko. Is Carly's voice similar to the one I gave to Yuko? Because if it is, I could do that. That's not too hard. But I honestly cannot. Carly was one of those characters that, like, she was there, and yeah, that was it. I don't remember like anything about her at all. Like, she went all evil and shit because it's like, oh, she died, but like she didn't actually die or something. Because you know, 5Ds was stupid. Yeah, I cannot remember a damn thing. I'm sure she did something of some relevance, right? She played Fortune Ladies. I like Fortune Ladies. They're fun. I wish the Fortune Fairies existed as real cards. Oh, she did just die. Yeah, I thought she did. But like, everyone came back to life. So it was like, well... Oh. They showed her body splashing on concrete 30 floors up, and then blood pulled out from her corpse. That must have been in the Japanese version, because that was not in the English version. I'll tell you that one for free. Then they showed a clip of the VA being shot. I don't think they actually did that one. I know that they wanted to end her because the VA was like crazy or something. And like the VA was actually in a cult or something like that. And it's like, wait, shit, we're trying to make her a cult character. This isn't good. So they like try to end that real quick. But I somehow don't believe it. Had her fall into purple fog. Yeah, that's what happened. Yep. I remember that. Oh boy. The purple fog though, it's deadly. They kept the splat sound of her hitting the floor though. Did they? That's interesting. Purple is dangerous in Yu-Gi-Oh! Purple is dangerous in lots of things. Like, look at Ganondorf. All of his magic is like purple. And then, you know, a lot of other like evil magic people, their magic is always purple. Dragon Quest, the evil magic, and that's always purple. I'm trying to think of like, well, I guess like dark magic in most things is purple anyway, like the actual darkness attribute or whatever. So I guess purple's always bad. Look at Neptune's hair. Yeah, you're right. The shadow projectors they put under the rooftop in Battle City. No. I do not remember that. Probably because I haven't seen all of Battle City. I've only seen most of it. If it wasn't in the abridged series, I probably didn't. I won't remember it. If it was, then I guess I'm just bad. Alright, yeah, okay, let's close some of these things off. We don't need... I guess I'll leave Katawa Shoujo minimized. Open this back up. Basically, the Japanese version had the fall into their deaths by blowing up the glass roof they were standing on. Okay. But what, like the bad guys, like the shadow twin dudes, or did Yugi Kaiba won that duel? I'm assuming. Dub had shadow projectors that had them fall straight into the shadow realm. I see. Good old the shadow realm. I guess it was always like a weird thing, the Shadow Realm, because a lot of people don't even realize, people who watch like the original series or whatever in English, they probably don't even realize that the Shadow Realm isn't like a big thing in Yu-Gi-Oh. That was only in the dub. Sort of funny when you think about it. Oh shit, it's a Kaiba. But you know what would have been smart? If I was going on to Duel Links, I should have just bought it up on the stream if I'm going to sit here and play it anyway, right? Instead of pulling it up on my phone. I forgot that I have it on my computer. That was my bad. Oh well. Already done it now. I'm on a ranked duel now, so screw it, I guess. Yeah. Good call. I should probably be going to and... well... just play Duel Links, I suppose. Might play some Overwatch or something, but... oh, you know what I will do? I'll make those cards. I wrote them down while we were playing, and even though 2 of them I have unfinished as to what I'm going to put them down for, I'm sure I'll come up with something. So yes, see you later. On Tuesday, me and Sam will be racing Death something 2. Death Walkers? Death Stalkers? Dark Stalkers? No, Death... Darksiders 2, that's what we're streaming. Alright, see you then. Bye everyone. Jesus.